Yo, testing, testing. One tree, one tree. We now test two. What about you? Testing, testing, testing. Shit. Yeah, man, it's G Block up in this bitch. You hear me? The no regulation zone. You hear me? No regulation zone. No regulation zone. You know, you know better. Yeah, man. Just see. What you telling me, man? We're air, man. You hear me? Bad man like Valley. Come on. You know the bars already, man. Come on. You say bad man like Valley. Split for the green, steak in the belly. You hear me, cuz? So, yeah, man. We just wait for the people them to roll up. Roll up, roll up. Yeah. We're saying this regulation thing, dead that, bro. You don't regulate no one around there, bro. Never. But yeah, let's get on to the next. Peace. Yeah. Like I was saying, yeah. Big up Irish, big up ultra funky old type Mr. Lloyd. Yeah. Like I was saying, yeah. I haven't said yet, yeah. Seems like, yeah. I don't know. Maybe someone else will be able to um, see if they agree or disagree, yeah. But it seems like, yeah, there's a certain group, yeah, who feel like they can regulate people, but there's only certain people what they feel like they can regulate, though. Yeah. It's not regulating anyone and everyone.
Hey, yo,
Yo,
y'all some dumb motherfuckers, man. You gotta stop being a fucking retard, motherfucker. Yeah, dumb.
yeah, man. So like I'm saying, yeah, it's like coming to try and regulate, man. I know them things there, me, cause just dash them way. You see it?
Yo,
Yeah, man.
Velly,
Yo,
Velly, Velly, Velly. Can you hear me?
yeah, man. Okay, bro.
Yeah. I ain't got long, right? So let me just make a quick contribution, and I got to duck out. Yeah. I
Mm.
think I understand what you're talking about
Mm-hmm.
because, right, and I'm gonna name drop Nin Kalas, right? Only for the sake of like my point, right? I had another decent conversation with him the other day, yeah. Right? We
Mm.
like right off the bat, like I said before, we made it clear that neither of us are going to be inviting the other to, the other person's home for a lovely meal because, we don't get on, right? But we had a decent conversation. And in that conversation, he was like, I don't like you because I infer from your actions that you're an Islamophobe and yada yada yada. And I was like, okay, cool. Da, 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 da. We discussed it, and then he was like, so then I asked him, all right, so I've never insulted your prophet. I've never said Islam is shit. I've never said like nothing like that. But you still think I'm Islamophobe? All right, cool, no problem. No one's gonna take that from me, right? But and I'm gonna be real, like like obviously I'm not everyone's cup of tea, and I'll piss a lot of people off, right? But those people are moist anyway, right? But it's mine now. But then, and I'm like, I've had people like spraying my name and da 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 da, really pissed off with Ultra. And then yesterday, a dude come on the panel. I ain't gonna say his name, Paul M. Right, with Mohammed raped Aisha. Now, for me, that is just incendiary. Okay. Now, I didn't hear a word. Like I heard someone say, "Can you change it?" I think it might have been a Chinese guy. I can't remember his name. Right? Yeah,
Hanyan.
yeah. But my thing was, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Wait. Whoa. 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 Wait. Why is no one saying anything? Like, what is happening here? Like, hold on a second. Wait, whoa, whoa. For me, when I saw it, I was like, dude, man, like, come on. And then, but I thought, well, you know what? This is gonna upset the Muslims. So let me hear all the Muslims get all up in their feelings about this. Right? I heard nothing. I heard nothing. I heard absolutely nothing. I heard nothing. Nothing. And then I'm like, there's a trend. There seems to be a trend where like there's a trend where for some reason whenever the Muslims are upset, it's always directed at Blackie. Always. Like the real loudmouths and the guys that are gonna pipe up and the guys that want to get into it, it's always with the black dots. And maybe I'm looking too much into it, maybe I'm wrong, but like, and I've said this before, I've heard like Ralph and Afghan and who else? Just Ralph and Afghan have said the most fucked up shit about Islam. And imagine, it's so fucked up. I can't think of anyone worse. Now, nobody's moved to Ralph. Nobody's moving to Afghan. And in fact, people treat the two names I've just mentioned with almost reverence.
Listen to this. Let me add a point in there, yeah?
Yeah.
Let me add a point in there, yeah? Why I know that some man are straight pussies, yeah? And I won't do what they say, yeah? Because there was a time when Afghan was anonymous, yeah? And he was getting away with what he was getting away with. Yeah? A man is saying, when I find your picture, yeah, I'm going to do this, that, and the other. Yeah. Now man's picture's out, bruv. Have you heard any of them people pipe up?
Nope. No, and do you know what's funny? The when he got he doxed himself on G Block, that was a G Block exclusive, by the way. Like Muslims was like, you're so wonderful. Look at your lovely hair. Look at your. I was like, rah. Like people that identify as Muslims, were like fucking giving him a blowjob over the internet. I was like, I don't understand. Like, bro, I'll tell you the truth, yeah? I'm not going to lie. I was looking into it yesterday, right? And a study has been done about the mental health of people during lockdown. And people have genuinely been suffering. Like, and every time I come on these hangouts, like, the majority of the time, I'm just observing different types of behavior. I'm looking for inconsistencies. I'm looking for lies. I'm looking for shapeshifters. And I'm being honest with you, Veli, like G Block is plagued by all of the traits I just mentioned. Plagued by it. Plagued, right? And for me, like I said, there seems to be this trend where, like, the only time people want to pipe up, specifically Muslims, when they pipe up, is when the black guys, or even the black girls as well, is when the black girls and the black guys say something that upsets them. Take for instance, TYO, like fully embarrassed himself for absolutely no reason because somebody black upset him. I've heard, like I said, Ralph and Afghan and all these guys talk hella shit about Islam. Nothing. Nin Kalas hates Ultra. Yeah. All right. Cool. No problem. To be fair, I can be a belligerent wanker. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Yeah, but wait. I need to correct you though. I need to correct you on that though.
Yeah, go on.
Nin was starting out asking for pools beat out. You get me? So he had energy for pool. He didn't have energy. So he was directing his energy at the person that was violating. I ain't saying shit about him. You get me, cuz?
Yeah, but listen to what I'm saying. I'm I'm not chucking in under the bus. I'm just using it as an example. Big up, Freddie. Big up, Freddie. I'm just using it as an example, right? Because, right, the thing I don't even want to mention Speaker's Corner, but Speaker's Corner, I've heard the most fucked up shit said about Islam, yeah? With the exception of Tan and now Hatun, it's always the black guys that are on the receiving end of Muslim backlash, Muslim sensitivities. And I'm not saying Muslims hate blacks. No. I can't make that claim. But I'm saying there's a pattern here, and I think we should address it. What do you say to that?
I say the division in society as a whole. You know what I mean? From effort this one or effort that one. Well, it's just fucked all round, bro, man. If it's not Muslims, it's Jews. If it's not Jews, it's Christians. If it's not Christians, it's fucking F-nats or whatever the fuck. It's just bare hatred.
Hey, can I ask a question? Yeah. Last night, yeah. RIP to the Chadwick Boseman guy. Yeah. He passed away from colon cancer. I imagine yesterday. Yeah. Ultra said it. But someone wrote, yeah. Well, I say last night, a couple hours ago, to be honest. Someone wrote in Born Rich's chat, yeah. I guess Wakanda ain't forever.
Yeah, but that's more than character, though, isn't it?
No, bro.
There we go.
Bro, family. You don't think ethno-lats would love to regulate black people?
What I'm saying is, though, is
no, but I'm just asking that question. Do you think they would like to regulate black people? Yes or no?
F-nats.
Just racists in general.
When you say regulate, you mean like repatriate, deport?
I don't know, because regulate, I'm just going off the word what you man are using, isn't it? In the thing.
Oh, is there a question? Sorry, I'm not even paying. I'm just taking a piss. Saturday, why does it appear that Muslims feel they have a right to regulate other groups? Why does it? So what? So wait, why
I'm saying, do you think racists would like to regulate black people in the UK?
Like tell them what they can and can't do?
I don't know, because I'll just assume that's what regulate means.
Yeah, I guess.
I just think it's a lot of hatred all around, Jay, man. To single out groups, we're dangerous. We're going dangerous road, man. Serious, bro. I think we should stop this fuckery. You get what I'm saying? It's like specifically trying to single out and pinpoint groups.
Who should stop what?
I'm saying singling out groups. We should stop doing that, bro. Because I'm saying across the board, England's fucked with racism and a lot of hypocrisy. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? So you just put it into one specific person.
If someone tries to regulate you, what should you do? What should you tell them?
Brother, did you hear what I just said? You get about the other bit. What if someone tries to regulate you? What should you tell them? I can't forget about the other bit because it's hand in hand, isn't it? I'm saying if I single out one specific group and I know there's a million groups doing the same fuckery, I'm going down a slippery slope. Do you get what I'm trying to show you?
Hey, can I ask you a question? Don't get me wrong.
Does that make sense?
I just start just in general, yeah. If someone tries to regulate you, what is the actions that you should take?
If someone tries to regulate me, you know what's happening, fam. Self-defense. But back.
But what? But,
you know what I'm telling you, that's what's happening. And like you could be fucking alien. I don't care if you're Muslim, whatever. If you try and regulate me, it's back.
But yeah,
I'm saying, if I specifically talk about the white people that's tried to regulate me all the time, it's a slippery slope. I'm because there's other people. I don't want to single out the white people and just completely concentrate on them because I know that's like narrow-minded, isn't it?
There's a reason in it because if there's a reason in it, because if you draw a stupid picture of Jesus I imagine there's probably some militant Christians somewhere that will take offense in it. They'll take exception to that drawing of Jesus, but or that illustration. Yeah. But if you do the same about the prophet, peace be upon him, some people feel like it is mandated that they take some kind of violent action, take it upon themselves to
brother. People was. Can I say one thing to you, brother?
Yeah, I'm saying,
people
but
perpetrating acts of violence over a statue the other day. They wanted to fucking kill Granny and Mummy over. You get what I'm trying to show you? I'm saying this.
You know what a nihilist is? You take some nihilistic approach to all conversations. Basically, you want to nuke every discussion. There's no nuance. There's no context. There's no.
Because I'm saying, I know your position's fixed when it comes to Muslims. That's why I'm not talking about Muslims.
Pointless. It's point. Don't waste your time.
That's exactly. That's why I'll cut your Muslim argument every day of the week. You get what I'm trying to show you? Because I know what your position is.
No, you just come and say.
It's just because you're cape, man. Man's just caping and not even making sense what man's saying, bro.
I'm caping. What have I caped and said?
Yeah, man.
I've just said if you single out white people alone, you're for racism or any type of victimization, it's narrow-minded. That's all I've said, bro.
But you're not talking about them, though. You're
idiot, man.
But you're not talking about them. Like if you were talking about them and someone come in and start talking about Muslims, you'd say, we're not talking about them though. That's what you'd say.
Well, I'm saying to you, I'm not on no Muslim conversation with you, innit? You're just chatting, I'm just chatting, innit? If you can't handle that, I'll jump off. You want to jump off, I'll jump off. Don't know.
That just sounds like some emotions to me, my guy. Like literally, it's just this
emotions, how, fam? How's it emotions? I'm explaining something to you.
Good morning, panel. Good morning, Belly. Good morning.
Good morning, racist pussy.
早上好，兄弟们。
But hold on, yeah. Salaam alaikum, Ralph. Yeah, but listen.
Assalamu alaikum, James.
Hey, Ralph, don't pretend like you don't know it's wa alaikum.
Not too cold to Hanyan as well, man. No, not too cold.
Yeah, Niching? No, not Niching. What's it?
Niching.
Ni hao.
早上好，兄弟们。
Yeah, it's very. I like it. It's very multicultural. But listen, Freddie, just to wrap that up here, I didn't even want to talk about this shit. I didn't even know this was the topic. I want to talk about Black Panther and whether it's okay.
Bro, I've got a life, so I don't care. Regardless, fam. Regardless, it's not going to affect my day at any stage.
Hey,
so you come with bare emotions, like, all right, cool. Anyway, let's move on. Fuck it.
The Black Panther actor died. You know, he died of colon cancer. Mm-hmm. Condolence to him.
You can't be bare emotions, Jay.
You, bro. Even now, man.
Me, Jay. I don't care about none of this conversation. You know, I just come on to say good morning, bro. I'm not trying to cape for nobody. I'm saying what you're saying is confusing and it's dumb, bro. Because if you pick out one section of society and everybody's doing the same thing, it's narrow-minded. That's all I'm saying.
What man is saying, why does it appear that one group does it more? That's the question, isn't it? Like, that's literally the question.
Bruv, that's a lie, bruv. It don't appear shit. That's the lie, bro. Because white people are exactly the same as them. That's when you're misrepresenting the group, what you're talking about now. You get what I'm saying?
All right, James, listen. How many online death threats have you had from white people?
Yeah.
I've had quite a few, to you. Hold on, let me try count them. The most is from Muslims, though, if that's the answer you want. Most is from Muslims.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
Hey, Belly, is this because of what happened last night? Is this what happened at all?
You threatened to kill me as well. You haven't.
It's not even just ours, though. It's not even just ours. It's just in general, isn't it? Yeah, because obviously ours was what happened last night. Yeah, but it seems like there's a bit of a pattern going on where there's a certain group who can be or can attempt to be regulated.
So what are you just judging this off of threats to kill? Is that the only thing you're judging this off?
Yeah, and the next group who man won't even talk to, but then man will take the piss and say the most heinous thing. The other group talk sort of. At least when they're talking, we'll talk respectfully about your team, whether they disagree with it or not. Yeah, but man just feel like they can regulate man can feel like they can regulate one.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, bro, man. I've heard man on here say, yo, give me your postcode. I'm coming to your house. All of this bullshit. You know what I'm trying to tell you? Like, it's just normal threats on the line, innit? What can I say, innit?
Bro, you know what? It's annoying when man does that, though, man. When man's like 3 quarters.
No, I'm just saying, innit? I'm just saying what I'm seeing man doing it. Since I've been online, I've seen man say, yo, give me your postcode. I'll come to your house and it's beef, innit? Meet me here, and
Hey, I have a question though. How many Christians do you see doing this?
Is Wendy Wu threatened? Wendy was my first death threat.
Wendy Wu, she's not a Christian. No.
She's a Christian, bro.
No, she's not.
Bro, what are you doing? Takfir?
No, she isn't. Ooh. She said she isn't.
Wendy, she said she is. You know why? I'll tell you why she said she is. Yeah, because there was a picture of white Jesus.
Peace and blessings to the world, man.
Hold on.
Every time.
There was a picture of white Jesus that Terry brought up, to show where it showed the black man as the devil, and Wendy was like, "Oh, why are you bringing up a picture of Jesus? Why did you bring up a picture of Muhammad?" Remember that day, Ralph? And I said, "What? Why did you bring up a picture of Muhammad?"
I remember that now. Yeah.
Ralph. On a YouTube channel. You know what I'm saying?
Who told you?
Everyone was silent, didn't it?
Put up the picture. Who told you to put up the picture? Someone told you to put up the picture. You know.
Yeah. Basically, Terry was having a debate with Reggie, a little side debate, and he was saying there's a picture of a white Jesus and a black devil, in the National Portrait Gallery, and Reggie didn't believe him in it, so the conversation moved on a bit, but Terry went to find the picture, right? He brought the picture back up, put it on screen, and then Reggie and Wendy and Jupiter and someone else was saying, why aren't you bringing up a picture of Muhammad? Why aren't you bringing up a picture of Muhammad? He's like, well, hold on a sec. Terry was having a discussion with Reggie, first of all, about the picture. So that's why he brought the picture up. And furthermore, if you don't really want to share the picture, why don't you find the picture, share it on your screen, and I'll put it on screen for you. You can share it on your screen. Or, if you're even better, why don't you go and do it on your own channel, find a fucking picture of Muhammad and put it on your own channel. Everyone was silent and no one wanted to do it. So I'm like,
but you handled yesterday all right, Billy. It was just a bit. I'm sure you and all to be all right. It's not like that. It's just
I'm just saying that, just in general, so I've seen you, Ralph, in the park say something about Aisha, and I ain't seen the man them flip out and act like they want to try to kill man, And remember, man never said nothing about Aisha or nothing, Always had it on his name, that fucking what Muhammad done with Aisha or whatever.
Yeah, Phil Mitchell, whatever,
But I'm not gonna lie, Walid did not do anything to Ralph, and when Ralph was dissing him, that's a bit shocking.
No, but that's within the context of Speaker's Corner. I would never do. I don't do those things outside Speaker's Corner.
Okay.
It's a Speaker's Corner.
But Ralph, what I'm saying is, the difference in the two examples I want to give is that, so though a man might be criticizing and saying shit that man don't like, that man ain't going to certain people.
No, the thing is that editorial responsibility, isn't it, really? You're not responsible for what people say on your panel. Otherwise, you'd spend all your day giving all the shit that's said on the stream.
And you know what? True stories. I understand. When you're not a person that holds panels, thinking that it is the responsibility of the person that owns the panel for what the people say. Because I used to have the same thing in my head as well, right? But you let him on the panel, and it's your thing, rah. But it's like, right, obviously, if you're having an open panel, I can't control what you're going to say on the panel, innit? Like, I can only add people and take people off, innit? Like, so if I fucking ban everyone, they're just all going to congregate on the next channel, and the same people that's complaining are going to go over to the same channel to complain about that channel.
But you know, it's funny you say that, Belly, because right now, the biggest battle that might go down if Trump wins is going to be whether social media, because social media get away, the big companies are saying, on one hand, they're publishers and they have no editorial rights. And the other hand, they claim they're also editors and they're not responsible for the opinions of people. You can't have it both ways, right? You're saying, look, I'm letting people on, but I'm not responsible. I'm just the provider of the platform, right? I'm just saying, hey, I've got a panel, I run a panel. You guys say what? If you said something, then you'd be accountable for your words, right? But you're not accountable for my words.
I'm trying to facilitate a place where you can have people on opposing sides having conversations, innit? That, like you're saying again, I'm a fan of listening to this shit myself, innit? So really and truly, like, I would rather be listening in to the man them chatting on the panel right now, rather than me.
No, but you know what you have is very rare. And most of these are very rare. Most of the panels you go to, if you go to all my right-wing panels, they're all echo chambers. If you go to, sorry, 1 second. You go to the left-wing panels, they're echo chambers. I go to a lot of Indian nationalist panels, they're echo chambers. These are the few chambers that are the opposite. Everyone is going to have a go at each other.
Hey, what do they think of you? I would love. Can you post the link to one of those?
Yeah, my brother.
You think they're in English, mate?
No, okay. I still just want to see the interaction. I'll get like Google Translate.
Oh man, I make waves wherever I go, bro.
I can imagine.
Yo, family. Let me just check something real quick.
Big up Middlesex over in the building, man. Big up yourself, man.
Yes, King. Thank you, bro. Bro, listen, very sad news. Is it true what I'm hearing, brother?
Yeah, what about Black Panther?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah. He passed away. Rest in peace to Black Panther.
My gosh, I just woke up to this
I'm
news,
biting
bro.
my lip.
So sad.
I'm biting my lip.
No, go on. Say your shit, tough guy. Say it, tough guy. Say it.
It's early in the morning, G. I don't want to ruin the topic, Fano, but I'm like, I wonder if he's gone to Wakanda now.
Oh, Ralph, you are fucked. Yeah, that's fucked up.
That's fucking funny.
That's mad, bro. That's very sad news, bro. That's very sad news, man.
Yeah.
And you know what? Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, if you're gonna waste insulting a dead person with that sort of that quality of
you don't like that. Oh, come on, James.
You're
right, James. It's too obvious, isn't it?
You wasted a bullet of just for like.
You wasted a bullet on that. Yeah. But anyway, I don't want to distract from the topic. But,
yeah, so carry on, Omar. My fault, bro. Carry on.
Nah, I just woke up and I just heard that, but you lot wasn't even talking about it, so I was like, maybe it's bullshit. But no,
I was, but then Freddie wanted to cape for Islam, innit? So I just let him do his thing.
Hey, last night your boy's scientific method was trying to cape for atheism, James. I think you're
soon come, man. That's very sad news, man. It's very sad news.
Yeah, big up. I listened to a little bit of it, yeah. From like I was in and out, and I wasn't. Well, I haven't even been asleep since, to be fair. But from my understanding, you were talking about like basically Platonism, and then you was saying that that third world or third realm was some like reconciliation of like
I was hoping scientific method catch up with philosophy and science. Yeah, but anyway,
but hold on, but isn't a correct? This isn't a statement, it's a question. But isn't that arguably isn't it referred to as logicism? Like that third realm. So like the three schools of thought are like formalism. So Platonism is that abstract, that world where numbers exist, if you like, how you described it. And then
then the opposite. There's three worlds. There's the worlds of, like, you might call it Platonic worlds, shapes, forms, abstractions. Then there's a physical world, matter, like my single bicep. And then there's the conscious the conscious world, the one that processes abstractions.
I think the sticking point or where at the point at which you were talking past each other is he's like a fucking hardcore physicalist, naturalist. Like, he doesn't accept any sort of Platonic understanding.
Yeah,
so
it's a bit dumb.
So it's firmly built on that concept, extension of concept. I think it's almost like objects and properties. Like all
for him, nothing is real unless it can be felt and seen. Yeah. Despite the fact that when you feel and see things, they result in abstractions, right? So,
yeah.
Anyway, that's nothing to do with the main title, which is why Muslims feel they have a right to it. I have a simple answer to the question of the day. That's because by design, and alhamdulillah, Islam is imperial.
When and that's you think that's positive? That's a good thing.
It's just the thing. Islam is imperial, right? Its source code has not been modified, so Islam will not accept any criticisms of Islam, right? Of course.
I think a true form of Christianity would not accept such blasphemy too. Am I right?
Amen to that, brother. The real form of Christianity was corrupted in, you would argue, 1527, and let the liberals into the church.
But may I ask, this is a bit. It's like not personal, but it's a bit personal. It's not.
That's all right, James.
It's not necessarily the idea. No, you know, I don't discuss your personal. What I mean to say is, why do you why is there such a hard distinction between what you'll say in Speaker's Corner to the point where you blaspheme at a fucking extraordinary level in Speaker's Corner, and yet you wouldn't, as you put it, like you wouldn't dare to say that outside?
Speaker's Corner is I came to Speaker's Corner because it provides a theater for me to perform my mission. I would never disrespect. I have lots of good Muslim friends. I wouldn't disrespect anyone in real life. But Speaker's Corner is part of the theater, and part of that theater is to be able to test the limits of free speech. So everything I do in Speaker's Corner,
right?
well, I mean, that's what I mean in the online communities for that. It's a theater, right? But in real life, no. In real life, I'm not disrespectful to people. I've got friends of all colors, all shapes, all sizes.
Test harness.
It's like I'm not going to go. Yeah, I'm not going to disrespect.
That sounds like quite a sort of liberal approach you're taking to your.
It's not liberal, actually. It's on a mission, man. I'm on a mission.
No. The fact you've got so many friends of all different walks of life and different creeds. Imagine the way you've described it. What, some of them homosexuals, some of them transgendered people.
Not many transgenders now. You know, not many of them. Sorry, James, man. I know you're fishing there, but no. I got friends of all races, all religions. Of course, they do. Most people do.
That's interesting, though. So you know, like I don't mean to like pry, but do you know, like your political affiliation? Isn't there ever a point where that meets? You know, like I don't know, you go out for a meal with Mark Collette and his Nazi mistress, or I don't know what the like sort of the dynamics are, but there must be like a point where you have some social interaction, right? Where the two worlds collide.
Yeah. So if I go with my missus' friends and stuff in Hackney and stuff, they're like pretty much lots of them are far left progressive. If I go with my right-wing friends, but normally here's the problem, James. The world is accelerating into a stage of polarization. Racism is rising, sexism is rising, everything is rising in tension. So what's happening is you're going to get more and more stronger views that's why today's title is quite a good topic, because you're going to have this accelerating polarization in society, black against white, Muslims against Christians, straight people against gay people. And that all the measures show that polarization is increasing, and it's increasing quicker and quicker.
Those measures, I think, are skewed, because when James C and Dan were having an argument once about the default sort of position of most citizens in whatever the various nations is ethno-nationalism. And then I read some study, I think it was Pew Research, but there's some study about nationalism, and that in actuality surveys I'll find it for you, but what the survey showed was that people felt more and more that the sort of polarizing politics and propaganda was forcing them into being either
a polarized position, absolutely right,
more nationalist or completely liberal, like globalist sort of.
Yeah, absolutely right. The data, if you mentioned polarity, the middle is collapsing. And before there used to be a middle, so for 30, 40 years ago, there used to be the middle guy, the balanced view. I look at both sides of an argument. That has been shrinking consistently to a smaller and smaller percentage of the people. So if you look at just things like, let's take an obvious thing, racism metrics. So even since 2016, for the Brexit vote, racism has gone up on average in terms of number of non-whites in Britain who have responded to having felt like they were subject to racism has gone up from 50-something% to 73% now. So polarization is rising. So then when you look at today's topic, why does it appear that Muslims that feel have a right to regulate other groups? As part of polarization, Muslims are going to be defending the Ummah, defending the faith, defending the deen against the kuffar, right?
But they've always been doing that.
But they're going to be doing so more so.
Yeah,
they're going to step it up.
But they do it the most amongst themselves.
Between themselves, within themselves?
They do it the most
outside too.
Yeah, but the most sort of attack, or the most sort of what's the word, like impinging upon freedoms is in freedom of speech and freedom of thought is in the respective Muslim nations anyway. Like
but it's happening even, and Christians are not. Look at it. Come on, let's be blunt. Most of the Christians that show up at Speaker's Corner are there to have a pop with Muslims. They're not there to spread the word, right?
No, of course.
Yeah, they're there to have a pop. If the Muslims weren't there, most of the Christians would go away. So antagonism is happening across the lines of faith. It's happening across race. It's happening across gender. And ultimately, what happens is when you keep pushing and pushing and pushing, at some point you get to a critical, if you like, inflection point, and then something's going to give.
So Ralph, what is your strategy to reverse or to remove the corrupt form of your faith? Are you trying to introduce it?
That can't be solved without solving the political problems of Europe. The consequence of the church, the failings of the fallings of the Western church, not the Eastern churches, or not the African churches. African churches are very strong. Evangelical American churches are very strong. Black American churches are very strong. It's a problem because of Western liberalism. So there's no solution to the church in Western Europe without a political solution.
Are you a muscular? Sorry, go on.
No, so you want to, so in your ideal, well, not ideal world, in your forward-looking world, you want Christians to behave the same way as Muslims in your UK society?
No, people ask me the same question. I say the same thing from day one. I'm looking for the optimization of all people in the best way for all possible men. No one likes that bit. They like my controversial shit, like I'll sterilize people. They get excited about that crap. But the idea is what's the best for all possible men? What's the best world for all people? That's the ultimate goal, right? Isn't it?
Yeah. But like, sorry, just responding to the question as well, yeah. And I don't know your name, my East Asian friend.
Yan.
Yeah. Yan. Yeah, no, I've heard your name before. Yan, you feel free to respond as well. But is it not, what do you think? And this is, to be honest with you, I'm not, as much as I probably speak on religion, I'm not even nearly as well researched as I should be to speak as volubly as I do. Yeah. But what do you think imbues Muslims with this sort of imperiousness? Like, what allows them, in your opinion, to believe they have the, in quotes, divine right to, as Veli's put it, regulate other people? And how does that differ, in your opinion, from Christianity? Judaism?
Because they haven't been corrupted by liberalism and the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment didn't touch Islam.
So you believe this officiousness would be in all religion had
Islam is still pure.
Pardon?
Islam is still pure, right? It's not been corrupted by liberalism. There's no idea of liberal ideas like equality and freedom. These are slaves to Islamic doctrine, not the other way around.
But sectarianism is rife within both of them, which would...
Yeah, but that's only a tiny fringe, right? Like Hassan's in the chat. These are tiny fringes. The majority of the world's Muslims are Sunni.
So can I just say big up Ismailis everywhere?
Yeah, of course.
If any of them are listening, God bless you all.
Wait. I want to ask Ralph. What do you think about Mormons?
About who? Mormons?
Mormons, yes. What is your view on them? Are they Christians?
Well, they should be Christians, but the trouble is they've gone and invented an American fucking prophet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Joseph Smith is an American guy, so the idea that Revelation came to an American guy in Utah is a bit hard stretch. But they are very, very devout Christians within that sect.
Okay. Yeah. I want to respond. I think for many years there's no such thing as a separation between religion and politics for Islam. That's why.
Not just yet.
Yeah, they make it fundamental in their way of life. That
if I was honest, because there's not many people listening yet, so I'm sure some fucker will fucking cut this all out. The real reason is that Islam is really special and precious. It is one of the few chances we have of resisting the cathedral. So because I'm anti the cathedral, I'm anti what the globalization world order is going to produce for society, Islam is one of the best chances we have of defeating the cathedral. So Islam is very, very important that way, because it's going to be the strongest resistance against the corruption of modernity. So if you want to fight modern liberalism, Islam is your best weapon. Islam doesn't give a shit about things like equal rights and stuff.
This is a really sort of like extempore fucking analysis, yeah. So it's definitely subject to.
It's early in the morning, James. It's fine.
Yeah. But it has always appeared a lot more savage to me. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. And case in point, right? A really good sort of exemplar of this is I remember reading about the different sort of burial stories for, I think it was Daniel. Yeah, Daniel was a prophet, right? Yeah, the prophet Daniel, the guy with the lions and stuff. He's a prophet, right?
Oh, so I've never straight into chat.
Yeah, the prophet Daniel. I'm saying, yeah, correct. Jump in anytime if I've said something. Prophet Daniel, and I remember reading all the different. You know, talk amongst yourselves. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, but you see, James, you like this stuff. But ultimately, if you look at the neo-reactionary worldview, we're accelerating to a post-human future, and what's going to help stop us going into this Blade Runner, post-machine Matrix type future is only things that recognize blood, soil, and spirit. Islam has not diluted its blood and soil and spirit since 632. Everything else has given in either to the corruptions of liberalism, the corruptions of profit, the corruptions of capitalism, the corruptions of giving up responsibility. Islam has been the only significant force in the world that has not copped to the cathedral. Islam is very, very important to that analysis.
Do PA consider their political ideology neo-reactionary?
No, they don't. PA are limited, right? So I've done my whole journey across the right. I've been to the far right. I did my journeys before in areas before I showed up in Speaker's Corner. I've now almost completed that spectrum. So recent events of PA just accelerated our objective. They've just hurried up my plans, if you like. And the idea still remains the same. The PA, if you look at the right, the PA just went down to Dover. The entire cathedral, the media, the globalization will not give PA. PA are unelectable. They can't, they won't be allowed to stand for political office. No, sure. So, so the point is ultimately all they can do is make meta-political noises, right? Like Extinction Rebellion or Generation Identity.
Right. You know when, because someone sent me a clip. It was honestly one of the funniest things I'd ever heard of Street Soldier and what's that guy's name? The fat guy?
Welshman.
England. Bruv, it was one of the. I don't know if you've heard it, but bruv, I know you'd be a Cheshire cat, yeah. They were literally talking about having a Queensbury Rules style or a Muay Thai fight with you. He's like, I'm not gonna fucking have that word salad. We're not doing word salad, yeah.
That's good copy, good imitation.
Yeah, he wants to fight you, yeah. And I was thinking, and then he also said it's G. The moment was he said, how is a Punjabi man deciding what it means to be white? He said he tuned into to G Block, yeah, and he heard you and IC3 talking about what it means to be white, yeah. Mind. He's like,
well, but James, this is the thing is for white people and identitarianism, because I've made hundreds and hundreds of friends now, right, in the right wing. Forget the Mark-led BA, my support amongst the rank and file still remains solid. But if you look at white people, they have a fundamental problem that's genetic, right? They're half as racinated and they're doubly as individualized genetically. So they're more likely to be individualistic and half as racinated as blacks or browns. So when they need to save white rights, they've got two enemies working against them from the very race realism they claim to have, right? So in that race realism, if you look at the 5-HTBLR gene, you'll see that the Anglosphere is the most individualistic genetic stock, and therefore they're the least collectivizing. And blacks and brown people are the most racinated on the planet, right?
Okay, hold on. Let me just so I can follow you, because there was a lot of technical jargon there.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry about that.
No. So when you're saying racinated, you're saying, because I've only ever heard it used as deracinated, right? So when you're saying racinated, and then you're essentially what you're saying though, just to in layman's terms, is as opposed to other races,
blacks or browns
that are unified, they're just more individualistic. If that is that
well, what I'm saying is not just how they're more because remember individualism. Let me just see if I can bring this up for you. Individualism is also linked to collectivization, right? So I don't know if Belly can let me.
Of individuals, is that what you're saying? Like as in a set of non-collective.
Let me show you the SLE or the 5-HTBLR gene. Belly's around. I don't know if he's calling or not, but can you let my screen through, Belly?
Yeah,
So if I show you, here's your thing against white people and genetics and race realism. Let me know when that comes.
I was gonna say though, yeah, but Ralph, I've noticed that you're turning into the shear of Allah. You know what I'm saying?
Allah.
Becoming
I'm just a human being. I cannot speak for the Almighty. I can't speak for the Creator.
He's just an old Asian migrant. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just an elderly. Get it right, James. I'm just an elderly Asian migrant trying to make my way through a multicultural day. It's my new strapline for next month. Rocket. If you look at that gene, that's a really significant gene. The bottom is the percent SLEO, James.
Yeah.
If you look at that, white people, particularly not just white people, but the Anglosphere, look at where the UK is. They are the most individualistic genetically, by which we mean is that's why they gave birth to things like the Enlightenment, etc., etc. But therefore, as a consequence, they are the least group forming. So when they say white rights and you want to fight for white rights, you've got a double problem. First problem is you're predisposed genetically to not collectivize. And you're living in a world, look at China, look at India, look at Israel, look at other countries. They're not as collectivized. They say the Chinese are highly collectivized. India, Japan are balanced.
Listen, I fully understand the presentation, and I understand the proposition. But I would just personally, I'd like, and again, I'm not saying there isn't any verity to the claim, but I would obviously like to read some literature on that because I'm not sure. I'm not nearly well researched enough to have an opinion on that, other than if that is the case. But yeah, ultimately, what I understood from your first explanation was correct, that essentially you're making the argument that they're far more individualistic. But with the reason it was interesting is with the PA stuff and with when these guys were talking about beating you up and stuff. Yeah, what I found funny is that you
James, everyone wants to beat me up.
Listen, join the club. And you're an elderly migrant, right? So that's
I'm just an elderly Asian migrant.
Even worse, right? Like I'm going. But the point is, anyway. The point is, how did you even consult with people like that in the beginning, bro? Because the admission from the streets guy, who apparently you called a traitor, which literally was
he lost his shit with that. He's lost his shit. Huh? He's lost his shit. But when you ask me that, you say, why is that? Because first of all, I consider myself above that, right? I'm not going to be affected.
Forget the violence. I'm saying, how did you consult with them? Because their understanding at this point now, at this juncture, is he's so intelligent, he's fooled us all. But then you like that. But shouldn't you have been
the smart people saw it first, obviously, because you have to look at what your motivations are, right? When you talk about racism, if Belly lets it through, here's the Pew Research has got the world racism map since the 1960s. So this is data aggregated by Pew since the 1960s. Who are the most racist? Who's the most racist people in the world? Indians first, followed by the Arabs. Islam.
Oh, I thought Chinese.
Alhamdulillah.
I thought Chinese are
Chinese are pretty racist, but the least racist, most accepting people in the world are African people.
Hold on.
Close to the South American.
Wait, no.
So when you say, I'll tell you what, James, let me say this. When Whitey tries to be racist, to me, it's entry-level racism. It's not even proper racism.
No. Essentially, the least racist is Australia and Canada and shit.
Ralph, you know what, yeah? If you would have filmed your journey from the start till now, I'm telling you, you will be hailed as the boss of the trolls.
People want to write. People are saying that I should write the book Non-White Alt-Right. But my mission is something else. That's not my mission.
I'm interested in is why you didn't find, like, for the moments that you did spend with these people. What was the, like, I mean, how short were you selling yourself, right?
I never sell myself out.
No, I'm saying if their sole value was the color of their skin, and yet there are white people in the right wing that are highly intelligent, that are good at fashioning arguments
Even
yes, they're high IQ. Let's say there's high IQ far right white guys. There are lots of guys with like 170s, 160 IQs, right? Which is very, very intelligent.
Yeah, but you know what? You know what that's super high.
Still underneath me, James.
It's like you lose the common sense, though. You know when you're too smart, it's like you lose the base.
No, but I mean, the arguments, regardless, like generally speaking, they're poor, right? Yeah, but I'm saying that there are people that are far better sophists. But what strikes me is how well thought out, or how strategic was it to align yourself with England FC?
Oh, but it was all. But these all these things. But James, all of it is necessary because when you're trying to sample a population size, you need to sample the spectrum.
Bro, I've seen you waste time talking about your fucking moron, man.
They all came to him. James, they all came to him though.
Yeah, of course.
No, I know.
Remember, Ralph came in, and then they all started like flocking to Ralph. It's mad.
No, they were so desperate
for
validation. Yeah, no, but they were so desperate for some validation from someone smarter than them, and part of the sort of far right ethno-nationalist movement, that they accepted what they.
No, but remember, James, let's pick this up first. I've never claimed to be an ethno-nationalist. I'm not an ethno-nationalist. I'm a neo-reactionary absolutist. It took a while before that kind of clicks in, and then eventually people clicks in. But you know what? But let me be fair, Joe James. If white rights are not solved, I'll be very honest. If white rights are not solved, Whitey's going to go to war with other whiteys. So at some point, someone needs to step in and shepherd the flock.
But to be fair, you haven't been you haven't been vocal. Let's be honest. In that little whatever you'd call it, that little fucking secondment in PA, you weren't vocal about your. Because I'll give you credit. Originally, your sort of genesis was neo-reactionary. But for that little period, your little sojourn with
that's not true, James. I have video after video talking only about neo-reaction stuff while I'm
so hold on. So
look at the videos and the dates against my videos against my.
So when you were the spokesperson for the question, this isn't a statement. When you were a spokesperson for PA,
not a spokesperson. I was just an advocate for PA. Yeah.
Okay. Were you?
Sorry, Rob. What does PA stand for?
Patriotic Alternatives.
Oh, okay.
All right, but
sorry, James,
no. I lost my train of thought, but I found.
So when I was an advocate for PA ... you said.
Yeah, no. I mean, to be honest, it descended into sort of. I know you love it. I know you love this. Speaking.
But the question is what? No, the question is what's next now. So having swept through the right, I'm about to make my next video that will be quite eye-opening in another way, to actually demonstrate why and what this NRX stuff is. Where next, white guy, right? In a sense, because they've come to a fork in the road, so they need some shepherding through this fork in the road, right? But I've kind of saturated my work there, and the most important thing is to understand how important Islam is and why Islam matters, and then to circle around and prepare for phase 3, right? Okay, and finishing phase 2.
All right, hold on, pin in that. We're coming back to that. But may I ask, the way you now sort of distance yourself from ethno-nationalism, and
I'm not distancing myself. I talk to my ethno-nat mates all the day, every day.
You said you're not an ethno-nationalist.
I've never said I'm an ethno-nationalist. I'm not an ethno-nationalist.
Right, so you're distancing yourself from that moniker or that fucking.
I don't have to distance myself. Nor have I ever claimed, nor will you find any evidence me ever stating I'm an ethno-nationalist.
Are you an ethno-nationalist? No. So now you're okay. You're making it clear that you're not an ethno-nationalist. Is that better?
I've always been clear about that. Others would catch up at different times.
My mistake. So now you're being clear that you're not an ethno-nationalist.
Mm-hmm. I've always been clear.
And your interest is, I imagine, leading up to the census, in which I guess white people realize that they're gonna.
Correct. And if you look at it, hint, what's necessary, where the gap is, where what's gap, James, is where the gap is going to be a political party.
Right. I just want to try and get to the point here. So the point is, and you're saying that. So I think we can all accept you're not white. England was was very clear on that point. Yeah, you're not a white man.
James, how many times it's like pretending you're black or not Vietnamese? How many times do you have to hold up the charge where anyone that's just look at me and know I'm not white?
Listen, I'm trying to make all the points clear so that we understand the premise is clear, so we understand my conclusion. So yeah, right. So we know you're not white. We know you're not an ethno-nationalist, and we know that you're part of your mission. Should you choose to accept it? No, I'm joking. But part of it is to protect the world. Yeah, do
the creators work. Yeah.
Okay, inshallah. Try to find an alternative route to try to find an alternative route so that there isn't World War III. Yeah, for sake of argument. Cool. So arguably, are you trying to tell us that you're just a humanitarian?
In the sense that I believe all human life is precious. Yes.
And what is the most valuable? What if you're not a globalist and you're not the whole world?
I'm not a globalist. There's three models of globalism. I'm not a globalist in the sense. Hang on, James. I'm not a globalist in the sense of the neo-capitalist global world order. No, I'm anti that. But do I believe that we require one world solutions? Yes.
Hey, James. The pen is more powerful than the sword.
Yeah.
Belly G, when are you ever going to let me off? He never lets me off even one move in Scotland. Riding my ass like a fucking game lock member.
You know what, yeah? I'm saying, listen, fuck whoever with that. There's no gays in it, anyway, yeah. But you tried to get that one in my house, yeah, but we're not having that. But anyway, yeah, we're saying, I want to let you finesse the fucking far right and whatever, yeah. But it's like, I'm kind of laughing at like, bro, some of the shit that happens, like.
No, but to James's point, yeah, absolutely, Belly. But to James's point, yes, because I am actually strictly, people will one day realize I am terribly right. Let's put it that way. But yet, there's only three possible globalist models. One is the kind of Lister model, where we all just descend and decay into Shitsville. Other is the current default win, which is the global neo-capitalist order, in which case the rich guys at the top fuck everyone over of every race and nationality underneath it. And the third way, which I would agree with someone like IC3, for example, is a world of harmony and balance, where under human biodiversity, each race, each person, each faith plays to their strengths in harmony.
Yeah,
that's the globalist model I'm after.
That's very idealistic. But what I was going to say is but if you don't identify with, like, let's say,
you're into heterosapien and that.
No, heterosapien is the middle. Heterosapien is my bitch. He's a little. He'll sell his soul for money. God bless that, bro. He'll just take the money, bro. He'll take the money.
But hold on. Just to be clear, though, yeah. But you're not. So your main interest is not India. It's that just to make it simple, so we could just put a line for it.
Oh, of course, I speak to Indian people all the day, man.
No. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not. So in the same way that Mark Collett, his sole focus is England, but you're not an ethno-nationalist because you're not white.
I'm post-nationalist. Yeah.
Right.
Think of the idea. James, I'll make it easy. James, let me help you because you're bright enough to get this. These ideologies like socialism, nationalism, communism, fascism. They are all out-of-date ideologies. Yeah, none of them work against the cathedral. So when you say I'm not a nationalist, it's not because I'm against ethno-nationalism, because I'm post-nationalism. So if I was left-wing, I'd say I'm not a communist, not because I'm anti-communist, because I'm post-communist.
But I'm just trying to get just real. You can make it as brief as well. Like it's not it. You're not doing this to protect India in any way, right?
To protect India, I would support my Indian friends and brothers in their support in their fight for India. Yeah.
World. Your interest is the world. Is this equilibrium and balance within the world? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, you're a globalist then, bro. All right, back to the original discussion about
not a globalist in the sense you wanted to run away. If you want to drop that and run away, I'm going to hunt you down and follow you when you run.
No, I want to hide.
You can't just drop and run, James, because I'll hunt you down.
It's over, bro.
I'll follow you. I'll follow you as you run away into the woods. Yeah.
Ralph is not a globalist. When he gets to power, he wants a new trade war with China.
Well, not at all. But if you look at this, if you say what is the biggest threat to this final world global model, we call this in reactionary thinking, we call this the cathedral. The biggest ally against the cathedral is Islam, because Christianity is weak and has fallen. It has fallen strength. So Islam is very important.
Can I just read you something? This is what I wanted to bring up, yeah. And I've just fucking lost it.
That's okay. It's early morning. Allah can smash the cathedral is what I'm going to type into the chat, because that's Belly's right in my ass like a fucking game block member.
I know you don't believe that shit. I know you don't believe that. Like, literally, Islam is one of the fucking excuse the pun, pillars that upholds your cathedral. Like,
no, Islam is opposed to the cathedral. Islam is pure, has not been corrupted by the cathedral. The deen of Islam, alhamdulillah, Islam has not been corrupted.
No one take this literally, yeah, because I don't want to go on record.
You don't want to be killed.
Yeah, Islam is a reverse. Yeah, I'm not even going to say this. It's just been reverse engineered. That's all I'm going to say on this topic.
No, Islam. You would argue, actually, if you look at the ontologies, if you look at the ontological model. So I've reversed and analyzed, for example, Islam's ontology. Islam is beautifully engineered. It is engineered to survive. It is engineered to survive, right? It is engineered to survive. Huh? By the Creator, obviously. Huh? By the Creator, obviously.
Don't be silly. By the West.
By the Creator.
And you know what's funny, yeah? And this is where humility, yeah, is beneficial, guys. Everyone, listen, take notes.
James, are you going to give us a demonstration of your humility? This I'm going to pay for. I'm sitting down.
Bro, I'm literally the most humble person you know.
That's like me saying, James, I'm the most. That's like me saying modesty is my best quality.
Yeah, no, and that's so. Actually, no, hold on, that doesn't. That's a disanalogous, yeah. But anyway, listen, because you taught me I heard a little monologue or soliloquy, because you're a performer, from you about the reverse engineering of Islam in a debate with a Muslim, trying to dismiss sort of the significance of sort of Islamic jurisprudence or whatever, basically saying like you only exist because the West and everything I've ever read post that discussion has supported that theory and that view. And I don't think anyone with any kind of understanding of geopolitics would disagree with that, because they've seen the evolution or the.
But can you see well, you know what? I can make it easy in the simple chat. Do you know what's powerful about Islam? Is it operates on 3 axes and they all interlock with each other. One is the theological axis, the uncorrupted transmission of the word through Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him, and the propagation of these words of Allah. And then on right angle straight, it has social practices, things like zakat, like charity, etc. And within the other third axis, it has community building wired into each 3 axes. Now, if you were just an atheist and you put on your political science hat, you would say it is an uber crypto-fascist. It's a theological form of ultra-fascism. But the beauty about Islam is its engineering in through the transmission of the words of Allah means it can't be corrupted easily by things like money. It can't be corrupted by usury. It can't be corrupted by look at it this way. How many Muslims say they want lots of sexual partners, for their young girls, their daughters? Answer is almost no Muslims. So it's uncorrupted or uncorruptible. It's Banksy will have you believe that if we just keep throwing sex, drugs, rock and roll at Muslims, they'll eventually become corrupt. That may be true for some Muslims in the West, but Islam is designed to resist the corruption. So Islam is essential to fighting the cathedral.
I think you'll be hard pressed to find a large group of people that would want their daughters to sleep with multiple partners or something like that.
Hey, everyone in the liberal West would say that's my freedom.
The definition of muta.
No, but no, not even muta. The majority of liberal West say, "Hey, my daughter's free, female rights, women's rights. She can choose whoever she falls in love with. She can choose to date as many guys until she finds who she falls in love with." All of these things are heresy, and they're shirk to Muslims in Islam.
Yeah, but
so the fundamental axes. Go on.
Yeah, but the way you James. I was tied in anyway.
No, I was just saying that essentially what you described is the Sunnah, like more than any other Abrahamic faith, they're incentivized to sort of, I don't want to say worship because the Muslims will go nuts, right? But to, at the very least, like to imitate the Prophet and imitate the Prophet's behaviors, right? And any sort of deviation is seen to be almost blasphemous.
It is seen to be corrupting, James, strictly speaking.
Huh?
It is seen to be corroding and corrupting.
Right. But the point is that it's it has a sort of a different what's the word? A different mandate or mission statement. I'm not sure the exact word I'm looking for, but it's a different system in that regard compared to Judaism and because obviously it's good to be like the Prophet, like to be like the prophets in Judaism.
Well, that's different. That's speaking to the Deen of Islam and how one individual Muslim behaves in his likeness, in the likeness of the Prophet, so to speak, right? But more importantly, Islam systemically, or Islam as I don't use the word ideology. Islam as a faith. Islam as a faith, as a collective, is immune to any one individual Muslim not practicing the Deen correctly. So if I look at Modin. Yeah, I look at Modi and I go, okay, is he the textbook good Muslim? No, he's not. But is Islam immune to Modi? Islam is immune from Modi.
But that's why, because they have the Prophet. Like, you can't be like Jesus because he's a fucking God. But Muhammad, peace be upon him, is the perfect man. Therefore, you should do your best to imitate him. People will say, prior to Muhammad getting revelation from Allah, did he sin? Was he incorrect? Yes. Muslims are comfortable saying yes. Therefore, it is conceivable that you will achieve some kind of.
You're right, James. In so much as I'm differentiating an individual Muslim trying to act and be in the way of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him, as opposed to Islam as a collective. Islam as a collective, and I don't mean the Ummah and the people practicing the faith. Islam as a collective is immune to Modin.
Not really.
Islam is more powerful.
No, but how many sects there are? What do you mean? Of course, that's not the case.
You don't think Islam is? Do you think Modin would last very long in Pakistan?
No, I'm not. I'll sort of sidestep that in comparison. I mean, as in, it is corruptible because there are so many sects. Therefore, the actual understanding of how to practice it, the jurisprudence surrounding it, the fiqh, if you like, that is easy. That is clearly easily corruptible. And not only that, but even when you were talking about when you were saying when we're talking about reverse engineering, and you can't just throw money at of course you can. Look at Saudi Arabia. Of course you can.
No, you can't, because first of all, when people say there are many sects of Islam, that's just silly. That's the argument of the distribution fallacy, right? 85% of people are Sunnis. So yeah, we can look at the exceptional case of Shias or Sufis, but these people are outliers in the data. The majority of the deen is the deen of Sunni.
Even in Sunni Islam, there was different madhabs. There is different, even contemporary people differ even on contemporary scholars, which literally changes the whole paradigm on specific issues. Therefore,
yeah, perhaps in a nuance. You're right, perhaps in a nuanced sense, but that's nested way underneath accepting Allah and Muhammad, peace be unto him, as a final
basic tenets, the core tenets of the. Okay, cool, yeah, but
you see what I'm saying? That thing has not been corroded or corrupted since 632.
Well,
Allah, for example, if you argue that Allah is the best of planners, for example, then you make the argument. You could easily mount the argument that despite the Industrial Revolution, the Enlightenment, couple of world wars, 9/11, Islam continues to grow.
No, but I'll give you a clear example. Yeah, like look at the Holy Land. In the time of the Crusades, there is no way ever a Muslim ruler would have accepted that there was like the Jews had dominion over the Holy Land. Right now, there's literally what would appear to be the majority of sort of influential Muslim nations are accepting and almost, like some would argue, kowtowing toward the Israelis. Like that.
That's the only reason that's happening. The only thing that's keeping Israel and the Israelis alive is the United States.
But you're missing
if the United States and the West was to turn away, Israel would fall in 2 weeks.
Yeah, but you're missing the point here. So who is controlling what the who is controlling what the Arabs will accept and treatment of Palestinians.
The clash of civilizations is between the global cathedral and Islam in that part of the world.
The most important city. Listen, let me like this. Yeah, if Mecca and Medina, Saudi Arabia, I don't know why I said that. If Saudi Arabia, if what happened in Libya happened in Saudi Arabia, that would be the end of Islam as we know.
If what happens in Libya, if, for example, the United States did something crazy like topple the House of Saud, the real Muslims, unlike the corrupt House of Saud,
or stop supporting
the real Muslims would actually take over the Holy Land.
I doubt it.
You don't think so?
No, I think.
You really don't think so? Do you think the West can't even like defend and hold Afghanistan? Do you think they're going to hold the Holy Land? Do you know how many Muslims? Do you know how many 1.5 billion? Look. Do you know how many boys, James, just down the road from me? Do you know how many boys have gone from Stepney and other places to fight and fucking for ISIS? Imagine the United States or any Western power were to disrupt the Holy Land. Do you know how many Muslims around the world would just get up and swarm into the Holy Land?
Yeah,
until the death.
I'm saying if the West withdrew their support, right, unequivocally, then I think what would happen would be
toppled.
A democratic.
No, there would be democracy.
I'll let you finish. There would be a democratic revolution, and that would be the key sort of peace, right? And everything else would fall around it, in my opinion.
That theory.
Listen. Let me finish. The funding that they provide to all of these different madrasas and masjids all around the world. Whenever people say this is the issue I have with Islam, they talk about Saudi funding. All of the conflicts, all of the Mujahideen, the Al Qaeda, the ISIS, or whatever, all of the funding, right? The one sort of common denominator is Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia.
No, but let me tell you about that theory.
The Middle East.
Let me tell you why that theory doesn't work. That theory doesn't work because it assumes, built into a premise, it assumes that these Arab nations, which are culturally Islamic, wish to and want to accept democracy. But you don't have a single. No, they don't. It shows you the Arab Spring created a vacuum that was immediately filled by neo-adherents to the Muslim Brotherhood. Have you been to the Middle East at all, James? Have you been to Egypt?
Hold on, and who's funding? Hold on, and who's
hang on a second. I'm asking a simple question. Have you actually been around the Middle East? Have you been to these countries? They're culturally conservative Muslim. They're culturally conservative Muslim countries.
Yeah, and listen to what I'm saying. And who is this? Is what I'm saying. If the reason that somebody believe like this is anyway, that's a separate argument. If the reason that a young man, for example, believes, so he goes to Jummah on Friday and he hears preaching and he's been to a madras early in his life and this is where he's learned, he's got his Islamic education. If those places cease to exist and these young people have a more liberal education, I don't think anyone has ever taken. I think it will be a fringe amount that accept ultra conservatism in the same.
But this is speculation by you, James. This is actually hopeful. You're hoping, and this is, let's say, Banksy. Hang on, James. Let me know. Banksy mounts this argument, and I had to shred him on this a few times. Banksy mounts the argument that if I give Muslims a taste of sex, drugs, rock and roll, if I give them a taste of liberalism, if I give them a taste of democracy, they will pick this. But that's an a priori assumption because you would pick it. You assume they would pick it. When I ask you if you've been to these countries, they don't want that.
No, what I don't chat shit like I can't find some empirical research that proves that human beings prefer more freedom. Don't be silly. I can find you a million. I can find a million if I was bothered to. I can find a million sort of sources of research that would what do you call it?
Would you do the same for people? Would you do the same? Would you do the same for faith?
But listen to what I'm saying. No. But this is important. But that's not what the argument is, right? That isn't the presupposition. That in the actuality, what I'm really suggesting is if you remove what is the sort of whatever reinforces the ideology in the first place and then give somebody the option, there isn't really an option to be had. It's literally remove your freedom to no end or have your freedom.
But James, I respect what you're saying, but I think you're making a mistake here. Is you're assuming that when given the choice between God and freedom, people pick freedom.
Yeah.
No, but only a person who doesn't believe in God.
But that's why there's lesbian fucking priests.
Yeah, correctly.
That's why No, but that's why what happened, because propaganda and influence played such a key factor in your religion that now, as you put it, there is absolutely no threat of drawing in a sort of like deriding Jesus Christ. Yeah, like deriding Jesus Christ. There will be absolutely no violent response, and that is because the influence of the church, whatever, waned because of the lack of propaganda. And I'm saying that if you remove this sort of concept of the custodian of the two holy mosques and the most holiest place in the world, and if that becomes a shambles, and if there isn't a sort of unified authority there that funds all of these.
Okay, I appreciate the argument you're repeating it, but let me give you a real world experience in just the Caliphate of Stepney. I wander around. I talk to third generation Bengalis, fourth generation Bengalis. I speak to my Bengali sisters over here. None of them, they have everything they want, they can have. They're living in E1. Are they taking off the niqab? Are they not going to the mosque? Are they stopped praying? Where's the central control of authority in London? No, in London, you would argue, but hang on, James, by your argument, they have every possible freedom, liberty, and vice right in front of them. Yet none of them are. If I at 4:30, 4:45 in the morning, I can film it for you. Who's awake? Early city performance workers before COVID, and every devout Muslim going to the mosque, male and female.
I don't think this supports
your argument. But your argument is if I give them freedom and liberty, they will give up God.
No, that's not the argument. That's not the argument. The argument is the mosque doesn't exist anymore, and the universities in Medina, all of the scholars they produce, all of the scholars that are sheltered in Saudi Arabia, all of these people that are considered hate preachers and terrorists are not afforded the protection that they're given in Saudi Arabia anymore. All of these sort of
but James, address that.
Listen. All of these fatwas and judicial rulings from all of these different scholars cease to exist anymore. And now there's one of these young fucking contemporary sheikhs who says, you know what? You don't need a rock and roll. Yeah. You don't need a hijab. Now you're going to a mosque, that's being funded by, I don't know, bruv, I
hear that, but James, you can do short. I understand the argument. I understood your argument. You need 20 words. But my point is, can you refute my point is, given this hypothetical scenario in London today, outside my house or my flat at least, if I wander around, this does not hold true.
I can refute it right now.
I'll tell you what. Can you come, James? I'll tell you what. James, let's make it easy. You come down. I'll buy you lunch. You come down. No. Okay, you come down. James, come down. You come down with me. I'll buy you lunch, mate. You come down. We'll walk around. We'll spend the day in Stepney. I'll introduce you to a lot of local Bengali Muslims. You speak to them, and they're free. They're protected by British law. They're protected by equal rights. They can do what they want. Their family can't interfere with them. Are you telling me they are consciously, even though they're third generation? So their grandparents are born here, right? Or came here. You're telling me those people are what? Being enslaved by some madrasa conspiracy theory? Okay, or do you believe, could you take the option that they believe in God?
Yeah. Okay.
What do you think?
Cool. You're now, if I'm honest, so you referred to it earlier as a priori. Yes, I don't need to go to Stepney to make the case that because you misunderstood my argument, most likely intentionally.
I apologize.
The argument is whatever reinforces that faith, which you described as they still enjoy going to the mosque and wearing their niqab, whatever. I'm saying if we remove the injunctions, if we remove that sort of apparatus and framework, then it would allow for, in my opinion, only one thing.
You mean ban the religion?
And you're also.
What do you mean by remove the apparatus? You mean let's use Stepney as an example. What are you going to make? No, make it very simple and easy, James. Are you going to? Hang on, James. Calm down. You're getting excited. What I'm saying is, in Stepney, show me how it works in Stepney. Are you going to say in Stepney?
Listen, then don't say show me and then say calm down. That makes no sense. Right? So I'm saying if, and also above, it's almost like you assume that I'm making the case that it will happen overnight, instantly. Like there's a revolution in Saudi Arabia, and everyone will be like, "Oh, fuck this niqab, I'm not wearing this anymore." Maybe this generation endures. Yeah, maybe these third generation Bengalis, as you described them, maybe they endure. Maybe they're the last of the fucking Mohicans. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, right? I'm not saying I
hear you. I hear this argument. A lot of people say liberalism, if done the right way, democracy done the right way, we can make the Middle East democratic. We can make it liberal. Let me finish, James. We can make Islam liberal. But the evidence doesn't seem to indicate that's happening at all. If anything, the evidence seems to say that Islam is getting stronger in itself.
That's not the case. That's not like I'm just trying to make. That's not the case. I make it like I feel like you're just not accepting it because arguably this is probably a case you would have made prior to this new fucking Islamic enlightenment that you've had over the past 3 days or whenever you've fallen out with Mark Coletia. But the argument is, if Saudi Arabia,
are you going to drop things so that and just keep running, or should I hold you to talk?
Listen, we both do it to each other. Yeah, like I take it.
Right. Yeah, but make your argument. Maybe I'm not understanding, but I think I'm understanding your argument.
The institution that is Saudi Arabia, the House of Saud, the custodians of the two holy mosques, if that were to cease to exist, i.e., the funding, clear case in point, what does Tommy Robinson always say? What's main part of his rhetoric? We want to stop funding from Saudi mosques. What do people say about Shamsi and Speaker's Corner? You and your mad Khalis, you all receive funding from Saudi. Now, this is a little fucking imam and a little mosque or masjid or whatever in, I can't remember, it's in West London somewhere or Northwest London, yeah? And people have already made the connection because of what he's preaching, because of his rhetoric, his Salafism and Wahhabism. They've made the connection with Saudi Arabia, right? And Tommy Robinson has. Now, a lot of this is covert, some, overt donations as well. I can't remember what the exact figure is. Hassan Saba told me one time, but it's in the tens of billions, potentially hundreds of billions over a period of time that Saudi donates, yeah. Right, donates, and that's not counting the under the table donations that they're making, right? Yeah. Then forget the hate groups, the terrorist groups, the militant groups. So if that's all of that's what I refer to as an apparatus, that structure, if it ceases to exist, then I believe the influence that Islam has, and what do you say? You said Sunni Islam represents 85%. So I believe if that was to cease to exist, then I believe that
you're repeating yourself. So I understand the argument. Let me repeat your argument so you won't claim I'm not understanding your argument. I'll repeat your argument in short and much fewer sentences. You're saying if the apparatus that propagates Islam from the Sunni stronghold, from the Holy Land, were to be removed, disassembled, Islam would crumble. So let me. So am I correct?
That's extreme.
We get weakened. So let me counter this again. So would you hold the same thing for liberalism? If I, for example, were to remove equal rights for blacks and whites and men and women, would liberalism collapse?
In what way are they equal?
In the same way you expect Islam to collapse.
For
example, if I repealed equal opportunity legislation, brown people. Hear me out now. I heard you out. No black, brown people, no men and women, all equal, all minority legislation, equal right legislation that started in the 1950s. If I repeal them all, would liberalism collapse?
I would need to see a centralized authority in the way I described the House of Saud.
The centralized authority is Western law.
So you're saying if every single country coordinated to change their laws, would the laws change?
Yeah. No, would liberalism collapse? No, that's not what I said. I said, would liberalism collapse? Would freedom?
Hold on. If you regard
James, I make it very short and simple as sentences. If I repealed all equal opportunity legislation, like human rights legislation, would your desire for freedom go away?
Would my desire for freedom go away if equal rights absolutely disappeared tomorrow?
All legislation was removed.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay, so in the same way, if I removed Saudi legislation, mosque funding, a Muslim's belief in God will not go away.
I don't agree with that, because what you need to say...
But you don't believe in God.
No, what you need to say to make that case is all the education surrounding it. So, for example, if every single school taught that equal rights was still the best way to go, but all the laws were against it, right? Then obviously, logically...
Yes, suppose I dismantle the apparatus. I wouldn't teach people are equal in schools.
So now you're saying if the fucking Overton window was to shift completely toward conservatives,
just roll backwards 100 years is all you.
Hold on. I'm trying to make the case for you. Fascism, would I then, as a result, agree that fascism most likely would be the answer? But what we're saying is, if we remove the incentive to be a good Muslim in quotes, or if we move if we remove the sort of understanding of what it means, because I never said to you that people wouldn't be good Muslims, or wouldn't be Muslims at all. I would say I said Islam would change as we know it. You tried to insert the people would stop being Muslims or no one would be Muslim. I never said that. People are still Christians now that don't practice in any way how they practiced in the fucking.
Okay, so you're making now you're shifting. You're going to the different game. Okay, I can't. Don't worry about these sections. So what you're saying is, obviously now you're saying, no, if I were to liberalize things, remove this, let's just say hard doctrine, hard funding, etc., I would get a weak and softened Muslim, one that I would find palatable. Right?
And the numbers would significantly
freedom standards.
The numbers would significantly be reduced.
That's speculation, right? Because all the evidence shows that no such thing's happening, and you're only speculating that you can dismantle Islam, right? But the West has not managed to hold the territory of a single Middle Eastern state, let alone Islam, a faith of 1,400 years. They can't even hold Afghanistan.
Hold on, but don't do that, because the disarray that most Middle Eastern people are in now is a direct result of the West causing instability in the regions, and the fact that the West has managed to support Israel for this sort of sustained period is evidence that should they choose, they could. Should they choose?
Speculation. Yeah, perhaps that's true or not. But I don't see. Okay, I understand what your arguments you're trying to mount, James. But I don't see that trajectory being the one that happens. I think the trajectory is going to happen is Islam is going to continue to grow and get stronger, and if anything, more conservative as it prepares to take on Islam versus the liberal world order.
No one would disagree. Like no one logically would disagree with that assessment because of the support it has. Like this is literally the point I'm trying to make. I'm saying they remove their support. Like look at.
Okay, but let me. Okay, now I get your point. So let's look at the pre-1940s and 50s. Was Islam? But James, let me just dismantle the argument differently. Was Islam from 632 to 1920s? Was Islam not present in the world prior to the House of Saud?
Of course it was, but take away the Ottomans, do you think it would be present as much as it was?
Yeah, so the point is, Islam has survived the Ottomans, the Industrial Revolution, the Enlightenment.
Listen,
the entire the Middle East. Why do you think only the House of Saud is keeping up Islam?
I'm not saying it's a powerful ideology. What I'm trying to say is the people now. So the investment in Saud, like for example, if the Shias, if the Islamic Revolution in Iran was more malleable, then that would be equally beneficial. I mean, some would argue that it is just as beneficial in its sort of intransigence, but that's a whole nother conversation, and I need far more research to make that case to you. Yeah, but if we're talking about investments, right, return on investment, I mean, fucking hell, bro, Saudi Arabia is the greatest investment in history because they will fund. They will fund.
I was an Orthodox Sunni Muslim. I'd be saying Saudi Arabia has done fantastic things.
Yes, but they will fund. If you funding Saudi Arabia, yeah, like even the reason that America doesn't like to cause instability in Saudi Arabia, as seen recently with MBS, who wasn't their fucking elected, who they elected, right, is because it's so beneficial for the. There's a word that's escaping me right now, but essentially under the table funding it does all over the world. And I'm saying if we stop that for a moment, forget the implications that it has on the instability in the Middle East and stuff, and and the militias and whatever. I mean, just in the madrasas and whatever in these countries, and then you will above it. It is.
I appreciate. I really can't. I mean, sorry, not can't. I called you comebacks. God, that's the worst insult for you. But James, I appreciate your hypothesis.
I'll come back. Be right back.
I appreciate your hypothesis. Your argument is, hey, somehow if I could cut off the head of the beast, and this is related to the madrasa funding network, and if I clip all of this, somehow Islam will be reformed or altered or be palatable. And I would argue no, it wouldn't.
Okay, hold on.
I think you have no chance of doing any such thing. In fact, if anything, I would argue in the next 100 years, given most of the Saudi money and all has moved to sovereign wealth funds, you're going to see increasing number of wealthy benefactors who have lived through their Saudi times. They've got 100 million and they're searching for God, and then they'll give that 50 million and they're going to fund even more madrasas.
Yeah, right.
Alhamdulillah. they're going to be funding even more madrasas, and we're going to see more and more.
Most of these people, right? Most of these people. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, when there isn't a centralized authority, when you get these like what most of these billionaires, you could accept live liberal lifestyles. I don't think it's going to shock you, or it's a secret to anybody that's when they come to London, they don't necessarily live like a pious fucking Muslim. Yeah, if those people any particular actors now become autonomous and don't have to represent the you make it an omnifarious set of results.
Okay, I get James. I really do understand, and I get the gist of your argument. You're speculating and hoping that somehow if we were to cut this particular line of funding, or this particular line, call it, I don't know, what would you call it colloquially? You say, oh, let's say Wahhabism ideology was removed from madrasas, blah blah blah. These kind of argumentations that would somehow this would weaken the Deen of Islam. And I would say the problem is you don't really understand that the people who believe in God don't think in these terms.
Because you say so.
And how many of those people
are atheists? Like, how many of those people are secret atheists? You don't know, because this is a country that has apostasy and blasphemy laws. If it's fucking now fraught with fucking insurrection after insurrection, and how's that worked out against? How dynamic changes?
What is the track record evidentiary of such insurrections against Allah, even scratching the surface of the Deen? Muslims continue to grow.
You keep like vacillating between this idea of the Deen and what I'm saying is the political sort of foundation structure. But that is the main distinguishing factor. You ascribed to the, in quotes, Deen earlier, that bolsters it from other faiths and other religions. So if we say now, if we remove that element for a minute, if it becomes compromised, be objective now, yeah. If that becomes compromised, then it does change the outcome of the faith. It will change.
It will, but all faithful to it. That even in the last century, or even to pre-post World War II and World War I, let's say activities by Ataturk and secularization of Turkey, all it has shown us, the only thing I know that is a constant is Islam gets stronger and grows. I don't see any evidence. I don't agree with that. Evidence or any strategy. Do we have? Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum wassalam, Maki.
What you saying? You sipping some of that finesse soup as well, yeah?
Now look at this, yeah. Look at this. Hold on. Look at this. This is just wiki, yeah. So I imagine I could do a bit more in-depth research. But one estimate is that during the reign of King Fahd, that's 1982 to 2005, over 75 billion was spent in efforts to spread Wahhabi Islam. The money was used to establish 200 Islamic colleges. Guess what those Islamic colleges produce? Yeah, cool. 210 Islamic centers. Don't know what they're used for, so I won't speak on that. 1,500 mosques and 2,000 schools for Muslim children in Muslim and non-Muslim majority countries.
What an amazing testament to the fact that even with the construction of modern pure capital state, the Saudis have not lost their faith.
Look, you just won't accept nothing. What I'm trying to say to you is, imagine for a moment that was suspended. So this is just 1982 to 2000. This is King Fahd. I'd imagine MBS, especially seeing as he wants to buy fucking football teams for God knows how many billion and shit. I imagine his strategy would be far more aggressive, right? So, but even if we say it's the same, right? Whatever, cool. About 100 billion, so around that mark, yeah. And we're not talking about the masjids and the madrasas that are fundamentalist in nature and that they're funding under the table. We're not talking about them, right? And we're not talking about all of the sort of different actors, state actors that fund things on their own behalf, if you like, yeah. So let's just take that 100 million. Let's say now this country for a minute is embroiled in, some kind of civil conflict or whatever, just for a minute, right? So all of these actions are suspended. Or you telling me that's not going to have an impact? Be honest. You're not telling me that's not going to have an impact.
What I'm saying is you're speculating that you, in a hopeful fashion, that if I were to kill this and kill that, I would say Islam would adapt around it like a liquid. And alhamdulillah.
What is Islam, bro?
hang on. Islam, as I mentioned, as having all three fundamental axes intact, would adapt like liquid around such a thing. Like it adapted around the F-18s and the drone strikes, it would adapt like liquid around it.
No, I believe
the faith of the Deen of Islam is much stronger than money and weapons.
All right, listen. This is I get it. This is phase 3. Listen. I respect that this is phase 3, and I genuinely respect it. I really respect it. But let's just be honest for one moment. It's the last thing because we're wasting time. It's the last thing I want to outline. All of these, like, what does all of these, like, what do you say? Islamic colleges, Islamic schools, they all produce what are the, again, excuse the pun, what are the pillars of Islam by your own admission, yeah? Right. The sort of jurisprudential element that it has incorporated. Right. So if that is removed, I believe that is the, it's like how Machiavelli talks about, you know, like a nation with nobles is easy to take, but hard to keep. Mm-hmm. And a nation with a centralized authority is hard to take, but once you take it, it's easy to keep. It's the same.
I'll tell you a story that my friend.
It's more dangerous, in my opinion.
I'll tell you a story. My friend, who's an old friend of mine, I used to go out with her sister a long time ago, and her brother's in the United States Air Force, and I met lots of American soldiers and stuff in the States. The American soldiers' stories when they are there down to door in Ramada, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, is the common theme is they have never fought an enemy less equipped, less armed, so fierce as one that believes in God.
What is this?
Not you and me, guys who actually put their boots on the ground.
Yeah,
not guys who can't turn their camera on the internet. Guys who can actually put their boots on the ground. Those who believe you are underestimating the power of faith.
How many?
You're thinking you can just engineer Islam away.
No, but how many? This is what I'm trying to say. How many of those people? Number one, yeah, like how many of those How many Muslims are fundamentalists? And you know what? I'm not going to give my opinion on that, but I don't believe it's. You probably believe it is. And the point I was trying to make to you simply is, if you remove the actual understanding of it, like if one of the benefits of why it's so powerful is because of the sort of multi-dimensional approach it takes.
Okay, James, I know you don't shop in real life, but let's take my brother Bob the Builder, and let's say you were to hypothetically come to Speaker's Corner. How many Muslims do you think you're going to change in Speaker's Corner?
None.
But like, so you're not going to engage the actual argument now. Okay, fine.
I heard the argument, James. With all respect, you've repeated the argument 6 or 7 times.
Then I did say, to be honest, I did say earlier that it was getting repetitive also. So I'm happy to let Khan jump in and give his opinion or something, because I made my case.
I'm just saying Islam's got an unfair advantage in the fact that it came after Christianity. They just ironed out all the creases. And
can I say one more? Khan, sorry, just before you go, and just to be clear about that last point I made about centralized power and the noblemen and that, what I mean to say is, with Christianity, the difference is you could just get fucking female priests now, or you can get I'm just not a fucking Catholic, you know what I mean, mate? Don't do that type of shit. Like,
so can I ask you, how many female? Hold on. When Muslims see female lesbian priests, how do you think that makes Muslims want to have female imams?
I haven't made the case, right? So you don't know what you're responding to. But I'm saying you cut the head off the snake of Islam, and I don't believe it recovers like a Christianity in that. I believe
you can't deal with James. You can't deal with Islam on its own. Because anything you do to Islam, you got to do to Judaism, and you can't do that because they're your daddy. That's your daddy.
Look, don't overcomplicate it.
It's not overcomplicated. Like if you're saying, one minute. Let me just give you a quick example. Right?
I beg you. If you remove a consensus, is it ijma? If you remove a consensus of scholars on the validity or the authentication of a specific hadith or of the Quran's continuity or something, disarray. You've got Christians talking about, fuck the Bible, I just want to be like Jesus. Fuck the Bible, I just want to be nice like Jesus, I just want to be a happy guy like Jesus. If Islam ever reaches that state, which arguably part of Ralph's argument is that that's impossible as well, that the faith will keep them beholden to this idea of the sunnah of the Prophet, peace be upon him. Yeah,
All right.
if that happens with Islam, I'm saying it's over. You remove that structure, it's over. With Christianity, it is what it is.
But you're looking at Christianity on a like pop level. Let's look at real Christianity.
That's what it is.
There's a thing of the church fathers, and the church fathers did what the scholars in Islam are doing now.
But it's gone. But what I'm saying is, it lost. Yeah, so Christianity lost that war, right? Like it doesn't. Even Catholics now, that what are perceived as not the most devout. Like there's obviously this weird little minority sects, but let's say Catholics, the largest group of sort of devout Christians, even they're not are like even they aren't even Islam in Ralph's. This is a question, Ralph. In your opinion, if Islam became like Catholicism, do you think that would support my argument more? I think
if you had a way to liberalize Islam the way you're thinking about it, if you were to do it either systemically, like for example, somehow magically you wave a wand and you can break the chain of transmission, you can break the preaching of Islamic scholars, you might have an argument that you could do so, but I don't see any mechanism for you to do so. If you even tried, you get executed.
Yeah, it's the pipe dream.
Yeah, it's a pipe dream.
All right, cool. It's not a dream. Everyone keeps assuming it's a dream. I'm just. It's my opinion. My opinion is I can't remember how it started, because Ralph, we were talking about reverse engineering the religion, and Ralph saying no, it's independent and autonomous, and I was saying no, it literally requires the support of the West. And an example I gave was like, all right, let's just say the West ceased their affiliation with Saudi Arabia for whatever reasons. Not even that there's hostilities, just to say they didn't support them in any of their endeavors. I'd say I feel like it would descend quickly. It would descend quickly into there would be a revolution of sorts. Like
but it's funny. But what you're saying, James, is not.
Can I say something, Ralph? James's whole argument is underpinned by this belief or this insinuation that people don't actually believe in Islam; they're just going along with it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he always kind of like bases everything on. And I find it really weird that because you're sort of like saying, oh, you can't prove that God is not real, like God is real, so scratch that. Like, therefore, everything else is built on a house of cards, and scratch that. And like you've given this logical reason for why you think Islam's not the truth, and therefore that equals that everyone who does believe in Islam is actually lying.
I think
they don't really believe in Islam.
One thing of that, Khan, not just lying, but because he believes that, because he doesn't believe in God, he believes that if he presents these arguments or changes the organizational structures, all these people will just walk away from their belief in Allah.
Exactly.
So when they prostrate to Allah and they go down, that they're doing so only because of social pressure.
You keep reducing my argument to what I guess you've alleged is Banksy's argument, yeah? That's
I'm not saying not just Banksy, James. You're actually echoing arguments that came out of the United States in the 90s, just in the paleontological. They were arguing very similar things. They were arguing prior to the Bush one and the wars. They were arguing, look, if we can just kill the Wahhabi sect, if we can just immediately after 9/11, if we can just reform, if we can reform Islam. Hang on, let me hear. They're saying if we could reform Islam, if we could just change the way they think about it, if we can make it more powerful, all these Western ideas of liberal ontologies fail against Islam, because when you prostrate to Allah, you're not thinking with logic. You're submitting to Allah.
Yeah, what's that? I can't remember what the political party was called in 1994, but that's double talk or double think or some shit like that, right? Like, yes, I'm not accepting.
What do you mean, really double speak? No, I'm saying if you look at the records,
thank you.
If you look at Pat Buchanan, if you look at the paleocons, if you look at the intellectuals supporting for the Bush wars in the Middle East, they all espoused similar things. They all said, look, these guys are just victims of Islam. They just don't understand. If we can kill the masjids, hear me out. If we can kill all the arguments you're saying are variants of these arguments in the paleocons, they said somehow we can liberalize Islam, somehow we can kill the madrasa funding, somehow we do all this. What they don't understand is when a good Muslim prostrates to Allah, for example, he is not thinking like that. He is submitting to Allah.
While they are funding them in the fucking war with the Soviets.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the geopolitical point is. They're misunderstanding the heart and the soul of a Muslim.
Excuse me if I don't take that as evidence of them fucking having a like for like argument as my own. I imagine that is, as you described it, Orwellian double talk or double think?
Double speak.
Double speak, my guy. Double speak. Cool. Right. So back to what I was saying.
I love you, James. Yeah.
You're my hero, bro. You're the hero for the left. And I'm not even a lefty, but I support.
I know.
I actually agree with James on that.
I support all elderly Asian men trying to get by in the world. That's what I
just trying to make their way to a multicultural day.
Yeah, but you know what, Ralph? Though? You know what's so sad about this? Yeah, and I get it. It's phase 3. This is your argument. Like
what argument?
6 months ago argument that I actually agreed with. Like listening to you, I was like, yeah, it's true, man. Like without the West, Islam wouldn't be. It wouldn't be this understanding we have, yeah, of the sort of pervasiveness of it. And the fact that it's proliferating wouldn't exist without the people that pretend they're against it, opposing it, funding it. That's just clear. Like anyone that isn't biased.
You see that if you put your neo-reactionary hat on, you look at this, you think, what does the board look like? If you're playing a board game like Risk and stuff, Islam is going to continue. In my prediction, you can hold me to this. I make predictions. I made them 12, 18 months ago. Lister holds me to them, and they all tend to be true so far. Good score, yeah, unlike Manu. And you look at it, I'm saying Islam is going to continue to not just grow in strength, but it's actually going to get more conservative in a world that is going to be in flux. And alhamdulillah, Islam has survived 1,400 years from world wars, enlightenment, the Industrial Revolution, the collapse of all of these things. And I think in the current global political climate, Islam is going to strengthen itself.
Yeah, cool. It's going to strengthen itself on the back of petrodollars because
correct. Allah is the best of planners. If Allah wants to instantiate the deen via sovereign wealth funds, then Allah is obviously doing the right thing.
Subhanallah, listen, subhanallah, that's it. That's it, man.
How much natural gas did Turkey just discover in the Black Sea? Oh, it's big.
You man about to go to war with Greece and all that.
We don't need to. We can buy the whole country.
I swear Greece has got a claim though, isn't it?
Nah, not really. If you look at where the deposits are, they're talking about the deposit has other deposits around it. They're saying, okay, you've got that one, but the future ones that we're going to discover are kind of like venturing into, like, it's just complicated, bruv. Like they ain't got shit. They ain't got shit.
But what do you think, Khan? I think Turkey's gone and put itself in a very difficult position. It's now caught between a rock and a hard place. It's got to bow down to the Americans, maintain the NATO bases. It's going very scared of what would happen in its borders. And really, if it did have a huge reserve of gas and they were really verified, it would be a good time to get rid of this battle once and for all and return Turkey to a proper conservative Muslim nation. I think it would do a lot
better. Sorry, can I just say one thing real quick? I got to do Veli's job for him here. Yeah. Do you know I give Ralph credit? Because, and I have to give you credit. The second he makes the decision, you just see every Muslim in the chat like, no, I agree with Ralph. I'm not gonna lie. I agree. Yeah, no. Like he made a conscious effort and he got instant results.
No, but not just that. But I mean, if you take my off-color remarks at Speaker's Corner, which I always say, like using the N-word or being abusive to Muslims, as part of Speaker's Corner theatre, I've only ever been on record praising Islam as a religion.
That's a fact.
No, someone said recently. I mean, import the third world, get the third world. Also, someone spoke about a video you did apparently chasing Muslim women up the street and mocking them. I don't know. I don't give a shit either way.
I did not. No, James, I have to correct you there. You're not going to run with that one.
I don't know if that's true.
No, I can play the video right now. I went on chasing lefties. And there were some Muslim girls being indoctrinated by the far left. I didn't chase Muslims. I chased the lefties.
All right, cool. I don't know if that's true. To be honest.
I'll put the video link and you check that yourself.
But I will say this, yeah. It is low hanging fruit, but you do hit your targets, man. I don't know if you're a triple agent and you were still working for Mark, and now you're trying to infiltrate the Muslims. I'll be like, yo, you're a legend, bro. Like you'd be the best ever at this Speaker's Corner shit. But carry on there, sorry.
I'm just here to serve the creator, my friend. I keep saying this. No one's listening.
But anyway, Ralph, while we got you here, can you talk about Bob's version of this robust Christianity, this kind of like
I have a problem with I love Brother Bob because look, there's two little waves of things happening in the Christian world with nationalism. There are nationalists who have lost their spirit. So you would think of them as racists or blood and soil with no spirit. And they're smart enough to realize that blood and soil, i.e. ethnicity, and ethno-nationalism without faith will get crushed by Islam. On the other hand, so they want to go to Christianity, but Bob says, you must deny all race. I don't care if the English die. I don't care if England falls, Christ is king.
Exactly.
On the other side, you have Christians who feel like a nationalistic thing. They want to feel like, hey, I'm also English and Christian, but the Christian movement there says, no, you can't feel that. So when Bob makes the claim, I want a muscular church, he's in caught between a rock and a hard place, because a muscular church is just a soft M. He means a militant church like Islam, because Islam is militant. Islam is fundamentally not compromising and uncompromising on what it is to be a Muslim. And Bob is in the strange place because he's like, there's these two markets, if you use a capitalist argument, there are these two markets. One for all these ethno-nationalists who know that, Jesus Christ, I've done my stellars, I want to save England for the English, but I have no faith. They know, they're smart enough to know that Islam will just overrun them. Right? Yeah, they will. Of course they will. Islam has faith. The Ummah is doing this for Allah. It's not doing it for the boundary of England. There is no boundary for England in the Ummah. On the other hand, Bob has this thing of turning off all the nationalists because he says, no, reject the English people. I don't care if the English people die. And the nationalists go, fuck Christianity, then they say, right? They say fuck Christianity. So that's a very interesting. So the answer for Bob is a different M. It's not muscular Christianity, it's militant Christianity. But Bob is an ascetic, Bob wants to become like a monk or a priest and detach himself from the physical world. So that's problematic because that's not where the Christian leadership will take the nationalists. And the nationalists without Christ they're going to lose to Islam or the global homo liberals, i.e. hetero James, everyone else. Global homo liberals will defeat Christianity. It will continue to corrupt it and corrode it.
Can I just ask one question? So when we say Christian, do we assume that all Christians worship in the same way and manner and they practice the same thing?
They don't.
No, he means like established Christianity, like churches.
Correct. Established.
But does that go for all the religions, or does that just go for one specific? Like all the Muslims are the same, and that's it all.
No, the world is split into two axes of faith. All of the faiths on the left of the side of the board are the.
I'm just asking you rhetorical questions there. You know what I mean? I know the answer already, bro. You got I'm just.
No, all the right-hand faiths don't matter. Taoism, Hinduism, Buddhism. That's half the people who believe in God on one side or believe in faith. The other side, the problem is of Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. Islam is supreme in the sense that it has no such problems. The Jews, Judaism, are operating in their own cult world. Basically, it's Jews are number one for the Jews. Nothing else matters where they go. But they're tiny number of people. There's only 25 million. Christianity is being weakened and weakened and weakened.
One second, my friend. So, do you think is it funny to assume that the Jewish are the most oppressive group and try and regulate people quite regular?
The Jews are the most optimizing, self-serving tribe on the planet.
Yeah, but do you think that in that self-servants, do you think that they try and regulate other groups? It's a simple.
They do everything and every other. Why were they kicked out of 109 countries in Europe?
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because they look after number one. But remember, the thing is, there's only 25 million of them, man. Worldwide, there's only 25 million worldwide.
Can I ask a question? Yeah, like where do you get the sort of criterion for their dismissal? And then the fact that it's happened in 109, where's the evidence that supports that? Is it biblical or is that like based on some kind of research? Because I've heard that bandied about, but I don't know where that comes from.
Which bit, sorry, James?
I'm saying, so first of all, what is the criterion for their dismissal from these nations? Yeah, or criteria, depending if it's different. And then
they were kicked of the 109 nations.
And then I said, hold on. Is the evidence biblical? Or is it
just modern European history?
Okay, can you how can I find the figure?
Oh, you just go type Jew 109 and you'll find it in Google.
Okay.
You find everyone from Longshanks. Every country has repelled them because they are highly nepotistic. They are very strong in-group preference, just like Islam. Their in-group preference, like the Ummah, very, very close shop. You don't get to be Jewish. And wherever they go in different countries, they put Judaism and the Jewish people first. Let me give you simple data if you like. There's only 250,000 Jewish people in the United Kingdom. If you compare political power in the Houses of Parliament, Indians are about 1.1. Muslims are only at 40%. The Jews are 1,000% overrepresented in Parliament. They have 24 MPs.
Well, there you go. There you go, man. That's quite a lot. I want to take it from you, but I believe that they're well represented in TV, entertainment. I believe they're well represented in music, so they really own lots of the cultural aspects of England.
Yeah, look at Wiley, man. Look at Wiley. Wiley went up against the Jews, and Wiley felt the power. Basically, me with all my
never go against the Jews. One thing,
with all my activities,
that's facts.
But Freddie, with all my activities in the far right, within 6 months, I had hunting packs of Jewish people after me, hunting packs of groups after me. Within 6 months, flat out.
One thing you would never do, I would never advise Reddy to do this either, is talk about the Jews for any long period of time. I wouldn't advise.
You want to keep your channel.
I'm telling you, that's how the first channel might have got strike, and the next channel can get. I don't want none of my channels. My brother's channel.
Shots, yeah. I know you're trying to send shots, but he literally, when the Wiley thing happened, I think the 2 questions of the day were about the Jews. And Ralph,
the 2 questions of the day, I agree, but it hasn't gone on for any long extended period of time, like where we discussed other religions. You get what I'm trying to show you? That gets discussed for lengthy periods of time.
No, but I'm going to be honest with you, yeah. Like whenever people talk, my big thing isn't coming up and arguing about Sharia law in this country, like them Jupiter and Sharia law is going to take over in this country. And whenever we talk about like Sharia, we talk about the fact that, the Shomarim, or I literally saw a Jewish, not ambulance, but Jewish,
Sorry, James, can I just say this? Islam is right about Jupiter.
Anyway, yeah. I wouldn't go so far to say that.
We speak about.
I wouldn't go so far to say that.
Huh? I literally speak about, like, I speak about it when it's necessary, but the reality is,
but that's never in it. That's never. But what I'm saying differently is that if we discuss it for any long periods of time, we're gonna get my brother in trouble, and he knows that it's something he can't stay away. He has to stay away from. The block is not brave enough. The block is not brave enough.
Yeah, I get. Like, it's cute what you're doing, but one in reality is there is a lot of Muslims. There is a preponderance of Muslims in the Speaker's Corner / Hangout / YouTube community. Therefore, it is likely that when anyone challenges concepts like God or faith, whatever, that the people that will defend these positions are more likely than not going to be Muslims. Therefore, it usually becomes an Islamic debate. There's been times where there's been absolutely no talk of Islam, and someone's jumped on and said, "Let me clarify the positions from a Muslim perspective," and then it's a discussion about Islam has ensued.
Hey, James, you make a good point there.
Can I second that? I'll definitely second that. I'll 100%.
James, I've been on the internet.
Debates coming. We've been talking about other subjects, and the that debates coming. We've been talking about other subjects, and racism's coming. So, like, this just happens, innit? Like, subjects get diverted, innit? That's just life, innit?
James, you hit
I'm sure if you was doing a count, racism would divert it as well as religion. Do you get me? Yeah. So it'd be hand in hand. Do you get what I'm trying to show you?
James, you made a good point there.
Get diverted, innit?
You made a good point there, James. But so I'm old enough to remember I built the source code for my first browser, Mozilla 1, in 1996, right? So even in the last 20, 25 years, what's constant is Islam is being talked about more. Islam is everywhere. And Islam is going to be in every banner, be it the far right, the far left, pro this, anti that, pro LGBTQ, pro feminism, anti feminism, Israel, Palestine. Islam is spreading.
But where
it continues to rise? If you go to other places, go to left-wing panels, go to right-wing panels, go to Christian panels, you'll see Islam continues to grow.
Right, but the reason I brought up is that there is no Jewish equivalent. Like, I would definitely agree that Islam is spoken about far more than most other religions. But aside from maybe a 1-2 Christian guest that frequent this panel, who else is here to speak about to defend the Jewish position? No one.
Jewish people are very insular.
The reason why, because their position doesn't need defending. They run shit. Why the fuck?
You're
no comment. You're not available for comment.
They don't play with the outsiders.
When you see Jewish people getting criticized on the news, never. Like, show me an article that's criticizing any Jewish person about anything, and I'll concede. I'll concede to the argument. That's why they don't have to come on and represent anything.
Not only that, they also don't like to play with anything that's not a threat. They are a very insular community. So if you look at just Jewish metrics within the United States or within Europe, they keep to themselves. They only come out to make sure no one's attacking them, in which case they immediately hedge the left and the right. So those MPs are distributed amongst the Labour Party, the Conservative Party, and the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. The rule is number one for the Jewish people. Anything else they don't want to. You're not invited into Jewish chats, are you?
Definitely not. That is a fucking 100% fact. They don't value your opinion or care for it.
Correct.
These guys are dumb.
They're not interested in it.
They can only talk about Muslims and get a response because obviously the people feel obviously people that care not for your opinion don't even give a fuck about it. Just laugh it off.
I think with James, when you have this elaborate theory and speculation of how you can dismantle or alter Islam to soften the words, etc., etc., do you feel the same thing could hold to Judaism? Do you have any solutions to do the same thing for the power of Judaism?
Crickets. You never speak about Judaism. Fucking mad. Who can, like, if I work for Tesco and I put Khalid Mohammed on my in Facebook, Instagram, I can get put in for disciplinary because it's anti-Semitic. As far as they can.
But hear this though, Freddie.
Cool. I think he's alright. But as far as he's anti-Semitic.
When they criticize Islam, yeah, they're like, oh, why is it in your mosques you got women praying on one side, men praying on the other? Oh, we're gonna stop you doing that. We're gonna stop you doing that, yeah. All right, so go to Stamford Hill and tell them where the men and the women have to walk on the same side of the street. Tell them that then.
Why should that's done secretly in quiet code. That's not acknowledged. That's done secretly.
This is what I'm saying. That when you got people like Raj coming on panels going, "Oh, Muslims have got halal food. They got halal food.
They got days to shop. Me and you come from that zone. They've got days to shop. The women shop on that day and the men shop on that day. We know that it's hypocrisy, but this is secretly done. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's not advertised, is it?
Why should any good Muslim listen to any opinions of a kuffar that is anti-Islamic? They can say,
at the end of the day, I'm not for Muslim or against it. I'm definitely not against it, but I'm not for it either. And I'm not here to fucking convince anybody.
Yeah, I hear you, Freddie. We know what you're saying.
Of anything about religion and the maker that you're serving. You get what I'm trying to show you. So I would never come on there and try and convince anybody about anything. But yeah, later on, guys, have a nice one.
All right, Fred.
Yo,
big up.
Yo, James, you there?
Respect.
Yo, yeah, go on.
Yo, hey, you see after the strike here, what was the name of the title of the show on the first Monday back?
I can't remember. I think it was about Jews, though.
About Jews, yeah? Or what? Why is it not okay to talk hard about Jews, but everyone else could be talked hard about, or something like that? Yeah.
Yeah, and I swear the next one was either the one before that day or the one after was about Jews as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, you got strike though.
Oh, bro, listen, man. Freddie's
Billy, you get strike for that.
Don't worry, man. Freddie came. He had his pants on the outside of his fucking leggings and shit. You get me?
Hey, you remember that thing I showed you, yeah? You remember about things getting hidden and all that?
Yeah. Certain words getting hidden, yeah.
You think I should say that? You think I should say that on live?
Yeah, go on.
Bro, imagine I made a joke. I can't remember who. Someone was saying something. Someone was insulting Jews, and I made a joke like, you fucking goyams or something, yeah? And I'm a mod on the channel, innit? And my message got hidden. Like, at first I couldn't delete it. And I was like, why can't I delete this message? Then I looked on the StreamYards, and the StreamYards it didn't have the message.
Yeah, I believe you because something like that happened to me.
Hold
I said
on,
to
hold on,
Veli,
hold on.
why
Wait,
you
wait,
hiding my
listen.
why you hiding my thing? And he said, no, it weren't me.
I know,
It
but
must have been YouTube done it.
Anti-Semitic filters.
That's what I'm saying, guys.
Yeah, let him finish.
Yeah, go on, let him say what he's saying.
I'm a mod, yeah. I'm a mod. So I was shocked, and I was like, Ray, maybe it censors other things as well. So I wrote nigger with an ER. Yeah. Comes up, no problem. I can write.
Yeah, no problem, innit?
No problem. I wrote goyim, which is mad because I don't know if I spelled it right, and I don't know how many people even know what that fucking means.
I do.
Hey, listen. What I was doing, James, is I was writing things like that similar, yeah, and I was refreshing. When you refresh your browser on the Hangouts, you'll see whether the you can see whether your actual message has gone through. And a lot of mine don't go through, especially when you're talking about homosexuals.
He's right. You think it's up there, but when you refresh it, it's not there.
I'm a mod guy. Do you understand? I'm a mod. Yeah.
LGBT. You can't talk about LGBT.
No. Listen. I'm a mod. Yeah, on this channel.
The mod makes a difference, James.
Huh?
Do you understand what's actually happening? Currently, Google and all the 4 big social media are operating an AI that's running in what's called Phase 5 to coincide with Trump 2020. And what the AI is doing is learning which words are deemed by filters to automatically filter them and it's removing them. So in the right, we've tested these with multiple words. And it's nothing new. It doesn't matter if you're mod or not. The AI, the algorithm is learning what to do to cull everything prior to the Trump 2020 election.
No, James, this is what I experienced on G, but I'd written Nika, yeah, Niqqa, and it didn't allow it. It was blocked on one.
Are you not listening to what I'm saying?
I can hear what you're saying.
I heard you.
I wrote nigger in the next fucking message, and it showed up. So this ain't no leftist thing.
But I think certain things have a different level of moderation.
No, but this isn't a lefty thing. This is a equality thing or minority or BAME. This is motherfucking one group is getting preferential treatment here. And I've sent it to Veli and he's seen what I'm.
It's not a group, James. I'm telling you actually what's happening. It is the AI running at all 4. The AI is being shared between all 4 social media companies. I'm telling you what the answer is, man.
Yeah,
it's not a human doing it.
What is it flagging? It's not flagging the N-word, is it?
No, it isn't, because you're not
politically
important.
Right, that's my point. And hold on. And if every other insult, when I'm calling people faggots, when I'm calling people God knows whatever else, I try not to do that. Sorry, sorry, everybody listening. All of this is in context. It's humorous, yeah.
All of this is inside quote.
Yeah, and everyone I'm doing
everybody,
it to, friend.
Everybody laugh.
Yeah, I like everyone that I'm doing it to. It's all jokes between friends, yeah. So don't think of it. The point is, though, it doesn't seem to have any issue censoring me when I say and bruv, the word I chose isn't even disrespectful to the group.
But James, you know what's even worse? You know what it's doing now is if you put in things like the Great Replacement and stuff ahead of 2020, YouTube is now putting up things that automatically try to put disclaimers in. So the AI is putting in saying, if you talk about this topic, I'm going to create an automatic disclaimer.
But you know what?
The right wing videos.
Yeah, that word means like a literal translation is kafir. Like it's not a literal translation, but it basically means kafir. So it's not even insulting Jewish people. That's what I thought. It's mad. I was insulting people saying you are hating on Jewish people. That was the joke that I was making. So I wasn't even trying.
It's not an insult to Jewish people, obviously.
I know, and he deleted that, and deleted it like.
But James, you know the word, the N word has been replaced by the alt right now, right? The word is jogger.
Oh, because of old boy that died.
Yeah. Basically, you go to any of the alt right, all of it, it's just jogger everywhere, and they still haven't quite figured it out yet. Eventually, they'll catch up. So.
And then they'll think of another one.
So many old men, yeah. Don't take this as a personal slight, yeah? But why are so many old men so invested in this sort of alt-right youth culture, memetics and Twitter handles and all that shit? Like, don't they find it a bit embarrassing?
No, because the reason why they're doing that is because the older men care more about protection. So they have a long-term preference. Young men don't care. Young men think their future is ahead of them and anything can happen.
Hey, anyone that's listening to support this guy, yeah, earlier when he was defending the Deen of Islam or the Deen of Allah.
Alhamdulillah.
He said the N-word means jogger. He literally just wrote jogger in the chat.
Just a test.
Make that what you will, people. Those in support of Ralph.
So everyone's putting the words in. I was testing if jogger has been picked up. It will be picked up.
I don't think Ralph puts himself in a position where you can support him. It's about whether or not you want to take his information.
I'm not here looking for support. I'm just an elderly. Making my way through a multicultural day.
Yo, what's up?
Here to give
That's
bellies
really
heat.
finessing.
I'm
Really finessing.
Just an elderly Asian.
Ralph's definitely got the trap lines and the fucking sweatshop.
The only person, that Ralph's humor, like on any level, hasn't pierced at all.
Penetrated, I was gonna say.
Yeah, sorry, that's the word I was looking for. But I hate using the word penetrated in any.
I know.
It's so awkward, isn't it?
Yeah. Can I just talk about this subject just quickly? Yeah. You know when we talk about the Jews, right? Now we're specifically talking about maybe like Ashkenazis, and I think that I've learned what the word meant. It means just Germanic or German. So that's what the word Ashkenazi means. So like you're talking about when the Freemasons basically touched the UK, or the Freemasons got declared basically like they're free to do what they want, and they haven't got much. They have to pay tax. They'd have to really answer that much to authorities and law or whatever. So they got given this sort of like power almost to do what they want to a degree. Is that what we're talking about, where the Jews seem like they're controlling the UK and in places?
They own the banks.
Yeah, they own the banks. I know they're specifically what they do because they were original tax collectors. That was what that. They took. That's why they had a lot of banks in different countries, because they felt like when religion was.
The Rothschilds.
So I was going to say, so I can quickly finish saying Yo, I was just going to say, do you think that is it down? Is it like, because me, I can't see how the Jewish have got a particular phenotype. All right, they're European people, but they've got a particular phenotype. Now, when we say they run everything, because I heard everybody always.
One minute. What do you mean they're European people? What do you mean they're European?
Look, let's look at it like this: the modern day, especially the Ashkenazi, not so much the Khazari, because
ain't the Ashkenazi Semites originally?
Well, they
came from Israel.
They claim to come from the Middle East, but over the period of them moving to sort of places like Norway, Scandinavia, and places like that, and Russia, they've kind of whitened up a bit, as we can see. The Khazarians have gone. They're more of a nomadic sort of national, regional force, like a foreign force, and they've got a bit of different blood. Turkic, I don't know. I think there was something else. Ottoman, some different bloods, but I know that these groups, right? They're definitely different, and I would say to a degree, actually, by the normal UK or Englishman. Actually, I've heard of quite a lot of, I don't know. I've heard. I'm just going to say it. I've heard a lot of them say they don't really like the way the Jews are dealing with things now, especially the higher up ones. And this is to the normal, geezer that go into his bookie. He's got a couple of kids, and he's got a couple of cars. He owns his house. He's just a normal English guy. You know what I mean? And I don't really think they're on the same. They're not like joined at the hip like that. Do you see what I'm saying? So when we say, do Jews run everything? How can they run? Because distinctively an Englishman is an Anglo-Saxon. You can see what an Englishman. Obviously, there's a variety in the
family. King Gold, it's a family.
But I would say they've got more affiliation. I was going to finish saying this, and I'll let you take over. They've got more affiliation and blood link, cultural links, more of a relationship with the Celts. And you could say, if you want to point a finger at who controls things,
Who's related to the Celts? Sorry, who's related to the Celts? Who's related to the Celts?
Everybody, well, they're all Germanic people, but the ones that are closely
Who? We've just established that one of them are Turkish, the other one's Arab or Middle Eastern. How are they anything to do with German?
Yeah, they're not. The Ashkenazis specifically are the ones who went to the Rhineland Valley in Germany, and then they started mating by maintaining. No, when they first actually just went to Germany, that's why the word Ashkenaz is actually Hebrew for German, right? For Germany. But then what happened is when the Crusades came, they were pushed away by the Christian Crusaders. And then and only then they went into, I think, the 11th or 12th century, they went into Poland, Lithuania, Russia. And you see those people just being pushed out by the Christian Crusaders. And who were these Ashkenazis anyway? They're the ones who escaped from the Second Temple. So they were the ones who...
Some went to England. Some went to England too.
But then they were kicked out again.
This is what I'm trying to establish, though. This is what I'm saying. They are phenotypically different.
From who?
From the Anglo, English, Saxon.
They're not connected at all to the Anglo-Saxons.
They're smaller. They've got smaller jaws.
You're right. Absolutely. They're not Anglo-Saxon genetics. They are Ashkenazi. The Ashkenazi were the Jewish tribes who went in and they maintained interlineage and they married white Germans into themselves. But they're not the Germanic tribes, so they're not.
Yeah, exactly. So now, when we're looking at how do you feel, right? How do you think that these people that have only really inherited these German names over the period from what you just explained, Ralph, all these Sturs and Bergs have probably just been inherited.
Precious metal names, precious like Goldstein, Silverstein.
Yeah. So like they've all been inherited names. So how can you really, in your wildest dreams, believe that they have any type of power when it comes to the big boys? They don't. Honestly,
they have power.
They do. But
I'll tell you why. Look at the money.
All the power has been gifted to them.
Brothers, just a word of advice: do not refer to these people as JEWS. Refer to them as Nike Jordan.
Yeah, you know who.
We're trying to save my public channel.
All trying to call them.
So they're Jordans, okay? Moving forward, please.
Yeah, so I'm trying to
call them the blue choose to get out of that. But no, do you know why
them the 4x2?
They did succeed. They succeeded for very good reason.
Yeah, they're Jordan Cements. They're the Jordan Cements, number ones.
They're the 4x2s, mate, you know? If you want to use the proper probably right with that term.
No. They're the cement number ones, mate.
The 4Bs. They're the 4Bs.
We can actually speak about the migrational patterns and cultural.
No, but you know why they did succeed is because we know now in retrospect after testing that we know, for example, the Ashkenazi Jews until very recently, until the last 5 or 10 years, have had the highest IQ clusters. So what they did is they maintained high IQ and in-group preference, and that allowed them to win economically where they went. They went for the money in all the 109 countries they were evicted. They had high IQs, so they were very good at like writing, reading, scripting, banking, finance, and they succeeded economically. And that's why they were kicked out in almost all the countries because they were hated for it. But if you talk to the right do not consider Ashkenazi Jews to be white. They're not white people. No one in the right wing considers Ashkenazi Jews to be white.
Yeah, from the intellect.
So if they're not white, then they can't be related to the Celts.
They're not related to the Celts at all. There's no genetic crossover.
There's not. But listen. Along the time when the Goths and the Vandals, which is what they were called at that particular time period, that they were among the contingency.
No. Goths and Vandals are a different race of people. No. You got it wrong, man.
Yeah.
Go back to Maku and get a refresher.
They were just
get a refresher course. University of Maku. You need a refresher course.
No, listen. I've watched. Listen, I tell you what. I'll bring the Dalil that they were called at the time. They were just Russian part of the contingency, but they would. They were known to be
all Ashkenazi Jews, right? The Ashkenazi Jews have moved across Europe, right? So if you look at the general So if you look at the expulsion of the Jews, and you look at where they came ethnically, because remember we have we can look at their ethnic composition now, and we know exactly they came in from Germany. They came from the Second Temple collapse when the Romans took the Second Temple. They mixed in with the Germans first, and then the Crusades came in, the Second Crusades, and it pushed them to like Austria, Hungary, Lithuania, Poland, and they kept getting
Ralph. When they went to, because don't forget, Ralph, they touched down in the UK when it when they touched down, there was the. There was the Goths, there was the Vandals, there was the Vikings.
No, but they were a very small group, and they were kicked out in 1290, right, by Longshanks. So Edward Longshanks kicked out the Jews.
They didn't stay there long, and they didn't have much blood influence.
No blood influence, because they didn't mate outside their own, right?
Yeah, and that was it was the same with the Anglo-Saxons, actually.
Yeah. So I mean, the funny thing is when you listen to the right, the real right, none of the right considered Jewish people to be white. Now, people who are anti-Jewish, people who are not white, who are anti-Jewish, they think of, oh, this is just a white guy coming in, the white Jew. Jews are not white.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there's a clear phenotypical difference. So when we're talking about the UK, right, predominantly the most of them armed forces may have a tiny bit of Jew in them, and that was probably from the 1940s. Maybe a bit before that, a small percentage, I would say. But in terms of blood relation, there isn't even that much there. I'd say there's probably more blood relation with black people when it comes to the white female.
Hey, I disagree, man. I disagree that Jews ain't white.
Jews are white.
White people don't consider white people don't consider Jews to be white. You might look at them as being non-white and think they're white, but white people do not accept Jews as being white. They don't. I mean, just go talk to anyone on the right. They're going to be no, they're not. I mean, they were kicked out of 109 countries by white people because they're not white.
So they're white.
They still look white.
They might look white, but they're not white. European.
No, if you actually look.
If your genes originate in fucking Poland, you're white, bro. I don't know what the hell bullshit about.
No, the genes didn't originate in Poland. It originated in the Middle East. They're actually Asian, Veli. They're Syrian. They're like a Syrian.
Yeah, they're not white. You're confusing skin color for race.
Migrated or got kicked out.
Hey, listen. When I asked Nosson, from Speaker's Corner, where his family originates from, he was talking about Poland. Telling me about. He said he had some family in Jerusalem or something, but then his most recent or whatever.
But he looks Jewish, bro. He doesn't look white. He looks Jewish. Remember, skin color is not even the top 20 of racial differences. Not even the top 20 genetically. So just because someone looks white doesn't mean that they're not the same. See, John London, I know he's a good man in the chat. John London does not regard them as white, and John London's English. They're not white.
Do you reckon right reaction? Do you reckon they came from Southern Arabia, like sort of every other sort of pan sort of Western Asian? Because all these Western Asians.
Hey, wait, Ralph, let me ask you this question,
Syria or Saudi Arabia?
Then what color are they? What color are Jews?
Don't say the name, Phil. Don't say the name.
You're asking the wrong question. You mean what race? You mean what race are they?
You're gonna get yourself in problems, sir.
Belly, I'll give you a personal example. South Indians are as black as the blackest people.
Man, you putting juju on him, bro.
Yeah, but Belly, South Indians are as black. They're blacker than lots of Africans, and they're not African. Jews are not white. They're not European people.
Oh, stop putting juju on him. Wait, come on. What are you saying? You saying they're not white? Well, obviously, clearly, but look at their stature. Look at a Polish man with his big neck, big shoulders, fucking quite a big guy. He's actually not that far gone from what you could say an African phenotype, a typical Bantu. But these brothers, they're completely different, bro. They've got quite more of an arch.
The Polish don't have the Bantu nose.
Huh?
The Polish don't have the Bantu nose.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, well, actually, some of them do. Some of them do.
Hey. The Jews come from the Somalis, man.
Yeah, apparently.
That's a good theory, you know. That is a good theory still. Hey, I'd second that. I think I'm only fucking.
Yeah, man. The Somalis made the Jews, man. You get me, Somali soldier, man.
I would suggest that there was a mixture
I think the Jordans come from space, bro. Yeah, and the curls are the antennas. The curls are the walkie-talkies.
Freddie, are they devils as well? Are they the devils?
Are they devilish attitudes, devilish attributes? Yes, 100%. And when I describe somebody as a devil, as I was saying previously, it's an attribute I'm describing, and the mannerisms and the behaviors.
Even though hold on, but even throughout history, they've been the victims of oppression.
They've been the victims of their own greed, in my opinion. But that's another subject. That's another subject.
Nah. Be fair, they have been oppressed.
Hold on, are black people? Hold on. Are black people, Freddie? Are black people the victims of their own greed?
Yeah, of course, man.
No. You can't even say that. You can't say that.
No, are you stupid? I know everything I'm saying, but you can't say that. You fucking speaking to a child or what? I can explain everything I'm saying,
Fred, let me enlighten you, brother. I need to baptize you.
No, shut up, man. Let me explain what I'm saying.
I need to baptize you.
Are you dumb? Baptize your mama. What I'm saying to you is the reason why I'm saying that we're all victims of our own greed, correct? Because if we wasn't, we would be in a better position. Yes,
that's some Bible influence talk, bro.
Guys, please, I beg you. Let me just speak. I agree that what you just said there in isolation. I agree that the only issue I'd have here is, remember, the first statement was affirming them being devils. Then the second one was why? Because of their greed.
I told you the attributes, innit? They got the attributes, innit?
Yeah,
that's why I'm affirming it. That's why I could say. So their attributes and their behaviors are devilish, just like the European cousins.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give you opposite to make yourself very clear. Like, I'm not gonna try to trap you or nothing. So then, you can't trap me. Bruv, allow the fucking defensiveness. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying you can't trap me, man.
Yeah, but I'm gonna. What I'm saying is, as in, I'm not gonna overtalk your part when it comes to your part. Say what you think about this.
You can say that I care about, but go on.
Freddie, let me ask you a question.
1 second, please, I beg you, yeah.
All right, go on.
Then you went, thank you, my bro. Sorry, yeah. But then you said, so you said are they devils? Yeah, or the devilish? Sorry, yeah. Then I said why? You said because they're victims of their own greed. Then I said, are black people victims of their own greed? You said yes.
Another subject, isn't it? I said that's another whole subject, isn't it?
Are they devilish then?
I said in my opinion.
Yes, are black people devilish then? By that logic, are the black people devilish as well?
Nah, not by that logic, they are, because they are victims of their own greed. After we got oppression and certain things, we could have isolated what I still think we should do, isolate from these people. You know what I'm saying? And crack on. Instead of trying to
what was the point of that?
Into some false narrative where we include some false inclusion thing, we should separate from them. That's what I believe, personally. This is my belief,
Hey, that's exactly what Marcus Garvey said.
Do our own thing, market our own goods, sell our own products, do our own thing. That's what we need to do, instead of fucking selling out to these.
Hey, James, you there?
Yeah.
Freddie's spoken like a true black nationalist.
I was watching Friday the other day, yeah? When he goes into the shop and it says black-owned business and it's got some Chinese guy behind the counter.
I see that.
We got a full sense of inclusion. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The greed can get us out, because why we feel like we're included, we ain't included in none of their plans moving forward. Like, you can see around the world, we're suffering greatly. So if we just separate from these people, forget about their full sense of inclusion and keep moving with our thing, like similar to like what the Jewish do, maybe, and just, you know what I'm saying, progress in life. I think
Freddie is preaching pure Marcus Garvey here. I
haven't got no sympathy for the Jewish plight, even if they got murdered. Regardless, I'm sorry for the death, but I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you need to stop. You need to just chill out. You're just saying unnecessary shit now.
Yeah,
no, exactly. But that's the fact, though. That's the fact of it. I care about my own first. Like, that's not, I'm not going to say
Africa fell. Africa, silly actually, I wouldn't say they're nowhere near devil for being too giving. So there's greedy, Freddie, and then there's too giving and there's too sharing. And then when you give someone a gun, they come back and shoot you because you don't know their intentions.
Well, my focus is on my people. My focus is on my people. I don't care about no one else. If you suffer depression, that's cool. But I'm focused mainly on my people, innit? That's it, innit?
I mean,
I'm not apologizing for that. I'm not trying to dress up the pool.
So what stance would you take? What stance would you take, yeah? If you said, all right, Africa fell because they were too greedy, or there's certain people in Africa that are devils and they're greedy, or actually it's the opposite way around, they were too sharing.
Well, right now we need to isolate ourselves, similar to how China done it, similar to how we need to insulate and isolate, similar to how we've got examples, but we do not want to take them. So that's it.
Kingo,
you know what I'm saying? When other nations do it, nobody's got a complaint. So we need to just crack on and do what we need to do.
Kingo, the problem in Africa is not, if you look at all the data, the problem in Africa is not poverty and that stuff. The number one problem stopping Africa is corruption.
Corruption, yes, that's right.
Yeah, but okay, no, wait, one second, because corruption gets thrown around like no one's business, and then it's so open. Now,
how did they get corrupted, and by who?
Okay, but corrupted. But let's get to the crux of it. They're just putting in leaders that have no affinity to the other tribe, and they give them guns and they go in and take their stuff. That's exactly what it is. It's not really corruption. You could say corruption comes in many ways and shapes and forms, but in the whole of it.
No, I'm not talking about that, Kingo. I'm talking about actually measured economic corruption as measured by the World Bank, as measured by the Economist Index, by measurable indices for corruption. The whole world is plotted in a corruption index. Africa is corrupt. Its leaders would rather have their wives go to Paris and buy shoes and sell out their people.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. In Somalia, the leaders are corrupt.
Somalia is one of the most corrupt nations in the world.
The issue isn't the fucking practicing of shoes. It's the fact that their money's going offshore. And the fact that the people that are paying them that money are not paying fucking taxes in the country.
Completely corrupt. Absolutely. Yeah. You could buy things to governments. If you look at just in South Africa, for example, the way when I was there lots for work, just the way the guy Zuma constructed his swimming pool, all of that just corrupt. And the only way to make Africa much more wealthy and
there's politicians going on a plane with pedophiles. You got what I'm saying? And members of the royal family entertaining pedophiles. It's all corrupt all round. We need to stop it. We need to get the IMF off our back as quick as possible.
That's not taking responsibility. That's not taking responsibility. You can't blame the outsider for your problems.
That's taking responsibility for your own economics. If you get the IMF off your back and the never-ending loans, you'll be able to.
If you were a black nationalist, you wouldn't complain. If you were a black nationalist, you wouldn't complain about the IMF. You'd actually seize power and kick them out.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Eventually, that's exactly what's going to happen. People are going to rise up and start doing what they need to do.
But none of the trouble is most of you plot. Just go Google the World Corruption Index by country across time, and you see that the African countries with all their wealth, they've been currently colonized economically by China and India, and Western hedge funds are paying for the money to leverage capital, and the African leaders are going along and fucking their own people over.
Most definitely, man. We'll have a revolution. We'll have a revolution, I'd imagine, at some stage.
Black. They're not African, so they're white people painted black. So we could go because your mind's gravitating back to African person and African, but just forget about it. Just say agent or puppet or something else, but don't use African.
Because their leaders, they get educated.
Because then you're thinking about Africa. It's a mind shift from actually it's a European doing the same thing.
This is where the Europeans can't do it. Look, why does it? A better question to ask is why does it not happen in other parts of the world? Because those countries' nationalist leaders, they've elected nationalist leaders who won't permit, for example, India, China to be corroded by it. Africa needs those leaders to say, no, I'm going to put my Nigerian people before I'm going to give. So in Nigeria right now, they're building one of the world's largest reclaimed cities, right, off the shore of Lagos. The Nigerian people will be paying back that debt for 200 years because the Nigerian government has taken billions in handouts.
Yeah, I know the state of Nigeria right now.
The Chinese own the Kenyan port. The Chinese own the Kenyan port. The Chinese are colonizing the whole of Africa.
China and India, because you know what? because China and India need to rip out all of the mineral resources from Africa in the next 50 years to make the Chinese and Indian middle class grow. So what they're doing, they're raping. I would argue right now, China and India are doing more damage in Africa than white colonizers ever did.
No. That's never going to happen. That's never going to happen. White colonizers are so enrooted. No, excuse me. That's never going to happen. White colonizers are so enrooted in the political system, economic system of these African countries that what China and Europe and Asia are doing, or India are doing, are fighting for crumbs.
No. China are making every country in Africa a death trap.
You're right. But a lot of the African countries have denied Trump and all of these UN emiracies and peacemakers, or whatever you want to call them, their mineral wealth.
Brother, it goes back centuries, bro. It's deeper than that.
They're making China their protectorate. A lot of these countries.
You might not do with Trump, but you have to do with his cousin or his brother. It goes back centuries, bro. Forget about what you heard.
No.
Listen to this. The last 30 years, India and China has already taken out more minerals and resources than the entire effects of colonization would impact the African continent.
Every country
I'm going to jump off. My man lies so hard. I'm gonna. One thing about Ralph, he does lie a lot, so I can't even follow his thing.
That's an exaggeration, though, Ralph. That's an exaggeration, Ralph. Because I tell you why they don't have that much power, mate. Because it was only recently that they got made protectorate of a couple of smaller countries that had America and England breathing down their neck, and that was what Saddam was an example of the problem.
King Gold. Look at
You're confusing economic power with military and political power. India and China don't want a military and political power in Africa. What they want is all the zinc, all the cobalt, all the iron ores. And once you take that shit out, that took tens and thousands of years to grow, to be formed in the land, you're never getting it back in Africa.
But Ralph, I wouldn't say the Indians have power. I wouldn't say the Indians have power in Africa.
Are you crazy? The Indian governments are buying because India and China needs to create 1.5 billion people of middle class who give them fridges, BMWs. All that resources is being ripped non-stop by India and China out of Africa. They're just not using it. They're not doing economic, social, cultural power. They're just taking the shit, and it's happening non-stop. It's not going to stop.
They're not chopping off people's arms when they don't come back with enough goods for them to plunder, which was what was done by the Belgians. I've got the pictures on my Facebook as well of people with their hands chopped off. So you couldn't ever really equate China's interactions with Africa with the Europeans. I mean, it's just
you might have an emotionally different response to it. I can appreciate why there's an emotional story.
They took some of the resources, but in terms of relations, it's just like a.
You might feel different. You might feel different emotionally because you weren't like, it wasn't like chattel slavery, but the damage to Africa and Africans is much more significant. You're never getting the resources back. There's ships after container ships just going non-stop from Africa to India.
I agree, though. I agree because they have an actual impact on the wildlife as well because they like.
Correct. They're literally raping the ground, African ground.
But a Chinese guy hit a Kenyan guy like he was a slave or something.
Yeah, there is abuse, and obviously you know what the Chinese are like. What their own people, they're quite hands-on. But when it comes to them trying to destroy animals, I mean, they don't really have YouTubes out there now glorifying trophy hunting, which you've got Americans doing in English now. Just go on YouTube now, you see them killing full-grown rare species. So
the difference is Indians and Chinese are not cultural imperialists. They're not going to try to make you become Indian, Chinese. They're just going to take your stuff. They don't want you to accept the white man.
In Africa in depth to China. Almost.
I don't know what it's like in Somalia, but I know in Tanzania, in South Africa, in Kenya, Indians are dominated.
Now listen, if I would give up my mineral wealth to have protection from an army who's willing to be an intermediate to stop jackals and establishments from fucking about, because they've got sophisticated technology to indicate whether there's any type of biological attack going on, any type of, underlying fucking sabotage that would be happening from these, from any of these sort of CIA or any of the, UK or the US. So
it's also the Europeans and the Americans.
That's got adequate technology.
The biggest difference.
I would take the trade-off. Because don't forget, you have got these historically fucking merciless Europeans breathing down in there.
Yeah, because now in Somalia, they're trying to take out the oil and the uranium.
You're stuck with the European white man story, when the difference is the white nations are completely industrialized. They don't need the resources. Asia needs the resources, so the white guys are providing hedge fund capital.
The mentality behind it is that the European is only trying to control the stuff so people can't industrialize and advance technologically.
Yeah, that's true.
And the Chinese man is just trying to fill his belly because
look, I have friends who work in hedge funds.
He's hungry and
he's looking at a return on his investment.
He's come to the food plate and he wants to eat.
American industrialized.
And he wants to eat his
and need minerals to industrialize and bring their nations into first world status. So
if you go to Shanghai, when you go to any of these places in China, you see there's still a lot of them are underdeveloped. So these guys are just developing.
Yeah, but they're not going to. My argument is they won't. In the next 30 or 40, 50 years, Africa will not have enough resources left when India and China are finished with it. They will
that's look. You're looking at aftermath. Please, let's look at current relevancy and even history. Based on all of these factors, you're definitely going to trade up and sit round the table with a Chinaman if he's not killing you and you're under bondage or whatever fuckeries that is implemented in order to take your resources. At least you can sit down at the table with him like a man, and he's in your backyard and you can do whatever.
I appreciate you got the white man hangover thing, but the point is the Indians
and
Chinese.
It's not the white man hangover, bro. This is fucking just.
I'm telling you what guys I actually know who work in this business. For example, I'm telling you, they don't care. They're not interested in making a cultural impact in Africa.
At least they don't come in and tell you how to run your stuff. Start renaming your fucking lakes and your oceans, and then start putting up.
I appreciate that.
The Chinese don't care about that. The Chinese don't care about.
The Chinese don't get involved with your diplomacy.
The Chinese only care about the money.
But they're taking all your stuff. India and China need to create 1.5 billion people into the middle class. They don't have the resources. Africa is the only place with the resources. They're just taking it back.
Stay with me 1 second. 1 second. Sorry.
But bro, King Gold, the Chinese, they're not like the Europeans. They're not trying to put a culture in they're just trying to take the money out.
Economic data. So 52% of the imports are going to India. That's $62.6 billion for 2019. That's money. Indians are not going to set up enclaves. They're not going to enslave black people. They're just going to take all this shit, and when they're done, they're going to leave. Same with China.
Rolf, where in Africa are the Indians?
Everywhere where there are the resources. They want. See, India is about to create a 700 million in the next 30 years, a 700 million large middle class. Those guys are going to need fridge, televisions, microwaves, cars. India is not going to tap its own natural resources, neither is China. They're going to do what the West did. They're going to say, where can I get it for cheap? Oh, look, Africa's got. I can just land there. I'm not going to be like the white man. I'm not going to be culturally imperial. I'm going to be economically imperial. I find the African crop leaders, I give them a couple of £1 billion, and they let me take £10 billion worth of resources that you're not going to ever get back because they're gone. They're going to show up in microwaves, fridges, cookers, cars in India and China. And they're not going to fire a gun. They're not going to fire a weapon. They're not going to enslave black people. They're just going to take the shit. And within 30, 40 years, they'll have most of the stuff they need. And Africa will be even poorer. That's the pattern.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So, and without black nationalism, that's not.
But what the Chinese are doing is different. They're making everybody in debt to them. Every African country.
No, the white guys keeping the leverage, what's called leverage capital. The white guys are working with Indians and Chinese to have the leverage capital because you got to pay for all this stuff, right? Because they know India and China will pay the money back. That's not a problem for India and China. But India and China have what Africa has that no one else has, which is resources, zinc, cobalt, all the bits you need for a television, a car. That stuff, India won't tap its own resources, just like the United States doesn't tap its own oil supply. It takes all the oil from the Middle East.
Yeah.
It's just going to take it all from Africa, and then they're just going to move out. So if you see African business, if you see Indian businesses growing, all of them have massive stakes in Africa. But unlike the white guys, they've learned, they're looking and going, I don't want to make cultural imperial. I might not treat my African workers well, but I'm not interested in staying here, changing your way of life, nothing. I just want your stuff. I'm going to take your stuff and move it to Indian China.
But
and that's
they have already taken ports from Africans. The Chinese.
Yes, that's what Catch-22 says in the chat. He knows people in Zimbabwe, very rich Indians. I went to South Africa, I've been to Kenya, I've been to places. Indians are just minting money because they're taking all the resources and moving it out. And they've learned the lessons from the white guy. They don't want any war with the Africans. They're not interested in cultural imperialism. Indians and Chinese are not culturally imperial. They're not going to try to make you change anything. They just take your stuff and get out.
But Chinese have played such a smart game because they've got all the guns in the world pointed at them from America, from a number of military bases.
Can't do anything. The nuclear weapons, India and China cannot be touched militarily.
Yeah, China has nuclear
but
weapons.
they still got, but they've got caught. They've made every single weapon is facing towards them.
But even just India, for example, is Agni 8 missiles with a single switch can wipe out all of Europe without leaving India. No one's attacking India or China. They're nuclear. They're highly nuclear.
They can't attack them.
Yeah, no one's touching them. The thing is, for Africa, the future looks like, unless African nationalism rises quickly, Africa is going to become poorer, not richer, right? There'll be some exceptions. Some pockets of Africa will be rich. But the majority of the resources, once it's gone forever, right? It might have taken 200,000 years for that mine to have had enough minerals in it. In 20 years, there'll be nothing left for 250,000 years of deposits. That's and for coffee.
I have a question here. My mic check. 1, 2.
Wagwan Shaka.
Blessings. Yeah. So when it comes to Europeans and we talk about the West and their exploits in Africa, this is called complaining. And the people that call this complaining then want to go on to talk about China and India and their exploits in Africa, but they don't call this complaining. So why is one complaining and the other is not? That's what I'd like to know.
I believe both do with not just the Chinese. The Europeans are doing it too. In Somalia, they have like military bases and stuff like that because they're trying to take out the oil and the uranium. So,
hey, Veli, can you let that image through when you're around?
So I never I heard what you said, Somali soldier, because it was
Yo, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go.
Oh yeah, I believe the Europeans and the Asians do it. They both do it because in Somalia we have like a lot of Americans and British. They are trying to take out the oil and the uranium and stuff like that, and the Chinese are their own like most of the Africans' economy. So it goes both ways.
Yeah, so I would agree, but at the same time, the China and India are babies in the thing when it comes to
not the Chinese, maybe Indians, but not the Chinese.
No, the Chinese are yet to catch up with the West. Exploitation.
We are halfway there. We are halfway there.
And robbery and them kind of things there in Africa. They're yet to catch up. It would also be incorrect to say that they're not interested in spreading culture and them kind of things. That's true. That would be incorrect because if that was the case, there wouldn't be a sharp uprising in Confucius institutes.
We are encouraging Africans to learn Mandarin.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So,
is that true?
Of course, and of course. That's definitely.
I didn't know that. Oh.
So that quick picture there just shows you what I mean.
So what's this?
This is China, 708% compounded growth pulled out of Africa. India, 506%. Europe, the United States has already industrialized, only 100%. All the wealth of Africa.
But this graph is sorry. First of all, let's get the source. Yeah, the source is what? Development Center.
Usually the World Economic Forum.
The World Economic Forum. Is that what that says?
Yeah, that's usually the World Economic.
Sorry. Slow down. This says what's that? Is that OECD Development Center? What's that?
The OECD is the largest group. It's the Organization of Economic CD countries. So basically, the richest countries in the world that tracks all the data for banks. So the OECD just compiles data for banks. So if you look at the OECD compilation of data, you can see the pattern is well
but
clear.
This is though measuring growth. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. It's measuring increase. It's measuring the percentage increase in trade.
Yes. So China has increased 708%.
And India 200.
1 second. We have to be clear about what this is saying. Yes. Mm-hmm. China has increased 708% in comparison to what it was before at a particular point. Yeah. So from 2000 to 2009, there has been so China's trade with Africa has grown more than Europe's trade with Africa. I can probably
seven is to one in English, 7 is to 1 in Europe.
India's trade has grown more than the West trade with Africa. I can probably agree with that. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean that China is taking out more, or India is taking out more than the West. They're just growing faster.
It is. It's saying those numbers are saying it's taking India. If Europe is 1, India is 5, and China is 7. And that's 2009. I know the numbers are much larger. I can pull you the latest numbers. It's accelerating because
slow down. You said India. So who's 1?
So if I set the benchmark as Europe equals 126%. If I make it 1, just to round down the numbers, India is 5 times more than Europe. China is 7 times more.
But more in terms of growth rate, not in terms of total wealth.
No. In terms of money, in terms of resources being extracted from Africa.
Yes, in terms of growth rate, not in terms of total resources.
Total resources. We can pull the total resources. India's at 70 billion or something worth of absolute resources now. I think the last numbers for India from Africa is something like 70 or 69 billion. So in simple English, India and China are pulling this stuff out of the ground of Africa.
No, but everybody's pulling stuff out of the ground of Africa. That's not
China and India are pulling most of it because they have the wealth.
But that doesn't make any sense. All right. So
I'll tell you why.
Hear me. As far as wealth, as far as multinational corporations on the ground and them kind of things there, China do not have more than Britain and America. Even
what do you mean
outside of China, 1 second. China do not have more than France controls in the 14 African nations that still pay.
What do you mean more? What do you mean when you say more in control?
As far as the wealth, the mineral wealth of Africa. As far as exploitation of the mineral wealth of Africa.
What do you mean by that? You mean trade?
1 second. So this particular graph is saying increase in trade with Africa between the years of 2000 to 2009. So what we're talking about here is not a total amount worth of resources. We're talking about a percentage.
Shaka, that doesn't make sense.
Rate. 1 second. We're talking
you can take 1 second, but you're not asking any question. What do you mean when you say they control? What does that mean in English, in economics?
What do you mean? What does that mean? So in terms of
this is the only thing that matters.
The IMF and the World Bank. Largely set the have a control over how African resources are used, what the price of the different resources are. You know what I'm saying? So they extract at prices that they define themselves. Yes.
Monopoly.
Yeah. Europe currently still has a monopoly on resource extraction in Africa. The Chinese are new to the game.
They don't because they don't because Europe and the United States is already industrialized.
They're new to this game, baby.
China and India. This is not about Africa. You must understand the rest of the world's model. The rest of the world, the United States and Europe, has already finished industrialization.
Yeah, but the Chinese people, we don't set our rules.
But that's the point. Industrialization, once achieved, needs to be maintained. Yes.
No.
So has China. China has already achieved. Sorry, China has already achieved industrialization.
No, it hasn't.
No, not yet.
Yes, it has.
Of course, it has. What are you talking about?
Because until all the Chinese middle class,
it's halfway there.
No, it's halfway there, roughly. About
Halfway there.
Ralph, like 800 Chinese went to our middle class people now.
Listen, Ralph. Let me tell you something. I think it's Shanghai or one of these countries anyway in China and around places. They're putting up buildings and knocking them down every 2 or 3 years.
They need all the resources. Now, if you look at this,
so they've industrialized probably 100 more times than because they're known for building and knocking their buildings down and rebuilding.
Sure, but the point here, it doesn't really matter what they're using the purpose for. The Western economies are already in the information age, not the industrial age. China and India's GDP, India will become number 2 and China will become number 1 very, very soon. They need to repeat what the West has done. What they need is, and then they'll become information economies. They need the resources, and they can get it from Africa.
Yeah, no one's disputed that they need the resources and they're getting it from Africa. That's not the case. The only question is whether they are in control of more resources and wealth in Africa than the West. And I don't think anybody can claim that.
Control, but they're getting the resources.
They are getting they are getting anybody that is doing digital technology at the industrial stage of development right about now is relying on resources of Africa. Yeah? There's no doubt about that. All right, what's it called? So we can understand that the idea that because Europe has achieved industrialization, they're no longer in it is nonsense. The digital age also relies on resources from Africa. For example, if we take one of the resources, the most known or popular resource as regards to the digital age, which is coltan. Yeah, coltan relies on minerals that are extracted principally from the Congo. The Chinese don't have control of more than the West. Yeah? The companies that are in the Congo, yeah, for the most part, are Western companies and corporations, not Chinese companies and corporations.
Caleb.
And also South African, the white South African.
Yeah, here's the problem with that. I just checked the data.
The white South Africans are part of the West.
Coltan's exports only $100 million. Coltan's exports only $100 million. India pulled out $70 billion in resources. Coltan from the Congo is $134 million.
You cannot compare. You cannot compare the export, and assuming what you just said is correct, it would be flawed to compare the one resource to the entirety of India's output. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I don't know how you make economic models, but all we can see is by basic cost economic models that what China and Yang can, I'm sure, back me up on this. China and India need to create a middle class that is equal to the middle class of the West.
But the Chinese have already done it.
No, not really. We haven't really completed our industrialization process yet. Not yet. We're still halfway there.
What is China also doing for its economy? It's buying a lot of gold, isn't it?
Yeah, poverty elevation. That's the main program right now.
I'm saying, but if all of the world, if all of the individual economies shore up their currency with gold, right? If the gold standard to a degree still exists, and the fact that Africa is has the largest reserves of gold left in the world, then that is another example of a sort of a reason why it's necessary to maintain control in Africa, and it's necessary to exploit that. What is
James, do you know what the reason is? Do you know the other actual reason what benefits the West from the engagement in Africa? They're going to leverage capital with India and China. What they need is GDP growth for their investment, and they're not going to get it from Europe. So by giving, for example, a 20 billion to an Indian company to extract that much copper, they're going to get a higher ROI on that 20 billion than they would get if they invested in the United States. So the white guys are just doing it on capital. They don't need the minerals. India and China, as Jan says correctly, same with India, is going to take 30 to 40 years for India and China to catch up with the women for their middle class, right? Roughly 30, 40 years.
And also, one more thing. I think one thing India is also lacking is your navy power. We are not interested in
the biggest export petroleum. Yeah, the Indians are just taking all the petrol, all the energy from Africa.
No, I mean your navy is not that strong. That's why you're not controlling the ports at the moment.
Yeah, the Chinese navy is crazy.
India doesn't need. India's not offensive military. It's got 300 nuclear warheads. It doesn't need to go to war with anyone. No one's going to.
No, not war, but to secure your trade routes, right? So how are you going to?
Indians prefer to do with economic power. They just prefer to bribe Africans. It's much easier, cheaper than sending the 7th Fleet in, right? You don't need to send in the Navy. Yeah. You can just tell
why is it? Yeah, why is it, Jay? Why is it? Yeah, that anytime someone speaks about the way China politically played their cards and chess moves, where it's been relatively civilized when it comes to about the interaction with Africans, back to this white hate thing, when you're just speaking facts and history and photographic evidence. I mean, how fucking more conclusive?
I don't know who's saying that.
I'm saying that to Ralph because he made a statement that, you know, when I was talking about facts about how Chinese have interacted with Africa when it comes to resources, he just said it's white hate, this hang up on white hate or white despised. I don't know what word how he worded it, but it's not white hate. It's just history, bruv. You know what I mean? You know, it's just facts. It's
history's over, right?
Hold on, I just wanted to dovetail shore up Shaka's argument, whereas this sort of pure profit associated with gold, or the dependency that every nation still seems to have on gold in bolstering their economies and reinforcing their currency, is that reinforces Shaka's argument from what I understood it to be. That like people try to downplay Africa's importance with regards to resource dependence.
Africa is the most important resource continent in the world.
Like we had this argument. Right? Your argument is essentially all these nations, be it China, India, all these burgeoning economies. It's I can't remember how you phrased it, but the sort of intellectual property is more value than the resource it fashions, it requires. Yeah, but I would argue it's the opposite. I would argue that the key component is ultimately the resource itself, and that's the key.
Yeah.
China can copy everyone else, but they need the resources to be able to manufacture.
Same with India, because let's be clear, in the next 30 to 40 years, India and China are number 1 and number 2 in the world economically. So their job is within Indian domestic politics and Chinese domestic politics. Yeah, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Their idea is to lift their middle classes to first world status. Now they need resources. They're not going to use their own. They're going to go get it where they get it.
Well, Ralph, you gotta agree that China is ahead of India. Like
China will end up number 1 for India by about 30, 40 years, and then the projections out whether India becomes number 1 versus China, but they're never going to go back after that. They're going to remain number 1 and number 2 for the next 200 years.
But hey, can I ask you a question? Is that just based on like the population census?
Correct. Yeah,
hold on. But can I ask you a question? Yeah,
GDP per capita.
GDP per capita is higher in a nation, yeah. How like I don't know, take some like small fucking European country and then take like
Switzerland. Yeah.
Huh?
So if you look at the highest GDP per capita countries are very small and successful, Liechtenstein, Switzerland. Eventually, India and China needs to match the GDP per capita. But to get there, the gross GDP, so India and China's GDP per capita is low. Eventually, the GDP per capita will keep rising as they become first world countries.
My question is like relatively, like so obviously Liechtenstein or Switzerland is ridiculously small in comparison.
Correct.
Right? So let's take something that's close.
Germany or France. Yeah.
Well, so you even take America. America's like what, 350, something like that, 300 million or something.
Yeah.
It must exceed China's, does it not?
Correct. GDP per capita, the Western nations are still richer than China and India. But remember,
I'm asking, how does pure population census account?
Because I can answer that because the absolute total growth, the final growth, is going to be each economic unit, a person multiplied by their per capita. So eventually, China and India will make each individual citizen as rich as a European in 100 years.
Right. But based on what?
Maybe richer.
Based on economic growth. India has sustained 8.5% GDP for a decade.
Yeah, but I'm saying if the fact that China's going to have a population of fucking 2 billion eventually, what guarantees that won't tip the scale in the opposition's favor with regards to their economy? Like how as in, is it possible within these projections that they will not be successful in imitating?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the way that's done, James, is you do what's called risk analysis. So banks will run risk analysis. So there could be something like a meteor hits China, or some other event like there's a civil war in China. Allow me to ask the question. So each of these things are considered risk factors in a computational model. So banks run all these risk factors, including like acts of God, Chinese civil wars. But in all the middle of the curve risk factors, all the banks, all the world's economies agree China and India are heading to number one and number two. And then that's the absolute GDP. Then the per capita GDP, Americans are still richer. The Chinese and Indians are going to make their people as rich as Americans and Europeans.
Right.
And to do so, they need resources.
There are cultural implications of the pursuit of happiness or whatever, and China being some fucking, some fucking latter-day Soviet. You see what I'm saying?
China looks like it's going to be the world's role model for a balance.
China's going to be the number one empire.
China's number one.
So extreme occurrences aside, or acts of God or whatever aside, is it possible that they just cannot replicate the model? As in, they can create a 1% comparable.
That's a good question. But all the distribution data shows that it's not just happening; it's accelerating. China is getting richer across its population, and India is getting richer across its population quicker.
They took 500 million out of poverty.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair.
So the thing is, if you're an African or pro-African or pro-Black nationalism, you look at these projections 30, 40 years down the road, you go, what do I want to see Africa look like? Do I want to see scenario one, Africa is impoverished, you get this rich 1% corrupt Africans, and all the absolute resources you have been ripped out of the ground? Or do you have a nationalist movement, call it Pan-African or call it multi?
The only issue with that analysis is that that's been the Black nationalist Pan-Africanist thing from time. It's not new, and because this scenario doesn't start with China. It's not since China come that resources have been ripped out the ground. They've been ripped out the ground for a few centuries.
Yeah, but that's already happened in the past.
You get me? It's not no new. Like, what's it called? The Industrial Revolution was fueled by African bodies and African resources.
Yeah, but it's already happened in the past. You can't change
Europe and the Arabs,
and it's being maintained by the continuation of that reality. Like they didn't say Europe hasn't
the new colonizers are not white.
This idea that Europe has said, you know what, we're industrialized now. Let's stop ripping the resources out of the ground in Africa. It's nonsense.
You just have to look at the trade. You have to look at the trade balance, and you have to accept that your new colonizers are not using weapons; they're using money.
That's not the case. Like if you're going to cite like the Belt and Road project or whatever, even that, just think like even if we were to be really pedantic about it and just say, all right, that it's more favorable than some of the deals struck by the Europeans, or some of what is arguably like a colonial hangover, like some of the
post-colonial disorder is what I call it.
Say again?
I call it post-colonial disorder, right? But yeah.
However we frame it, but the reality is, even like that's what I'm saying, even if you're going to take it to that level, you'd say that even if it's marginally more favorable, that's still beneficial. And a lot of the negotiations that are taking place for some of these new initiatives from the Asian countries, are being negotiated by fucking Europeans.
No, the Europeans are providing leveraged hedge funds.
Not only that, but the Europeans are the ones that are negotiating with the Chinese, and that this
absolutely, because they're going to be the trading partners for the white guys in the future. White guys are going to have to sell Indians and Chinese their BMW.
The reality is that what's happening is that what's it called? Yeah, it is a fact that China is moving and it's rising very, very quickly as far as Africa is concerned, and that is concerning Europe. Yeah, and so a lot of this
and America.
I mean the Western axis, yeah. So a lot of this is that they, you find all these. What's China really up to? As though they're doing anything different to what the Western nations have been doing for however long. It's just that these Western nations are it's a trade war, yeah. So they're praying that China is going to overtake them, and China is fast overtaking them, right? In many instances. Yeah, what's it called? And so they're putting out this propaganda against China. They're not looking to change their relationship. They just want to be in it more than China is. That's all it is, yeah. And it's a reality, right? That what's it called? And those in the Pan-African movement are very, very aware of this. But all this idea that China is a bigger exploiter than the West is nonsense. If it ever will get there, it is not there at the moment. Yeah, by far. What's it called? But like there is no Chinese equivalent to the IMF and the World Bank, for example. Doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
Fairy tales, bro. That's self-denial, man. That's fucking It's so obvious.
We are not that advanced.
That is a great point. That is a very good point, man.
It's just speculation.
When it comes to pure currency extraction and exploitation, China ain't doing it like the West is doing.
Yeah, the West have it on lock.
That is a pure profit industry. Yeah, no, absolutely no fucking.
I'm surprised that James is buying into this narrative.
And they won't.
Where is Chinese equivalent to the IMF and the World Bank? Where is it?
Yeah, but go check out the exports by each African country and look at the target countries and plot the GDP growth and come back and tell me if you agree with what you
again, China.
I don't understand what you're responding
to. There is no doubt that they are relying upon African resources to do so, and they're doing a lot of deals whereby they're building roads and they're building bridges and they're building other things, in exchange for resources, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Now,
but their initiative is transparent, bro. Like,
everybody knows what they did. Right? Everybody knows what they did, right? So, the issue then becomes whether if things cannot be paid off fully, there's an issue in terms of whether they get control of said resources at a later point in these negotiations and these deals, in order for these African nations, as they are so cut off from each other, to really pay back China for whatever work is going on in China. There's also an issue of labor and whether African labor is being used or Chinese labor is being used, and then there are also the other social issues that come with it, such as crime and rape and all kind of different things. All right, all that exists. And then from that, we can project into the future and we can see whatever. But we got to do that from an African perspective. That all this stuff that's being put out by the West at the moment is designed to shore up their own position in the West. That's all it is. Say in Africa. That's all it is. Yeah, man. So man can't buy that propaganda. If anybody's able to show me a Chinese equivalent of the IMF and the World Bank, you know what I'm saying? Like where is the Chinese run and dominated World Trade Organization? I'll fully look into that.
The West have it.
That narrative is dangerous to the future of Africa. That narrative is dangerous. It's blindsided by some historical white problem you have with white guys.
We're not talking about history. We're talking about the current. Where is the Chinese?
The first measurement I would use, first yardstick I would use is what is the balance of exports from Africa outwards, and is it going to the West or is it going to Asia? And the answer is it's going to Asia, not to the West. Simple.
Well, you haven't demonstrated that, though, bro. You've demonstrated an increase in Chinese extraction, which is true. Like nobody would doubt that.
And India,
yes, there is definitely an exponential increase in their exports from the continent. There's no doubt about that. That doesn't an increase in exports. Yeah, it's like you know when you're at school, and they say most improved. Yeah, like most improved relative to where you was to where you are now. It doesn't mean that you're the highest achieving in the class. Just the most improved.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
The results of this review are staggering. As many as 101 companies listed on the London Stock Exchange have mineral operations in sub-Saharan Africa, covering 37 countries. The 101 LSE listed companies are mainly British, with 59 incorporated in the UK and a further 12 incorporated in the British tax.
And where are those resources going?
Guernsey and Jersey.
Where are those resources going?
The 101 companies now control and identified 1.05 trillion worth of resources in Africa in just 5 commodities. oil, gold, diamonds, coal, and platinum. It's a very conservative figure since it includes resources listed by only some companies. Many companies provide few or no figures on the resources they control. That's just Britain.
Yeah, but where those resources going?
Well, I don't know, but they definitely contribute to Britain's, GDP.
No, but this is my point, James. Those resources are using, I keep repeating this again and again, they're using Western capital in partnerships with India and China to move the stuff to India.
They may be selling them to, yes, cool, no problem. What we're saying is Europeans still have a vested interest, and you can't shift the blame to onto
the interest is not in Africa. The interest is not in Africa. The European interest.
Or whatever.
Yeah, but the European interest is not in Africa. The European interest is to make sure India and China provide future markets for European goods. Take a simple example: BMW. BMW will not be selling a lot of BMW will not be selling a lot of BMWs to Africa. They'll be selling BMWs to India and China.
Yeah, but you can dispense with the technicalities. Like, we're just saying that it's for European prosperity, not for African prosperity.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not making the claim. None of this is for Africa.
And they're culpable and they're responsible.
No, all of this is anti-African.
Say again?
All of this is anti-African.
If I agree with you, if I would agree with you, it would be no more anti-African than the Western exploitation.
Absolutely. It's the principle here is it's anti-African, but this time, unlike the last time around, i.e. colonization 1.0, this time what they're taking away, you'll never get back. Last time they took people, slaves.
Sorry, excuse me. When did Africa get anything? Like this time? When did that happen? When did the happen?
You could argue it happened sometimes in the late 80s to early 90s.
Like they took everything. With what? They didn't give anything back.
It's the reverse. Like in actuality, based on the behavior of both these continents, you would argue that because of that very fact, the Europeans are far worse. That it's a far worse exchange. With the
James. China's impact on Africa has been mixed. Its investments have created jobs, development, critically needed infrastructure, and contributed to economic growth.
Europeans.
One sec. Particularly in sectors of geographic areas in which international financial institutions and Western governments and companies have been unwilling to engage. So what they're doing is they're bolstering places that were underdeveloped. So,
which is why a lot of people find Beijing consensus superior to Washington consensus.
100%.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying in these kinds of things. Now, I may not agree with everything, right, in terms of these indicators, but definitely one of the reasons why they're talking about Africa has 7 of the fastest growing economies is partly because of Chinese investment and them kind of things.
Exactly, Chinese invest a lot.
If you travel, I think Shaka, you've been to Africa a lot of time, right? I don't know about James and stuff. If you travel around Africa, you'll see it. You'll see tremendous number of Chinese and Indian-owned businesses.
But I'm also seeing Lebanese, yeah, and even
the Arabs are coming too.
So yes, everybody's in on the thing. There's no doubt about that. Everybody's in on the thing, but I'm still seeing, like, when I was in Ghana, I saw more white Americans and British than any other foreigners.
But you have to.
Everyone had their own individual experiences depending where you go.
But infrastructure built in periods of just for the sake of this argument, hard colonialism, or hard colonization in that period, colonialism, I'll say, isn't equivalent to infrastructure built now. Like you can't compare the same. You can't compare fucking roads or railways or whatever built in the time of subjugation, where ultimately the people, it's literally exclusively for the colonizer, and therefore as post them leaving the nation, now you're allowed to use it, and even still you don't have the maintenance, the upkeep. You're not responsible for building it. That you can't compare.
You learn that.
Also on that point, those roads, where and train tracks and them kind of things. Some to a significant degree, a lot of them are not even in use right about now.
Exactly.
What's it called? The other thing is because the reason why is because oftentimes, in terms of being built for the colonizer, they were built from resources to the coast. Yeah, so the actual nation itself is not integrated with itself. This is what I'm saying. So like I saw many railways, for example, in Ghana that are just not being used. They're not in use at all. And and because of the overthrow of Nkrumah and the destabilization that followed, his industrial development program was stalled. Yeah, so he was building roads. Yeah. That was linking up Ghana with itself so that resources can be transported around Ghana and them kind of things there. Obviously, man was overthrown. The program didn't go any further. But you can see how forward thinking he was by the fact that I drove on the motorway. Ghana had a motorway prior to finish its first motorway before Britain finished the M1. Yeah. And the motorway from to Tema, Tema motorway in Ghana has not needed any significant road works, since the 1960s when it was finished. Was it 59 or 60? It was finished in around 59, 60. Yeah, I believe the M1 was completed in 61. Yeah, and because he had the foresight to build it out of concrete and not tarmac, that road has always been in use. It's never not been in use. It's never needed any significant road works and repairs and them kind of things there. That's how forward thinking leaders like that were. We haven't had them kind of leaders since.
Shaka, why do you believe that almost all the African leaders are corrupt?
I don't know if all of them are. The majority of them are, and they're corrupt because that's the job that they were put in there to do.
So they were placed there by the West.
Familiar with?
They were placed there by the West.
They were placed there by the West. The system that they run is by the West. Is developed by the West, and it works in the Western interest.
Yeah, I think African. Are you familiar with the just to save time, so we don't have to go into a long fucking. Are you familiar with supervenience, Shaka?
Super who?
Supervenience, like something supervening onto something else, like a set of properties supervening onto another set of properties.
I'm not familiar with terminology, so go ahead. Go ahead.
That's basically like a set of properties, like it is said to supervene onto another set if something is said to supervene onto something else if that set of properties cannot be any other way or cannot change or be modified without it happening to the so for example A is said to supervene onto B if A's properties can only change if B's properties change, if that makes sense.
Right.
So, but just like
that is the cutest description of supervenience I've heard.
You're fucking right. Yeah, you did this the other day with my Ravens. What am I saying? That from? Go on, tell me. Go on.
No, I mean it's obviously a complex philosophical concept, right? You're saying if one set of I mean I don't know why it's relevant, but one set of properties supervenes another one only if a difference is necessary to the difference in underlying properties.
There cannot be such a thing as an uncorrupted African leader. This is the argument I was trying to make.
Yeah. No, definitely, because the system itself that they govern under is corrupt.
Exactly. Thank you, Ralph.
Hey, you're welcome, sweetheart.
Because
I'm gonna look into this terminology though. It's a new terminology for me, so I'm gonna look into it. Supervenance. So yeah.
Philosophical meaning. Quite an esoteric term.
My Ravens paradox was fine. I don't know.
How did you get to supervenience out of it? That's not.
I'm not gonna lie, though, James. I was listening at that point. I was thoroughly confused.
I wasn't. Yeah. No, you're Ralph. You're a hating ass motherfucker.
I like you, James. I'm your biggest fan. I mean, I don't listen to any of them, James. I'm behind James Jones, man. But my question is, how do you get to supervenience? I mean, it's a beautiful use of the word. It's very relevant. But how did you get to that from supervenience? I'm just.
What do you mean?
I mean, why would you think of supervenience? I mean, it's a perfect word to use, but it's not a very common word. Not many people know what supervenience means. So.
I get lost sometimes. I get lost in reading random bullshit, and then
you're just like flip through. Today you land on S today in the dictionary.
Something like that. But the point is, though, the Ravens paradox was perfect. I'm not having none of that. You was in the chat.
Man, that was a lot.
Embarrassed me, but I was right. Okay, cool.
Bless.
Actually, do you know what? Sorry, now that you mentioned it, I just remembered. I think it was genotypes or something like that. Like, genotypes supervening onto phenotypes. I remember I heard that phrase
one time, and I was like, and I didn't
Ah,
understand.
that would make sense because it only comes in things like very advanced physics or philosophy or something like a genotype, a geno overlay. On a phenotype.
I think based upon the explanation, it is thoroughly applicable to the circumstance, and I'm going to be using it from here on out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, bro.
It's a good one, man.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what, Shaka? You might have to explain it to everyone when you use it, but other than that, it's quite useful.
Indeed. Well, luckily for me, I'm a pretty articulate African.
Yeah. Hey, it's a bit my favorite type.
I would agree with that assessment. I would agree.
My favorite African is an articulate African.
Somali. Somali. Why you think Jamaica is China's beach yesterday? Why you say that? Somali.
What did you say?
Yesterday you were having a debate with Nainifa yesterday. Why you say Jamaicans are China's beach?
Because they own Jamaica.
I don't think so. I think UK owns Jamaica.
Yeah, but the economy, isn't it?
The UK and America own Jamaica. The Chinese are doing a lot to get their foothold in there, though. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, but they don't have more of an influence on Jamaica.
Yeah, but Shaka, they're on their way.
I'm not denying that they're on the way, but as it currently stands, America and Britain run things. Yeah, China is trying to run things. They don't run things.
Yeah. We just built infrastructure. We built bridge. We built I think we built a bridge in Jamaica, but yeah,
and a road and a couple other things.
Yeah, but the Chinese don't teach the Jamaicans how to build it.
They go
because we only speak Chinese.
They've got crazy history there, though. They got like a big diaspora in
Jamaica. Yeah. The people say that the Chinese don't teach. They don't, yeah, to a significant degree. There's a lot of battles in terms of the manpower and woman power that is being used in these Chinese projects in Africa and the Caribbean. That's true. But people say that as though the West were running around teaching Africans how to build roads and buildings and
that was exactly my point.
Nobody said that.
It's not the case, bro. Like, it's not okay.
I know, but I didn't say that the Europeans taught them. I just said the Chinese didn't teach them, and the Chinese put their own people there.
Yeah, definitely. There's that documentary. Someone in the chat, whoever it was, if I forget, I apologize. I want to big you up, yeah. And I haven't actually fully watched the documentary, but I watched the first part, and it's so disrespectful. I think it's called like an Empire of Dust or something. Have any of you seen that?
No.
Oh, bro, let me find it. It's on YouTube. I started watching it, and then for whatever reason, I stopped. I want to find it.
Hey, just type into Google Images African roads.
I think Veli on his other channel put out the documentary Life and Debt, which is talking about how the Jamaican economy was destroyed and went into mostly Britain and American involvement in the economy. The documentary came out like quite a while ago, maybe late 90s, early 2000s. Yeah, but a lot of the information is still relevant. The situation hasn't changed exponentially since then. So you can check it out. But yeah, and China is a new player on the block. But as when you're dealing with Jamaica, you have to also look at the rest of the Caribbean. China, they don't have the footprint in the Caribbean that America has. Wow. You know what I'm saying? That Britain has and them kind of things.
Wow, I just typed in Google Images, African roads, Chinese roads, and Indian roads. You should do it yourself. Google Images, African roads, Indian roads, Chinese roads, and you can see the world staircase. Let me Google someone else's roads. Jamaican roads, I think. Next one.
It's about two Chinese, a Chinese man and an African man, was some Lao Yang and Eddie. They work for a company called CREC, Chinese Railway Engineering Company. They set up camp near the remote mining town of Kolwezi in Katanga province in that's Democratic Republic, isn't it? RDC.
Congo, yeah, DRC.
Yeah, it's written RDC. But yeah, the goal of the company is to redo the road covering 300 kilometers that connects Kolwezi with the capital of the province in. Yeah, man, I'm not embarrassing myself anymore. But yeah, decent documentary. I remember watching the first part, and Yeah, it kind of supports what Somali Soldier was saying, with the way that essentially the Africans are like the dog's bodies, and any sort of technical or what do you call it, like foremans? What do you call like the foremans and that?
Sorry, can I just say before I should have said this when I came on here, but listen, rest in peace, Chadwick Boseman, man. You get me?
Who's this? The Black Panther brother?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Wakanda.
Yeah, Balkan.
He passed away yesterday. Like he was diagnosed with cancer in 2016, colon cancer, and kind of.
Yeah, I saw him in that movie 21 Bridges. Yeah,
I ain't seen it yet,
Yeah, no, and I swear that me and Bridges were like, where did she? Like, I swear, like, how can obviously I'm not trying to disrespect the dead or whatever, but we were literally having a laugh and a joke. Like, imagine as a superhero as well, like, because he looked really bad, but yeah, no, it makes sense.
Yeah, man. That is proper. Like when I woke up this morning and saw that, I was proper moved. Yeah. But them ones that I've heard things about the brother, like, because he used to work at a place called the Schomburg Library in Harlem, which is like a repository, like an archive of like Black history in America, in New York. Yeah. So he's known among members of the Black conscious community in New York and them kind of things there. And all reports, even before he died, it was just like, this is a good brother, ain't it? Like, it's a nice person. You know what I'm saying? I know a couple of people that have met him. You know what I mean? So it's a sad loss, isn't it? And God knows how they're gonna.
He's into civil rights activists. Yeah, I think it's not just acting.
Yeah, like, he's in the community. You know what I'm saying?
Well, was he active in the community, Shaka? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying like he was, like hardcore on the ground at every thing that was going on, but he was about and he was known. Do you know what I'm saying? In some
oh, you know what?
You know what I'm saying?
Do you know? Because I'm not going to be on for too much longer. Hey, Veli, can you, if you're there, can you add Shifa? But I just need a witness, really quick, Shaka. Yeah. Does anyone mind me derailing this somewhat, really quickly?
No, saying like ancestral guidance and that, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, man, love. You get me?
Really brief. This is really brief, bro. Really brief. Witness. Did Shifa say that his people were from Atlantis to you?
To me, I don't recall it. Oh, actually,
not to you, as in when you and I were on the panel. Was he not?
You know what? I'm not going to say for sure, but it's possible because he was saying that they're from America and he was saying that Atlantis it was a part of like that whole region.
I don't want to encourage you into.
No. You won't. I'm just saying it's not impossible. I just don't recall it as definitively as that.
All right, fair enough. Well, to be fair, then you know what? Given that you don't remember it, and he's saying he didn't say it, there's a potential that I could be in the wrong. So
that's cool.
Who knows? I'm not gonna lie. I thought I heard a positive confirmation that that's what his ancestry was, but I could be mistaken. But he's at the very least, at least he's not sticking by that ludicrous claim anymore. So either way, it's a win for everybody.
Charlie, Southwest other end.
But yeah, Veli, Shifa's in the back though.
Yeah, you man. I'm glad.
The fact that there's a protest taking place in Trafalgar Square right now.
No, what for? What?
Is that Trafalgar Square? I'm not even sure Trafalgar Square. Now doctors and nurses protest in London on COVID-19 fraud.
What?
Yeah, Unite for Freedom protest in London.
Are you, man? Can we deal with this Atlantis thing? Can I deal with it?
Yo, wait, just a cool fact, yeah. Just in foreign exchange reserves, China owes 3-point-something trillion. This is not talking about reserves. We're not. Yeah. We're not talking about.
They've always had the largest dollars reserves. They've always had that. Not always in. That's like that's one of the main sort of what do you call it? So their trade war with America.
Yeah, with America, yeah, they own a lot of American dollars.
Yeah,
it's just a manipulation tactic.
And they recently started trading with Nigeria in the UN as well.
But that's one of America's main things, and that's why gold is still like the gold standard still exists, regardless of whether these currencies are fiat or not. Yeah, like one of the main sort of targets of government sanctions is to stop countries buying, obviously in the cases of Iran and that, selling their oil and their natural resources, but on the flip side, them being able to purchase it from their allies, them being able to purchase gold from their allies. And Britain is one of the largest exporters of gold, even though we don't have any mines, because of the companies that are listed on the London Stock Exchange and are incorporated in Britain. Those companies are mining, own all of the mines or have these leases in all of these countries, and they're the ones that, when China and Turkey and all these burgeoning economies are buying up all the gold they can get to bolster their currency, the people they're dealing with are Britain and America. And so it may seem like, you know, like China gets gold from Africa. The reality is Britain exploits Africa and then assists in helping bolster China's economy. So really, the you can argue it's better the devil you know, but the real devil, in my opinion, in that scenario. So I don't like to use the word devil. As in the person that's facilitating the exploitation en masse, the people that are facilitating it en masse are the Europeans in that scenario.
And you know the second largest reserve holder is Japan.
Of what?
No, but the Japan is
you're a fucking satellite.
James Jones.
Japan is a colony.
I don't say you don't believe in God, but you want to talk about the devil all the time. You must believe in the devil, don't
you? He's realer than God, isn't it? He's about and all that.
But listen, can I give some fuel to your fire, James Jones?
Go on, sir.
All right. So basically, yeah, I've been told by now, but at this point in time, 7 elders in the community have told me that this thing is real. I just put it the wrong way around. Yeah, that's what I've been told. You know what else I was told? Yeah. You see what we were talking about earlier? You see what we were talking about the other day when we were talking about obviously Atlantis being a Greek philosophy and whatever else, and the Atlanteans being Greek. Yeah, remember you said that, yeah?
Yeah, I said that. Yeah,
I've been told that. Here's something you didn't know about Greek.
You're cutting out.
I've been told that that's
true. Yo, Billy,
the back chat. Hold on, wait 1 second. I've been told that that's true too, yeah, but there's something you didn't know about the Greeks, James Jones. You know what the Greeks were?
Go on.
They were black. Yeah. And then it was Alexander's dad.
He said the Somalis.
Alexander the Greek, yeah. Alexander the Greek's dad, yeah.
The Great.
His dad, yeah. Not Alexander the Great, Alexander the Greek, yeah. The Macedonians, remember, he wasn't even really Greek.
The black.
The Macedonians came in and conquered it. So what he said was, all of those people were directly black people, and none of them were directly Israelites. Yeah. And they all decided to be
Look at it. Again.
You know King Agamemnon? He was Menelek's relative. Menelik was from...
Let me say, can I say one thing though? Yeah, hey, Shaka. I don't know if Shaka's there, but
yeah, I'm here.
I had a
refute me all day because I got elders in the community saying
I had a picture of I read the article. This is why I had that picture. I read it because I think it was E Money or one of them man was like, rare man can't really track, like you all got Tony Soprano as your screen picture, but you're chatting like they're telling us you're black. Like, man, I don't really know how I feel about that. I was like, I'd say that, and I'll pick a black picture. And I was reading an article about how the Greeks were black. Don't ask me why. I happened upon it. And one of the proofs was these images, these what'd you call them? Like not vases. What'd you call those?
Yeah. I know what you're talking. The pottery and
pottery. Thank you. And a lot of the images depict the Greek, like they themselves have drawn themselves
as black.
Painted the skin color black, right? And that was the evidence cited in this article. So I found the thick one of Achilles being black, and I was like,
How were the Israelites?
Yeah, that's a big jump.
Does anybody know about the relationship between King Agamemnon and Menelik and that line that runs in Ethiopia?
Is King Agamemnon real? Yeah.
King, he was the guy that was like going after Troy, and he was going.
But hold on,
Solomon he was related to Menelik. He definitely could have been Israel.
But we don't know. Hold on. We don't know if Troy is real, and that timeline is all the way fucked up.
Now we know it's real.
Yeah, I'm out. Yeah, bless.
That's what
What did he? Oh, he doesn't believe that. Oh, okay.
No, when the Iliad.
I can bring the link for that right now.
Can you pull up Google when the Iliad was written? Oh, you mean Menelik, Solomon and Sheba's child?
That's right. That's right.
The Greek King Agamemnon was apparently meant to be given loads of soldiers when they tried to take on take out what were they, the other Greeks?
No, I mean the Spartans.
Troy.
Corinthians. I mean, if you believe that all Israelites were black and all the people around that scripture were black and shit, then I guess you could use the conflict between Corinth and Sparta because Ezra did. Ezra was
exactly, but that's only one. That's only one conflict. And remember, where Italy is and where Greece is right above the top of Africa. So it wouldn't take much for those black people to have lived in that area. And remember, the piece of water between Africa and Greece and Italy, that little piece of water where the Vatican is, that's man-made, So originally, people would have been able to walk right across that. Bam.
What are you talking about? How was it man-made?
It's man-made, bro.
How?
Go and look at the map properly, and you tell me it's not man-made. Because this is what people do. They like to believe things, innit? But they don't go and look for themselves. It's like I was saying to James Jones the other day. People want to believe that the white man says, okay, the people in America and South America, are basically a combination of Oriental and Caucasian or Spaniard, or Portuguese.
Who said that?
This is the study that James Jones pulled up the other day.
That's not what I pulled up. What are you talking about?
What did you pull up? What did you pull up, James Jones?
Nothing. I just pulled up. Listen, I pulled up. I just disputed what you.
Veli Turek backstage.
They were Oriental or not? Did you say that?
No, Turek is backstage.
Did you say they were Oriental or not? Did you say they were black?
No, bro. I was about to tell you what I said. Well, I didn't say anything. I read an article, and the article I read said that the people that I can't remember what the tribe was called, something fun, beginning with an F anyway. Some tribe, and I googled the tribe, like I googled image of the tribe, and they look phenotypically Amerindian, like they look Polynesian-y, American Indian, like what the natives look like now.
And that tribe you was talking about, I googled them. That tribe apparently comes from Siberia. That's what I'm trying to everyone.
What's the name of the tribe? What's the name of the tribe?
I can't remember exactly what it was.
Hold on. But then you're saying I said something, so I'll just say what I said, and then you can say whatever you found.
Can you find out the name of the tribe for us as well, and tell us where they came from?
It's not. They came from America. Like what? They were.
No. Listen. Where did this phenotype come from?
I beg you. They've been in America, based on the research for 10,000 years. And the reason that they have to support this theory, the evidence is that they are the most genetically similar to remains that were found that were 10,000 years old. So, for example, you find remains that are between 7 and 12,000 years old, right? Yeah, you find remains that are 7 and between, for example, and like multiple remains, not just one. So between 7 and 12,000, and you test those to a group of Americans, and you find that one group of Americans is the most genetically similar, therefore has the sort of can be seen as descendants of these remain of the person, the individual, these women, right? So, for example. And if those people look phenotypically Native American, that debunks the story that you have, which is all Native Americans look like you. But then when the Europeans came and found the New World, the Europeans bred with those African phenotypically like black, for the sake of argument, people, and made what we now see as the phenotype of American Indians. So that.
I ask you, if the people that you are talking about are called Colchians.
I don't know.
As far as Greece is concerned,
you're talking about.
Doesn't name cultures.
I'd like to know what people James Jones is talking about because he's made all this big claim, but you've
I
not
brought you
really
the evidence. Like, I'm not that bothered. I just wanted to fuck up your argument that day.
Are you saying that those people are not black? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that those people look like what is generally considered to be Native American. Your argument is they're imposters.
Which people?
Remember what your argument was they're imposters. So
Bro,
I was like,
you're not being clear enough. I don't understand what hell you're talking about. Which people are we talking about?
okay, so you know what is now considered to be Native American Indians, yeah?
What is considered to be a Native American Indian? You tell me.
Pocahontas.
Pocahontas.
Fucking Geronimo.
This is a fictional
Geronimo.
Is a fictional character. So you show me how these people are Native Americans because these are fictional characters.
Because people that look like them are genetically similar to remains that have been discovered that are 10,000 years old. So there's been
fictional characters are genetically related to people.
All right, I'm not doing this with you. What evidence have you got?
People in the land. He means the Native Americans in the land.
Don't worry about that, Somali. He's not being serious. Go on, you show us your evidence to debunk that.
So anyway, like I was saying, like realistically, yeah, regardless of whether there were other looks of people on that continent or whatever James Jones is trying to say, what I'm saying is the southern part of America is always inhabited by blacks. Hence why you go down there, yeah, and you look at the artifacts that are older than your 10,000-year-old home, yeah, like the Olmec heads, you don't find none that are not black. Every last one. That's not coincidental. Coincidence would be, you know what? We found one black head. Yeah, that would be a coincidence. When every last one is black, that's not a coincidence. Secondly, yeah, we already know, like I explained to you the other day, there's a plant from Africa called a calabash. Yeah. Now this plant originates in Africa, but it's reached every part of the world now. It's even in the what is it called? The Polynesian islands or whatever now, yeah. But the first place it come out of was Africa. When the Europeans, yeah.
Can you prove that, Shifa, that the calabash actually comes out of wherever you say it comes from in Africa?
We can prove it. Listen, we can prove it. Don't worry. All I'm saying is this calabash here was found in the Americas before any conquerors had taken over America. When they got there, the calabash.
How do you know it originates in Africa?
Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. You're asking me a question now, yeah, that I'm not going to go into right now because
Why? You've already gone into it. You said that the calabash originates in Africa and it's nearly found all over the world. But I'm saying to you, have you researched to find out the actual specimen of calabash you were actually talking about?
This is what I'm talking about now, yeah? This is what I'm going to say to you, yeah? I don't have the piece of research in front of me right now. So
it's easy. It's
like that. I'm not going to recall information like that, but I'm trying to continue down my train of thought. So it's not that I'm trying to cut you off, Torok, because I think it's important that we know what type of calabash and XYZ as well. Yes, okay, but let's not go into that right now. Yeah, so like I would say,
yeah, but you're making a big assumption there, like the people there don't have their own species, or people don't have the same species of things around the world.
A study that was done by someone else. That's what I'm doing. It's not my.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, can I see that study then?
Can you see the study? I tell you what, this is what I'm going to do, yeah? I'm going to give the link for the video again, even though I've posted it in the group the other day. But this is the thing, people they don't bother to even watch it. They don't even bother to go and look or see what's going on. So I'm going to give you the link right now, Torok, yeah? Only because it's you. If it was someone else, to be honest, I told them wait right now.
We can just go to it.
Yeah. So basically, bottle gourd calabash or something like that. I don't know what the hell is that. No, hold on. It's not called a bottle gourd calabash. It's called
to be honest, it's believed to have, but I personally think, look, they said it actually came from Central Africa and certain things like that, or they found a lot of that specimen of that type of tree in Central Africa, but there's loads of these things all around. I.e., look at the name. The name of it is an Arawakan word.
All right, cool. Either way, yeah, they got their Arawak word for it. Africans got their word for it. But let me explain something to you. When you're dealing with certain things like certain vegetation, like the plantains and certain things that are planting, as I would like to say, Africans say plantain. Maybe that's why 100%. Africans say plantain and we say plantain, because there's certain planting.
No, they say dodo. They call it dodo.
But there's certain planting that's indigenous to the Americas, and there's certain ones that are indigenous to the Africas. But you can find both on each continent. Yeah. Now, what I want to say to you is this as well. Now, yeah, realistically, yeah, the people that James Jones is saying are the closest phenotype to what they know to be the original Americans. Now, yeah, he's saying that by they're saying they found bones that are 100,000 years old. X, Y, Z. All right, cool. Now, I don't believe these bones are no 100,000 years old. I think it's a lie. For one, I think James Jones is willing to accept white man information when he's ready, if it refutes what he wants to refute at the time. But then if you come to him with another set of white man information, he's going to refute it and say, no, but you're going by the white man's book, just chat rubbish. So the fact of the matter still remains, yeah? If these people that he's talking about, yeah, these so-called Amaru Indians, yeah, are the indigenous Americans, they want no one else there, just them. There weren't no black people there then, yeah? Let me explain something to you. And he didn't even say Amaru Indians. He said, what did he say? Navajos. That's what he said, Navajos. He's talking about Tonto and yeah, from the movie, yeah, where they dress up a white man as an Indian, and then that's what you think is a flipping indigenous American. All right, cool.
I'm not saying James is not wrong, but there's bones older than that found in the Americas, i.e. the bones in Brazil are like 10 to 12,000 years old, Luzia, and they've reconstructed what the person actually looked like.
Do they have West African DNA?
Say that she has a different phenotype.
No.
That's what he's going to lie and say. But
they're Polynesian.
All things come out of
It's
black.
the same people.
You can have
The Americans and the Polynesians.
the Americans.
No, they're not the same people. The Aboriginal Australians are the oldest DNA on the planet.
Yeah, let me show you.
No,
Let me show you. Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say, bro.
Let me
And
show you
if you don't
something,
know that hold on, wait a sec. He's a Somali soldier, yeah. If you know that the Polynesians are black, where did this guy go? Where is he going with this Tonto business? A white man with fake tan is what.
This is what I'm trying to say. That the first Americans are black. The mother culture of America is the Olmecs.
Brother, I don't listen. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like,
Yo, it's. Do you know what? How all these nations were black, bro? They've been whitewashed completely.
Listen, like I told you, yeah, the whole concept of nationhood loses all its value if we refer to the out of Africa theory for fucking everything. Like if we say, well, the first people to come from there migrated from this specific region in Africa 200,000 years ago, it loses its fucking value when we start describing nations and nationhood, because then everybody is an African, and then there shouldn't be a distinction. There shouldn't be then there shouldn't be a distinction made.
Everybody
So would you agree then, James? Would you agree? Well,
please. What Schiffer said, yeah, and the only thing I was bothering to refute that day, and this is why I'm not going to continue the argument for too long, is he made an argument that the Native Americans that we see now today, that they're imposters, and that the real Native Americans are people that look for the sake of this discussion,
and I stand by
African. And I said, all right, so how do those people that are Native American get there now? And he said the Europeans that came, the Spanish, the British, the Dutch, what have you, all of these people that came, the French, sorry, they obviously raped and bred with the black people, yeah, for the sake of the argument, the black people that were in the Americas and produced their progeny was what we now see is the Native Americans. And I proved to him that was wrong, because I gave him an example of somebody that we now consider to be one of these imposters, these Native Americans, that they were the most genetically similar group to
I agree.
Yeah, to people that have been there for 10,000.
Nah, you've not proven that though, James Jones. Because like I said, you've only gone by one set of bones. You've only gone by one set of bones, and what you've done is not explain to us the phenotypes of that.
I know. Let me just finish the point. But the point,
if that person ain't black, then it's
but hold on. It wasn't one set of bones. It wasn't just one. And I told you, it was ranging from 7,000 to 12,000 years old. Now, the point of this is, and what's more important is, even if it was 1,000 years old, it would still disprove his theory. Because from my understanding, the Americans, the Europeans reached the New World in Portuguese, whatever. They reached the New World in what? The 15th century? 14th century at the fucking earliest?
Earlier than that. The Norse people reached there before that.
So you're saying it's the Norse?
Vikings.
You're saying so. Now you're saying so. Now you've okay. So now it's the Vikings.
All right, I'm gonna get my. Be right back.
It depends which version of history you're going by, and this is what I mean by.
There's loads of
your British version of history. Any other version of history is discredited.
The earliest we've got is the Khoisan, the Tuareg going there of their own free will.
The Khoisan, yes.
The Khoisan and the Tuareg definitely have got a lot of blood, genetics and DNA found there.
The Chinese are.
They were the first there. They were the first indigenous. So then we've got the Tainos mixed with Nilotic and migrations from the seafaring nations in Northeast Africa.
King Gold, not letting him run. King Gold, make him a King Gold. King Gold, listen, make him explain the exact phenotype of the person he's talking about.
I mean, there's so many different bloods. The majority of
James Jones is trying to lie. James Jones is being disingenuous. Yeah, he tried to say that no black people was on American continent. Full stop. So James Jones, can you tell us?
I'm new to this, James. What happened? I just joined. Is the theory that there are black people in the Americas?
No, his theory.
You can tell me the phenotype of these tontos, or whoever you're saying is the original American.
I never made any claim. Literally, I only brought evidence to disprove, and I disprove.
Do you know what the phenotype?
Oh man. What's wrong with people on these panels that don't take a straight what's
wrong with you? Why you can't ask?
No, this is the question you need to ask Shifa. You need to say what percentage of blood.
That's irrelevant. No. His theory. No. Listen to what I'm saying. His theory.
What this guy's proving is that he's the biggest ignoramus on the panel. Because the man's asking your question. You've got all these big statements, but you're not going to tell us what the phenotype of the person you're talking about is.
Explain your phenotype. What's your phenotype?
My phenotype is black. Now
black.
Not black. What? Not black. All right, no, stop. Not black then.
Hang on, black. What does it even mean that black is a phenotype? What is this?
No. Listen, he said I wasn't answering his question. I answered his question. You said what is the Native American? It's not black.
Bro, are you answering my question or are you asking?
Yeah, I'm answering your question. It's not black. It's not black.
Bro,
Native Americans are not black. They have almost no mitochondria.
See when you do this pitch tactic, James Jones. This is why nobody respects you. James Jones, answer the question. What is the phenotype of those people?
Not black.
The phenotype of those people? What is it then? What is it then?
It's not black.
Yeah, let's talk about the nation. What heritage, man?
No. I want to know what it is. He's saying it's not black. Tell us what it is, dickhead.
I'm lost. I went out to get a coffee. James, let me just understand. Are you saying there's a black? Are you saying there are black haplogroups in the Americas?
No.
What are you arguing?
One second, Ralph. One second, Ralph. Please listen. Yeah. You see, James Jones. See what you're doing right now, James Jones. Yeah. This is why man start thinking, is James Jones even black? Because if you was from a black household, and you came out with if you're from a black household or you got black friends and you came out with a statement like that around Mandem, with your chest, and you want to disrespect people, but you don't want to answer questions and prove your point, man will end up beating you up, cuz. That's the truth, man. Will end up smacking you up, fam. So when I talk to Somali soldier and I say, Somali soldier, somebody said, let me ask you a question, Somali soldier, because this is even like a dickhead. Somali soldier, Somali soldier. You see the Polynesians, like the Fijians, and the Papua New Guineas, and the Aboriginals of Australia and XYZ, the Samoans. What color are they, Somali soldier?
Brown.
Brown or black? They're black or brown. Look at the fucking pictures. There's some that are blick.
Guys, black, brother. Somali soldier. That's the only question that I think you fell down. Black. And if you're black, you can't say you're black and they're not black. So look at guys.
All right, cool.
Some of them are darker than
some. I think they have your skin.
Shifa, all right, just cool. Because people asked, for the this is the last time I'm recapping it, but just quickly, what happened was. Made the claim that those people that describe themselves as Native Amerindians now are imposters. We asked
some of them,
because people that look like Shifa are supposedly the real Native Americans, and that
how did they get to the America?
Hold on. Please let me
Okay,
finish.
I can tell you.
It will all be revealed. And his
All right, with the Spanish, with the Spanish, they had a heavy influence in Asia. So a lot of Filipino, Negrito people.
It's crazy that you're
from the
just
Negri-
speaking while I was speaking. That's a bit rude, though, isn't it? And when I finish, you
Well,
can.
Turok telling you there, Koi Sam, man, he knows about
No, that's not what I'm explaining. An argument. So him telling me any of his opinion is irrelevant when I'm explaining an argument that I had in it. Is it not irrelevant?
You asked how did those people got there? I'm trying to explain.
Yeah, but I'm speaking. Like, it doesn't matter what someone else said. The point is, anyway, his argument is that these Amerindians are imposters. Yeah, these Amerindians are imposters, and that Shifa is an original American, and that he was never enslaved and taken from Africa to the Americas. He is indigenous to that landmass. I brought a piece of evidence that I thought, in my opinion, refuted that proposition, because what the evidence I brought stated that a tribe that
keyword his opinion,
you fat bitch, that did look like what we now consider to be Amerindians, that they could remains, very different remains found ranging between 7,000 and 12,000 years from Chile to, I think, like maybe Canada or something. So all over the
information from, bro. Are you reading a children?
Hold on 2 seconds, Shipper. Let him finish. Let him finish, Shipper.
Yeah, one second.
Because I want to answer it. I want to answer it. I want some closure to this because we're going around in circles. Let's have some closure. Hold on 2 seconds, Shipper. Let him finish. Let him finish. Because I want to just answer it and done with.
So, let me just
2 seconds, Shipper. Let me answer it and done. I like.
Listen, I'm gonna
simple. Like everybody gets to talk. Like, you know what I mean? That's one at a time.
I hear you.
So basically, when the Spanish and the Portuguese went there, when they went to places like Asia, they brought a lot of those type of people to those areas, i.e. the Philippines, India, some of the Pacific Islanders, especially Polynesian people. They brought a lot of those type of people into those areas. And the evidence of that, because those people are identified as Chinos or Chicanos. And you have the same you have the same people, in India and Asia called Chulas and them type of things. So later on, people got what they call different type of status later on after the in the early 1800s. People started getting different type of statuses and certain things like that. But a lot of those people are from like other places like the Polynesian areas and the Philippines and things like that.
Are you talking before the haplogroup? I mean, we know the haplogroup maps of North America, right? There's only a C3 line, right? If I'm right, there's a C3 line, a Q1, Q3 line. So which bit of Africans are there? Because there's no African.
So the first Americans are what we would call Polynesians or Aboriginal Australians.
You mean you're talking about the C2, C3 lines, right?
But how would you?
Hold on 2 seconds. I've put a link. There's a DNA test done by in Brazil. It's called Luzia. Luzia dates back to 12 to 10,000 years old, and she's a Polynesian phenotype. And they actually done the reconstruction of this person.
But Polynesians are not black.
You don't know that.
You do have black Polynesians as well, because i.e. the Queen of Hawaii. If you want to go to the royal family of Hawaii, you can see that they were originally dark-skinned people.
Hey Ralph, go on.
Hold on 2 seconds, Shipper. 2 seconds. I'll come with evidence and straight points. So Ralph, you can look at the Hawaiian royal family. There's another one called King Carl.
He's cutting me off here and expecting me to wait.
Yeah, but hold on, Shipper. I haven't finished yet, Shipper. Shipper, I have not finished yet.
My battery's gonna die. I'm coming off.
Shipper, I have not finished.
Bro, the same way you cut me off,
I have not finished.
Cut right into the middle of my conversation.
I have not finished, Shipper.
But you're not finished.
I have not finished.
I'm coming off of here anyway, so you got all the time in the world.
Yeah, but I have not finished, Shipper.
Let me finish my statement.
Yeah, but I have not finished my statement. You're just going to make a statement, then run off. It's either you better just charge off your phone and come back. That's what I would say is better.
Cut me off in the middle of my statement.
Yeah, but Jane Joe, you lot are just going around in circles. There's no closure to this argument. I've actually put resources. I've actually put resources in the background.
Let's let Turok finish. Let's let Turok finish.
No, I'm not letting no one finish because you both cut me
Yeah,
off in the
because
middle
I've
of my
actually put
statement.
references in the background. I'm not just yapping. I'm not just yapping. I've got references there.
I'm not just yapping. I got references. So if you're gonna cut me off in the middle of my statement,
I've taken my time out to bring references so to back up my talk. I've brought references to back up my talk.
And then Veli's gonna have to come on here. Veli's gonna have to
I've brought references to back up my talk. I'm not talking about arguments or scenarios. I answer questions. I bring solutions. I don't bring confusion.
Because I'm trying to talk, and I've started talking right over the top of my conversation.
You have not brought up Lucia. You have not brought up no other DNA or nothing like that in America to counteract James's argument from 2 to even a week ago. You have not done it a week ago, so it's not going to happen today.
No way am I in the middle of a sentence.
I'm just saying you haven't done it the past couple of days, and I'm doing it now.
I got you, but at the end of the day, you're still being rude because you cut me off my sentence.
Yeah, but you're messing up the thing because I'm giving the real answers now.
What you're saying right now because you cut me off.
But that's what I'm trying to say. Nobody cares because you haven't even brought no resources to back up your claim.
Then someone
but bring resources. I've actually took time out and brought resources and waited my turn. I'm not just yapping for no reason.
Listen, no one is no one's dad's here, innit? No one's no one's dad, so no one ain't got the right to cut
so can I finish my points because I actually took time out to bring resources. I brought time out to bring resources.
No, because you didn't let me finish my point.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. Your battery's not running out, mate.
Respect is a given as well as it's earned, innit? So if you're not giving me the respect to know that you cut me off my sentence, to be quiet, let me finish saying what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I've asked James a question now. I've given James an answer, and now you're answering for James and giving him about the argument.
Until you acknowledge the fact that you cut me off my sentence with James Jones and then continue talking. When you acknowledge that, then I will acknowledge you. But until such a time, I'm gonna just carry on down.
Yeah, but you have not bring no resources, so it's just it's just pure really and truly, and your battery at the end of the day, my battery's kind of decent. You know what I mean? I've got the charger right here next to me. I can go on for days. I can go on for days. This could be Radio Toro. Might bring out some records.
So Veli, come regulate your panel. Make sure people know.
What's happening now? Oh God!
What's going to happen is it's going to turn into a war of words. We're just going to be here just talking shit. No one's talking sense anymore, innit? And I ain't going to stop talking.
This is what happens when people don't bring resources.
When I finish saying what I was saying, the next man can talk, innit? But you don't cut a man off. When people cut you
but
off,
bring resources, man. If you ain't got no resources, what? You got nothing to feed nobody.
Listen, I don't care.
Veli, screen share when you're ready, yeah?
So at the end of the day, really and truthfully, blah, 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 blah,
You know what I'm saying? Might be helpful for the conversation.
Swing, swing.
You know what? Hey, Shiva, I'm trying to help you, man. I'm trying to help you, bro.
Very dreadlocks.
Man get stabbed on the road. Man get shot on the road. Man don't talk on the road. Head cracked on the road. Man get dashed on the road. Man get beat up on the road. Man get licked in the middle of the road like boom.
Soundboy battery dead on the road. Soundboy battery dead on the road.
Everything I'm gonna say now is on the road. You don't wanna go there, not on the road. You are not on the road. You talk from the house, you're not on the road. You're a homeboy, stay in your home.
Soundboy battery dead on the road.
Very dreadlocks.
You're not on the road.
Screen share when you're ready, please. Very dreadlocks.
It's a minor intermission, people. Keep locked in and locked in. Loaded to the black one.
We might as well just let Schiffer go, man, because he's just gonna.
Thank you.
Very dreadlocks.
Thank you, because I'm just gonna
have an interview with a Taib that might be.
Let me go. Just let Shaka look. Just let me go in it. Let me say what I was gonna say. Then I'm gonna shut up.
Go. No one's gonna talk. Go.
Thank you. So, like I was saying, realistically, yeah, I would like to know first and foremost what the phenotype of these people that James Jones is speaking about, because he's not been very specific in that degree. And also, as far as I'm concerned, people who saying Polynesians ain't black, go online, look up Polynesians, look up what they look like before you come online and say some stupid something like that. And then thirdly, my third explanation is this. Realistically, yeah, what I'd like you to do, everyone go online and Go on to even on YouTube. There's a video. Yeah, I just found a video on YouTube. Yeah, before Columbus came. Yeah, America before Columbus came. Yeah, in fact, let me make sure you got the right exact name of the video. It's called Black Before Columbus Came. Black Before Columbus Came. Yeah? The African Black before Columbus came. The African discovery of America. Type that in on your thing. Go and watch that video. And
tell us about it. Tell us about it.
Tell us about it. Make it quick, Torok. I'm trying to give you your space. Let me just finish. I'm trying to make this quick. Yeah. Now, secondly, yeah, understand this. There are trade winds that come from Africa to America. Long before Europeans got to Africa or to America, Africans and Americans were already building boats. They would have called them canoes. They was made out of a whole tree trunk, and they would have stuck two canoes together with a sail, and they would have been able to sail to America quite easily, just using the canary winds. So that's what I got to say, really and truthfully. If you want to prove me wrong, prove to me there were no black people in America. Full stop. That's what you got to do. Stop telling me like this.
Prove to us now. Prove to us. Prove to us.
They don't look like.
Bro, there's no Indian. They were Indian, all right, with red spots on their forehead, putting henna all over their body. Stop it, Turok, bro. They were African. What he's explained there.
Bro, listen.
Exactly
like Africans.
So Africans don't put all poo over their body like the Hindus, no?
All right, look.
How very dare you?
Listen, you used to pull out man's.
I should be so lucky.
You guys used to put them like Aztecs used to put their bodies up on the
so
thing.
So you're telling me people in Africa don't put poo over themselves like the Hindus, no?
Genitals. Listen,
they don't worship the cow, no?
Hold on a second. You're saying that there was.
Are you telling me that they don't put poo over themselves like the Hindus do?
Shut up, bro. Stop.
Do. I do. Return of the Mac.
Look,
yeah, with all of this, the way this is descended, I'm out, man. Big up the panel, though. Like,
big up.
Lucia was black.
Except for that fat racist tramp bitch. Big up all you, man. In a bit.
So, the following video,
much does he Ralph?
features an interview with a Taino in Jamaica, and it runs down some history from their own perspective. So yeah, a few minutes might be.
Oh, is it Kaiman? Is it somebody called Kaiman?
Yes, I'm standing here with the virgin that was doing the libation. I'm saying your name is again.
Yeah, you know why?
Mukabo and a grabba and a guab.
Mukaro Aguebana.
Aguebana.
So you can just call me Mukaro.
Okay, like you say, I'm Muta Baruka, but you don't say Muta. Anyway, I was just asking you if there's a networking of Taino people that you can describe exactly. Because I say Rico.
Yes, my family lineages come from the island of Borequén. That's what we call it in our ancestral language. In the common language, in English and Spanish, we say Puerto Rico. But the Taino people, our ancient people, live throughout the Caribbean. And our peoples, our chiefdoms, our networks extended from Puerto Rico to Jamaica, right? Cubanacan, Cuba, Haiti, which is Dominican Republic, and Haiti, and also into the Bahamas and to the southern tip of Florida. So we were traveling all through those islands. And of course, we had many relations in the Lesser Antilles with Dominica, St. Vincent, Trinidad, and all the way into Central America, trading with the Maya peoples, right? And into North America, trading with the people who lived in Florida. But you could see that our people traveled from island to island using the great canoas or the canoes, which is where you get the word canoe from our word canoa. And our people traveled in canoes that could hold maybe over 150 people right at a time. At that time, our people were strong. You know, they didn't have the artificial preservatives and everything else that's happening in the world.
You don't know what you're talking about.
But they lived naturally connected with the earth at every moment. They worked hard. They played hard. They loved the life, loved land. But they traveled from island to island. And unlike the Spaniards who came and made war on us, our people had a philosophy that we would make relations, family relations, right? So from village to village, from island to island, the chiefs would marry their daughters into families, right? So then when we traveled to another island, we wouldn't be going to see strangers. We'd be going to see family. Like we're here today. We have family here, right? So then the people would not come out with the arrows, right? Because we say, hey, you remember we're related to you, right? So our people extended throughout the islands by love, not war.
Right. All right. We can ask you something because when I was going to school, we were about two set of people that occupied Jamaica before the Spaniards came. They were the Caribs and the Tainos. Now, I want you to explain to me two things. One, where did your people come from originally? And what is the relationship between the Arawak and the Taino and the Caribs?
Yes. Our people originally came from the earth, right? That's what our stories say. That after the flood, we came out of the caves in the ground in a sacred mountain called Casiba Hagua, right? In these mountains called Cauta, and here in the Caribbean, right? So we were born from the land. But some people say that some of our ancestral lineage comes up from the Arawaks, from Guyana, from Suriname, those people. And today we can still connect to them because we have a very similar language. So we interchange, and we have regional organizations that connect and so that we can continue our family lines. The Caribs, or who the people call Caribs, are really the Kalinago people. Kalinago. Right? And so Caribs are another group of people who later up from South America, and they intermarried with our people. So the people in the islands, they were also to us. But history tells us that, the Spanish history tells us that we were at war with Arabs, and that's not so.
Tainos originally come from, and what is the relationship between the Caribs and the
Yes. You want me to say that?
So the Tainos...
Yeah, I'm going to say it.
Ancient stories say our people are come from the islands. That's what the ancient stories say. But we know that we came from the cave Cauta, from the mountain Cauta, out of this sacred Casiba Hagua, and this is after the flood when our people emerged into the light. Our relationship with the Caribs, there's a lot of mishistory presented because we didn't get to tell our story, right? Somebody else wrote the story. So that's why we're here, to try to set something straight. But the Caribs were another communities of people who call themselves Kalinago. And they came into the islands, and many of our people interrelated with them through arranged marriages and through allowed. So they had their territories, but our peoples were in the larger islands like Puerto Rico, Cuba, Jamaica, Haiti, the Bahamas, and all throughout those regions. And we had these relationships with them. The reason why this idea about the Caribs were eating the Arawaks and we were at war is because, remember, we were also victims of enslavement, right? And they had to justify slavery somehow in their minds, why they were enslaving other humans. So they had to create somebody who was evil, right? So then they had to create a good Indian and a bad Indian, right? And so unfortunately the Caribs were the bad, fierce Indians, right, that ate people and that committed atrocities. And we were the peaceful Arawaks, right? And so but when our people fought against the Spaniards, they would call us Caribs, and then they would enslave us, right? So this is how they took the great chiefs and the leaders of our communities. These people are rebelling. They must be Caribs, right? And then they could take them into bondage, right? And that's what happened with us.
All right. So you had a period in the Taino issue where when the Spaniards came, for instance, in Jamaica, we were taught that the Spaniards came, the Arawaks greeted them with fruits and this and that. And we know that the Spaniards didn't understand what the Taino was saying, or the Taino was what the Spaniard was saying. But we got the feeling that there was a discussion taking place. And the Spaniards now said this is in the name of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella. But what I want to ask you, you know of any resistance against the Spaniards' invasion to the island, where we can say this was a main historical event in Taino history, where the Tainos actually just like the slaves who rebel in Jamaica, rebellion, you know, Sam Sharp, whatsoever. Is there a specific period where we can identify and say this was one of the biggest uprisings against the Spaniards coming here? Because it would appear to us that, I mean, based off of what we get in history, it would appear to us that the Spaniards come here, the Arawaks were so loving, them give everything, and then the Spaniards kill a lot of the Arawaks, take over the islands, and that is it. And these passive people just give up them whole place for the Spaniards.
Yeah, that's.
Does this go on?
That's
forever?
not how it went. There's evidence and there's historical documentation of uprisings from the very beginning. You know, our people were always. We come from a place, you know, that people call paradise, right? These islands, and our mentality, our philosophy is based on that. We have a year-round growing system. We have the bounty of the sea. All these things created a philosophy in our people that, yes, we would give and give because that's how we made peaceful relations. But we had that to give because this is where the Creator put us, right? This is where we were chosen to be, right? So when the Spaniards came, of course, we gave them things because we saw other trading partners. Now, if you're going to be making an axe, right, that takes like a month to make the blade, and somebody's going to give you a metal axe that you could do things very as you want to trade with those people. You say, oh, I could use this, you know, and let's you for that. And so, of course, we wanted to make the relationships. Our people made what we call Guaitiao ceremony with some of the Spaniards. Guaitiao is like a blood ceremony. In our minds, this is a binding treaty.
It's
This
like
makes you
African
family.
story
Even
hour.
if we weren't from the same mother, you become family like that. The Spaniards abused it. You see, abused that hospitality from our people.
Good Lord.
So right in the very beginning, after Columbus left the first time, in one of the main islands in Haiti, in Quisqueya, in the Dominican Republic, Chief Caonabo came down and wiped out Columbus's group there. Right. That's in Haiti. Right in the very beginning, because when Columbus left, the people that he left started to abuse the people, started to dishonor the women, steal and misuse them. So there was a battle right away. But remember, Columbus came back with cannons, rifles, dogs, attack dogs, right, that were trained to kill people. They were fighting the Spaniards.
So what does that say, Shaka?
So yeah, I'll leave that there because it goes on for a bit. But yeah.
So what we get from that is there's
So what does that mean, Shaka?
Yeah, what does that?
I know what I think it means.
Taínos are Johnny come latelys.
What
At
does
the
that
risk,
mean,
at,
Shaka?
at the risk of
Because
sounding
black people were
crazy,
there
we've
for
already
the black
sequenced, but we
people
have
were
the human
turned into the
genome map,
enemy,
guys. Why are we
black
looking at
people
this stuff?
were turned into the enemy by the Spaniards, innit, and the British and whatever invaders, Columbus and whatever else now, yeah. Now, like I said, the man made it very clear. Like I said, these people, long before any European invaders landed in the Americas, yeah, Africans and Americans were already building canoes and going from Africa and America and
You
integrating.
never said that shit.
Now, listen. No, that's what I said. That's what I said before.
What?
Now,
Yeah, but how long does it take to canoe from the West Indies to blasted Africa
Listen. I've got
without a blasted sail to push you along with the wind? Come on, Bridget, man. It took them a month with a sail.
Yeah, it took about 60 days. Yeah, took about 60 days with no sail. If you want to know the answer, yeah. Anyway, so like I was saying, yeah,
In the middle of nowhere. Come on, man.
Why do you have to?
By the way, this is the brethren
And
here
I'm not-
that
I don't
muted.
get to finish my statement. It's really annoying, Torok. Can I finish
It's a
saying what I'm
joke,
saying?
man. That is a blasted joke. How can you say these
No,
people
no.
went all the way to Africa for what?
Alright, cool. It's a joke.
What are they
to you,
going
thank
to all the way to Africa to do? What?
Thank
In a canoe.
We've heard you. Have you made your point now? All right, cool. So I'm gonna move on. Let's not get stuck on one point, innit? Like I'm moving on, yeah. So like I was saying, yeah. I said that the Africans and the Americans were integrating with each other from long before Europeans got there.
Prove
This man
it.
made clear. Listen, let me finish. This man made it clear under no uncertain circumstances that these people were building canoes and they were traveling from island to island. So they
Yes, it's
already
an
knew about.
Arawak word. Kanua.
You're talking.
Kanua is an
Torok,
Arawak word. Well, how can you tell the people now? Oh, we build boats. It's called
are you on
canoes.
steroids, bro? Is this steroids?
Do you not hear the man say Kanua is an Arawakan word?
You're talking. Let me talk in it. You talk, and then I'll.
What is their war boat called? What is their war boat called?
You might just arguing for the sake of it, right?
No, because I'll ask you, Shaka. What was that? What was the purpose of that video?
I'm not in the argument, but at the moment you are just arguing for the sake of it.
Yeah, but what was the purpose of that video? I don't understand.
It's the Taino saying some Taino history. That's all. You're having a conversation about Taino history. That's what it is.
Dude, guys, we have the DNA map of the Americas. We don't have to listen
it's
to
not everyday
stories.
beef and warfare and argument, you know. Like I don't.
We have the DNA map.
People don't make no points. This is the whole point. What gets me mad? You're not just throwing out things. Just make a point for once, man. Oh,
yeah, me. You got to stop, you know.
Heads can argue with himself. This is actually.
I have not listened to one thing the man said. You start saying that we start coming into Africa.
You sound like a cracked out picture, man. Stop it. I'm gonna say it, man. Fuck it.
Who, me?
Yeah, man. Stop it. You sound like you got a lot of estrogen in your body. You chill out, bro. We want
you
some.
Sure? You sure you can go?
Yeah,
starting on you for.
Yeah, but I want to be able to think and actually get content together and make
exactly. That's what I'm trying to do. Get Kingo.
Voice, bro. Please, bro.
All I'm saying, let's get some context. What are we actually talking about here?
Toro, why don't you tell us what you're talking about first?
I'll ask Shaka. Shaka's presented something, and everybody's talking over.
Turok, I have a quick question for you, Turok, or what Turok or Shaka? I mean, not Turok or Shipper. If there are Africans in the North Americas, we expect to see this in the world DNA map. There are no African lines in the world DNA map in the North Americas or the South Americas. All I have to do is bring up the world DNA map and show you what the lines are. They aren't in Africa. I mean, that might not be good news for some people. No, I have no position in this.
Ralph, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying they're falsified.
They're not African.
But I define African. I define African as those people with African DNA, right?
Things are falsified. That's what I'm going to say to you. If you not believe them, then that's up to you.
No disrespect, no horse in the battle, but the world DNA map shows no presence of African DNA in there. It shows the Q3C3 and Q3C3b lines. There are no African.
I'm not saying Africans couldn't travel there, but they would have to go through Asia. That's what I'm saying. If they did, they went through the other. They went through the east. They didn't come through the Atlantic.
The Polynesian genome map says that only the C2 lines, the C2A03, made it all the way to what would normally be right just off the South American coast, and that creates the C3 genetic map. There's no other way in. Other people came with India.
This is what I keep trying to tell people.
One thing, yeah. Let me say something real quick, though, yeah. But I think the point that was being made was that these people are tracing their ancestry as not coming off the Americas, isn't it? Yeah. So they're saying that they're the original people there. And when you look at Muta Baruka and you look at the guy that's there, Muta Baruka is the ancestor of an enslaved African, and the other guy is an ancestor of an enslaved original Jamaican. They look
what would
like
DNA
two different
say?
sets of people.
Yeah, but DNA could say something different, couldn't it?
I'll share the screen. Let me share my screen. Let's just look at the world DNA map, and then you can have your argument when you look at the world DNA map. And can you show me where the Africans are? Just show me where the Africans are.
Ralph, listen. We've heard you. Ralph, listen, please, Ralph. 1 second, Ralph. We've heard your DNA thing. Yeah, we're not disputing your. I'm not disputing it. Ralph, I'm not disputing the DNA. Ralph, this is what I'm saying to you, Ralph. I'm saying to you that whatever DNA you're going to show us is made by the people who are the perpetrators. These are the liars. These are the people who write history. I am not inclined to believe it. And secondly, Ralph, 1 second, yeah. Secondly, what I'm also saying is this, Ralph, the physical evidence here, when we want to get into physical, does not just rely upon some set of bones that James Jones is talking about. There's actual things like artifacts, drawings, murals, where they've made depictions of the war between the black and the black and browner skinned Indians, or as they was calling them.
Shifa, I hear you, man. I really hear you. Shifa, I'm listening to what you're saying. But the thing about the DNA map is it's sequenced by researchers across the world and put into one database. And if you just bear with me a second, if I look and I scroll across to the North American, if I look at the lines, let's do this.
hear me a second. Just look at this. These are the only DNA. This is the only DNA found in the Americas.
I know you're telling the truth, Ralph, because I've heard this before many times, and we've had to fight tooth and nail to refute these lies. And like I said, we've had to dig up artifacts out of the ground where you can see pictures of black faces and brown faces.
Shifa, that might be Shifa. I'm not disputing your physical.
White invaders depicted.
Let me ask you for a question.
Yeah, and helmets.
Can I answer your question, Veli?
Wait. Well, let me ask Shifa a question first, though. Shifa, you see the two people on the screen, yeah? Which one do you resemble the most?
The one on the left.
The one on the left. All right, Turok, which one do you resemble the most?
Can I answer the question in fully, because you made a good point there. You made a good point, but can we actually see what the Taino Jamaican chief look like? Because for one, that brother is from Puerto Rico, and they will tell you in their history they had a lot of poor people from Spain that came and lived there amongst the people. The same thing in Dominican Republic. They had a lot of Spanish people come and live amongst those people, and they're mixed in with those people. So if you want to look at a Jamaican Taino chief, I would say, yeah, Shifa, and maybe even you might resemble him if you want to go by resemblance.
So you're saying that him in modern day is not what an ancient Taino would have looked like?
Yeah, he probably has some resembling features, but they do admit to being mixed with African and European as well.
And they weren't the only tribe there neither.
Yeah, but we just have to look at the history of the islands of certain places. So if you look at the Jamaican Taino chief, it will resemble a lot of our folks.
Do you know what, Shakara? You see, you played that video. Can I get you to play another video, please?
Hi, the Africans.
Like we've seen your video.
ABA.
We know when Africans came into America. We're not denying that, but we're saying our oldest DNA goes back to North America, our oldest DNA, and the 23andMe is only going up to 500 years. And you have to also remember, with the history, they've taken a lot of our people out of the Americas into places like West Africa, into places even like Australia as well.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they have. They've taken there are people called hold on. There's people called Creoles. There's people called the Tombon people in Ghana. There was people called Afro-Brazilians that are all over the coast of West Africa. And also in the 1500s, the Portuguese and the Dutch brought a lot of the indigenous people from the Americas into West Africa to plant cocoa, to plant cassava, to plant corn, all different types of products that come from the Americas.
Yeah, man saying that. Just
do you know what's interesting though, yeah? Do you know what's interesting, yeah? It is possible, yeah, that you're gonna find even among the Jamaican Taino, or Tainos everywhere, to be honest, more African people, because in nations where we were the majority, a lot the Tainos didn't stay locked up somewhere and didn't intermingle with the rest of the people. Them like, so if the Africans are the majority on the island, you're gonna find African ancestry among the Tainos as well. That just makes sense. So some of them will and do.
100%.
Look like more of us than some of us of them. That's the reality.
Yeah, but Shaka, even if with that though, yeah, that's still not saying that there was the African looking Tainos
from ancient time. No, it's not. It's not. But some
Spanish explorers
and say that that's the case, isn't it?
Answering the question with your question, like, bro, can I ask Shaka a question, please? Shaka, I want to ask you this question, yeah? Is it impossible, yeah, knowing that those people were building canoes, yeah? Is it totally impossible with the type of boats and constructions those people would have used and the ones in Africa, yeah, because we know they were building boats too, yeah? Is it entirely impossible that people could have got from Africa to America and the other way around?
There is some evidence of the idea that this is the case. So during the era of Mansa Musa, it is said that Mansa Musa's brother traveled to the Americas. There is evidence of materials, as I said before, in West Africa that could only have come from the Americas. So the idea is that some went and came back, or there was travel from the Americas to to Africa. However, what's it called? From my understanding, a lot of the argument is that the people them in the Americas were not African at all. Yeah, they're exclusively black people of the Americas and originated there. So the idea that they came from Africa would also fly in the face of the argument. But again, like, there's no doubt.
When you say it would fly in the face of the argument, whose argument?
I'll talk about the thing is that people are gonna, that when you see Taínos with obvious African ancestry, that people are gonna people do use that to try and say, well, yeah, these are are the original, right? Does that make sense? And it's nonsense. I'm saying,
Shaka, you made a good point with Mansa Musa, but Mansa Musa was what, the 1400s?
No, long before then. Long before then.
What year was Mansa Musa then?
Yeah, we're talking about the 11th, 12th century.
Okay, but we know that that there's older finds of Polynesian black people all over, not say all over the Americas, Brazil, Luzia, that is over 12 to 10,000 years old.
But you said finds of Polynesian black people. What do you mean? Like, so they dug up the remains?
Luzia, I've put it in the back chat. Luzia, they found some bones, and she's probably of the Tupi sort of tribe, and they've done a reconstruction of what this person would look like, and it's called Luzia.
There's no doubt that these people
didn't. So the point I'm making now, with the Mansa Musa, that's probably only happened in the 12th to 14th century. There was already black people there.
Mansa Musa is before the 14th century, bro. Like, he's like
I'm saying in between the 12th and 14th century. So that's what, 800 years. There was already black people there for 10,000 years.
Shaka, one question more. Shaka, yeah? You see, when you're talking about Mansa Musa, yeah, Shaka, yeah, you see that you said that there's evidence that Mansa Musa went to America. What is this evidence you're going by? Because the only evidence I have,
I said there's some evidence. I didn't say it's conclusive. I said it's evidence. And also the fact that, like you were saying, that the trade wind argument is an old argument. You know what I'm saying? So that's possible too. Yeah. The fact that the trade wind got there and them kind of things there. But again, but if that's the case,
wasn't actually my question, though, Shaka. I was getting to my question. My actual question was this: if it is documented, yeah, that when Christopher Columbus got to what he called the New World, yeah, he saw what he was calling Ethiopians there, yeah, and also some of these natives came and gave him spearheads, which they then took back to Europe and analyzed and worked out to be African spearheads, to be consistent with metals of the spearheads used in the African continent. Can you explain that?
I can explain that. Basically, they got it wrong. That's actually like a triangle medallion what the Taino caciques wear. I can show you proof of it. It's in the Taino dictionary. It's called Guanin. Hold on. It's called Guanin. It's called Guanin, yeah, and it's part gold, part silver, part copper. And this is why they said it was very similar. This is why they said it's very similar to the African spearhead.
Why is it similar?
Because of the technology, how they built it.
West Africa were doing that kind of work from a long time, which is probably true. But there was the reality. Sorry,
why did they have? No, answer my question though. Why did they have?
Because I'm gonna stay on, but I've got to just mute up and
Are you gonna answer my question though? Because that's my question.
I think you're debating for the sake of it at the moment. I'm not actually debating.
No, I just want to answer to that question. I'm not debating for the sake of it. My question was not what you thought it was. My question was, why did the spear tip heads in the metal in those heads in Africa and the metal in the ones in South America, why are they similar?
Yeah, bro. To be honest with you, I've come across this argument before. I don't remember it enough to give a definitive answer to your statement. Yeah. So once I see it,
thank you.
I have to look at it. Right.
Thanks.
Quickly, before I duck for a sec, yeah, I just want to say, yeah, this is funny because every now and then I read the chat while I'm on it. So, what's his name? DJ Hate Soul says, "Source up or shut up, Shakara. Tired of that's supposed to be your tales, yeah, right?" Now this is funny, yeah, because whenever I'm actually saying something and I bring source material, as in books and videos, yeah, to back up what I'm saying, people complain, and when I don't, people say source up or shut up. So when you say source up, what do you mean? Like, do you mean get a book? Or
yeah, but Chaka, your video didn't have no sources. That's what he means. Your video,
but again, I didn't bring the video to make an argument. But hold on, I didn't bring the video to make an argument.
The video didn't need any sources because the guy in the video is the actual source.
Right.
He's giving all the details.
He's relaying.
Right.
Again, I wasn't bringing any argument.
Shipper.
1 second. If people were
That's
listening,
what I was trying to ask.
if people were listening,
Torek said the same thing to me. Torek said to me, "Where's my references?" I was going to draw them out.
Hold on. I put something in the side chat. Hold on.
1 second. I asked Torek for sources all the time, and he never provides them.
I put it. I've got it. I have it. I have it reload like a reload, bound for the reload. So let me pick up on my point now.
I said before I played the video, I said, by the way, I've got an interview here with a Taino, and he runs down some Taino history, so it may be informative for the conversation. I wasn't making a point. You were discussing Taino history, so I brought a brother who was speaking about Taino history. That's it. Not everything's an argument.
No, but we're just saying.
All right, Shipper.
Not everything's a debate. You know what I'm saying?
All right, Shipper.
I take your advice, and bring more books, to the table. More papers and more studies and these things that are documented either in word form or visual form to the conversation that these when I'm making points. Thank you for the endorsement.
All right, Chaka. I put something in the live chat. I've also put something in the private chat. This is also where the Spanish have used the gold of these people, the Taino people, and they called it Guinea. Guinea, and even in England now, a Spanish gold coin is called a guinea. This is why you have places like Equatorial Guinea, because they've even used the Arawakan word, what we use for gold. And where is Guinea? On the Gold Coast.
In Africa.
Facts.
Yeah, but like I was saying, I was trying to say to you before, that my man was giving all the details of, when you was talking about your people's history. My man was giving the details like it was his people's history. He don't look like my man on the screen.
But we're not dealing with looks. He's done his DNA test, really. There's a Taino chief. There's a Taino chief who this man crowned in Jamaica in 2018 February. He's in the Gleaner. The Taino chief, Chief Cayman.
But I tell you, Turok, let me understand you. I'm confused, man. Are you claiming the Taino people have black DNA?
Yeah.
I did say black DNA. The Spanish explorers, when they got there, they said the people of what they call very black, not black, brown. We're copper-colored people. So he looked at us like the people in either Ethiopia and places like Papua New Guinea. So they're very brown-skinned people. So even like Khoisan.
I'm just doing the basic examination. Looks at the Taino people are clearly Amerindian, and they don't look black at all.
Yeah, but you have to understand that after how much mixing, where they have brought people in from China, Philippines, India, people from Spain, Scandinavia, and all these different types of places, the west coast of Africa.
But looks like the Taino people are pre-Ice Age, right? So they're pre-12,000 years. So they were there before any transportation. So they weren't black.
Yeah. So my people, there's the Carib people in all over the Lesser Antilles. There's a bones that's found there from 28,000 years called the Guadalupe woman. Then in Trinidad you have something called the Bahari man or the Barari man. These are in Trinidad or Dominican Republic.
I'm genuinely trying to understand. I'm running through all the Taino history. As you look at it, looks like they're native Amerindian. They're there pre-Ice Age, and they don't look black. Am I wrong?
No, the first Americans are Polynesian, Aboriginal, Australians.
What do you mean the first Americans? I'm talking just for the Taino people.
The Taino people are part of the Americas.
They don't look black. Their DNA is older than 12,000. 12,000 is a cut off of the Ice Age.
The Tainos are descendants of the Maya people.
Yeah, that's it, exactly. So they're Amerindian genetically, right?
No. The first Americans are Polynesian. We can even see this with food. i.e., America has over 300 different types of potato. So if you look at the sweet potato migration, you can see there's back and forth movement from
there's two
Colombia, Mexico to places like
that's
Polynesia,
not strictly true,
and this
isn't
is
it?
just food. This is food crops now.
That's not
That's
strictly
showing you
true, though.
evidence.
Is that strictly true? You have the Q1 and Q3 lines both arrive. One arrives in North America and one arrives in South America. You're talking about the ones that arrive from the Polynesian line, i.e. Q3. So the Amerindian people are Q1 and Q3, and they're not black.
Do you know what? This conversation, yeah, is just sounding childish now, yeah, because
It depends what you call black, Ralph, to be honest.
They don't
People already
have
said that people are...
they don't have the African.
It depends. What do you call the Khoisan people black?
No, I call them African, but not black. When they be black,
What color? Where is black country then? Where is the black country?
So when you
So where is black country?
So when you say black means Africa, so you take the original lines.
Where is no? Actually, Africa doesn't mean black.
No, exactly. Africa means A1.
Africa is a Greek term meaning of place of very hot. Ethiopian, somebody of burnt skin.
Hold on a second.
You have to look at the language. You have to look at the language what these people are speaking. Hold on 2 seconds, man. Look at the language what these people are speaking. When they got there, it's not like they're saying they look Hindustani. They didn't say the people look like they're from Bharat. They said these people look. Hold on. They said the people look Indios. Indios meaning wild, savage, untamed people.
Yeah, but those are just words and language and cultural stories. You can just look at the DNA.
So what would the Spanish? What was the language they were using?
Allow me to continue. So when I say African people, I mean including the Khoisan and everyone else. I mean
no, Africans are actually Berber people.
Allow me to.
Africans are actual Berber people.
Turok, allow me. The
Africans are Berber Mediterranean people.
Are you going to allow me? You're going to keep going.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong, Ralph.
I can't speak. How would you be no wrong? How would you know if I can't speak?
Because you're not being because I said black. I said what color are the Khoisan, and you said no. I said they're African. African is not a color.
Notice I'm not interrupting you.
African is not a color.
May you provide the same courtesy back? I'm not using the word color. I can't speak to Rock because you're just speaking of me. If I look at the DNA,
you can speak very well, and you're being tricky. You're being tricky.
I can't
speak. You're doing Jublia.
How would I know I'm tricky if you're just getting triggered and speaking over me?
You're doing Jublia because Africa is not a color.
If I look at the Y phylogeny and I say Africans are A1, I'm not saying the word color. Okay. Notice the word color is not coming out. If I say Africans are the original people with the A1, A2, 3 lines, on we go. B2s are Pygmy and Hadza. Bantus are E3. Cushitic people are E3, B1s. If I walk through that and I call those people African, there's not African people in the American Indian gene map.
Okay, Africans are originally North Africans. So I'm going to ask you a simple question now, Ralph. What color is Indian red?
No, but what do you mean? What do you mean the original Africans are North?
What crayon color does it look like? The color Indian red. What does the color look like, everybody?
You're obsessed with color.
What does the color Indian red on a crayon look like, everybody?
Where are the original Africans from?
What does Indian red on a crayon look like, everybody? Does it look Khoisan? Does it look Khoisan? Does it look Khoisan, everybody?
Where's the original Africans from?
Ralph, you're down our head, Ralph. What's the matter with you, Ralph? You know Sanskrit, man. You're all over the place today, man. Come on,
you're
mate.
just using words.
Where is Africa? Africa is a little island of Cartagena, mate, and you're trying to tell me Africa's a color now. I'm telling you, what color is Indian red, and it'd be brown.
No, what you're doing is just speaking and speaking. You're triggered.
Speaking over people.
Everybody go to Google and look at the crayon color Indian red.
Yeah.
Everybody, let's go to kindergarten. Let's go to kindergarten now. Let's go to nursery. What color is Indian red? What color does Indian red look like, everybody? Let's go to nursery.
Someone has to help Turok understand African history.
But anyway, the most logical thing we have to look at this argument is that canoes were not traveling 9,000 miles from Africa to America. That is what happened.
Yeah, they weren't just normal canoes. They were putting 2 canoes together and they were putting a sail on it as well.
So 2 canoes still ain't gonna go.
Listen. Let's not talk about this. Listen. Yo, belly, man.
We actually have something we call a warboat. Our warboats are called Paraguays. It can hold up to 13 people in there, but they're not paddling to Africa, Bridget.
Yo, you hear me? Someone's playing some music in the background or something, man. Need to mute. Yo, so I put a link in the back chat here to a website. Where is it? ScienceMag.org. Ancient DNA confirms Native Americans deep roots in North and South America in it. So it's like, I don't know if you want to look through that and see.
That's exactly right.
Give us a brief background, please, Veli, if you can.
Sorry, Veli. Can I just say something? Yeah. Because I've got a bit of time today, innit? So I'm gonna stay here for a bit. Yeah, my name seems very popular in the chat right about now. Yeah. Anybody who wants to come on, right, and actually have a conversation with man about whatever beef they got with man, feel free to do so. Yeah, I'll be here for a while. You know what I'm saying? So if you're about that life, then come true in it, like we'll reason. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So directly, let me call out what the brethren name? DJH Soul. Yeah, he's got a lot of smoke for man. Yeah, come true. Yeah, like you know what I'm saying. Man will address whatever concerns you have. Big up to Amir Khan. You know what I'm saying. Don't know. Yeah, you get me. Your name is the name. You share a name with quite a famous boxer. And let's hope that your career on the G Block will be more prolific than
firing shots.
What's it called? You know what I mean? And yeah, whoever, I think there's one other person. Mr. Ali's always trying to get at man anyway. But yeah, come true, Mr. Ali, innit? Like, you know what I'm saying? Ali, yeah, come true. Get me. And we'll talk in it, like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah. All of you, feel free to come through one time, yeah, and we'll have a reasoning about whatever beef you got, and you know what I'm saying, you know, yeah. Blessings.
Hey, Veli, man, Veli, that article you posted from Science. The article you posted from Science is spot on, man. That's exactly where you see the primary genetic root is. That's exactly after the Ice Age. You've got to remember, 11,000 years the North was frozen, right? That's exactly what you think.
Yeah, but wait, Toruk was right about one thing, though. Like the first, hey, Schiffer, your mic's low, cuz. Yeah, that's why people keep talking over you, cuz. Yeah, but your mic's low. But the first, you did say that the Native Americans have got the Australasian or something like that, thing of DNA or something, and it does say that in that thing, in that report.
Yeah, I just read the article. See, the main thing to understand, you've got to think of the geology at the time. 11,000 years ago, the Aleutian Islands, all of Northern Europe, all of white man's land was frozen in ice. So the only population bridge around the Aleutian Islands, basically Alaska, that only comes in when the ice starts retreating and melting, and that's the way. Later, the Polynesians show up, and they're much smaller numbers, but a few of them that made it by boat. So what this article is saying in the Science magazine is precise. It's saying the DNA we see today is the migration from the Amerindians, the original Amerindians, the people who you're referring to, right? Those people are the original Amerindians, and they didn't come from Africa. They came across the north of Alaska and China. That's what everyone thinks is the case. This other theory doesn't make any sense to me. Because 12,000 years ago, 11,000 years ago is when the Ice Age melted. Before that, there was no travel. All of North Europe, North America was under ice. So that's where you get the settlement, and that's where the bones and stories make sense. I don't get this African guys getting over by sailboat. That's not supported anywhere. I mean, it could have happened. Maybe a couple of people made it over, but it looks like the black African blood in Americas was mixed in afterwards with the original native people, and that's because white men or other people brought over black people, or they came by themselves. Right?
All right, Ralph, you had your say now, yeah? Can I talk now?
Yeah,
all right, so all I was asking is, Shaka, I posted a video, yeah, in the back chat, yeah. Could you play that video, please? I'm asking nicely. And no, I don't want no smoke.
Like, I just want from someone's copyrighted channel, though.
What's that?
You can't play a video if it's copyrighted, though. Right. Oh, where's the video?
What's the video that Shaka Ra played copyrighted?
Yeah, he knows how to play the videos that's not copyrighted, innit? Like he knows what he's doing when he's channel thing, innit? So when he brings up a video, he makes sure that it's not gonna get a strike when you play it, innit? Some videos will get down a strike, innit? Listen, when I first started my channel, yeah, I played a video from someone else's channel, yeah, talking about some flat earth shit, yeah, and it just got locked off. You get me?
How do you know you can play it though?
Or sort of gotta be either is it Creative Commons or like a clip where you pause and talk over it. You can for your fair use policy where you pause. If it's someone's video like that, you can play like a couple seconds, pause it, explain what the person's talking about, play a little bit, but you don't play the whole video, innit?
Okay, so can we do that then? Can we play a little bit and pause and talk about it?
Yeah.
What's it
really? I don't know if Shaka wanted to play the rest of this video first of all. So the
I don't
people
know,
that
man. All I know is
my man talking about what he's actually talking about. He was explaining the sort of Taino history the way.
If he wants to play his one first, listen, I got no problem. You take your time. You can play. Listen, he can play the video later on. I don't mind. Play it after you finish the conversation. I don't mind, as long as you're going to play the video and let man talk over it a little bit, or someone else can. Torok can narrate it. I'd leave that up to Torok, even if I'm not here. I think Torok would be good for that. But here, what I was going to say in response to the person that said they don't think it was Ralph and someone else that said basically that they don't think Africans could have been made seaworthy ships that would have got to America, or the Americans couldn't have made seaworthy ships that would have got to Africa. What I'm going to say to you is, like, maybe you lot belittle African history like that, and you belittle black people like that. You think that, listen, we were the first people with boats. Where do you think that idea of boats came from?
Yeah, but so you should be able to show this on Google then.
Get off the wagon, mate. You need to get off the wagon. And when you're talking about in the Americas, the canoes they are making, what they were doing, they were sticking two canoes together, yeah?
No, they wasn't. Prove it.
All right, listen, go and look this up. There's a guy who done it, yeah, in modern times, and they used these canoes to sail with those canary currents and made it. So I'm not going to say no more than that.
I'm not saying people haven't that.
Turk, you're saying canary currents, as in the canary currents, what? They flow towards the Canary Islands.
The Canary wind.
Came from
the Canary
England
wind.
to Spain, as opposed to 9,000 miles from Africa to America.
It's called the Canary Winds. Go and look it up, bro. Before you start taking shots at it, go and look it up, because clearly.
To be honest, the shipper, this is kind of easy. Take for instance, I'm not saying you are kind of right in a sense, but everybody knows on the way back, say like going from England to the Americas, it takes an extra hour, innit? But on the way back now, going upwards now, north into England now, you can even you make up an extra hour, because it's even faster because the wind push you back. So the wind is actually pushing you up northwards.
You know what the thing is, Torah? There's an actual study on it. So for people like Raheem or whoever that was,
everybody goes on a plane. Everybody's done this.
Go and look at the study. That's all I'm saying. Like, I hear where you're coming from.
I'm saying,
it's exactly what I've said. The Canary winds travel to the Canary Islands. What are you talking about?
Bro, I don't know what bar fight you got in last night. I don't know what you were drinking. But listen, bro, stop drinking.
Africans were the first ones that had boats.
Exactly.
Which Africans? Which Africans?
No one said that.
Cool, whatever. They could make seaworthy ships, bro. They could make seaworthy ships, bro.
And sailed 9,000 miles across.
Bro, the Somalis went to China.
Water.
Bro,
we're not saying you didn't. China's near.
China. That's the same.
China's around the corner from America.
That's what I'm saying. That's anything. Not to say it's anything. It's a big achievement. But the point, what we're trying to show people now. But I put another thing where it's showing you that there's Aboriginal Australians or Melanesian people that have been in Brazil over 50,000 years. What everybody are hung up on is where other people from Asia have came in from at least about 15 to 13,000 years now. And what the thing what Schiffer's trying to talk about, the way how we make boats, we make a big boat basically. We will make a boat that can hold up to 30 people. We didn't put two boats together. Bro, maybe the Vikings done that.
We know is canoe. Listen, their canoes.
Maybe hold on. Maybe the Vikings
made out of whole tree trunks. They could get 40, 50 people on one boat. What are you talking about? Like, not
exactly.
You,
and it's called a Paraguay. It's called a Paraguay, a warboat.
What tree trunk can you see holding 40, 50 people?
Hey, Raheem, go and do the research. Stop chatting shit,
what
man.
tree trunk?
We have done the research.
You're making the claim.
California redwood.
I'm not making the claim. It's been done, you idiot. Do you not understand it? Bro, it's been done. We're not making the claim, fool. We're not claiming it. I'm not Shakara. This is Shipper. Listen, we're not making a claim. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. We're not making a claim. Are you drunk? Stop hanging around with white boys. Stop hanging around with white boys. Stop hanging around with white boys because they make you think you're smart.
No, because you're just riding off this one video. But show us in Google this then. This is what
Stop
we're
hanging
trying
around
to
with
say.
white boys that make you think you're smart. Hang around with people who have actual intelligence, yeah? Because what you're doing is you sound like a drunkard. Listen, we're telling you there's an actual study on it. Go and look it up. Go and look it up, bro.
Yeah, but it's a European person that done that same study. It's a European person.
Bro, go and look it up, bro.
Come from Spain to Africa, not from Africa
Bro,
to
you
America.
are a spastic and a retard. You went to university to come back dumber. You need to stop going to uni because it's making you retarded, bro.
Schiffer, you are, man. I have to admit, man.
You're
retarded,
You're
bro.
making it up
Bro, you're retarded, bro.
And you're
retarded, bro. That's the fact of the matter, bro. You're retarded.
But you're wrong.
You're retarded, bro.
You're
Accept
wrong.
that you're wrong, bro.
You're wrong.
No, you're wrong.
No, you're wrong. You're both wrong. You're both wrong.
You're wrong.
Bring your evidence.
New topic, maybe?
No, I'm going to bring some evidence. I'm getting the evidence right now for them, bruv. So while they're talking shit, I'm getting the evidence up. Don't worry, because this guy chats shit. He ain't got no evidence. That's right. Bro, keep talking. You sound like a spasticated kid that went to uni and got slapped around by white boys. Them white boys slapped you up so bad, you sound like one of them. They slapped you up so bad, you sound like one of them. Listen, Cambridge boy, Cambridge boy, Cambridge boy, Cambridge boy, Cambridge boy, Cambridge boy. We don't care what. We don't care.
Go and get your so-called evidence.
You are beyond a joke. Your mother never loved you as a child.
I don't know why you're never loved you. Yeah, they came from Africa. They came from Africa. But there was what tribe of people doing this.
Let it go, bro. Let it go.
No direct answer, no direct nothing.
Let it go, bro.
Nothing.
Portuguese captain.
Let it go, bro.
Some people believe that.
All right, yeah. So it's 350.
Africans migrated on this.
What's happening? 350 feet. A diameter of.
Well, another explanation exists, and so get ready.
A diameter of 20 feet.
There you go, letter audio system. Awesome. Africans had ships. In fact, they had four kinds of. They had unbelievable. They had a shipload of vessels.
Who's speaking?
They had away. The anchors away. So in fact, they had all kinds of vessels. And Nubian pottery. This is an example of Nubian pottery with a painting on it that shows a long-hole pottery. That shows either a long-hole boat or a papyrus raft or a hauled-out canoe. And then this other painting beside it is from the first one was from 3000 BC, and this is the bird's eye view of an old riverboat in Chad, and it dates from 3500 BCE. Now, the Africans of Guinea also had dugout canoes hewn from these monumental trees on the coast there. In 1500, just a few years after Columbus's voyage, the Portuguese captain Pacheco Pereira wrote, "In this country can be found the largest canoes made of a single trunk. Some are so large that they hold 80 men." Now, the West Africans were known to lash two dugout canoes together, side by side, and no one questions the seaworthiness of a similar type of Polynesian catamarans. Well, here's a 15th century Portuguese painting of sailing canoes on the Congo estuary. The Portuguese, like Captain Pereira, had heard that African traders were visiting Brazil in the mid-1400s. So to demonstrate that mariners from West Africa could have sailed to the Americas using papyrus vessels as early as 2000 BCE, the Norwegian adventurer Tor Heyerdahl actually used ancient shipbuilding techniques in order to construct and sail the Ra 1 and the Ra 2 in 1969 and 70. And generally, some type of sailing vessel will average about 100 miles per day, even without sails. And in an ocean current, something like a raft or a wee boat can average about 60 miles a day. Now, Islamic historian Amir Hajib reported that voyages west from Mali were happening in the year 1311, just 150 years before Columbus. Now, when he asked the Mali emperor, shown here, incidentally, holding a globe of the world made of solid gold, asked him, well, tell me about this rumor about Atlantic travel. And he said that his predecessor had commissioned an expedition with 200 ships 30 men, and a similar number with gold and water and enough provisions for 2 years. And he said, go out and find something, and if you don't come back, so you find something and you run out of food. And unfortunately, only one ship returned, and the captains told the emperor that we sailed for a very long time until we met with what seemed like a river with a strong current flowing in the open sea. I was the last ship, and I turned where I was and did not enter the current. The others disappeared. I do not know what became of them.
Hear what the fuck is being said?
So, this story seems to describe the trade winds with an alcohol I apologize if anyone has any cats on their lap at the moment. So we basically have two rivers, two circular rivers in the ocean here, and you can see it's very easy for Africans from the south and the Angola regions to come up towards the equator, go westwards, or from the western coast of Africa, north of the equator, to go eastwards along that same current. The Mercator projection doesn't really, in terms of Cartography, boom Mercator.
I can't understand a fucking word. Is it just me?
Yeah. Bro, who's turn this fucking shit off, bro.
Play the video then, innit? Play the video, innit?
Oh, sorry, my bad. I have no disrespect, but it's pissing me off. Too much. It was too muddy.
If I hear it, fair enough. But listen, this is the thing now, yeah. You see guys like Raheem and these guys now, yeah. They think man ain't got no evidence in it. Like I can make Shaka play the video right now, but it's like it's not my fault.
Give it
to
look
Shaka. At the video, innit? Listen. I'm gonna put this video in the back chat for you as well. You got no excuse now, innit? Yeah, you can go and watch it yourself.
You think the Africans didn't build boats?
Hey, could I try a crazy test instead and go, hey, who in the chat agrees? Guy on the left African in the picture, guy on the right Native American. End of. Is that as simple as that, man? I mean, is that just me being silly? A guy on the left African, guy on the
right. I'm being honest though.
Alright, bro, 1 second. This is what kills the question of how 350 foot, right, is a Californian redwood in size. So 350 foot. I don't know like something in meters, but it's in excess of 200.
Yes, but that's when they're fully grown and they take hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years to grow to that size.
Yeah, so how do you know that there was not thousands and thousands and thousands of them readily available at the time?
Very true, but the argument is about
it would take a lot of people to build it though.
And those redwoods
Hey Raheem, the video's in the back chat, yeah? The video's in the back chat. Any of you boys want to watch it, have a look.
How can they be traveling from America to America from Africa with American trees? That wouldn't make sense.
Go and watch the video, and then you will figure it out for yourself. Innit? Don't ask us. Go and watch the video.
This man is so pseudo, man.
Why don't you just get someone to play the video, Shiffer?
You man are so smart. You man are so smart. You're gonna watch this video, and you're gonna be able to refute what's being said, innit? So go and watch the video, and then come back in it.
Yeah, but you should be able to show us without this man.
Empower yourself. You should be able to show us without talking about
if you were smart, what you would have done is fact check what that man was saying.
You'd be able to show us without having to argue.
I have. This is the whole point. I don't have to show no, because shall I tell you why?
Bro,
if you actually listen, shall I tell you why I said that? Because if you actually listen to the man, you would have picked off little points what you researched and say, look, this is how it's done. You wouldn't have to play that, man.
When I'm talking and you're talking, how am I supposed to do that?
I'm saying, if you have already listened to this man already and fact checked his evidence, you should be able just to pull up his evidence without him talking.
So how can I do that when you're talking over me?
I'm thinking, these trees would have been readily available, I believe, because even though.
So why do you think I started playing the video? Because every time I'm talking, Torok, you're talking over, man. When I'm saying something, Raheem's telling me.
Why don't you put the things you research in the back chat?
Someone else is talking. Listen, every single time I'm talking, someone else is talking, innit? Like I ain't got.
So why don't you show us your research in the back chat then?
No, but
since you fact check what the man has said, you should be able to put it in the back chat, like what I have done.
The reason why is because your butt is what you sit on. If you're gonna put your butt into every situation, it's gonna sound very confusing and very controversial.
Maybe a new topic or the topic of the day.
What do you think? So, all right, then tell me this then, Chipper. What particular type of Africans What particular type of Africans was he talking about that made these boats?
All right. So if you want to talk about what type of Africans, we're talking about the southwestern coast of Africa. Yeah, we're talking about that side of Africa. Yeah. So what we're talking about is called the Canary Trade Current. Yeah. So go and look it up. That's what we're talking about. And there are people listen to what I'm saying, innit? Rather than you keep asking questions because you just sounds ignorant. Yeah.
You said southwest. I'm saying Angola, and you said Canary Current. The Canary Current is near up in Spain. It's called the Canary Islands.
Exactly. It comes from there and travels down.
You man, this is what you do. Stop saying things.
Give us a break, Tipper. Give us a break, mate.
No, man.
Give us a break, mate.
Be fair,
come on, man.
Give us a break, mate.
I wasn't finished, bro, and you're there talking over me again, so you just sound like a spastic. I don't know what's wrong with you, bro.
Here we go.
Stop taking steroids, man. Like, serious. Whatever you're on, like, allow it, bro. Allow it, because if this is real life, if this is real life, and you man was in my face, you wouldn't talk
one
like
of the
this.
biggest signs
Right.
of lack of intelligence. Right?
Bro, you man, if you was in my face right now, you wouldn't talk like this. It's not online, because you're behind it. Listen, because you're behind the
result of having to be throwing insults that way.
Why are we white?
Yeah, I mean, right, he was threatening to take my life the other day, so obviously it's not serious. It's like some fucking.
Just allow it, man. You man, just calm down. It's not attractive.
Oh.
Are you done now? Yeah.
Fucking talk some sense, man. Stop cutting him. Let him speak, man. You know he's making some points, Turok, and you're cutting him every time he gets. You're derailing.
Allow me to go, man. You're killing me.
You're changing the goalpost, man. Stop it.
You're making it worse. You're making it worse.
To Mars. I've only heard it's about 80,000 light years. We can get there in a matter of weeks. That's the same as saying I'm going to build a canoe and travel from Africa and go to America, the 9,000 miles. Sorry, 2 canoes strapped together. With
40 men inside, apparently. You had 40 men on it, on this one tree trunk.
Come on, man.
Raheem, are you telling me the Africans didn't have boats?
Tell him about
That's
the bill.
not what I've said.
Yeah, why you keep saying that, mate?
That's not what I've said in any shape or form.
And I'd love to invite you to a.
All right, another. The difference is that I really sincerely doubt that Africans took canoes to America.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I agree with that. I actually agree with that as well.
The first guy that went to China from Africa was a Somali guy.
But the boats definitely went there.
Look at how close this is. I mean,
the whole of Africa is a brilliant trading route to join onto the Silk Road to Africa. Actually, and that's why a lot of places went through Punt.
By the continents near all after African artwork that they must be easier to see. But
right, really?
I apologize if anyone has any cats on the at the moment. But,
sorry, who's playing that? Yeah. On the part of this video, it does say the last creative commons attribution reuse now. Yeah. The childish thing is just mad. But yeah, so it seems to me that the video can be played really quiet. It says reuse allowed. So I'm gonna drop it, yeah. And these things, all right. Yeah. And I'll say something after the thing's done. Wait, but are you trying to play the whole thing though, Shifa?
Got you now.
Shifa. Is he gone?
He's still searching for evidence.
All right, well, I'll play a few minutes of it. No, but sorry, I've got something to say on that point though, yeah, because man is not saying that that all of the evidence that there is conclusive, but there is evidence. Like that's how the whole thing goes, isn't it? So, for example, if there are a few different things that will suggest evidence of there being a relationship, and trade and people having traveled there, yeah, and canoe is a misleading word because you've got large canoes and small canoes, yeah, you know what I'm saying. So yeah, we have to be careful with that.
But my only problem is Shakari, yeah, I'm not saying Africans didn't get there.
One second, please. But the fact of the trade winds, and they're flowing and them kind of things there, is actually true. Yeah, so it doesn't require too much knowledge of navigation and that kind of thing to be able to do it. Yeah, so people could have done it at a very rudimentary stage of their scientific development is the point. But if you see roads paved in West Africa with materials found in America, in South America, then that would suggest that there is a relationship there. It doesn't. It's not conclusive.
Let's be honest now. Let's go on ancient ways of navigating now. Yeah, how far do you think a bird can fly without rest?
I'm not sure. It depends on the bird, bro. And a number of other factors.
Then. So take this now, for instance. When people are navigating, basically, they would take a bird with them. So I'm not saying, but they couldn't get to the Americas from Asia, because there's different islands and different places you can stop off and certain things like that to make it an easier journey.
But you're talking about navigation, bro. I'm saying
hold on. To cross the Atlantic now, what's going to take up to 2 to maybe a month now. And like when you throw the bird out there to go and find land, he's not going to find land. So a lot of people just turn around.
You're discussing navigation, and I'm saying that based upon the trade wind vibes, yeah, getting to the Americas from Africa doesn't require navigation. Yeah, you don't have to do anything. You just have to sit down in the boat, right? So I'm not talking about
how would they know that?
Chaka, this is what I'm trying to say. Think about the provisions you need to feed people.
Can you pull up a picture, Shaka? Go online, yeah, and type
one second.
Current map.
People need to listen, innit? I have not said that. I made a statement absolutely clear that the evidence is not conclusive, but there is evidence to suggest that some of this may have been possible. That's possible in history too, Not everything that you find is going to give you a conclusive answer to everything. Yeah, that's all it is. So this is not an argument about what this is a fact. It did go on, so yeah.
But even if one guy made it across, even if one or two people made it across, let's say 10, 20 people by accident, they wouldn't have known about the trade winds. How would they know? They wouldn't have known about the continent. There's no way they would have brought all these black people.
The screen, yeah. Can you
I am not one that makes the argument that all of these all of these
Can we press play now, please? Can we press play now and see this?
He was American.
Because what I'm about to say is going to upset some people right next here. Okay. Christopher Columbus did not discover America. Exactly. I mean, never mind the question of like how you can discover a place where the inhabitants are watching you arrive from the shore. They weren't wearing pants. Is that what somebody said? I like that. So anyway, there were actually many other mariners before Columbus that discovered America as well. Decades earlier, even eons earlier, there were so many people that were coming across these islands and this continent. But it's only been in the last century that evidence has surfaced and continually grown to indicate that many of these pre-Columbian explorers might have come from Africa. So the first scientist to promote this possibility was Leo Wiener. Born in Russia, Wiener immigrated to the United States in the late 19th century on his way to British Honduras, where he planned to open a vegetarian commune. Well, when that turned out not to be the dream job he expected, he moved back to the United States and he became a professor at Harvard University, as one does. But in his time in Mesoamerica, he started noticing things. There are lots of things that led him to encounter certain discoveries that made him consider that possibly if the origins of American civilization might actually be in Africa. So he observed so many linguistic and botanical and other similarities that between 1920 and 1922, he published an extensive 3-volume piece called Africa and the Discovery of America. Now, unfortunately, this is the 1920s, so as yet, no serious archaeological evidence had been done or work had been done to support his botanical theories, because everyone knows over raiding tombs in Egypt and things like that. Nod to Howard Carter. So he didn't have a whole lot of other stuff than the names to support him. However, he knew that other clues must exist. For example, he pointed out that Columbus himself was aware that African mariners had preceded him. In his diary of his second voyage, Columbus tells of how the natives of Hispaniola actually had given him gold-tipped metal spearheads that they said were brought by black-skinned people who had come in large boats from the south and southeast. Coincidence? I think not. No. So what's interesting about that, so upon returning to Spain, is that he actually took the spearheads and he sent them away, and they had them assayed, and it turned out to be that these spearheads were covered in this metal this alloy that the inhabitants called guanin, and the metallurgists actually found out that this was an alloy of 32 parts. It was like 18 of gold, 6 of silver, 8 of copper, which dun 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 matched the metal used in spearheads made in Western Africa for thousands of years, as carried by medieval African warriors, including the Mali and the Moors. The West Africans even called this metal guanine, the same name used by the natives of Hispaniola. But nothing more was said about that. Conspiracy. Well, probably because, in the interest of Spain, it was in their best interest that they didn't want to have any challenges to their discovery and the claims of the islands of the West Indies. Well, as the poem goes, or it should anyway, in 1493, Columbus stole all he could see. Yeah, so on his second voyage, which was 10 times larger than the first, Columbus went on a frantic but unsuccessful island hopping trip to find gold and spices. He carried along several natives from his newly discovered San Salvador, which the inhabitants called Guanahanvi. Another island that the natives pointed out, which was really large, and was called Soameto. Soameto. Now, Columbus continued going around whimsically renaming every island he could find. But, Leo Wiener, being the curious person and the linguist that he was, and the etymologist, he couldn't help noticing that the origin of these many place names and botanical names in Mesoamerica actually sounded distinctly like other languages in Africa, particularly Bantu and even Arabic. Wiener and numerous other botanists have also puzzled over the presence of certain plants that predated Columbus but originated in Africa. For example, the calabash bottle gourds. Now, this is a species originally from West Africa, where they were well cultivated in America before Europeans arrived, even long before they existed in Indonesia or Polynesia. So, in fact, the Pacific was the last place that bottle gourds actually reached and expanded to. Pardon my covfefe. Well, if it were not for transatlantic trade pre-Columbian times, it would be very difficult to explain how certain plants, such as the yam, the sweet potato, domesticated cotton, peanuts, and tobacco, reached both West Africa and the Americas. The spread of the plantain is particularly noteworthy because it could not remain viable if it was carried in salt water. Well, in the 1640s, a Brazilian botanist named George Marcgrave. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Speaking of botany, Ricola. Yeah, there we go. So thank you very much. So the Brazilian botanist George Marcgrave wrote that the establishment of a particular varieties of plantains in this region stands as a strong argument for ancient maritime contact between the Americas and Africa. That's bananas. B-A-B-A-N-A-S. That's right. Thank you. All right. Excuse me.
Shit hairstyle.
All right.
Can we pause one second? Can we pause in relation to this bottle gourd thing? Yeah, cool. So while he's talking, I've been reading, and here's a little extract off of the Wikipedia in regards to the bottle gourd specifically and what he said about it coming across. So it says the mystery of the bottle gourd, namely that is African or Eurasian species, was being grown in the Americas for 8,000 years, comes from the difficulty in understanding how it arrived in the Americas. The bottle gourd is usually thought to have drifted across the Atlantic Ocean from Africa to South America. But in 2005, a group of researchers suggested that it may have been domesticated earlier than food crops and livestock, and like dogs, was brought to the New World at the end of the Ice Age by native hunter-gatherers, Paleo-Indians, which they based on study of genetic archaeological samples. This study purportedly showed the gourds in American archaeological finds were more closely related to the Asian variants than the African ones. So that's a fact check right there that shows that this guy really ain't fucking doing his research from the off. But please continue.
Well done.
Not necessarily, bro. It just means that there's new evidence there. I don't know, like everything ain't got to be a
He's
beef.
smiling and laughing, man, for crying out loud. Look at him when he says it.
I'm sorry. It's fucking
Yeah,
funny.
I tend to smile and laugh a lot when I present as well. I'm not sure what the problem is, but yeah, I just don't get it. If one can be wrong, like I don't know.
There's no DNA record.
We are saying he's wrong.
These plants and
We're literally
languages.
saying he's wrong. History has shown that the
That's
gourd
gonna be
that
good
was
for the video.
supposed to be saying traveled across the ocean by Africans,
Brother,
actually was
unless
not
so-
coming from there. It came from ancient native Indians who traveled during the Ice Age.
And also they're grown in
so-
Central Africa and Southern Africa, like Zimbabwe. They're not on West Africa. So this is where these people manipulate things, and you can see they know it, and they give you the little jive and the shuffle and the river dance a little bit.
These people are our enemy, you know.
So let's. All right, can I ask you a question? Can I ask a question? Do you have anything
Yes, I put it in the live
to
chat.
say about the what? Finish my statement, Turok.
It's in the live chat.
What was
already.
I gonna say?
You got two. You got two answers.
What was I gonna say though? Finish my statement. What
you're about
what's
to
in the
say,
live chat?
and it's already there. Back to the future. Back
What
to
am I
the
about
past.
to say? Yeah. So you indeed. Yeah. So do you have anything to say about any of the other pieces of and by the way, bear in mind that when he began, he said Mike.
Oh,
he's not presenting
why
anything as
dare he
a-
comes up then and say Mike? How dare he comes up and say Mike? We just went on to Google 2 seconds, Virgin, and it's blah 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 blah.
of one piece of evidence. Yeah, that makes sense. You
Kappa
don't
shot.
understand the discipline of history, but okay, a bit of being a historian, but it's fine. Let's just play the video.
Like ego.
All right, pigs and poke. All right, use the cough drop. Okay, so how do these plants and languages and other cultural elements get to the Americas? Well, some believe. So what's that? Well, you're cheating. Well, some people believe that
Yes, the Caribou Hall is
for
next.
thousands of years, Africans migrated out of Africa and then over the Bering Strait, then down into South America, and things like that. Well, another explanation exists, and so get ready. There you go. Let it out of your system. Awesome. Africans had ships. In fact, they had 4 kinds of. They had unbelievable. They had a shipload of vessels, and they had away. The anchors way. So in fact, they had 4 kinds of vessels. And Nubian pottery. This is an example of Nubian pottery with a painting on it that shows a long-hold pottery art. That shows either a long-hold boat or a papyrus raft or a hulled-out canoe.
That looks
And
like
then
a
this other,
Viking boat
painting beside it is from
or a gondola in
the first one
Mediterranean.
was from 3000 BC, and this is a bird's eye view of an oared riverboat in Chad, and it dates from 3500 BCE. Now, the Africans of Guinea also had dugout canoes hewn from these monumental trees on the coast there. In 1500, that's just a few years after Columbus's voyage, the Portuguese captain Pacheco Pereira wrote, "In this country can be found the largest canoes made of a single trunk. Some are so large that they hold 80 men." Now, the West Africans were known to lash 2 dugout canoes together, side by side, and no one questions the seaworthiness of a similar type of Polynesian catamarans. Well, here's a 15th century Portuguese painting of sailing canoes on the Congo estuary. The Portuguese, like Captain Pereira, had heard that African traders were visiting Brazil in the mid-1400s. So to demonstrate that mariners from West Africa could have sailed to the Americas using papyrus vessels as early as 2000 BCE, Norwegian adventurer Tor Heyerdahl actually used ancient shipbuilding techniques in order to construct and sail the Ra 1 and the Ra 2 in 1969 and 70. And generally, some type of sailing vessel will average about 100 miles per day, even without sails. And in an ocean current, something like a raft or a reed boat can average about 60 miles a day. Now, Islamic historian Amir Hajib reported that voyages west from Mali were happening in the year 1311, just 150 years before Columbus. Now, when he asked the Mali emperor, shown here, incidentally, holding a globe of the world made of solid gold, asked him, well, tell me about this rumor about Atlantic travel. And he said that his predecessor had commissioned an expedition with 200 ships filled with men and a similar number with gold and water and enough provisions for 2 years. And he said, go out and find something. And if you don't come back, so you find something or you run out of food. And unfortunately, only one ship returned, and the captains told the emperor that we sailed for a very long time until we met what seemed like a river with a strong current flowing in the open sea. I was the last ship, and I turned where I was and did not enter the current. The others disappeared. I do not know what became of them. So, well, this story seems to describe the trade wind-driven equatorial current, or the Canary Current. Now, I apologize if anyone has any cats on their lap at the moment, but so we basically have two rivers, two circular rivers in the ocean here, and you can see it's very easy for Africans from the south and the Angola regions to come up towards the equator and going westwards, or from the western coast of Africa north of the equator to go eastwards along that same current. But you know, this Mercator projection doesn't really, in terms of cartography, Boo Mercator, it really doesn't do it justice. So let me just, I did this little animation for you to show that they could have taken the Canary Current up and around, and then they go over they fall off the edge of the earth, and then they come back and they make landfall back again in Cape Verde. So it is definitely possible. So I definitely had to do that. Now, at least a dozen explorers, including Constantine Ravenous, reported seeing blacks upon reaching the New World. In fact, in 1513, Spanish explorer Vasco Núñez de Balboa, who you might know because people named a very popular dance after him. Anyway, so when Balboa was there, he said he met members of a tribe of Ethiopians in Panama. And according to Balboa's log, these men came from a totally black village that was 2 days' journey away. And he figured that these blacks had come from Ethiopia at a much earlier date. So there are also examples of physical evidence, including pre-Columbian African skeletons, which have been found throughout the Americas. Now, dating between 800 BCE and 300 CE, these murals are from the Temple of the Warriors at Chichen Itza. Now, they clearly feature, the color version is easier to see, but they clearly feature 3 races. And it's depicting black and Indian allies and a battle against white invaders. Now, because of their long blonde hair jewelry, a skin-hulled boat that we have here, right there, and also the fact that they're fighting naked, which was common for warriors from Ireland, they believe that these are Celtic warriors. And because this mural shows that blacks are clearly fighting on the side of the Mayans, that they must have been integrated into society much longer before this painting was done in order to form that form of alliance. Now, there are numerous pre-Columbian figurines with striking similarities to ancient African artwork, and they've been found in Central and South America. In southeastern Mexico, there are 18 rock statues of heads up to 11 feet tall that are facing the ocean looking east. Now, archaeologists call them the Olmec colossal heads after the people that carved them, and they were produced for 50 to 200 years and date from at least 900 BCE, when they were mysteriously buried for some reason. So now think about it. It took enormous effort to quarry these. The smallest one was 6 tons, so 6 to 50-ton blocks, to quarry them and carry them 75 miles away from the quarry. And then
sorry, that's Turok in the picture there. That's Turok.
These people that they modeled them after must have been important. Whoever they were, they must have been important to be remembered or obeyed or worshipped. Well, Jose Meglia Serrano, the archaeologist who first uncovered them, he pointed out that facial features look amazingly like African blacks, and they all display distinctive headgear or protective helmets. Now, however, some people think that these are actually the facial figures of overweight babies. Yeah, I think they needed to wear helmets when they were babies if they think that. So, and then still others find it easier to believe that instead of Africans, those depicted or responsible for these sculptures, and as well as the Mesoamerican pyramids, were not African Americans, but dun dun dun. So why is it that so many people have never heard of this alternative of American discovery by the continent's nearest neighbors? So, I mean, look, now the thing, exactly. Whoa, where'd all the continents go? So this is, look at how close this is. I mean, why people don't think that you could go, this is closer compared to more than twice the distance that Columbus sailed. This will win a drink for you in a bar game sometime. Which state is closest to Africa?
Sorry, very quickly, Veli, Raheem is backstage. Oh, by the way, Turok, yeah, I was incorrect. You were correct. I was miscalculating in terms of Mansa Musa. He was 1300s. Yeah. And what's it called? Yeah. But Veli, what's it called? Raheem was backstage.
Find
yeah?
it funny that he hasn't pointed out a Pacific group of Africans.
See there, you need a globe for this. Look at that. You know, versus that.
This guy is just so fucking homosexual.
Yeah, geometry.
In it. He's actually the letter L.
So anyway, so very few Americans know this. And why is this? So having examined textbooks throughout for years up until 2018, James W. Lowen says that although some books cite the alternative possibility that Vikings, Norse, or even Irish may have reached America first, not one textbook, old or new, mentions the West Africans.
Funny that.
You give any credence to this admittedly controversial
Sorry, can I say something?
It's obvious that Columbus was
not pause it for a second,
America.
While I was backstage, he mentioned about the figures, and he said that they've got headdresses on. So those headdresses you'd be able to identify who they belong to, because headdresses are, are unique to clans, and clans are unique to land masses. But he breezed over that part. Did no one else catch that?
Yeah, I did actually, because
he stone heads.
Yeah, exactly, because he made a good point saying that the Olmec heads are facing east. If you look to places like Easter Island and the Polynesians, they literally got the same thing, but it's facing out to the west.
Sorry, he didn't say that he found the headdresses. He said he's talking about the headdresses on the Olmec heads. Yeah, but I believe it's been a while since I've studied this one, but the book They Came Before Columbus by Ivan Van Sertima kind of goes into that a little bit more. But again, anyway, should we continue the video or not?
We'll just have a little.
Just a little bit more. I'm getting an erection watching this guy.
Oh, it's nearly finished. It's nearly finished.
TMI.
Vince, there you go. So anyway, so very few Americans know this. And why is this? So having examined textbooks throughout for years up until 2018, James W. Lowen says that although some books cite the alternative possibility that Vikings, Norse, or even Irish may have reached America first, not one textbook, old or new, mentions the West Africans. So whether or not you give any credence to this admittedly controversial Afrocentric theory, it's obvious that Columbus was not the first to discover America, but the last. So why did he make such an indelible mark on Western people's minds? Well, conquest may have a lot to do with it. Right, Eurocentrism. Unlike the mundanity of perhaps thousands of years of peaceful African transatlantic trade, the quest for gold and world domination makes a much better story. And the good Queen Isabella was so proud of her fella that she immediately equipped Columbus with 17 ships, 1,500 men, 200 cannons, crossbows, cavalry, and even 20 attack dogs for his second voyage. And another, and another. The story of Columbus remains the most widely accepted version of American discovery, most likely because it was the most recent, the most well-armed, the most documented, and the most similar in appearance to the authors of American textbooks. And one other thing that should be pointed out here is that in the years after Columbus discovered America, in 400 years, 20 million Africans were stripped from the coast of Africa, half of them dying in transit for slavery, who knows how many fleeing inland. And at the same time, within 5 years of Columbus's arrival in the New World, 90% of the indigenous population had died from disease or murder, 90%. So the fact is that leaves few people to have a written or memory or an oral history of the seafaring of their African discoverers. Historian Samuel D. Marble wrote, as a subject for research, the possibility of African discovery of America has never been a tempting one for American historians. We choose our own history, or more accurately, we select those vistas of history that more or less kind of explain to have the promise of the greatest satisfaction for ourselves. And we have had little appetite to explore the possibility that our founding father was a black man.
I think this
If
guy
you're not
wants
selling
to
the knowledge
explore.
online right now, you're missing out. The e-learning.
I think this guy wants to explore his African historian. Sorry, guys.
Can we actually research that man now? Who is that man?
Use the word man figuratively, I think.
Well, personally, if anybody's got, because I think the information is there to be looked into. So the information is we could look at the man. There's nothing wrong with looking at the man.
That's who Shipper was promoting.
Well, no, but some of what he said
he just got world pulled, washed up.
Yeah, that's cool. So I'm saying that if there's any refutations or any further scholarship or anything that would challenge any of the information or even affirm it, like feel free to share it. But yeah,
so you're telling me there's not been Viking swords and Viking things found up in places like Nova Scotia and Canada and Ellis Island, but they haven't talked about the West Africans,
my brother. He's putting it, but it's true that what he's saying is true. He's saying that other historians have looked at the possibility of those other people having found the Americas before Columbus. He's saying that there's very little about the West African. That's the point that he's made.
But none of this can stand up with the fact that there's no African DNA present.
No, the African. He's not arguing that the population of the Americas were black people from Africa. He's saying that Africans traveled there, or there's a possibility that Africans traveled there. So he's not arguing that the original indigenous Americans are in fact African.
Do you know something, Shaka? You know the mortality rate in 4 or 5 centuries ago was in the early to mid 30s tops, right? So for a population to have survived in biology, it would have had to reproduce and survive infant mortality. So even if a few people made it over, hypothetically, let's say a couple of guys, a small tribe of 20 people made it over, for any of them to have had any significant impact, they would have had to survive genetically, and we see that in the DNA. We see no DNA.
But I don't think anybody's arguing that.
Okay, just be clear.
It's not really.
They're not the original inhabitants. There may be some travelers.
The argument is not being made by this particular historian
Yes, it was.
that the original people are African, or
It was.
a mass
He tried to say that the Mayans in the pictures had to be Africans and found their line.
No, he said that there were that he showed an image, right? One of the things that he said, he showed an image that depicts indigenous people fighting alongside African people against European.
No.
He said Celts.
Back to get Whitey.
They were the hierarchy. These black people he's trying to depict as somebody that's integrated with somebody, they were actually a hierarchy fighting another set of tribal people.
Maybe I misunderstood. So
he said the Celts were fighting against Indians and the Caribs, basically.
Yeah, there's a picture where they're showing you. There's a picture where they're showing you somebody of blonde hair.
How about we just listen to what,
because the Celts were naked.
How about we just listen to what he actually said?
Shakara, you're right, you know. And these men are playing games.
These
men are playing games. It's baby behavior right now.
How about we just listen to what he actually said? Yeah, just listen to
the man said that there was a.
It's very simple. Maybe I heard wrong. Let's just listen to what he actually said.
Yeah, play the thing, man. Play it.
At a much earlier date. So there are also examples of physical evidence, including pre-Columbian African skeletons, which have been found throughout the Americas. Now, dating between 800 BCE and 300 CE, these murals are from the Temple of the Warriors at Chichen Itza. Now, they clearly feature, the color version is easier to see, but they clearly feature three races. And it's depicting Black and Indian allies and a battle against white invaders. Now, because of their long blonde hair jewelry, a skin-hulled boat that we have here, right there, and also the fact that they're fighting naked, which was common for warriors from Ireland, they believe that these are Celtic warriors. And because this mural shows that Blacks are clearly fighting on the side of the Mayans, that they must have been integrated into society much longer before this painting was done in order to form that form of alliance. Now, there are numerous pre-Columbian figurines with striking similarities to ancient African artwork, and they've been found in Central and South America. In southeastern Mexico, there are 18 rock.
By the way, to answer your question or your inquiry, the figurines that you see on the left are from early Yoruba civilization. Yeah, so this is the
Nok.
No, this is not Nok. This is after Nok.
The guy on the right is Turok.
No, sorry. At least the one on the bottom, the one on the top, I am not quite sure. But
that's an Olmec on the top.
No, it's not. It's not. The one on the right is a Olmec.
The other one on the top is an Olmec as well. But the one underneath, that could be maybe that could either be a Koyasan or something.
These ones are supposed to be African, and these ones are supposed to be of the Olmec. Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Can you show me that? Can you show us then? Because you know what, to make it easier, let's actually see the memorial of Chichen Itza then. Why do we actually see what the memorial looks like in Chichen Itza?
That of head Mexico, there are 18 rock statues of heads up to 11 feet tall that are facing the ocean, looking east. Now, archaeologists call them the Olmec colossal heads after the people that carved them, and they were produced for 50 to 200 years and date from at least 900 BCE when they were mysteriously buried for some reason. So now think about it. It took enormous effort to quarry these. The smallest one was 6 tons, so 6 to 50 ton blocks, to quarry them and carry them 75 miles away from the quarry.
Sorry, people. Can we pause for a second?
These people
Yeah. When did he say that the Celts were fighting the Blacks and the Olmecs? What century or what year did he mention?
That they modeled.
I don't remember, so we can run it if you want.
Yeah, please.
Much earlier date. So there are also examples of physical evidence, including pre-Columbian African skeletons, which have been found throughout the Americas. Now, dating between 800 BCE and 300 CE, these murals are from the Temple of the Warriors at Chichen Itza. Now, they clearly feature, the color version is easier to see, but they clearly feature 3 races. And there are done in order to similarities to ancient African artwork. And they've been found in Central and South America. In southeastern Mexico, there are 18 rock statues that of heads up to 11 feet tall that are facing the ocean looking east. Now, archaeologists call them the Olmec colossal heads after the people that carved them. And they were produced for 50 to 200 years and date from at least 900 BCE when they were mysteriously buried for some reason. So it should, now think about it. It took enormous effort to quarry these. The smallest one was 6 tons, so 6 to 50 ton blocks, to quarry them and carry them 75 miles away from the quarry, and then carve them and then erect them. These people that they modeled them after must have been important. Whoever they were, they must have been important to be remembered or obeyed or worshipped. Well, Jose Meglia Serrano, the archaeologist who first uncovered them, he pointed out that facial features look amazingly like African blacks, and they all display distinctive headgear or protective helmets. Now, however, some people think that these are actually the facial figures of overweight babies. Yeah, I think they needed to wear helmets when they were babies if they think that. So, and then still others find it easier to believe that instead of Africans, those depicted or responsible for these sculptures, and as well as the Mesoamerican pyramids, were not African Americans, but dun dun dun. So why is it that so many people have never heard of this alternative of American discovery by the continent's nearest neighbors? So, I mean, look, now the thing, exactly, whoa, there's where'd all the continents go. So this is, look at how close this is. I mean, white people don't think that you could go, this is closer compared to more than twice the distance that Columbus sailed. This will win a drink for you in a bar game sometime. Which state is closest to Africa? Maine. Yeah, look, see there, you got to need a globe for this. Look at that. You know, versus so, yeah, geometry.
Okay.
Science. There you go. Yes. So anyway, so and so very few.
Anyway, listen, I'm gone for a sec. Yeah, I'm just gonna pause up and go for a sec. Yes.
Hey Shakara, 1 second before you go. Yeah, I just want to say big up yourself, because you see today, yeah, you've shown massive amounts of integrity, because you don't dilute the information. Man, just taking in and relaying back. Now, at the end of the day, that don't mean to say you agree with it, but too many people, like, it's like they can't let people talk. They just got to just say all this diluted stuff. I don't get it.
I hear you, bro. It's all about research. So if he's wrong, then heads can research it and discover some of the information that he's put forward. I have come across elsewhere, but again, bear in mind that the context of what he's saying that these are evidences that may suggest this. He's not putting forward anything that's conclusive, yeah. So we have to bear that in mind too, like, and stop going on. It's not every argument and beef, like, you know what I'm saying? It's nonsense.
Exactly.
Yeah?
That man is not saying nothing, because you can look at a Mayan, you can look at the Mayan, you can look at a Mayan's memorial, and it shows you that the Mayans with dreadlocks and loads of different Mayan people.
Big up King Gold, big up everyone. I'm out. I've done my job for the day. You lot can talk it out.
Nah, that was not a job, mate. That's not a job.
If that was a job.
That's not a job. Well done, mate.
What I don't understand is that the Vikings and the Barbary pirates were on the sea long before Columbus discovered America. So why we?
And the Chinese and the ancient Kush Valley people.
Yeah,
and the Ethiopians. Wait, he forgot all of those people, but you can see why he's trying to say, "Oh, West African." Africa's a big continent. And who did he actually particularly mention? Nobody, just Africans.
Yeah, because he hasn't got fucking evidence. He used
just like some people.
He used the Polynesians' canoes to say that because they do something similar, there's a chance it could have made it to America. No, mate, there ain't no fucking chance that in stormwater with sharks and all of this type of shit, 2 fucking canoes would have gone there.
And think about it also. And another point, a lot of the tribes in West Africa tell you that they originated in the East. He forgot to mention that there's only certain people that migrated into those West Africa regions. A lot of those people said they came from the East.
Yeah, and if people had gone there in those ages, there would be some DNA evidence. There'd have to be.
It would have been from the East, I would say, not more from the West. The West is more harder to accomplish.
And even if those artifacts depict other stuff, what's to say that they weren't bought at a later date from somebody that still had these collectibles?
Exactly.
Or trading, even.
No proof, nothing. That man is just appeased a lot of people that are easily appeased. That man was light work. It seems like he's trying to show off and trying to get some birds.
He is what Malcolm X, and I've been saying it the past few days because it's been so fucking relevant. What Malcolm X has been telling us about fucking liberal cunt scum trying to tell us black people about our history and our things and what we've got and what we don't do. This is the face of the enemy, and people are there absorbing his shit. Yeah?
Tell us letter L. We need to hear more from the letter L.
You know, these people, yeah, these are the demons that we got to watch out for as a fucking community. Them, BLM, Antifa, all them fucking cunts. All these people ain't no good for us as a people. Yeah, no one's to say that. Maybe black people or people who are black in origin weren't in these places, but how these people are saying it ain't that. And fuck it, it's more complex than what these people are making it out to be.
And you could tell he's not serious. He couldn't say that information with a straight face.
Of course not.
Oh, anyone who believes this video is nuts.
And it's like nobody thought to themselves, oh, let's actually see who this guy is.
I was going to ask, who is he? What's his name? Like as a
see, that's when they went to run off. They went to run off. Oh, we have to go now. That's why they ran off.
He got the fucking gourd thing wrong.
Oh God.
Oh, handsome.
It's even a Mesoamerican name, for crying out loud. Talibash.
What, handsome? Hey?
And it might, don't get me wrong. I'm happy to say if a certain people did achieve that, I'm not gonna take their achievement away. But at least let's show some real information and stop giving people some ready break, some not even proper porridge.
Literally, he's seen an artwork with 3 shades of skin tone and been like, oh, dark skin, African, must be. Can't be anything else.
Ridiculous.
That they came from the fucking southeast, like he said, and you have the Afro-Brazilians. No, can't be them. Africans must be Africans. Like, come on, man.
No, it can't be. No, look, it can't be the Polynesian like Luzia who they digged up the other day. Yeah, he played, y'all. That man played, y'all.
DJ Khaled, congratulations.
How dare you?
I told y'all.
Men sat on a tree trunk.
Told y'all.
How dare you dismiss that? 100 men on the tree.
That was Shivers, mate.
I'm going to the park to chop up a tree, and I'm going on the River Thames right now, making my way to fucking America. At least I
knew that man was shifty.
I'll be by myself.
And Shakara said you didn't have to even navigate. All you had to do was sit in a boat in a tree trunk. Just sit in a tree trunk.
I think Somali soldier is backstage.
Syria A and Syria B with your eyes, and doing other things that aren't unexplained, building pyramids, in the same league as that. So transversing the ocean with a, two trees now doesn't sound so far fetched.
No, it still does, because as much as we don't understand how the pyramids were able to be built at that period in time, what we do understand is that the conditions on the ocean aren't enough to survive 9,000 miles in a tree trunk.
And that's why they say that Atlantic Ocean can't be transverse, because of the sheer tenacity of the seas, and you know what I mean. The how crazy, how big the waves are. So
well, that's what Schiffer is saying that our brothers and sisters from Africa did. They went across the ocean in tree trunks. In the fucking vast Atlantic Ocean that, as you said, is turbulent as fuck. Yet somehow they managed to make it.
I think there are routes, though. If I'm not, if I'm wrong, I'm sure there's like a route where you can go via some sort of Indian Ocean passage and stick along the borders of Greece. Sort of like that type of in between Tunisia, Greece.
Yeah, you are kind of right.
Yeah,
but where the man flopped,
where the Indian Ocean meets the cold and warm water, it's not as.
I think that's South Africa.
The Indian Ocean is not near Greece and Tunisia.
But there's a passage
Suez Canal.
Yeah, but that was recently built.
Flows along the coast.
That was built by the British.
That's less crazy than it's more transversible than the Atlantic Ocean, because it's hard to even go on a normal boat.
But to get from Greece to the Indian Ocean, you gotta go around Africa.
Go on, sorry, go on, brother.
No, but he said something crazy now.
No, because if you look at the passageway, yeah, you've got
the Suez Canal.
Huh?
Yeah, but that's recently built.
That was made. The Suez Canal was recently built.
Yeah, by the British.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But there's like you're talking about the Tunisia, yeah.
You said the Indian Ocean connects with the Mediterranean Sea.
Well, there's a way where you don't have to go through Atlantic Ocean to go from Africa to various different continents.
Yeah, you would have to actually go either through the Mediterranean, or you have to go all the way underneath to South Africa.
Yeah, around.
Which is interesting, because if we remember,
because the
on
Muslims
the subject of how Christopher Columbus was meant to be navigating, the thing you don't need to navigate. Christopher Columbus was searching for India, but somehow managed to come across America because he got lost. So you need to navigate the winds.
That's fake.
But there was nowhere called India at that time. It was called Bharat. Indian just means savage and wild.
Yeah, and India was never one country before the British.
Mm-hmm.
It was many kingdoms and yeah.
So there's all little wordplays people that add on later on.
Torak, in that picture you said with the Olmec, what did you say the other picture was?
Khorasan people.
No, it wasn't. It was Yorubas.
No.
Bro, Yorubas are new, bro. What are you talking about?
They don't look like that. They don't look like that.
The picture that you saw on the left-hand side, is Yorubas, because I've even got it in my house.
So how old is it?
People, and the Yoruba people even go to a certain extent of not even giving you the full previous past date, because the date they give you is when Oludumare came.
So how old is it?
So as I said, that picture that he put up was Yoruba.
How old is it?
So and that's all I'm wanting to say to you.
So how old is it? Is it old as the Olmec's picture?
You can see loads of cultural.
How old are those? How old is that?
Yeah, it's not as old as the Olmec.
Exactly.
I'll tell you, it goes between the same time as the what do you call it? As the Nok period of time, which would be in BC.
Yeah, but the Yoruba people say that they came from the east. The Yoruba people say they come from the east.
No, that is people that with faith that believe that. That's people with faith.
No, it's not.
Rick, Maku said it.
Maku said it.
Yes, people with faith.
No, with proof, because he was saying what. Hold on, watch this then. So what? So tell me this then. So why are they? Why are they? Hold on, calm down. It's not a mad thing like that. So why is what? So why did Maku said there's Yoruba words that can be translated into Egyptian?
Where does Maku come from? Faith. Maku come from faith.
Yeah, he does reference biblical text.
No, there's been Pan-Africans that have brought down the knowledge. There's Pan-Africans said, but there's Yoruba words that link back to Egypt. So you lot come from the east. You don't originate on there, brethren.
Prove it that I come from the east.
You lot don't. The Nok people originate there. That's the Nok people. That's not your people. It's the Nok.
If you're making a statement, prove that we came from the east.
Look at the Bantu expression.
All right, then tell me this: are the Yorubas related to the Igbos? Are the Yorubas related to the Ga? See the games people play.
Please
see the games people play.
If you understand migration, you will understand the God came and met the Yorubas and migrated with the Yorubas and then left the Yorubas.
Yeah, but a lot of those people, even the Ashanti,
as one of my best friends, one of the kings of the gods. If you go to my channel, he talks about it.
Yeah, but even the Ashantis and other people will tell you that they came from the east. Even with the Moorish, even with Mali.
Hold on. People with faith will say they come from the east.
No, these are ancient ancestral oral stories. And you could see the culture from what's the place with Mali and all that type of people. It's a Persian type of culture. Hold on, and 2 seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds, no man. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. It's not a mad thing. Calm down. Calm down. It's not a mad thing. Calm down.
I'm trying to say to you, you're telling me something about already I know, and I'm
calm down.
I can bring you facts and dates and time.
So how old are those masks you're talking about then? How old are they?
What I'm trying to explain to you, people come and go.
So how old are those masks?
Them masks, I don't have to tell you. You go and do your research and find out, because I'm not giving you dates no more. Because I've given dates before. And I'm not doing it.
Did you? When? What date was that? What date was that you gave a date? What date was that?
Not with you. I have to debate with you.
You're funny.
You're minor, because you're a nonce.
Well, how old are those things?
You're a minor.
How old are they?
I'm not gonna give you the date. Go and find out yourself.
I'm not. You're the one saying, look, these are Yoruba things. So I'm asking you as a simple question now, because you're telling me now because you know about them. So I'll ask you a simple question. How old are they?
I'm not gonna give you that, because I told you that picture was Yoruba. Period. No more.
Nah, the English told you that. The English told you that, and you said, all right, then yeah.
It's all right. That is never gonna work. The English never told me shit.
Because those things look like Benin people. They look like the Benin people or something like that. They don't look like Yoruba. And Yoruba is a younger tribe. How old is the Yoruba people? Let's be honest.
You speak in English. How can you speak English if the English never told you shit?
Exactly. How would you have your power if you never got helped by the English? Exactly. The English helped you. The English helped you. You got help from the English. You got help from the English.
I'm only speaking English because
because they're your mates. Because they helped you win the wars. The English helped you win your war. The English helped you win your war. The English helped you win your war. You lot went to the England and asked us, look, help us win our war.
Nonce. I don't want to hear from you.
Help us win our war, England. Help us win our war. Help us win our war. Help us, England. England, help us. England, help us. England, help us. England, help us. Help. 999, England. 999. 999, England. 999. England. 999. Somebody call 999 for England. 999. England, help us. England, help us. 999. 999.
You're a nonce.
Help us. Oh, call the operator.
You're a nonce. You're just a fucking nonce.
Prove it.
How?
Prove it.
How?
Prove it. Look, he's a waste man.
What has this got to do with nonsense?
Look, he's crying. He's crying because the English helped his people get kingship. That's why, and I proved it. And you said the English helped you to get kingship. We will stop slavery if you help us. We will stop slavery if you help us.
Tell me about
sounds very familiar, doesn't it?
Pan-African unity is clearly across the continent.
Did you have that deep voice when you help us, England? England, we need to help. Help us.
Torax are nonce, that's why.
Is that how you lot sound when you was asking that? Is that how you lot sound when you were seeking help from the British Queen? No, we need your help. Help us. Help us, help us. We want your help. We will stop slavery. Help us. We will stop slavery. Help us. Help. Torak, that was a Yoruba picture. Help us, England. England, help us. The English called you Yoruba. The English called you Yoruba. You don't even know what Yoruba means. What does Yoruba mean? 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 The English gave you Yoruba as a name. The English gave you that name. The English have given you that name. Nobody knows what your name means. Nobody knows what your name means. So where was you? Who are you? Nobody knows what your name means. Nobody knows what your name means. What do Africans? What do the Hausa people call Yorubas? What do the Hausas call Yorubas? What do the Hausas call Yorubas? And it's not fairy tale. It's not their faith. What do the Hausas call Yorubas? What do the Hausas call Yorubas? What do the Hausas call Yorubas?
You're a pussy.
What do they call them? A goosey eating what? A goosey eating bastards. The English named you. The English named you Yoruba. The English named you. The English own you. The English named you. The English people took your people. The English took loads of your people. The English took loads of your people. The English took loads of your people. It was Black Friday sale. Every day was Black Friday sale when the English turned up. Every day was Black Friday. Every day was Black Friday for your whiskey. Yeah, you lot. Where is the bottles of whiskey? Where is the bottle of gin? Where is the Schweppes? Where's the Schweppes now? Where is your Schweppes? Show us all the bottle of Schweppes. Let's talk about Schweppes. Let's talk about Schweppes. Let's talk about Schweppes.
Let's talk about Schweppes, baby. Let's talk about you.
Courvoisier, Courvoisier, Eba, Courvoisier, Eba, Courvoisier, Courvoisier, Courvoisier.
Yeah,
Schweppes, Courvoisier.
Right now.
Eh? You not sing tonight. Courvoisier, Courvoisier. Salop. Courvoisier, Courvoisier.
I'm coming to your house.
Courvoisier, Courvoisier. You know them tunes, innit? You know that tune. So in your life, you don't know that tune. Courvoisier, Courvoisier. Innit, Mr. Riggs? Let's talk about Schweppes.
But
let's talk about Schweppes.
You're gonna see a ghost.
Let's talk about Schweppes. Yo, you don't have no ghost without your gin from London. Without your golden gin, where's your ghost? Where are your ghost?
I'll be in your house.
You got no ghost. You got no gin. You got no Schweppes. You got no Courvoisier.
Shaka has his work cut out for him.
Well, they're still Pan-African.
Let's talk about
Oh, you're
Schweppes.
still here then, traitor Ralph.
Let's talk about Schweppes. Let's talk about Schweppes. Let's talk about Schweppes, baby. Let's talk about you and me. Let's talk about all the good things and the bad things that may be. Let's talk about Schweppes. Let's talk about Schweppes. Let's talk about Schweppes. Let's talk about Schweppes. Ladies, all the ladies, gather around. All the ladies, let's talk about Schweppes. All right, fellas. All right, all the fellas, gather around. All the fellas. Let's talk about Schweppes.
Identity crisis. We the horn. We don't act like the West.
Let's talk about Schweppes.
Kick him in his little He get there as well. Because he's well annoying sometimes, bro. Sometimes.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Who was that drink on? Is it on the house? Who's paying for these drinks? Not me again.
But can I ask the question? You said that the Berbers were the original Africans.
Courvoisier time again.
Indian board, yeah.
Courvoisier time again.
A red spot on their forehead.
We drink it when we feel like. Courvoisier time. What are ready Schweppes?
You got
rebuke them. Two bottles of Hennessy.
What about Schweppes?
Oh, what about Schweppes? Hey, Mr. Riggs, what about Schweppes?
What about Schweppes, baby?
Yeah. Who drinks the most Schweppes in the world? Let's go and find out on Google. Let's do our Googles, eh? Let's go to Google, oh.
Who played that?
Oh, wow.
Breakdown.
Oh.
Boom, boom, boom.
Our favorite song.
The dust. And another one gone. And another one gone. Another one bad.
Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the Schweppes. Blame it on the Schweppes.
Seriously speaking, Wendy, do you know what Yoruba means? Because me and Turek do.
No.
What does it mean, y'all?
It means bastard.
It means the bastard.
Oh, right.
Bastard.
Turn that off, man. Turn that off.
Who's playing
Meet the people that like to sell the slaves, yeah. Meet the people like to sell the slaves, yeah.
Who's playing voodoo music?
Meet the people that like to sell the slaves, yeah. Meet the people like to sell the slaves, yeah.
Yo, Tezza, don't even take on this fool, man, because all he's gonna do is call police on you, brother.
Meet the people that
So just like they did.
Look who's the drinks on. The drinks are on.
That's all he's gonna do. So don't worry about it.
Cheers to 9E for everyone. Let's make a toast. Let's make a toast to 9E for cheers, Mr. Riggs. Cheers.
Hello.
Cheers. Have you got your drink? Cheers. Cheers, Jupiter. Cheers,
so
Wendy.
what I'm saying is, Tesla,
Cheers.
don't worry about it, man.
Cheers. Everybody say cheers.
He loves that
Cheers.
word. Hello.
And surprise, he starts
cheers. Cheers, everybody. Look who's turned up the receipt. Look, the receipt has turned up. Oh, look, the receipt has turned up. Look, the receipt has turned up for the Schweppes.
I'm gonna run to the police.
Oh, look, there's Schweppes. Oh, hello, Schweppes.
Naifa's fault. It's Naifa's fault.
Yes, it is Naifa's fault. Thank you for admitting it.
I don't want Naifa to
Thank you for admitting it. Thank you. You admitted it. You have admitted it and hide your streams. Good luck to you.
Yes. Stop, Mr. Policeman.
Yes.
Make her stop, Mr. Policeman.
Yes.
Make her
15
stop,
grand
Mr.
for Nigerian
Policeman.
houses, everyone.
Make her stop, Mr. Policeman.
Everybody, let's make a GoFundMe. Let's make a GoFundMe. Let's make a GoFundMe for 15 grand. GoFundMe for 15 grand, everyone. We're gonna wish Naifa a good voyage. We're gonna wish you a good voyage off Naifa. Good luck. No hard feelings. No hard feelings. You will never work in this town again. 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 Summer holidays all year round nowadays.
Hello.
Never work in this town again. Summer holidays all year round. Never work in this town again. Your summer holidays not done. Never work in this town again. I promise. I promise you. Swear on my mother's life, and not work in this town again. Promise on my mother's life.
Your mom's life ain't worth nothing then, brother.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's why I would do it. Exactly. That's why I would do it. That's why I will do it. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
On the plantation and you're asleep in real life.
To the left, 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 everything in the box to the left, to the left, to the left.
Hello. Yeah, who's playing music?
Who do you think? You don't care who plays music.
I said, who was playing the music though, man? Guy's gonna get man a strike.
Of course, it's me, innit? I play my Bangra tune, Belly. What you got against me, Bangra?
Yeah,
and me play the tune like me play Bangra on here.
Now, who was playing the music, man?
You're bridging the one who's from the Schweppes.
You're a fool.
Yo, Tessa, what I'm saying to you, don't even engage.
You know what it is? I love it. I purposely did this, right? To see how he would react. And he reacted like a pussy.
By the police station now,
you behave like an alcoholic. You behave like an alcoholic.
Outside the police station, man. Takun wants to imagine this fool wants to take food out of me and my family's mouth because of what?
Who cares?
Because
who cares? Go to one. Bye. To the left, to the left, to the left,
hold on a minute.
To the left, to the left, everything we don't care is to the left.
Why?
To the left, to the left.
Oh my life.
To the left, to the left.
I can tell you, but it's stood up, man.
To the left. Get
Anyway,
what you can. Get on the bus. I got no time. Talking all that stuff. Get what you can. Get on the Boris bus. I ain't got no time. Get on the Boris bus.
Hello. It's the Boris boat ready for rap.
I don't want to fight with you
because Natty,
cause I'm gonna lay out on the couch.
Melanated, and he ran
Don't
to the
try to
police
talk to me, cause I ain't talking to you. Get what you can. Get on the bus, on the Boris bus.
And then he says he thinks that he's gonna get my job
I don't want to talk to you, so I'm gonna lay.
You that ain't even got a job. You see what I'm saying?
Get what you can. Get on the Boris bus.
And listen to
I
him
ain't
now,
got no
family. Listen
time.
to this guy.
Talking all that stuff.
Well, that's what.
Get on the bus.
And when he just jerk up and bun up, he runs to the police. You
Get on the bus.
You're an idiot, man. But I'll leave you to the fucking cabin then.
Get on the bus.
Bum boys be bums. Bruck kids. Ain't got
Now,
nothing.
remember what we spoke about mental health as well, Tezza. So that's why
Yeah,
I'm saying.
that's why I wanted to show people to see how he reacts.
Talking.
Oh, look at hysterical talking. Help! England, help!
We got parrots in the house.
Help! Help!
No drink alcohol, stop weed, and do stay at home.
Help!
And then talk about travel. Then they've never travelled out of England before.
Help! Oh,
He
you've read
travels
loads
to the local cop shop.
Oh.
And then
Oh, you-
cries. Mr. Officer, Mr. Officer, Mr. Officer, Mr. Officer,
Yeah.
yeah, and
Yeah.
your body, yeah. I'm saying you ain't even got enough balls, yeah.
Yeah,
to fucking
yeah.
snitch on the man,
Put it up
yeah?
there.
Before
Put
you
it up
come to
then.
the woman.
Put it
You're
up
a
then.
big pussy, man.
Put it up
You're
then.
a big stain
Put it
paying
up then.
You get me? That's
Put
why
it
you
up
were
then.
named Cocoon from early.
Go and find it.
Proving yourself.
Go and
You're
find
a
it.
cocoon, and you're
Go
a
and find
snitch.
it. We have it already.
You
We don't need
get
to
me?
find it. We got it already. We
Got
don't
what?
need to find it.
Women, you know.
But listen to who's laughing with him, though, Tezza. This is where he's getting his energy from. Listen to that's where he's
Yeah,
getting his energy,
loads of it. Loads.
and that's why he's a cocoon
Loads.
snitch, man. And that's why I said
Yep,
you're not on our
yep.
plantation.
Bye.
The only one
Why,
who's
where you going? Back to the cop shop.
Bye.
you.
Back to the cop
To
shop.
the left, to the left.
Mr. Officer.
To the left, to the left. Heathrow and Gatwick is to the left, to the left.
Back to me.
Heathrow and Gatwick's to the left.
Please do something.
Heathrow and Gatwick's to the left.
Please do something, Mr. Officer. Handle
He's
it.
talking that talking
Handle
talk.
it, officer.
Can you pack and talk at the same time? Nanifa, can you get that bag?
Is. You understand what I'm saying?
Keep talking that talk and talk. Can you walk and talk at the same time?
Shop.
That's why
I'd like to know what's wrong with going to sleep.
You must not know about me. You must not know about me.
You're an idiot, man.
Can I have another you by tomorrow?
And the only people you're entertaining.
Nanifa, and next,
you know, well, we
hey,
know
Aoife, she be here in a minute, baby.
He's entertaining his own mind.
Huh?
Don't you ever get to thinking you're irreplaceable.
What did you say, Terry?
I said he's a
Don't you ever.
He's just a coon, to be fair. You know what I mean?
You
And
love
he's
that
doing
word,
his
don't you,
entertaining
Nani?
now.
We're
You
90 will
adore
go, the
that
sun
word.
shines forever. You don't need no Boris
You know
umbrella.
what I mean? He's doing his entertaining. This is
Where's
what
he
he
gonna
does
go? The
best.
sun shines
It's
forever.
racist.
She won't even
This is
need an
what he does best,
umbrella.
Tezza.
Ever.
You will go where the sun shines forever. You won't
Ever.
need an umbrella.
Ever.
The coon. Oh my gosh.
She said she had it all.
My name is Tura.
You know the beautiful thing here? Everyone in the chat loves Tura. It's nothing love it. This is what I'm saying. This dude, he can go, man.
Shut up.
She can go where the
You
sun
got
shines
nothing to say.
forever.
He's not even needed amongst us. No, Raheem. No, Raheem. No, Raheem. No, Raheem. Yeah. Yeah. This man went to the police. What do you want me to? This is what I'm saying, man. Like
So
you,
what?
you idiot.
Let she go on where the sun shines forever.
How can you
You can go where the sun shines forever. You won't need your English umbrella. Ella. You won't need an English umbrella. Ella.
Yeah? The coon is not Martin Luther King. Yeah? Idiot.
He went to the
I am going to the police, but he's still a coon, man. What's up? His name is Cocoon. What's wrong?
You're so racist, Nine-Acre.
Hello.
Hello. Listen to this, Raheem. He's a coon.
You're so racist, Nine-Acre.
So if you don't like it, Raheem, it is what it is.
Hello.
bitch.
Racist.
To the left, to the left.
And don't go on
Everybody
like
me
you have
now,
them on the
just say to the
plantation
left, to
either.
the left.
What did you do with them on the plantation? What are you talking about?
Anyway,
To the
too
left.
bad about Rue Britannia, wasn't it, Nine Ether? Yeah?
What are you talking about, Raheem, man? Talk to me, man.
To the left.
Rule Britannia, Britannia was slaves.
Oh, they
We
tried to get rid of it.
shall be slaves.
Yeah, they tried to
Yeah.
get rid of it and failed. And Land of
Right.
Hope and Glory. Yeah. Failed.
Oh, Raheem, stop it, man. Like, Raheem, just stop it now. You just, you know what? Jump on, Raheem.
Who's they?
Jump on, mate. Yo, Biggie, kick one of these boots off, yeah? Raheem, come and talk to me, innit? Because, I don't know, we are talking, my guy.
Oh, look at this. It's funny how you say that today because it looked like I just get a missed call from Girl Blue. Come to show what police can do. Look at
Come,
Miss
Raheem,
call from the girl named Blue.
Yeah?
Me, the
Biggie, kick off
Sergeant
one
Miss
of these
Blue, she
people and let
called
Raheem
me.
come and talk to me. You
The
get me?
Sergeant Blue woman, she just called me. Left a voicemail, yes, you want to call me.
The silent majority
The
had
Girl
their
Blue, yeah, she
say.
just called
Yeah.
me.
You just sound like him right
The
now.
silent majority had
Come
their
to
say
show
over
what
Rue
police
Britannia.
can do.
Yeah. Oh dear,
All right,
that was a
I'll
big
see if
flop.
you
Yeah.
can get Biggie to
Sergeant,
make
the
space for someone.
sergeant woman named Blue called me. Come fi do the investigation story. She said, what did Nynefa say about me?
Is the traitor still here, Jupiter? Has he gone?
As far as I know, he's still here on silent.
Waiting to hear from him.
Mm.
Yo, Biggie, Afghan could get kicked, man. Let Raheem on, man. I beg you.
And
I want to
one.
know what it is.
Nine.
Man said he wants to stop eating Raheem. Like, what? Are you stupid, Raheem? This man's online publicly saying that he don't want money. He don't want money to pay a bill. And you're fucking questioning me, calling him a coon. Yo, man, Raheem, jump on, man.
One.
So, man, all fucking day. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking hell, man. I feel sorry for you, bro, man.
I mean, it's all right. It's funny how Nynefa just said that, and I just got a call from Sergeant Blue, Mrs. Sergeant Blue.
So what happened?
You're still a coon, yeah, and you can laugh and joke with these people on here. You get me? You're still a coon, man, and you're a coon that went to the police about me, but I didn't do nothing. Yeah, that's how fucking
You
ballers
have.
are.
You're banked to right.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
You was too late. You had a black watch.
It is what it is, man. You're just a coon, and you know what I mean.
Yeah, but you're not Jamaican
Well,
after
you
all. You're
know
not that far.
word, don't you?
You're not that far.
Lindsay,
You're
this
not
has got
Jamaican.
absolutely nothing.
It has everything to do with them. They come to be my moral support.
Absolutely nothing. So
Has everything. It's actually got everything to do with them. Actually.
But please remember, this has nothing to do with you.
I would like to say thank you for being here, Wendy and Jupiter. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I'm actually happy that you're here, actually, Wendy and Jupiter. Thank you.
It's all right. Isn't she bigging up the same character?
All right, we've got much love for you. This woman
Honestly.
just like, she
No,
just
after-
likes.
Yeah.
She picks her
She's a
fucking
racist. She uses that word too often.
Yeah, man. She's bad. But she loves Wendy when Wendy agrees with her, innit? Oh, big up Wendy. Afghan, how can Afghan get away with the N-word? Raheem's a coon, all this shit. Man, shut up, Nine.
I've never mentioned you, Afghan, but if you want us to, we can. This man's been reported to the police several times. Had the police visit him several times because he says the most despicable lies online, slander and everything else. In fact, he's not even meant to be on Veli's show. But he's turning up, going to try and behave himself so that he can still remain on here. Go ahead. Go back to your own place, and as soon as you do, snitch, I'll be on the phone, bitch.
I've defeated you in every debate on Tommy Robinson. You haven't got over it. You fat ugly. That's you. You're just like Nynefa. You're fucking bipolar. You're not consistent. And
Yeah,
Ralph,
don't mention my name. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah? Don't mention my name, because unlike the rest of the people, and we know that you're a racist piece of shit. Yeah, and I know that you've come over here and tried to reinvent yourself and all the rest of it, but it's not working in it. You're a racist, disgusting degenerate. Don't mention my name. That's all it is. I've not mentioned your name. Don't mention my name. That's it. That's it. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah?
Lord,
Don't mention my name, Afghan. You're a piece of shit, man. That's it. Stop begging it, man.
Own son's black bastard, man. You're all full of shit, bro.
Innit? Exactly, Afghan. That's what it is.
You are a piece of shit, Afghan.
Jupiter, fat fucking ugly peasant.
Shit, Afghan. I agree with Nynefa on this one. You're a piece of shit.
Nynefa. Now they're with Nynefa against me. Fuck off. You're all full of shit, man.
This is not. No, listen, Afghan. This ain't no puppy show thing. Yeah, you're not coming around doing your little bullshit racist trolling like you done on fucking what's his name, and when you went over Real and McGee and that. Like, fuck all of that, innit? We know that you come over here and try to act like you're cool, nice, and whatever. You put yourself on camera and all the rest of it. You're still a racist, degenerate piece of shit. Don't ever get twisted. Don't come around here and fucking wash yourself off and people look at you in a new light. No, you're a degenerate. You're a racist, degenerate piece of shit. That's all you are. Do not mention my name. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? That's all it is. Do not mention my name, Afghan. Like, seriously. Go and troll some. Go and troll your boy Takoon, man. No one don't care about
you. No matter where you come from.
Piece of shit, man.
Riggs is people saw how many black man and he won't call me African. No matter where you come from, Mr. Riggs people sell off so much black man and he won't call me the African.
But me, man, they all for the shit up, man.
But tell me this, why don't Nigeria win the 100-meter race? Why don't Ghana win 100-meter race and met Africa? But every black man, even the Tamil tiger and the Bengali man, they say African. No mind them where them did there.
Yeah,
the people point on them and call them African.
Ask you about your son. What is it with your son or sen, whatever? Is it 1984's asking? Exactly. Shut up, man. Fucking Nynefa. She was bigging up Wendy.
With the boy like to sell off the people like every day is Black Friday to Ross Clark.
Yeah, but shit, no black. This man. Shit, man. Crackhead looking fucking zombie fight. She was on that YouTube video. She couldn't even stand straight because she was getting those fucking urges.
Turk, you were a slave too.
No, I wasn't. Me the Arawak, man, a bad man. Baza.
No, the Arawaks don't look like blacks.
We have. Look, think about it. Do West Africans behave like Jamaicans? And look how long West Africans have been enslaved. Do they behave like West Indians or African Americans? No. Ha 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 ho ho ho. Come here, rob them. This is exactly what I'm talking about, mate.
So you didn't get enslaved by the Europeans when they came to the Jamaicans.
Yeah, but where's the come on, we're not the same people, man. Come on, man. Look how long West Africans are being enslaved. You see anything in comparison? Do you see that we're unruly, unwild? Even when we went to Africa, we caused havoc.
But you know what's funny,
do you know about the West Indies regiment that went into Africa and caused bare havoc and all them type of thing? Let our tear machine, them long rifle them and all them things.
So I'll tell you something funny, right, guys? These little shits called the police on me. And yet they're bigging themselves up for doing it. Yet I'm on this panel now calling you an ugly black man.
So Somalians will never say we're behaving like Nigerians or Ghanaians. They'll never say that.
You break the law, mate. Respect the fucking cops.
Never.
I agree with you. You said you'd behave like Jamaicans, not Ghanaians and Nigerians like Jamaicans, because we set the trends, as you said.
Sometimes you tell police, I'll still say it to you, so you're fucking stupid. Poor Jupiter. I believe in freedom of speech, but let me report you to the police.
We don't behave like a man.
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean. So we just have to be honest. Like, there's new information coming out every day.
Freedom of speech doesn't mean hate speech, guys. It doesn't. And freedom of speech absolute is because I don't believe in hate speech.
Poor Tommy Robinson, you fat ugly white cow, you Jewish cow. You support fucking Tommy Robinson.
There it goes with lies and slanders again. Go on, work it up because I can't wait to report you again. Go, man, go.
You Tommy Robinson fan, you dumb fat ugly white Jew.
Trigger. Yeah,
so
trigger.
Ugly manly
king. To the wife and baby, will you? Say hello to them.
Yeah. Look at your son, he looks like Dastardly Muttley, that fucking cartoon, the dog from that cartoon. Was it called Muttley? Fucking ugly.
Keep going.
Hector's giving you the ugly gene, but you already had it, mate. You're fucking monstrous.
Yeah, keep going. Yeah. You have to be badder than that, mate. That ain't bad enough. Keep going.
You live Ilham or Ilford police. I think Jupiter's a white, ugly, Jewish fat cow. That's fat fucking. It's got a skinny fat body, right? She calls
Is that all you got?
Hey, you're up on your mic.
You can do better than that. Are you scared of the police, Afghan?
See, and look at this now. Everybody. Africans dress like Greeks. We're not the same people. This is why I say Africans were up in the Mediterranean and all that type of things. We don't dress like Greeks. This is not a toga party. This is a Gaza party or Gully party, JLP party. Shocking Vibe party, Uptown Wednesday party, Weddy Wednesday, Thursday Friday party.
You look like the brown Arawaks.
Yeah, man. Arawak. Yeah, think about it. Even West Africans look at us and say, "Boy, you don't look like us too tough," you know. They even tell us we look Ethiopian and things like that. So we got a mixed look to us, and our DNA says it as well.
Yeah, fucking actor looks like a.
Yeah, I agree with you that the Arawaks don't look like the West Africans.
They sort of look a bit maybe like Khoisan and maybe Congolese, because the people say when they brought the Congolese people, they couldn't tell the difference.
Or the Congolese look like the West Africans.
But Congolese and Polynesian people, they look very similar. And Khoisan sort of.
Yeah, maybe the Khoisan, but
not the
bit. Congolese. The Congolese.
Really, Father Rahim is in the back. Father Rahim is in the back, really. Or no, I think it might be 1, 2, 3, 4.
What kind of toga
6,
party
7,
that is? Yeah, show up on Veli's screen.
Veli, Father Rahim is in the back, in the Bizak.
No.
I would like to come true.
Even Sean Paul say, Adatio, that means my friend. Or Datikop means friend in Arawak or Mebejian. And even we say things what Spanish say like pari, and that means I'm a good friend, me pari. And they say pari.
Ah, you're my pari.
All right.
But bro, you don't look like a Congolese if you're Arawak.
Some of them, because you have to remember the Portuguese brought a lot of people into Angola and Congo. A lot of Portuguese people themselves living there, like I did that in Brazil. A lot of Brazilians are in Congo.
Yeah, in Angola, yeah. They speak Portuguese.
All right, take for instance the people of Cape Verde. They look sort of Angolan and Congolese. Or even West Indian. People say they look even Cuban or Dominican Republic, or you know what I mean.
Yeah, but when the Europeans came to the Jamaicans, the Native Americans got enslaved too.
Yeah, 100%. We was going through our own thing as well.
Hey, sorry to interrupt, Somali soldier. Have you heard they're rioting all over Sweden right now?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, riots kicking off everywhere. Images. Someone burned the Quran. Yeah.
Bro, they're scared. We're taking over.
What is he in that place for a road though?
It's
My friend
because
just
we're
sent me
taking
pictures.
over.
Yeah. Malmo, yeah?
Oh, that's it, Malmo. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Malmo has the most Muslims, I think.
Wow.
Pick up that brave Swedish person for proving that a book's just a book.
But it's already over for the Swedish people. We have taken over. But
Yeah,
Turk,
so
you have mixed African DNA, right?
yeah, we mixed in with Africans more in the 1600s when like they brought a lot more over. The Spanish, I don't think they really brought a lot of Africans over. But what they done was brought a lot of the people in the Americas over to places like Ferdinand Poe to grow. They had penal colonies. So like if you was bad in Cuba, Puerto Rico, certain Spanish places, they were bringing you over to like Equatorial Guinea and them type of places. It's only
Yeah,
when
but they brought a lot of slaves, the Portuguese, to Brazil.
yeah, but come on, do West Africans behave like they've been taken anywhere?
No. Bro, they
That's what I was
claimed
gonna
everything.
say.
The West Africans, they claim they were the Chinese. They claimed everything, man.
But this is the thing, though. There's English people saying, look, we paid you for people, even if we gave you alcohol or whatever we gave you, you swapped us people, and it's not like white people left
Bro,
from
they
Europe.
sold them. They
Hold
sold
on.
their own people.
Think about it.
Very dreadlocks.
Think about it.
There is waiting to come
Like
through.
if you've ever been to Spain, like Spain is hot enough, like so the more southern you go down into Africa, the hotter it's getting, and I can't see white people chasing Africans around on the west coast of Africa. And also the white people call it the white man's graveyard because of malaria. So most of the time white people or European people stayed right on the coast.
Yeah, but the Yoruba sold their own people and
I
stuff
don't
like
know.
that.
It seems to me like a lot of Yorubas got sold for some reason, or maybe or maybe hold on 2 seconds, please. Or maybe there's some sort of identity just given to certain people in Africa to say, oh, you're Yoruba.
Yeah. So find me any documentation of Yoruba selling Yoruba.
This is a whole problem. They drunk the evidence.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Is there any evidence of them getting rid of the evidence?
The evidence is gone, man. They drunk that long time, man.
There's no evidence, but it's making claims that the Yoruba sold the Yoruba. Okay, cool. No problem.
I get drink for a long time, man.
Actually, there's plenty of evidence on the internet if you go and look for it.
Find it. Where's the evidence of Yoruba selling other Yorubas into slavery?
Just told you on the internet. You go find it. Who do you think I am?
You can find
He doesn't want to find it.
Something. Ain't yours,
He wants other people to do the work, then prove it to him, then deny it.
I found
Okay,
an
no, if you
article
haven't
that
got it, then
says
fine. I
that
wouldn't make a claim, but I don't know why I
Igbos
should.
sold other Igbos.
Yeah,
Yeah, post it.
So some Africans from Nigeria say that's a fake post as well.
It may well be. I don't know.
Oh, so you haven't seen the post, Mikey, for
New Yorker.
great grandfather, the slave trader. Yeah, some Africans.
Oh, yeah. I've seen
My
that.
favorite historian from Africa says he doesn't trust that narrative, but you know, what I mean, not a
Yeah,
lot of
it's the
people
one
don't trust.
I sent in the back chat. It's the same one.
Who's
It's
your
called the
who's
Renaissance
your
Channel.
favorite historian? The
He's just an
Renaissance. But
African
who's the
man
person who
from
runs it? What's his name?
Nigeria.
Sorry, this doesn't. So you're posting. Is this what you're suggesting? Is the person said that that the Igbos enslaved? Sorry,
It says
sold
it
other
in the
Igbos. Yeah,
article.
I've read this article. That
Yeah,
there was
before
there was
before the
enslavement among the
Europeans,
Igbos.
the Igbos
Yeah.
sold other Igbos.
So I mean, but to who
I don't
before
know,
the
to other
Europeans?
Africans maybe.
I don't think you've actually read this article. If you're saying before the Europeans, the Igbos sold other Igbos, who were they selling to?
To other Africans.
Have you actually read the article?
To other Africans.
Huh? Where? Okay. Have you actually read this article?
No, I was
Like
going
start to finish. Okay. I suggest you finish reading the article.
But this is the thing, and the only thing I do like about that article where it says you have people of royal family descendants that are in amongst Europe, in amongst America, and see the plight what African Americans have gone through. That's the only part of that thing I actually do understand, but you have some people think,
And Tura, post a link to your favorite historian whereby
type in the Yoruba question. Listen, I told you, you can share the screen. It's simple. You just go into YouTube, type in the YouTube. The Yoruba question. How did the Yorubas get their name? Who are the Yorubas? And you have African historians telling you say, but there was no such thing as Yoruba land. This is something what the British made up and all them type of things. Real African, they will tell you. So what does Yoruba mean then?
No, Yoruba is an ancient tribe, man. That's way.
No, they're not that ancient, brother.
They weren't known.
This is what African people are coming out with. They're telling you these people weren't that ancient.
Doesn't mean that the people didn't exist. It means that they weren't known as Yoruba. Everybody knows that the Yoruba weren't always known
so
as Yoruba.
Who named them Yoruba?
That's not news. But what sorry, my brother. What I'm trying to ask you, is not about the Yoruba thing. I'm asking you about
I'm giving you a link.
The people them that are debunking.
I've told you I told you one of his programs what he's done, and it's the Renaissance channel.
Shaka, I read it wrong. It says Igbos enslaved other Igbos.
Yeah, I've read the article, bro. I know what it says. What's it called? But I'm saying that you don't know what it says.
And the question was
exactly.
Yoruba
why we mix up the thing. What's it called? Yeah, bro. I'm just asking you for the link for the person that you said debunked or challenged the information in this article.
Yeah, that's what it's even he's done the same thing. It's called my Igbo thingy bob, and it's the Renaissance channel.
I'm really confused. Why can't I get a link, bro? Like,
why do I have to keep looking for something just to give you something? And you've got a computer in front of you, and you can share the screen. You can probably even do more things than I can do. And I'm saying, look, it's simple. Just type in the Yoruba question, YouTube, and it will come up the Renaissance channel.
So we're noticing that whenever we ask Turok for a source, he never provides it. It's one of the. It's
are you joking? Before I even get to speak, I put my resources down.
Whatever. I'm just asking you.
If you look at the back chat, it shows you in the back chat whether it's the live chat and the back chat.
Well, I've done what you said, but the Yoruba question obviously does not address the.
I'm just saying that's the channel, and if you scroll down through the channel, you will find that other one where he's talking about.
Shaka, did you say that the Yoruba were not ancient before?
Say again.
Didn't you say before that the Yoruba were not ancient tribe?
I said that.
Turok said the Yoruba are not ancient.
Shaka said it before.
I did not say that the Yoruba are not ancient. I said that the Yoruba were not always known as Yoruba. That's not news. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that
they known?
There's various different names that are suggested. Some say that they have names like that will translate as children of Obatala or children of something else. But yeah, they weren't always known as Yoruba. And many groups in Africa today were not always known by the name they are today, and many groups are actually formulated off of different people groups. Yeah, so a lot of the people groups that we see today are fragments of what was bigger people groups. That's true. Migrations and them kind of things there. So there are many people groups that have shared ancestry and shared origin from larger people groups. Yeah, but whoever this person is, because Turok don't seem to know the person's name, is not the only person that's challenged the information in the article. So I would urge. And by the way,
I'll put it in there for you since look, see, this is what I'm saying, Shakara. This is why I know you're the sole bias. As soon as you type it in YouTube, the Yoruba question, the Renaissance channel, So what one do you want me to find? The Igbo slave trader one, easy now. You just go into Renaissance channel, wait for it to load up them video. See,
me for no reason to make a point.
See what I'm saying?
I just told you I'd done what you
This
said.
is what I'm saying with people, man.
What you asked me to do.
Pan-African people mostly.
So yeah, as I was saying prior to being interrupted.
See, and now I'm losing connection now because Shaka wants to play up.
I'm not asking you to do anything. I done.
See, now I'm losing connection now.
So as I was saying prior to, many people have challenged the what is said in this.
Yeah, so can you see it then? The Figgy Bob one. All you have to do is go into videos and look down.
I've already said I've done what you've asked me to do. Okay, I don't know how many times to repeat it. I've done it. Yes. Okay. So can you stop interrupting me now, please? With all due respect. Thank you very much. Yeah.
See, look, this guy's got loads of stuff on different African thing replies and this and that.
What am I saying? Yeah. So yeah, I would encourage people to check out other sources and then kind of things there in relation to what was happening in among the Igbo, as well as the fact that there were people among the Igbo that were also fighting against the enslavement process and also fought against colonization. In fact, so the Igbo were among the fiercest to fight against European colonization.
But the images from Malmo, man. Are you looking at the pictures from Malmo? This is all historical African shit.
So check out the Echo Meko, yeah.
Echo Meko. What about Malmo? Malmo's in flames.
Saying that, you know, Echo Meko movement in
Ralph is the consequences.
You know what I'm saying? As well as the fact that there's a book that I've mentioned many times called Fighting the Slave Trade, the West African Strategies. Yeah. So people like to ignore the fact that West Africans were fighting against the enslavement process and resisted in many other ways other than just fighting like armed resistance. You know what I'm saying? These things are also important to know. Yeah, the fighting back didn't start when we got on the slave ship. The fighting back started on the ground in the continent, and it continued on the enslavement ship. It continued when we got into the so-called New World and so on and so forth. You get me? Well, you know. So yeah, you get me. And it would also be true to say that that when people say Africans sold Africans or their own people, it would be true to say that people in West and Central Africa fought against other African people in terms of ending this thing. So bear that in mind also.
Well, Shaka, what do you think about what's happening right now to your black brothers in Sweden? Right now.
My black brothers in where, sorry?
Sweden, man. Malmo's in flames. Are you looking at all the pictures coming out?
It was yesterday, Ralph. It was yesterday.
Yeah, just my Swedish friend.
It just shows you what idiots they are. They've brought the third world mentality into Sweden. Who goes around rioting because a book's been burnt? It's pathetic.
Exactly, dupes and idiots.
And the Germans. But yeah.
Shut up, Ralph. Fucking traitor.
Yeah, Sakura, I'll put it in the side chat.
This guy, like, there's a problem with my man, you know.
Whoa! What's with the Caucasian on Asian hate? What's going on?
I'm just watching Malmo. My friend just sent me all the Malmo pictures, bro. I'm not listening to these. They're not listening to Cinderella Sisters. Look at Malmo. Bring up the Malmo pictures.
Are you concerned?
Malmo is burning.
What do you care, Ralph?
Why do you care?
I have friends in Malmo.
No, you fucking liar. You got friends all over the world, according to you. You liar.
Yeah. It's nice I'm a friendly to the fella, but the pictures, have you guys seen the images? Like, they're burning police cars.
Fucking hell.
Look at, check out, just go Malmo, Google images. Riots.
Right, this is nothing new, bro.
Yeah, I know, but I haven't seen this level. I've seen
didn't you hear about the thing about Stockholm a few years ago?
I heard Stockholm and also know, like Frölunda Torg and stuff in Gothenburg, yeah? Underneath there. But this is like, this level of Malmo seems crazy.
Why aren't you living in fucking Germany?
Why? Why aren't you living in Israel?
I don't belong to Israel. This is my country. It's not yours. This is not your country, and neither are the people that are in it. Fuck off to Germany, yeah?
Go have another drink.
Take your Nazi wife with you. Go to Germany and take your Nazi wife with you.
Yeah, go on. Not out. Nazis out.
Malmo. Look, check out Malmo, man.
Hey, but ain't Ralph further right?
If you burn the Quran,
Nazi.
this is the consequence.
What happened? A Somali soldier, did they burn the Quran in public? Or do you know?
I think so. I think
You know what? I think I'll go and ask a British soldier. Shall I go and ask a British soldier?
For what? For what?
I go to Israel.
No, this little fuckwit. This little fuckwit.
So this is the point.
This little fuckwit, Ralph, right? Who thinks that British soldiers take slaves, right? You fucking bastard, Ralph. I'm going to bring you down. You watch me bring you down. You watch me do it.
This is the point.
Look, Malmo is burning and you guys are going on menopause.
Working with them and over the thing.
Are you still there?
By the way, we do. Sorry, Father Rahim, go on.
No, I was just wondering if Nynaeve was there because I actually came on to speak.
No, she gone. But talking things anyway.
No, it was just that I don't believe.
Oh no, actually, I think she's today. Is that her? Is she named Grass?
I have no idea.
Okay, go on.
Just for me personally. For me personally, I don't think that if you are pro-black, you should call other people coon. It's a bit of a contradiction because if you're about black unity, you shouldn't believe.
Oh, Ralph, it was a Danish far-right guy.
Black is black.
We've had that conversation many times on the G block. Still, you know. So yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Ralph, it was a Danish far-right guy.
What's his Kuramani?
The Danish guy in Malmo.
What's his Kuramani?
Yeah, Copenhagen and Malmo is like one bridge away.
What does that mean?
So he tried to come to Sweden,
but the
cops didn't let him. So he burnt the book.
Donation, it says.
So was he Danish? Was he Danish and he went to Malmo? Or was he didn't? Just tell me more. I'm just kidding. I'm just catching up.
Right, are you
yeah, he was Danish. He's a Danish far-right guy.
That's fucking racist. That was.
But you know we had our voodoo system before that.
You sound surprised, Raheem. Like
we had our voodoo system before the arrival of Africa.
The way it was dropped was fucking brutal. Hey Ralph, don't have it.
I don't know why. Like,
sorry, I'm just looking at all the stories. I'm not really listening.
Hang on a minute. What's he gonna do, right? What is Ralph, the Nazi, gonna do exactly?
To answer your big up melanated. You there?
Yes, big up Sister Melanated.
Big up, bro. Big up everyone on the panel.
I am very familiar with the whole team history.
I have the video that they have a video that says did blacks sell blacks? If you want to show that video, you can.
Yeah, I've seen it still. If you, that's cool. We can do that.
They did sell blacks. There's no denying it. What you denying?
We can do that. If anyone's interested. But yeah,
I just put it in the back chat.
Yeah, facts.
There's
a reason why there's an obsession with this question. And so when we notice that no matter how much man mentions the fact that Africans were also fighting against the enslavement process, Africans also fought for Africans in relation to ending it and these kinds of things. Nobody actually wants to actually go into that, even though there's far less information.
What Europeans actually tried to enslave Africans? Which actual Europeans done that?
Hold on, Turok, what did you just say?
What Europeans went into Africa and enslaved them?
We've been over this many times. No, he's talking about enslaving them on the land.
We enslaved the Portuguese.
He's talking about
because they catch diseases.
Too many people are speaking at once.
He's talking about enslaving them on the actual land. So yeah. what it is, it's
Hey,
Oh,
Raheem,
no, they haven't been.
we
But they got
enslaved the
all of
Portuguese.
their economy, everything mashed up. So, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
in where though? In America, not Africa.
No,
they
in
done that.
Africa.
in Africa.
When?
We enslaved the
What
Portuguese.
year? What year?
So the Europeans didn't only enslave Africans, we
In what
enslaved
year?
them too.
What do you mean in what year? What do you mean, Torah?
The reality is that the
Hold on
European
2 seconds. He asked a question, Shaka, please. Let's take it slow, like one at a time, please. The point I made to make it is when did Europeans came over to Africa and enslaved them, like what they done in America?
So they didn't, but they financially enslaved the people who remained on the continent, destroyed the economy.
In what
said that
year?
everything belonged to the Europeans.
In
took over
what
the
year?
land masses, and therefore caused economic ruin.
By
Yeah,
the
but
way,
but Raheem, in what year?
Can I mention the fact
I'm
that
not
Africans were also enslaved on slave ships, throughout the duration of the enslavement process. So, and those Africans who were enslaved on slave ships were also responsible for capturing other Africans in Africa. so that's part of the process as well.
Say that again.
What's it called?
Number one. And number two, much the same as the English people that were sold before 1066 right across to Africa, which is why you've got so many mixed populations across the world. Slavery didn't just for black people, you know.
Oh,
Yeah, we enslaved the Portuguese.
The Moors stealing Karens.
So what I was saying that the Africans were also enslaved on slave ships. Yeah, that was also a part of the process. So they didn't take us to the Americas and just drop us off, and that was it. Africans were also enslaved on these slave ships itself. We were part of the crew. And enslaved on the slave ship.
But it was already enslaved on the land. So what difference does it make if you're on water?
The West Africans.
White people were stolen off the shores of England for many years and enslaved by their own elite for many years and sold across to the Africans. It's exactly the same thing, mate. Just
and Virginia and Virginia.
So yeah,
Australia.
So Melanated, you want to drop this video?
People their identity.
Alhamdulillah, Swedish hockey is a rising.
Because they didn't know their roots.
In the private of this stream on StreamYard.
Huh?
On a private chat.
Yeah, I've seen it. I just want to make sure that video ain't gonna get a strike if I drop it.
Oh, okay.
I don't think you will.
You can't just play any video. You think.
Garfield plays his stuff all the time.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're right.
By the way,
all right.
1807 is
by the way, and I'm gonna say this.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to show you. 1807. We've been colonized from the day they met us, from the early 15th century upwards up to now, and enslaved. They exactly they didn't enslave them in the 1800s. They actually tried to stop slavery. The British.
Yes.
So some of you may actually take some of you may actually what's it called, like this video, because it might validate what some of you all.
No, we don't like it.
Yeah, no, it's true. It might validate some of the stuff.
Some of what you are saying.
We don't like it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like you might get a bit of a cheer out.
We don't like none of your videos.
So what if Verly gets a strike then?
What up, African world? This is your boy Home Team here. I'm back at it with another video of African history, culture, and worldview. And today we're going to talk about.
For anybody who's concerned about Veli channel, which I'm sure they're not actually concerned about Veli channel. But
can we play Akon afterwards? Play Akon afterwards. Akon tells us about slavery.
I'm 99.9% sure that.
Can we play Akon afterwards? It's very short.
Veli channel or anything like that. But this is on the request of 9 Ether. I played everybody else's video, so I don't know why. I shouldn't play 9 Ether's. Sorry, not 9 Ether. Melanated's request. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. Let's be fair. All right. The black woman's got
about the Atlantic slave trade and the fallacy of blacks selling blacks.
Cinderella sisters.
Oh, there's a shot. The fallacy. There's a shot.
Yeah,
so I actually did this video a while back, and I actually deleted it so that I can create a new one that was a little more in depth. And a lot of people have actually been asking me to, remake this video pretty much. And so Here it is. So initially, I thought I would never do a video on this because, you know, I already thought that, you know, people knew so much about the Atlantic slave trade.
Chakaram, you up so that it doesn't.
Boy, was I wrong. The historical perspective on this topic has literally been murdered and adulterated nearly in totality. Like, nobody has any idea what went down. And other people tend to take bits and pieces of information just to make a point and take it completely out of context. So, of course, when people talk about this topic, they tend to say, well, you know, black people sold other black people, right? And so they leave feeling vindicated as if this statement is some sort of trump card. Okay, so the problem with this statement is that it's disingenuous. Here's why. You can't take a 20th century mindset and apply it to 16th and 17th century people. It simply doesn't work like that. There was no black power or Pan-Africanism back then. Like, black people didn't become black until they came to the New World. They shared a similar culture. They shared a similar experience.
There was hundreds
began
of
to speak the
tribes.
same language. That's when they became black people. For example, in Western Africa alone, there are thousands of different ethnic groups who speak a different language, have different cultures, and have completely different worldviews and religions. So why in the world would they view each other as the same when they don't even speak the same language? You know, I find it interesting that people are willing to accept the differences between Europeans and Asians, but when it comes to Africans, they all of a sudden want to paint one broad stroke and completely ignore the diversity. For example, when the Romans pretty much went into Northern Europe and were raping and pillaging the entire region, nobody ever then goes and looks at that history and says to themselves, wow, look at all these white people brutalizing other white people. The Romans even made slaves out of their Northern European counterparts and pillaging the entire region. Nobody ever suddenly want to paint one broad stroke and completely ignore the diversity. For example, when the Romans pretty much went into Northern Europe and were raping and pillaging the entire region, nobody ever then goes and looks at that history and says to themselves, wow, look at all these white people brutalizing other white people. The Romans even made slaves out of their Northern European counterparts, like the Germanic tribes, the people of Hispania, and the Celts themselves, aka other white people. Now, given that history, you'll never hear a soul say, wow, look at all these white people selling other white people into slavery. What a crime. Well, why don't you hear people say that? Well, because people understand and respect the historical differences and the historical perspectives and the diversity of that region and of those people. The Romans and the Greeks seem to have made it very clear that these pink-skinned northerners were not like us. Marcus Cicero, hailed by historians as one of Rome's greatest orators, had this to say about Northern Europeans, specifically from Britain. It has been ascertained, too, that there is not a scrap of silver in this island, nor any booty, except from slaves. But I don't fancy you will find any literary or musical talents among them. Or let's take, for example, Strabo, one of the Western world's most adored Greek philosophers. He makes his opinion of Northern Europeans pretty clear. In reference to the natives of Northern Europe, he has this to say, and I quote, "The home of men who are complete savages and lead a miserable existence because of the cold."
Damn, you got enslaved.
Look it out. Hey, Shaka, pause up. Pause up, Shaka, please.
What a load of old fucking bullshit.
So
There's plenty-
why is that bullshit to you, Jupiter?
So triggered. We didn't even. Oh my God.
Because.
Sorry, Raheem. Can I suggest if you got a point
I was
to
going to say, I beg everyone to mute their mic while man's playing the video and then ask the questions after it, because every time someone makes a point, no one hears the points in the video. I keep muting people and everyone keeps unmuting themselves. Yeah, like
he stopped.
Rewind the video, yeah, because I was trying to listen, yeah, trying to take in what the brother's saying, but I can't even hear what he's saying because every 2 seconds someone's talking in it. Like, so I beg you to.
Like, this is not my video, innit? This is Melanated Goddess, yeah. I'm sharing it on her behalf. This is Melanated Goddess request, yeah. So I was making that clear because if it's a Shakara video, there might be some discontent towards the playing of it. But yeah.
Yeah.
I'm an enemy too.
So you want it from the beginning?
Yeah, because we didn't even hear
Got it with another video of African history, culture, and worldview. And today we're going to talk about the Atlantic slave trade and the fallacy of blacks.
Mute up your mic, Shaka.
Blacks. So I actually did this video a while back, and I actually deleted it so that I can create a new one that was a little more in depth. And a lot of people have actually been asking me to, remake this video pretty much. And so here it is. So initially I thought I would never do a video on this because, I already thought that, people knew so much about the Atlantic slave trade. Boy, was I wrong. The historical perspective on this topic has literally been murdered and adulterated nearly in totality. Like, nobody has any idea what went down. And other people tend to take bits and pieces of information just to make a point and take it completely out of context. So of course, when people talk about this topic, they tend to say, well, black people sold other black people, right? And so they leave feeling vindicated as if this statement is some sort of trump card. Okay, so the problem with this statement is that it's disingenuous to begin with. Here's why. You can't take a 20th century mindset and apply it to 16th and 17th century people. It simply doesn't work like that. There was no black power or Pan-Africanism back then. Like, black people didn't become black until they came to the New World. They shared a similar culture, they shared a similar experience, and they began to speak the same language. That's when they became black people. For example, in Western Africa alone, there are thousands of different ethnic groups who speak a different language, have different cultures, and have completely different worldviews and religions. So why in the world would they view each other as the same when they don't even speak the same language? I find it interesting that people are willing to accept the differences between Europeans and Asians, but when it comes to Africans, they all of a sudden want to paint one broad stroke and completely ignore the diversity. For example, when the Romans pretty much went into Northern Europe and were raping and pillaging the entire region, nobody ever then goes and looks at that history and says to themselves, wow, look at all these white people brutalizing other white people. The Romans even made slaves out of their Northern European counterparts, like the Germanic tribes, the people of Hispania, and the Celts themselves, aka other white people. Now, given that history, you'll never hear a soul say, wow, look at all these white people selling other white people into slavery. What a crime. Well, why don't you hear people say that? Well, because people understand and respect the historical differences and the historical perspectives and the diversity of that region and of those people. The Romans and the Greeks seem to have made it very clear that these pink-skinned northerners were not like us. Marcus Cicero, hailed by historians as one of Rome's greatest orators, had this to say about Northern Europeans, specifically from Britain. It has been ascertained, too, that there is not a scrap of silver in this island, nor any booty, except from slaves. But I don't fancy you will find any literary or musical talents among them. Or let's take, for example, Strabo, one of the Western world's most adored Greek philosophers. He makes his opinion of Northern Europeans pretty clear. In reference to the natives of Northern Europe, he has this to say, and I quote, "The home of men who are complete savages and lead a miserable existence because of the cold." And let's not forget the consistent barbarian narrative the Romans perpetuated about Northern Europeans. These mean-spirited quotes were a very common theme when it came to the opinion of Northern Europeans in general from their southern neighbors. And of course, this was propaganda, but the point is that these Romans and Greeks clearly saw themselves as not only superior, but inherently different from the pink-skinned savages of the North. Thus, it justified Romans enslaving Northern European ethnic groups, aka white people selling and buying other white people. This, of course, from our 20th century mindset. But for some reason, when it comes to Western Africa, we all of a sudden develop amnesia and forget proper historical perspectives in favor of advancing the whole black on black crime narrative, if you will. How convenient. Well, why is this black on black crime narrative so convenient? Well, because nobody ever says white on white crime or Asian on Asian crime. It's a disingenuous, deflective argument to begin with. And it's very important that we understand that. You see, the truth is all violence matters. So what is the underlying premise of this whole black people selling other black people idea? Well, people who use this adulterated logic are really trying to say, your people did this to themselves. We brought about this bad slavery thing. The problem, once again, is this 21st century or this 20th century blanket logic framework. That's the problem. The thing is, there was no we. It was always Fulani versus Mandinka, Songhai versus Maasai, Mbundu versus Bakongo. All these people saw themselves as inherently different, just as much as the Romans saw the Celts and the Germans as other. So now that we're scholars now and we truly understand that we can't take a 20th and 21st century logic and apply it to 16th and 17th century people, let's really try and understand what actually happened. So let's talk about the nature of slavery in West Africa itself. No matter your 21st century morality level, which was in all likelihood attained via historical hindsight, slavery is not just slavery. In other words, there were different kinds of slavery throughout the world, and slavery in West Africa was overwhelmingly in the context of what some may alternatively describe as domestic servitude, in which slaves would work primarily in the house of the master and retain some freedoms. Domestic slaves in many cases would even be considered part of their master's family. In some cases, even slaves had slaves themselves. The slaves could own the profits from their labor, whether in land or in products, and could marry and pass the land on to their children in many cases.
I'm not being funny.
To understand the nature of slavery in Africa, let's look at one of the longest lasting empires in West African history, the Mali Empire. So what was their decree on slavery? Well, the Mali Empire, like most empires around the world, participated in slavery. They even had a constitution called the Korokan Foga that regulated it. The Korokan Foga declares the following: do not ill-treat the slaves. We are the master of the slave, but not the bag he carries. So basically, this is a federal mandate of the Mali Empire and further proof of the humane treatment of slaves in West Africa. Testament to this humane treatment within Mali is the fact that Mansa Sakura was actually a slave before he became king of the Mali Empire. That's pretty significant. So at bare minimum, this ideology of slavery was enforced throughout the empire from at least the 13th century all the way to the 17th century. So the question then becomes, how did you become a slave in West Africa?
Black people, full stop.
Well, there are two things. It depends on the socio-political atmosphere of the given region and your social status. For example, most people became slaves through warfare. The overwhelming majority of slaves were war captives between rivaling ethnic groups. And when you add religion in the mix, it gets even more complex. Take, for instance, the most renowned scholar of Timbuktu, the Songhai scholar, Ahmed Baba. He pretty much helped us define who could legitimately enslave other people and who could legitimately be enslaved themselves within the Songhai Empire. The opinion of Ahmed Baba went on to shape the attitudes of Muslim West Africans on the legitimacy of enslavement and the permissibility of trading in slaves. He literally goes on to list a few ethnic groups he deemed as enslavable. Whoever now comes to you from the group called Maasai or Gurma or Busa or Borgu or Dagomba or Kotokoli or Yoruba or Tonbogu or Bobo or Karmu. All of these are unbelievers remaining in their unbelief until now. And thus their enslavement was legitimate. Now notice Ahmed Baba, being the intelligent Songhai man that he was, notice he didn't say some Songhai people can be enslaved. It's important, based on our discussion, that we realize how he completely left out his own ethnic group, which of course was the Songhai. As wicked as this may sound, it was clear that there were rules when it came to slavery and who can be enslaved. Let's go to another region to find out what slavery meant from their perspective. Let's look southward toward the Congo Empire. King Mvemba of the Congo became increasingly frustrated with the Portuguese because they were illegally acquiring slaves. Mvemba literally wrote a letter to the Portuguese king saying, "Each day the traders are kidnapping our people, children of this country, sons of our nobles and vassals, even people of our own family. This corruption and depravity are so widespread that our land is entirely depopulated. We need in this kingdom only priests and school teachers and no merchandise, unless it is wine and flour for mass. It is our wish that this kingdom not be a place for the trade or transport of slaves. Many of our subjects eagerly lust after Portuguese merchandise that your subjects have brought into our domains. After having taken these prisoners to the coast secretly or at night, as soon as the captives are in the hands of white men, they are branded with a red-hot iron." Now, the Congo Empire participated in slavery way before their interaction with the Portuguese, and at Portuguese request for slaves, they would give them their war captives from different ethnic groups. King Mvemba had a problem because the Portuguese were illegally seizing Congo's citizens. In other words, his own people. Thus, Mvemba obviously was not going to be complacent in that and shut it down. Ultimately, Alfonso, or King Mvemba, decided to establish a special committee to determine the legality of the enslavement of those who were being sold. Why? Because his own people were being caught up in it.
If you're a man in your 40s, 50s, 60s whose goal
is that the end or what? Oh no.
This is pretty much how you became a slave in West and Central Africa. You were either a war captive from a rivaling ethnic group, you were a repeated offender, you committed a heinous criminal act, you were in debt, or simply both your parents died. The type of slavery that we are accustomed to here in the Americas is chattel slavery, which is the very worst type of slavery, involving the dehumanization of people. So now the question becomes, why was slave trading so rampant in West and Central Africa? How did this all start? Well, Upper West Africa was a little more stable because they had huge empires started by the Soninka, Mandinka, and the Songhai. These were the empires of Wagadu, Mali, and Songhai. But after these empires fell, the region was totally destabilized, and ethnic groups were free to form their own hybrid kingdoms. These newly formed hybrid kingdoms thrived solely in the context of survival, leading to war and dysfunction throughout the region. Due to the domestic instability throughout the region, the arrival of foreign goods, services, and political prowess disembodied the many kingdoms present. Thus, a new culture developed, allowing for sustainability through slave trading. Slave trading boosted the economies of these kingdoms, while simultaneously devastating the future development and growth of the region. So, to further drive home this point, Let's take a look at actual documented cases of enslaved Africans and how they actually came to be enslaved. And let's see if they were actually sold by their own people. Now, again, I don't mean their own people from a 20th century broad paintbrush sense. I mean their own people from a proper historical perspective sense. Let's look at Ayuba Diallo, who was a Fulani man from Senegal. Ayuba came from a very prominent family in Senegal. Ironically, he and a friend were near the Gambia River to sell one of his Mande slaves and got captured by the Mandinka. The Mandinka shaved his head to make him look like a war captive, hence making it legal, and he was sold in Maryland. Ayuba eventually acquired his freedom because of his intelligence and his wit. Notice, he wasn't kidnapped by the Fulani and sold into slavery by his own people. Why didn't the Fulani capture and sell other Fulani? Well, because that would have been stupid. Now let's take another African into consideration, Sarah Forbes Bonetta. Sarah was a real live African princess of the Yoruba people who was orphaned due to intertribal warfare and sold into slavery. In 1848, the Yoruba were attacked by the Fon people from the kingdom of Dahomey. Sarah lost her parents and became a slave to King Gezo of Dahomey. In a remarkable twist of events, she was liberated from enslavement and became a goddaughter to Queen Victoria, as she took an interest in her due to her exceptional intelligence. So with these two cases, what have we learned? Well, the majority of enslaved people came through warfare, specifically war captives, and they were enslaved due to rivaling ethnic groups vying for power. If we are to be genuine scholars, we will realize that these people were not sold into slavery or enslaved by their own people, but by people who obviously viewed them as other. So why do people persist on simplifying this complex social structure of West Africa? Well, because it's always been easy to disparage and disrespect the culture, the worldview, and the humanity of African people. Well, I'm all out, guys. If you guys want access to full-blown African history lessons, you can visit the link down below. It's called patreon.com. You can support the home team and learn more about African history from a proper historical perspective. So far, I've done a lesson on the Wagadu Empire, the Mali Empire, and the Songhai Empire. So support the home team and know thyself. Remember your ancestors. Peace.
Right, can we speak now? Now that you've done this bit of propaganda. Some of what he says is actually true. But to bias it towards Africans and make it look like Africans weren't enslaving their own is bullshit. And I'll tell you for why. It might have started off like that, but when they started running out of convicts from other tribes, they enslaved their own. Everybody knows it. It's well documented. If you actually went to Africa instead of just reading books and learning everything from an American centralized sort of view of it, you would understand that actually there were people enslaving their own people, and that even amongst tribes, people that enslaved other people, they were proud of it. I've read you stories before that have proved this fact. I've read you a whole story before that's proved this fact. I don't know what all this bullshit is about, but slavery happened to everybody and every race. White people were enslaved by their own people. Their own people did moan about it. I moan about it. You quite often hear the British people saying, "Oh, the Romans come and enslaved us." So of course they're going to have a very poor outlook on other white people that they've enslaved. Of course they're going to
as an expression or
and savages, just like black people are called barbarians and savages when they were enslaved, but they would look at the elites a different way. It's something that the elites have done over the years, and there is no difference between a black elite and a white elite, just like there's no difference between a black slave and a white slave. Slavery is bad all over. To say that one kind of slavery is worse than another is absolutely disgusting and shows a low class and a prejudice, and it makes me sick to my stomach.
Well, that speech didn't work out, did it?
I think it worked out a lot. The silence tells everything. And unlike you, Ralph, I stand on my ones and I deal with people from my ones and I do it by myself and I stand true to myself. You, Ralph, you can come here, you can connive, you can charm, you can lie, you can blaspheme, you can fucking be racist. But at the end of the day, everybody sees you, Ralph. They might pretend to chum up to you, but everybody sees you. Everybody sees you for what you are, a slithering, divisive snake. So don't think I'm afraid of you, Ralph. Other people might be. I'm not. Get the fuck out of my country and take your German wife with you, the Nazi-loving bitch. Fuck off.
Yeah, you're Jewish, love. You're not English.
Hang
Right
on.
then.
No. Wait a minute. No,
Melanie.
she's
Ralph.
English, yeah. Let's get it right. You're fucking Indian. She's fucking German. Fuck off to Germany, yeah, and stay there and have your fifth thing there, yeah. We don't want you here, Ralph. We know what you are.
Okay, on the subject of what you were just saying.
Yeah, Ralph.
I don't think
You're not wanted, Ralph.
Ralph, stop. On what you said about the silence, Jupiter, I don't think the silence was that you had turned around and
you're a little fucking nomad, Ralph.
Raheem.
Yeah.
Raheem, could I suggest here that commentary that shouldn't really form the basis of the conversation? Like, I'm much more interested in your reflection on the actual video or the information within it.
But if you'd rather,
certain opinions are not that important. So let's just focus on the
which opinions would that be? White people, racist? Is that what you mean?
Jupiter, of course.
Okay. So in terms of the video does have a lot of sense within it. I do see it as interesting though, because I think if you do look at the African continent, yes, it is very, very diverse, modern and past. We look completely different region to region. So, and I can understand when from a tribal aspect, we would have enslaved and traded with each other's slaves. But I still think that the overarching principle, irrespective if it was between Yoruba to Fulani and then to the Europeans or whatever, it's still we're trading amongst ourselves. We're selling ourselves to an outsider. So I think that video doesn't disagree with the fact that we sold each other. It just breaks down how we sold each other and the different ways we sold each other, if that makes sense.
So I think the context of what he's saying is very important. The context of what he's saying is what's most important. Enslavement and systems of servitude have existed in every community, in every society and civilization of the ancient world. Yeah. There's no doubt about that, and that's why I was saying to you all that when Melanated brought the video, and I repeat, this is a Melanated video, not Shakara's, because there tends to be an adverse reaction when Shakara shares video. So we're just making that very clear, okay? There's a context that is applied to these and other people and other civilizations that is not applied to Africa.
Too much. Why you got a video showing you on the screen?
Because I'm good looking. What's it called? Yeah, there's a context.
Don't kid yourself. You've got an underbite.
Context that's applied. Yeah, it's a good looking underbite. Isn't it? Sexy black man.
No, you
what's it called? There's a context that's applied here to other people's history that tends not to be applied to black people and black history, if that makes sense. That is the point that I think he's making there. And in a sense,
You've got gap too. Now I'm noticing it.
Sister Nahanda does not. She does not talk negative about Hector's appearance because she respects that Hector has a wife. So please respect that he has a woman. That's all you need to know. You don't need to be judging his
Are you
looks.
his woman?
You shouldn't even be
Are
looking
you
at
his
him
woman?
in that way.
Are you his woman?
It's a fact.
I'm their sister. I'm their sister. I'm their
I can look
sister.
at who I want to. I can look at who I want to. Who are
You're
you?
golden facey, looking at somebody else's man and evaluating somebody else's man. Keep your eyes in your
What do
own
you
man.
mean? They've all evaluated Hector's wife.
Stay in your own
They've
place.
all evaluated, including you. You have all evaluated Hector's wife.
Always
He's a
lusting
black
after
man.
somebody else's man.
Hector's a black man. Hector's a black man.
Lusting after somebody else's man. Stay in your own
You
place.
all evaluated Hector's wife.
Disgusting.
Namely myself.
He didn't tell you
Namely
you look like
myself.
Cruella. He didn't call you a big refrigerator.
Get your
He didn't
fucking
do
ass
that.
out of it.
Even
And
though
you
you
got
look
some
like a
catch up
refrigerator.
to do, you fat cow.
Even though you look
And
like
you
a
got some
refrigerator,
catch
he
up
didn't
to
do
do.
that.
And you got a gym to
Cruella, shut up.
Melanated. Enough.
Yes, brother Raheem.
Let's leave it.
Black woman is God. So
Continue, Shaka, please.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the context is what's most important. Like you were saying, even though I'm saying the Romans did what they were doing, and there's been slavery even among the British. Yeah, the vicious systems of servitude and serfdom, from the aristocracy to the so-called lower classes in Britain is terrible. The way they were treated. But yeah, people don't tend to talk about it.
That it was slavery. Just like
are you some sort of idiot, Shakara? Of course we talk about it.
Fucking hell, let the man speak.
No, he just made a statement. He said we don't talk about it.
Wendy,
he's not finished.
I wanted to speak. Everyone was silent, literally until even after the fact, everyone was silent. So please, let's all just be mature for more than 10 minutes and have a conversation.
He needs to stop making sweeping statements.
Well, when he's finished his sweeping statement, you may address his sweeping statement in kind. Shakara, please continue.
Thank you very much, my brother Raheem. So I was saying people don't tend to talk about it in the same way, yeah. As look what the British are doing to their own people, like that kind of thing. I think that's the essential point. But finally, the other fundamental point here is the context for the destabilization in the region that led to the fragmentation and splintering of groups, and the infighting rather than unity. So remember, it was the fall of the Songhai Empire and the fragmentation that caused and the destabilization that caused in the region that and then the wars that facilitated this process, because the overwhelming majority were captives of war. Yeah, and so it was the disunity among us and our failure to recognize our commonalities that facilitated this process, and I think that's the lesson that needs to be learned.
Yeah. So what makes you think
well
that we
said,
don't talk about how our people were treated? Yeah.
So go on,
I didn't hear with too many people talking at one time. I didn't hear.
Well, no, melanated. They did say that the Europeans were selling pink people to each other, so they were selling each other. And another thing about that video that I found peculiar was it was talking about the lack of talent and ambition of the people of UK. That was kind of crazy.
That's in
That was crazy to me. Like they don't have any musical talent. They're just useless UK whites. That was just crazy to me when I heard that part of it.
Born rich is stupid.
No, I'm
they
being
were
serious.
demonized, which is what you complain about. So when you all say there's never been white people oppressed, and when you all say that we don't know what it's like to suffer, it's not true. The evidence was there in that video.
Good question with Shaka. Was the Songhai Empire, that was when they were weak, right? Is that the point? That's where they managed to get through.
So the Moroccans invaded the Songhai Empire with the help of the Spanish and the British. Yeah, the song and the Songhai. Yeah. Go ahead, Terry.
It was dominantly the English because, it was dominantly the English because that's what I told you about the Burberry company in the forms of selling arms, so that the British could, they used the Moroccans for an alliance to beat in the Spanish.
Yeah.
That's where the war between Spain and England came about.
My understanding is that you're correct. However, my understanding is also that the first army, that the first regiment that actually went into Songhai, the language that they spoke was actually Spanish. Yeah, that's my understanding. Yeah, so like, do correct me if I'm incorrect there, but that is my understanding of the thing. So that's why I say it was the British and the Spanish, because I think the British were primarily responsible, as you're saying, for providing the arms, whereas men on the ground, I think that was more the Spanish.
And that's where the Songhai Empire and the Moroccans were able to attack when the Songhai Empire was weak. Because they started to divide.
Yeah, basically. So this is what destroyed the Songhai Empire. And bearing in mind, the Songhai Empire was very, very big. Yeah, like Ghana and Mali before it were big. Yeah? But it was big. Yeah.
The Songhai was mainly gold, wasn't it? If I'm right, I can't remember.
All three empires.
You wouldn't know, Ralph. You're a fucking nomad.
All three
empires. Not the Jews.
Back in your caste system, you little Indian.
All three major empires in West Africa were reliant upon gold and salt. Yeah, there were other, but the main ones.
Salt.
Yeah. It was on the excuse. The Europeans used the excuse of the fake letter by Pastor John. If you find the letter of Pastor John, you will find the evidence that they were looking for a wealthy Christian man.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the time when Mansa Musa went into Egypt with the gold.
Yeah, you know.
So they were trading gold and salt before, right?
Yeah. The Europeans were trading.
What would you know? You don't know.
The Europeans were trading, and the Portuguese, like before the enslavement. Yeah, the Portuguese were trading with people in West Africa for quite some time. Yeah, for a significant period of time, should I say? So it wasn't just bodies like that. That was
actual trade. Yeah.
Yeah, real trade was going on, and then they began to as you saw with the letter from Zingabemba, kidnap people, and wars were being fought. You know what I'm saying? Them kind of things. The Dutch tried a thing as well at certain points. They were fought by the Airways and others, and them kind of things there. So the point is that with the fall of the Songhai Empire, which was a significant, sturdy and stabilizing force in the region, that split and the following wars that took place among us meant that we were not in a position to defend ourselves sufficiently against these invaders coming from the sea. You know what I'm saying?
Was that weakness?
Shakarad, this is Kimoyo. Which video is this one?
Oh, I forgot I was actually dropping it. The
part 4.
Yeah.
You're looking at because he only put that on there because he's handsome. Remember, so you're looking at someone else's husband.
I wanted to see that diagram you had.
If and when I meet,
you told me divert your eyes.
If and when I meet Melanie, so go on, Melanie. Go.
I was going to say the diagram that's on the presentation about it has heaven, earth, and then it has physical right there. No, not that one. I wanted to hear what the breakdown that you have of it.
What?
You yeah, that one.
Okay, so this is a cosmogram here. So this is the commoner one, but this is like a cosmogram that basically just it's a cycle of life, isn't it? As you can see. So we start with conception. Growth. These are human stages, but it is showing the link between how this all basically takes place within the context of natural forces, isn't it? Like fire, water, earth, air, and then this physical realm and the spiritual realm. So it's just a cosmogram that gives expression to the cycle of life within the context of nature as a whole. You know what I'm saying?
Why is heaven masculine?
It's a bit like,
that just sounds so different. Like I don't really conceptualize heaven. I don't say why is heaven masculine? I would never conceptualize heaven as masculine.
When they say heaven in this context is not unseen, like when I go to heaven. Heaven is what is above the earth. Yeah, if that makes sense. Sky and them kind of things there. So normally, like in Kemetu culture, it's actually the reverse. They conceive of the sky or the expanse as feminine. That's Nut, yeah, and the earth as Geb. But in most other African spiritual systems and philosophies, the heavens, like, so where the sun resides, where the, you know what I'm saying, where the water that comes from, or should I say falls from, is considered to be masculine, while the earth is considered feminine because it is where life is produced from, if that makes sense. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay, that does make sense. But I guess because I was probably having the Kemet framework in my mind, I was just like, huh?
Yeah. No,
all
yeah.
right.
It's a whole new meaning to the song "Rain on Me" now, don't it?
Say what?
I'm done, right?
I said it gives a whole new meaning to the song "Rain on Me."
You're not serious. You're not serious. You're not serious. You're not serious.
No man is gonna sing that song again now. It's done.
Indeed.
It's over for y'all.
Indeed. But yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to just backtrack.
I don't understand why the men have to be in heaven. I don't, even though you've explained that, I don't agree with it.
You're entitled to your opinion. Why not, man?
Yeah, I think that's a bit of mumbo
Someone
jumbo.
overestimates the value of their opinion, man. It's bad. But
You
yeah.
know why I say that? Because my husband comes from a tribe that puts the matriarchal above the feminine above the men. So,
So
if you look at conception,
let me
conception, and the man is providing the seed
exactly
to it, like so he is so like the sun is providing the rays and the nutrients for the plants to grow, right? So it's coming from above on down to the plants and down to the trees and the vegetation.
Why does the man
by the same token, the water.
He mentioned both. He said both cultures. He said in Africa, some see it this way and some see it the other.
Yeah, I'm saying the majority. But again, we shouldn't see this in the context of hierarchy. It's opposites. They're complementary opposites. So the water that is emitted from the heavens actually comes from the earth. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So as you can see here, it says the law of opposite principles working in balance to maintain universal order. The heavens is not superior to the earth in this diagram. Yeah, it's above, like in terms of our directional perception, but it's not superior. Like above so above within African philosophy is not necessarily superiority. That's a very Eurocentric kind of conceptualization.
It's the same for all the dharmic stuff. It's the same with the yin and the yang or the Hindu
exactly.
stuff. They're not bigger. It's just balance, isn't it?
Now, while you're here, we're listening to the black people talk about stuff. I'm married to
the Jews are triggered. The Jews are excited.
That don't give you a pass.
Fucking nomad.
It does give me a pass when I'm raising my children are black and white. It gives me a pass to listen. Yes, it does, Raheem. It does.
No, it really don't.
Raheem, I want to reply to Raheem. I want to reply to Raheem. When you get married to someone, yeah, not when you're just baby mamas, when you actually get married, you see yourself as one person.
Innuendo, I'm married.
Married
for 5 years.
You can speak for me amongst white people, and I can speak for him amongst black people.
No, he cannot, because he's not a white man. And you are not a black woman. So your opinion, if Ralph's opinion and Ralph's saying means nothing on this panel, yours means nothing as much as anyone else.
Ralph is nothing. She's an African.
Fine
She's
means nothing. It's there.
Married to me. So therefore, the fact that she's married to me, she's equally been accepted by my I will keep my big job short. You understand me? Raheem, keep your big job short. You have every fucking right to speak about Black history but what's his name? Ralph is not black. Ralph is Indian. So we're not discussing Indian history. Raheem, I will tell you again to keep your job short. I will tell you again, keep your job short. Because if you're married, your wife can equally stand by you and discuss your history. If you're married,
No, she cannot.
but
She has
by
no
the way
idea
you're
of your
going,
history.
I don't think. Listen, by the way you are going, I don't think you are married. Because if you were, then you will understand what I'm saying.
Raheem,
you understand?
Come on, Raheem. Can I suggest that we just don't give this energy? Like, this is what.
I hate hypocrisy,
turn it
man.
into a personal kind of diss fest. Like, it's long.
And so, Ralph,
it's not hypocrisy, Raheem. What you need to
No,
not black. It's hypocrisy. You're not black.
Let me tell you about hypocrisy. The hypocrisy is somebody bringing a fucking stupid video saying that Africans did not partake in the history of slave trade, which is not true. You know why? You know why? So that it will make certain people feel good. But you see, I don't care. My people were enslaved. I would rather know the truth than be sold a lies. So if you guys want to continue living in your lies, hold on. If you want to continue living in your lies and your made up world, feel free. Feel free. Feel free. Raheem, I said feel free. You're talking shit.
Do you see what I mean? Yeah, it doesn't make sense giving that any energy, because obviously, like, Hezon didn't even listen to what was said, right? So there's no point giving that any energy, fam. Like, it don't make no sense.
Hey, Shaka, can you play that triangle again with the spiritual bit?
Ralph is not an African man. He's the one whose families were enslaved just as much as anybody else's. He knows the truth, and he's not willing to sit here and allow people to say black people didn't enslave other people when they did.
How was Hector enslaved?
It would be just as disingenuous as me saying that I am one of the masses that's a commoner, classed as a commoner in Britain, and saying that white people didn't enslave white people. We all know it's true. I'm actually proud of the slaves in my heritage. It's about time you people bucked up and were proud of the slaves in your heritage. And
Hey, Shaka, can you put the diagram back up, man?
They brought you to this moment, and hold on, and that you have actually got a very big voice, especially Windrush people in this country, and that you should use that responsibility wisely instead of listening to people like Ralph, who hasn't got that heritage, doesn't share anything with British people, and doesn't have a voice in Britain. That's what you need to understand. Don't be played by the cunt behind you, because that cunt tried to play everybody. Unfortunately, you couldn't play me, Ralph, though, could you? Because I told you plenty of times to your face.
Personal, Jupiter.
Crazy,
My love for my husband is not going to let you radicalize black people either. Do you understand me, Ralph? I've got your number. I understand you. And if you want to take him on board with you, then you're more fool you, because it will be your downfall. Believe me and trust it. Trust. It will be your downfall. It really will.
Yeah, can we get back to Shaka and the interesting stuff, man? I like the diagram.
Extreme because of you, Ralph. You're a cunt. You're a cunt of the highest order. That's what you are in an order. You're the cunt of the highest order. I know you. You're marked. You're marked. You're marked by everybody, Ralph. Don't try coming here conning anybody.
Can we get back to Shaka in the video? Like, there's the menopausal Jews.
With me on a lot of things, Ralph. But you are the cunt of the highest order.
Well said. Well said. Ralph, I want to ask you a question. Ralph, I want to get your opinion. Ralph, I want to get your opinion on pink Europeans enslaving other pink Europeans. I didn't know that.
It was to do with it. It's got nothing to do with him.
Yeah, I was more interested in this. Yeah,
he's a little nomad. He's a little fucking
they're going to be all
nomad.
very excited. I'm more interested in this diagram.
Ask Shakira. Don't ask him.
I just want to hear
Don't ask him.
No, I know he's a UK citizen, and
no. Ask Shakira. Do not ask him.
Bornrich, I think you should ask whoever you want to the question, as long as they're participating in conversation.
I thought Ralph was part white or something. Aren't you part white?
No, ask Shakira. He come up with a decent answer.
He lied.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Can we then get back to
We
the
don't
Shaka
want
video?
your fucking opinion on our
I want
Ralph.
Shaka's opinion.
I'd
I don't want
rather
the
listen
Jews.
to Shakara's opinion,
Yeah,
not
that's what I want
yours.
to do, but you Jews keep talking over Shaka, man.
I don't want to
yeah, I
hear
can tell you
your
the answer
fucking
if you look up
opinion,
that.
Ralph.
That's okay.
Exactly. We've got
No.
more respect for Shakara than we got for you, Ralph. Just let that be known, you piece of dog shit.
Yeah. The Jews are getting excited. But can we get back to Shaka in the video? That's much more interesting than you guys. You just-
I'd rather listen to Shakara than you little fucking nomad.
yeah, then why did you do that and shut up and listen to Shaka?
No,
and
you
stay
tell
at
me
the
to
bottom where
fucking
you
shut
belong.
up.
At the bottom where you belong. Go on, go back to your country that practices the caste system that you're so proud of,
Yeah,
and
go
be at
back
the
to
bottom where
Israel.
you belong. You piece of fucking
Pretend you're
dirt.
English, Chipcha. You're Jewish. Come on. You're not even white.
Well,
Now,
you're
can we
not
get back to
English.
Shaka in the
Come on.
video?
You're not English.
I am
Got nothing to
English.
do with this
And my
country.
DNA test will prove it, you cunt. I am English. I'm more English than a lot of people that claim to be English. I'm probably more English than Laura Towler. You know that woman that you were promoting for so long? Only 67%. Get the fuck out of here.
Alhamdulillah. Who is the who are these Jews?
Back to India.
Alhamdulillah.
Go
These Jews
away,
are
you
Black,
fucking
black people's
Try
issues
to tell
belong with black people.
British.
That's what I have to say on that matter. Anyway, Shakara,
Yes,
your
King.
point was diverted, brother.
Yeah,
Get
go
back.
through Shaka. Come on.
Where was we at? I don't even know what we were discussing again. Sorry.
We were discussing the masculine and feminine in African culture.
Yes. No, I was saying that for the majority of the time, you're going to see the equivalent of Father Heaven, Mother Earth, innit? It's only in Kemet that I've seen it the other way around, and I think that's partly because of the mythology with regards to the sun, Amun-Ra, masculine, but was given birth by look at that woman, yeah, Lord have mercy. Mike and that woman, that's enough. Yeah. What's it called?
Yeah.
The sorry, I can't remember what I was saying.
He can't take it. He can't.
I know.
Shakara like the girls BBWs.
Shaka, me
Big
too.
and beautiful.
Me too. Shaka.
Hey, Shaka, you don't want to go Brazil there, mate.
I know. Yeah. So I can't seriously. I've lost my train of thought. What's
You
it
were
called?
saying that you normally see Father Earth. I mean, Father Heaven,
Mother
Mother
Earth,
Earth.
yeah. So Ra was given birth by newts. Yeah. Every morning. So I think that's partly the reason why they dealt with it that way. But more often than not, you're going to see it the other way around. As that the heavens depicted as a masculine principle and the earth depicted as a feminine principle. But it's all about balance. So there's not a superior order or inferior order.
Mm-hmm. Well, look
This
at
is-
that
this
family.
is,
Right there. I'm trying to go there.
This is quite odd. I remember being on a panel where Ralph called me a monkey and Jupiter was laughing with Liam enjoying it.
You
Times
see
have
this
changed,
shit?
my friend.
Yeah, not white on. Well, I was gonna say white on white crime, but that would be wrong. It's I don't know. Right? Could you say right on right crime?
Prove it. Fucking lie. Lie witness. That's a lie witness. Prove it. Go and get it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was Jupiter and Liam. They were on Ralph's side
Go
laughing.
and get the live stream, you liar. You liar.
Yeah, that's not true.
I've also got a recording of her saying nigger as well.
Oh,
You
that's
don't
you
need
might
to
the same
record
one
the whole
Shaheed
fucking
was
world
playing.
knows.
I often say nigger in context, but I never actually call people it. So go and get that as well.
But there are two people on the panel who call people niggers.
Mm-hmm.
What, you trying to defend your pal Ralph, yeah?
La 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 la.
I'm not even defending.
Ralph, why
Ralph
don't
and
you
I,
just
the thing is,
get
the
the next
funniest
vote
thing is though,
and
Ralph
go
and
to
I don't
fucking
even really
Germany?
get along. But the problem
Ralph,
is
you
that
piece of
Ralph
shit.
knows
Go
how to
and
play
get
the
the
game.
footage.
Ralph
Bring
is
the
sitting there
footage and
quiet,
prove
and you
it.
guys keep talking
Bring
and
the
drawing
footage.
attention to
Bring the
yourselves.
footage. Bring the footage.
So Shaka, did that quote? So Shaka, did that quote come from a Roman guy that said the people of England was worthless with no musical talent?
I believe it was Cicero. Funny enough, why they said no, that's not true. What about Shakespeare?
Shakespeare didn't exist back then.
Yes, exactly.
I was dying though. I was going to die in the background. I was thinking. Oh, that was funny. I can't lie. I was dead. I was totally.
I thought that was funny too, man. The pink people of England, it was just useless, man. I mean, hopefully time will change.
That was really good. It was fucking funny.
That's why we took over a third of the world, because we were useless. Yeah.
No. I think we should all accept that when it came to invasion, robbery, and pillaging, the British excelled everybody. That there's no doubt.
Yes, that's because
no doubt about it.
Well, they had so many people to learn from.
Continuing what the Romans already did.
You know, they came after a long line of warriors. Remember? Do you remember the Zulus? There was a lot of people they learned from, so they learned a lot of things. It's true, because we can all agree that the black people were here first. Apparently, we all come from them. They're our forefathers as well as yours. You understand that, don't you?
Yes, I have some manners and respect when you're there part of the people panel.
I'm glad.
You're just a twat, Ralph. Yeah.
Love the.
I hope you get deported, Ralph. I really do.
Wow.
I don't understand how that can be offensive to a man who said he will gladly deport himself.
Look, he is a terrorist, yeah. So
why is he a terrorist, Wendy? Why is he a terrorist?
Explain that, Wendy.
Why is he a terrorist, Wendy?
Explain that, Wendy. You can't just throw that out there. You can't just throw it out there like that. Explain why he's a terrorist.
You know what I mean?
He's a terrorist sympathizer. He thinks ISIS is wonderful. You know, to me that's enough. Yeah, he deserves to be locked up. So you sympathize with ISIS because you know loads of people that went over to fight with ISIS, don't you, Ralph?
Yeah.
I think your postmenopausal tablets are working.
Don't you, Ralph? Don't you? You've lost, Ralph. When you get to personal insults, you've lost, Ralph.
As I say. Ralph sat on a panel and tried to convince us.
Man. Can you give me the link to that video? Hey, shush. Can I have the video link, please? That one with
Congolese grooming girls, and you knew about it. Everybody knows about that tape because Lister did it.
Oh, no one cares.
You sat on a panel and you told us a fake fucking story to try and make us attack Muslims, and now you're pretending to the Muslims you're their friend. We see you, Ralph. Everyone sees you. Don't be fooled.
That's good. Now, can we see the video? Is that the one you sent in the back chat?
But you're not relevant, Ralph. I'd rather listen to Shakara than you opening your fucking mouth.
Then how come you still keep talking about me?
I only talk when you open your mouth. Don't open your mouth and I won't open mine.
Yeah,
listen, we've got shared heritage through slavery. We've got shared heritage. You're not involved in it. Fuck off. We don't need your little coming in here, putting your 2 pence in. We don't need no Indian. Go away.
Yeah, says the Jew. Right, I'm trying to find the right video.
Fuck off, Ralph. No.
I'm a Jew.
But that's not Mark won't even talk to you, will he? Mark won't even talk to you.
I'd rather stand with a Jew than you, Ralph. You're shit.
Shaka, which one is it? Can someone put me the Shaka video? You guys are boring. Where's the Shaka?
It's been posted like twice.
Is that the one with the... I'm just trying to find it.
Got a different link to me, but it's the same video. That's mad.
The one with Melanie?
Yeah, that's all he ever does. That's all he ever does.
I need to be correct because I don't know what to do. I'm losing my credibility.
Oh, yes. Where's your White Lives Matters t-shirt? Where's that?
Man, it's gonna. Oh no, it's not. Sorry.
It's in my oven.
Hey Ralph, where's your White Life Matters t-shirt?
It's in my military grave.
You don't know how house you had to stay away from the fucking military. I'd stay well away from them, Ralph.
You know, Shaka, the one which had the diagram, that one, not the other one.
Yeah, no, I've posted it. It's there. The last thing that I posted is that.
All right, sweet.
You piece of fucking shit. You belong locked up, you do. Fucking traitor to this country.
You came here and tried to make British people fight, telling British people that it had to be on ethnic lines, didn't you, Ralph?
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna.
What did you say about the Christchurch people?
Yeah.
What did you say about that man that did Christchurch massacre?
Or he decides to wear
a
kippa,
or
she decides to wear a hijab or a burqa. Speaker, if I decide to wear a turban, or you decide to wear a cross, or he decides to wear a kippa or a skull cap, or she decides to wear a hijab or a burqa, does that mean that it is open season for right honourable members of this house to make derogatory and divisive remarks about our appearance? For those of us who from a young age have had to endure and face up to being called names such as cowhead,
anyone who's seen politics knows about this.
Who can appreciate full well the hurt and pain felt by already vulnerable Muslim women and letterboxes.
Support a political party. I vote for the Brexit Party and the Conservatives.
Why don't you get a job? Get a goddamn job, Al. You got a negative attitude.
I'm hungry.
Look how bad you smell. You reek of shit. Did you know that?
Oh, I remember this. It's just them Ralph went around throwing things at fucking immigrants. It was intense.
I don't have anything in common with you.
Yeah, but all the chicks jumping up and down, shaking their fucking head. You want like 800 pounds silver back in the river or something. That's kind of racist, bro. It's a species.
How do you know that? Nigga, you said you're a good-looking nigga.
Stupid. You're also stupid. Your behavior has probably been analysed. They probably realise there's a point that you can push people to where even if a woman's got mixed race kids, she'll allow another mixed race child to be abused. And that's basically it. You've hit that point, and that's fucked.
Neil Boris.
Did Ralph say?
And who in their right mind is going to listen to fucking Dan?
So that was that was a request of.
Dan got butt hurt because Ralph one day was calling him the M word, and me being on the panel, and I actually laughed out of embarrassment that the both of them were just calling each other names because Dan weren't no fucking.
And it's called the Palace of One Bed Naga. Now let's look at the plan.
Dan got butt hurt. He thought that meant that I agreed with Ralph. I've never agreed with Ralph, and Ralph knows that.
You laughed and joined him when he called me a monkey, so you obviously liked that with Liam.
Can you bring proof to that?
You were running around Jupiter. Don't be alive.
Bring the proof. You lot accept them on every panel. What you on about?
You, witness, have sat there and laughed when I've been called a fat fucking white slag. So don't fucking be a hypocrite.
Because you're a racist slag.
Okay, so here we go.
So are you.
Because you're a racist. So don't fucking sit here telling me about what I've done when you've done exactly the same. Mirror image, mate.
And when
mirror image. That's what I've done all the way along. Mirrored what people have done to me to make them feel the same as what you try and make white people feel.
Exactly. So they don't like it. Yeah.
You sound really victim-y at the moment, Jupiter. I'm not going to lie.
No, she's right. She is right.
I'm not a victim because I choose to say everything that I say.
So let's take in some.
Victims choose to say what they want to say. What are you talking about?
Sorry,
Raheem, you just don't like finding out that you're on the wrong side all along. Raheem, I had a lot of respect for you because I dealt with you a lot on Reels. That's the truth. You often used to come on. Hold on. You often used to come on and you used to resolve issues. But over time, even you got pulled in fucking bullshit. And you can't be defending yourself, Raheem. And it hasn't been for the better. It has not been for the better, my friend. As educated as you are, it has not been for the better.
My dearest Jupiter.
Up the British, black, white, in between, Muslim. If you're born here and you're British. Up the fucking British. You need to understand it, Raheem. Stop your segregational talk because Shakara is not taking you anywhere. All he's going to take you is to the toilet of Ralph. He will take you to the toilet of Ralph. He will take you to the toilet of Ralph. You fucking segregationalist.
Hold on.
Raheem,
For one, I'm
not
not a segregationist. I'll just finish. Let me say this and then we can done it, Shakara, I promise. I'm not a segregationalist. I'm an isolationist. I believe everybody should have the right to do what they want to do and no one should look at anyone and cast judgment upon it. In Jamaica, we're often famous to say, "You better mind your own business."
Yeah, but that doesn't work in Britain because you have to work for the
can work in
benefit of
Britain.
It doesn't work in Britain because you have to work for the benefit of society and not against it.
I work for the benefit of society by improving what's in my household. So when it hits the outside world, it doesn't impact it. And I think if everyone had that same mindset, then it'd be a better place. Everything that is wrong in the world has often started with the fact that in the home is not right, in some shape or form. So that's why I'm an isolationist. I don't agree with everything everyone says. Hence why I said black people's issues belong to black people, and you have no right to speak on it. Because you're not black.
Of course she does.
No. Unless you're invited to speak on it,
I have every right because I'm raising children that are black and white. And just like you want your son, hold on, Raheem. Just like you want your children to know their heritage, I expect my children to know their heritage.
I hadn't finished speaking. And you keep cutting me off. And then decided you wanted to speak, and that's not nice.
Fucking traitor.
Yeah.
Okay, Raheem, I'm going to let you finish, but I'm going to come back at you.
That's absolutely fine. So, in my opinion, because you're white, you don't have anything to say. You shouldn't be involved in nothing unless I invite you to speak on it.
What a racist statement!
It's like another country turning around and saying, "This is my trade policy."
Why? Because she's white. Yes, she is white. We acknowledge that. We all know that. She's married to a black man. She's married to a black man that is more African than you. So you are going to have to deal with it. She's accepted the right tribe. Hold on. Don't hector me. I'm telling you the basic and I'm telling you the fact. It's a fact. What I'm saying is a fact. I'm telling you, if we were both to land in Africa today, you and I with your wife and my wife, she's going to be more accepted than your wife, regardless of the color of her skin. So that is the home truth. So you better start dealing with it and accepting it. So regardless of whatever your marriage is, bought the plane today. I bought the plane today. You take your wife or your girlfriend. I take mine. We go to Nigeria. We go to my tribe, and let's see out of the two women who's going to be accepted first, regardless of the color of their skin. You understand me? Do you understand me? So whatever you say now does not cut any fucking eyes with me.
All right. So having said all of that, yeah. Based after the second to last video that was played, I think it might be prudent to explore some of the glorious history of West Africa.
I'm learning from Shaka.
Shut up, Ralph.
To the Nigeria region.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Do with you.
Talk about now. Go to exclamation mark. Right then. The action now is going to go to the Nigeria region. And this is what we're going to talk about now. We're going to talk about Nok. We're going to talk about Yoruba, particularly this place here, Ile Ife. And the real place where the energy is going to go is Benin. Yes? So this is where the argument is going next. Okay.
Yeah, Sakura, your mic echoing. Sorry.
In the year 1928, there was tin mining operations taking place in Nigeria that was led by the British. These tin mining operations resulted in certain places. In the year 1928, there was tin mining operations taking place in Nigeria that was led by the British. These tin mining operations resulted in certain places being dug up. And as places were being dug up, artifacts were being found. And then subsequent diggings found out that there was a civilization whose very beginnings goes back to, wait for it, 4,290 BC. Yes? Now, by the time we get to the period 1000 BC, we're starting to see brilliant art coming out like this. Now, this bust, we need to examine it because there's some very, very important points here. You'll notice here that the eyes almost like triangular, yeah? The mouth here is almost like a cube turned round. You can see similar geometric shapes here. Now, the idea of reducing the shape of a person to actual shapes, geometric shapes. Now, this is what would ordinarily be called modernism, because this is where the cubists got the idea from that you could reduce a human being's shape into geometrical shapes. But this is modernism 1000 BC. You understand? Yeah. Meaning that modernist thought, abstract thought, Africans were dealing with this 1000 BC. And then the Europeans caught up with Picasso and Modigliani 100 years ago. Oh, there it is. Now, subsequent diggings, and this was found. This is in Igbo land. There was a civilization that nobody even knew existed. And the civilization was called Igbo Ukwu. And then as people started digging, they found evidence of artifacts dated between 800 AD and 1000 AD. In other words, artifacts that are 1000 years old to 1200 years old. Now, this is made of metal. It's copper plus tin plus lead. Now, how was it made? It was made using a technique called the lost wax technique, which is where you manufacture in 6 stages. The first stage is where you take clay and you form it into an outline of this. That makes sense? First stage. Second stage, go over the clay with beeswax kept 3 millimeters thin to get all these details, including all these dots, all these repeated patterns, all this symmetry, that abstract animal. Third stage, take a second layer of clay and put it around the outside of everything that you've got. Take your everything you've got, put it into a kiln, fire it, knowing that the melting point of beeswax is lower than the melting point of clay. The beeswax runs out, leaving a 3 millimeter gap. Your fifth stage is to take your copper plus your tin plus your lead. They all have different melting points. Melt them, pour them into the 3 millimeter gap, and then wait for everything to cool and harden. Sixth stage, remove the outer clay, remove the inner clay, and then here we have it. Now, when I did this presentation or something like this for the University of Derby, one of the engineering students said, you know what, I've just been studying that. It's a technique used to make car parts. So remember where you heard it first. Now, you feeling that? Igbo artifact, 1,200 years old. And everything you're seeing, including the cage, including the reef knots, including the insect, including the symmetry, all of that is leaded bronze, copper plus tin plus lead. Now, what happens is, by the time we get to 1100 AD, the Yorubas have got it going on. And they build a city-state called Ile-Ife, the first of 16 Yoruba city-states. Now, what's interesting about Ile-Ife is that it's paved. I know people misheard what I said. Is that it's paved. You heard that? Yeah. And it was paved by a female ruler who is believed to be called Oni Olowo. Now, I think that's her. Yes? Now, what's interesting about Oni Olowo is that the pavements themselves were made from rolling corn cobs. Corn cobs, zea maize, only come from one place, the American continent. That makes sense? Are you feeling this? since ZMA's only comes from the American continent, and the pavements that she had, the city of Ile-Ife paved with, could only have come from the American continent, that means that contacts between her state of Ile-Ife and the Native Americans had been made approximately the year 1100 AD. Now, why this is interesting is Christopher Columbus, we have to say, bomb that. Right then, now the masterpiece of the Yoruba artist is this. This is one of the 9 Shoedi bronzes, is what it's called, made between the year 1200 and 1400 AD, made of copper. Now, that looks like wood, doesn't it? No, it's copper. Yes? Every bit as good as anything the ancient Greeks ever came up with. Every bit as good as anything the ancient Romans ever came up with. That is absolutely exquisite. Now, the next part of the story concerns the city-states of Benin. This state was founded in 900 AD and was minor and obscure initially. But 900 AD is where it begins. And they begin with a dynasty of kings known as the Ogizo dynasty. Now, that dynasty rules from 900 to 1170 AD. And then what happens is that the dynasty is then later overthrown, and then there's an interregnum period. They then send for a Yoruba ruler to start the next dynasty, which shows the link between Yoruba and Benin. Right, you enjoying that? Right, that's one piece of brass.
Wow.
Yeah, damn right. One piece of brass. Yes? Now, can you see why people rate this art as the best metal art in the world? Yeah. You're enjoying that? Yeah, people need to know. Okay, now this shows pretty much how the city developed, right? Here we have the original layout, and then we've got the former Ogizo Palace. That's your first dynasty, 900 to 1170. And then you'd have the place where you've got the town chiefs and the palace chiefs. Then you've got your wards of drummers, blacksmiths, brass workers, wood, ivory carvers, yes? And then eventually the thing starts to expand. That makes sense? So this then represents where the action began, and then eventually the city starts to spread out. Now, by the time we get to 1170, we've now got a new dynasty founded by Prince Oranmiyan, who's Yoruba, who then brings a whole bunch of Yoruba culture to Benin, and then this civilization blows up, as we shall see. Right, now, this is a piece of Yoruba art, and again, it's metal. Let that just sink in right there. That is metal. Okay, now it represents a guy called Oni Obalufon II. And this particular guy is believed to be the father of Yoruba metal art. And then this technique is then brought to Benin and then enabled Benin to raise its game as a civilization. Now, the civilization then thrives because of trade. That is supposed to represent a Hausa trader coming in from the north on horseback, bringing goods to Benin. And then eventually they would trade cloth, pepper, and many other goods. Does that make sense? And then we get links with Europe, where they start trading via the Portuguese. Now, let's take a look at this. Anyone know what this is? It's a salt cellar. Yes, it's a salt cellar. Or, as they say in the University of Oxford, a condiment bowl. No, they say pass the condiments, apparently. Right. Now, 3 pieces of ivory. That bit there is 1 piece. Second piece, third piece. Right then, this was made in the year 1500, right? And you can compare this salt cellar with your salt cellar at home to find out how standards gone up or standards gone down. Right, now this is the group of people that you don't want to mess with, right? Now you notice that they're wearing body armor, yes? Now this whole thing about body armor and chainmail and so on, we thought that Europeans came up with that. That just shows how little we know. Right now, there's this concept. I live in Walthamstow, and there's this person in Walthamstow that used to live here called William Morris, and he founded something called the Art and Crafts Movement. Yes, and they make a lot of noise about this. The idea that crafts have to be beautiful and practical. Right now, what you're looking at, that's again brass. Yes, it's a chair. Now, can you see there's a coiled snake? Yeah, and can you see there's frogs on the base? That's Benin art and craft. Now, unfortunately for William Morris, this was made in 1750. So, in other words, William Morris is coming late. Yes. All right, arts and crafts again. This was made in approximately the year 1600. It's a
So yeah, man, will leave that there in it. Just want this.
Hey, what's the name of this the brother who's
speaking? That video. How can? Because in that video he mentioned the Ogiso dynasty, and I know for a fact that the Ogiso dynasty existed before the Yoruba.
Can hear you, Raheem.
Hold on, before the Yoruba even came into the limelight. So how can they now teach the Benins how to make bronze or copper or whatever carving it was shown on that video? The Ogiso dynasty, hold on, started in existence 500 BC, and you're going on about 900 AD. So which comes first?
All I say to you, Hector, is if you can provide a source for your claim, and we can look at it.
There's no source.
You're not going to keep asking me to provide you. You go do your research. You are the teacher, innit? You are the teacher. You go do the research. I'm telling you today, you're going to do the research. Come back to me and tell me I'm wrong. That is all I'm going to say.
Okay. That's fine. No problem.
You see,
yes, sir. Right.
Hector about his own heritage. Great grandfather used to do
Raheem is speaking.
You keep telling him about his own heritage, and
Raheem is speaking.
Raheem is speaking. Thank you.
That's the problem here.
Go ahead, Raheem.
There seems to be some propaganda going on.
Robin Walker.
It's really weird.
Raheem,
it's really weird.
Raheem, his name is Robin Walker.
Yeah.
Robin Walker.
Yeah. Okay, that's what you're asking. Yeah. So the brother's name is Robin Walker.
Forget what his name is. He's a white man. He's a white man. Forget what his name is. I'm telling you, as far as the Ogiso dynasty is concerned, go check it. It's a fact. Which came first? Dynasty, the Ogiso dynasty, about 900 AD. I'm telling you, 500 BC.
Provide the evidence.
Hector, no one is arguing with you.
Hector, provide the evidence.
No one's actually arguing with man, you know. No one's actually arguing with man.
So Shakara, can I ask a question? So Robin Walker is a historian, right? And there was another time, I think it was, where members of the Amara Squad had some issues with some claims that another historian did, and the way that they handled those issues is that they actually refuted his claims bit by bit, and they did provide the evidence of why they disputed it, and then I think they ended up putting it into a book. Yeah. So they published a book. So they read a book that had certain claims about history, and they just refuted it, but they did it, academically through using their references and whatever primaries or secondary sources or whatever. But I think that it's value. It makes sense that if you're going to say, I disagree with this claim, to say why you disagree with it and where did you get this information. If the point is really to educate and help everyone have clarity, that's just my point.
I totally agree. By the way, he was actually talking about a particular point in history, though, whereby what he said was not that the that the Yorubas taught the Ogiso dynasty in terms of metalcraft. He was talking about what happened after the Ogiso dynasty, in the next dynasty in Benin. That's what he was actually saying. So if one actually listened, the claim that was just made,
there is always the dynasty, and that is the Ogiso's dynasty. They had about 13 Ogisos. So what are you on about after the next dynasty? You see what I mean? We had about 13. We had about 13 Ogisos in the Benin history. So what are you on about, bro? I'm telling you,
about the fact that that Oran Miyan, who was a ruler in the Benin Empire, came after the Ogiso dynasty, not prior to. Yeah, and so the claim was not made that the Yorubas taught the Ogisos the metalcraft.
No. After the Ogiso dynasty, that is when we now started referring to the rulers as Oba after the Ogiso dynasty.
Yeah, but you're not making a point that's refuting anything that was actually said. That's the other thing.
My point is, you're saying, according to you now, it was after the original Ogiso dynasty, the next dynasty. That was what you said. And I'm telling you, within the Ogiso dynasty, they had about 13 kings.
Yeah, that doesn't. You're not.
The dynasty ended. Then now those kings now started being referred to as Obas.
But that's not refuting anything, though. That's not refuting anything that was actually said. That's the point I'm trying to make. He made the assertion that with the fall of the Ogiso dynasty, there was an intermediate period, and then some of the people then from Benin went to look. It went to the Yoruba kingdom and brought back a king that became Oran Miyan. Yeah, that's it. So nobody made the claim that you said that was made. It's not even that.
They did not go looking for any king. He was sent from Benin. He was sent from Benin because, like as you said, there was turmoil in the kingdom as at that particular point in history. So, like as I said, go read the history, then come back to me and tell me what you've read. No, I can't be bothered because I'm watching football. I can't be bothered.
But no one came to you to challenge you on shit. You're coming to everyone else to challenge you.
Because his culture and his field is being lied about. You have to understand this, Rahim. It's like someone coming to you and telling you his granddad actually did. His granddad did bronzes. So did his great grandfather. So did the others. He's also got other family members that are actually distantly related to the.
I went to a sweet.
When you've got people on here telling you about your grandfather and great grandfather and great great grandfather and what they did, and it's bullshit.
Tend to bring some paperwork.
What do you mean? Why have we got to come online? Why have we got to come online? Why have we got to come online and prove our heritage? Why do we have
to come online? No one wants you to come online. Just keep watching the football.
What paperwork have you, Rahim, and all the rest idiots shouting at the background? What paperwork have you submitted to me to prove the bullshit that has been coming out of your mouth? You can shout and scream. Yeah. We've heard that before. It is people like you that make Western people believe every person from Africa is a prince. It is because of people like you, and that is a fallacy. It is a fallacy because of people like you. Because that is what you people do. That is what you people do, especially the Yoruba. Especially the Yoruba. When you touch them in England, you go on spreading your lies and making everybody believe you're all princes. It is a lie.
You wish you were Yoruba.
You wish. That is a lie. It is a fallacy. That is what you people do. That is what you people do. When you touch down in England or in Europe, when you touch down in England or in Europe, you go pretend it's your princes. You go then I wait to they play. This Yoruba people they play. I want to land for Akata. All of them will claim to be prince. All of them will claim to be prince. You are nobody. You are nobody. That is the Wayo you people play. Now the Wayo won't play. Now the Wayo won't play. You understand me? When I enter, when I go enter Akata, all of them will claim. From where? You are not a prince. You are a fucking liar. That is what you people do. That is what you people do to deceive others. That is why most people, when they see Nigerians, the first question they ask them is, "Are you a prince?" It is because of people like you that come online, that even offline, and tell people, "You're not a prince." So stop deceiving people and stop deceiving yourself. You understand me? Stop deceiving people and stop deceiving yourself. You understand me? I said stop deceiving people and stop deceiving yourself. You're nothing. You're nowhere near a prince. You have never been a prince. You will never be a prince.
Hector, we're asking as an elder, come and teach us, bring some stuff so we can see and read. That's all we're asking you for. We're not asking you to.
Hold on. When I tried that, you see this Ogiso dynasty, you people are learning 3 years after. 3 years prior to today. Hold on. Let me finish. I went on Respect channel, brought this same matter up. That is why the so-called Lady Divine and the Nani Party tomorrow they're on my case. But now 3 years after, you people are reading it. Sad.
Hector, I'm asking you right now, as I wasn't on Respect show, and I'm asking you, can you bring something so I can read? Simple.
Terry.
I can, but definitely not today. Not today. Maybe not today.
We look forward to it. The issue of the Benin Wall was discussed on a previous show on the G Block, so I thought this part might be interesting for ones who were there for that.
The same Benin Wall is
I'm about to drop two
video.
This is the first one. Second one's coming.
On the Benin Wall. I did mention that when I was derided, I was vilified. Now today,
Benin art is considered as high as it is. But I'm about to drop two bombshells on you. This is the first one. Second one's coming. Right, Norris and Ross McWhirter, Guinness Book of Records, 21st edition, October 1974, page 129. The largest earthworks in the world carried out prior to the mechanical era were the linear earth boundaries of the Benin Empire, close brackets, Benin City, in the midwestern state of Nigeria. They were first reported by modern European scholars in 1903 and partially surveyed in 1967. In April 1973, it was estimated by Mr. Patrick Darling that the total length of the earthworks was probably between 5,000 and 8,000 miles.
Yeah, true.
Right, did you know that the city of Benin is in the Guinness Book of Records? Right, we know this now. Yes? Largest earthenworks in the world. You heard that? Yes?
That's true. That? And anything that compares that wall to the Great Wall of China. You know anybody just drop the bomb? Yeah. Exactly. The only thing that compares to that wall is the Great Wall of China.
Jungle reveals traces of Sheba's fabled kingdom. A lost kingdom thought to be that of the fabled Queen of Sheba. No, it isn't. And possibly the earliest African city ever discovered, not true, has been found by a British archaeologist. He didn't find it. But let's be quite clear what they're talking about. They're talking about a city. You heard that word. Right, we'll read on. Mr. Patrick Darling discovered the site, which covers more than 400 square miles. Did you hear what covers 400 square miles? Mm-hmm. What? A city. Right, now let's get with this notion. A 400 square mile city. Are we feeling that? Yeah. That is off the scale. Yeah? Now, modern London, I checked this, modern London inside the M25 is 600 square miles. But this is modern London. This is not modern. Wow. This is, when we read on, 1,200 years old. So in the year 800 AD, Africans built a 400 square mile city, the same size as 2/3 of modern day London. Are you feeling that? Yes. Now the whole point here is clearly, if Benin is in the Guinness Book of Records, that's just blown whatever record off the scale.
Exactly.
Enjoying that?
So all the times that I sat on the channel with Ralph and told him when he was saying that people had created civilizations, yeah, and I brought up time and time again Benin. Now, do you see it, Ralph? Yeah.
Yeah, it's Ralph. It's very interesting that you talk so highly of the Benin Kingdom, considering your ancestors, the British, burnt it down in 1897.
I wouldn't know.
My ancestors were involved.
Sierra Leone soldiers actually went in, if you want to be truthful, and they were black.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's always the blacks, isn't it?
So,
with you,
was trying to say something, but the video was playing.
Can we be clear? Can we be clear that it was the British?
Over, do you?
It was the British, yeah, in their colonial quest, in the 1800s that burnt down Benin City. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. The British were on the colonization show. It was after the Berlin Conference. They had already had their meeting among the Europeans. They decided who was going to own which part of African land. And them kind of things there, and so they were on that mission. Yeah, that was not even the only war that the British were fighting on the continent during that time. It's nonsense.
Yeah, but apparently it was the Yorubas who did it.
Tell me, Shakara, tell me about the war in Benin. What started it?
I'm not really. That's not going to happen. Yeah, the fact of the matter is that
it's not going to happen because you don't know, but I can tell you.
No, you don't. I know what happened.
Yeah, so
go on then, Witness, you tell us.
Yeah, it was the Benin expedition of 1897, which was under Admiral Sahari Rawson, who brought in more than 1,000 troops, who proceeded to pillage, rape, slaughter, and burn down the great walls of the Benin Kingdom.
Indeed.
Right, now you're lying again. I asked you for the
Witness, do you still think Jedi's COINTELPRO?
Witness, you're a liar. You're a liar.
Witness,
I'll tell you what
Wendy. COINTELPRO.
I'll tell you what you want, Wendy. In answer to your question,
do you still think Jedi's COINTELPRO?
This is what I think, Wendy.
Yeah, is that what you think, Witness? I don't forget nothing, Witness.
Do you want me to answer your question? I think I have a recording of you calling black people niggers, Wendy. Should I play that for the people to hear?
She's not denying.
They can all go to my channel and hear it for themselves. All I did was ask you a question. Do you
why do you call black people niggers online, Wendy?
Do you still think Jedi is COINTELPRO?
Do you still think black people are niggers?
To white people,
do you still think that, Witness?
Do you still think black people are niggers?
Do you still think that, Witness?
Why do you call black people niggers, Wendy?
Witness, do you still think Jedi is COINTELPRO?
Why do you call black people niggers, Wendy?
Do you still think Jedi is COINTELPRO?
Why do you call black people niggers, Wendy?
I didn't.
You didn't.
I didn't look at a black person and call it to their face.
She didn't.
I'm asking you a question.
So
do you still think Jedi is COINTELPRO?
Why did you call Esau son of a nigger?
See, what's wrong with you?
Why did you call Esau son of a nigger?
Jedi? Do you still think Jedi is COINTELPRO?
Why did you call Esau a son of a nigger?
Answer my question.
Answer mine.
She answered yours. She told you that she did say it to Esau. Now answer hers, then she'll answer.
Why did you call Esau son of a nigger?
Honestly, because he said he was going to dig my husband up and play football with my husband's head. Now, do you still think Jedi is COINTELPRO?
Why did you call Ashley a nigger?
Because Ashley lied. Now, do you still think Jedi is COINTELPRO?
So you call black people niggers if they lie?
Do you think Jedi is COINTELPRO?
Are you sorry for calling Ashley a nigger?
I've apologized. I've apologized so many times.
Exactly. 6 times at the last count. So you're a bit late, Witness. You're not doing anything.
No, I'm not actually. Why did you then kick Betsy
Witness, Witness, because you're so interested. Witness, because you're so interested, let me just tell you, that was the first and only time in my lifetime I've ever used that word. Because
I don't believe you, Wendy.
they bullied and bullied and bullied till I hit back.
That she went too far was me, another white person. I've never seen a black person on here tell another black person that they shouldn't do racist abuse. But when she did it, I was the first person to say, Wendy, that's out of order. And then she
Hang on, but why are you laughing? Because you haven't answered my question, Witness. Witness, you haven't answered my question. Do you still think Jedi is COINTELPRO?
Jedi is a brother and he's not COINTELPRO, but you are a racist.
You're a liar. I've seen you write it so many times.
Stop calling black people niggas, Wendy.
I've heard you say it so many times.
Stop calling black people niggas.
Witness for anything.
I've heard you say it on Discord so many times.
You keep saying nigga. Stop it, Wendy. Stop calling black people
I've
niggas.
heard you call Jedi that so many times.
It's wrong to call black people niggas, Wendy.
With all your intelligence, you are really thick, aren't you?
Yeah.
I've got a recording of you calling black people a black woman a nigger as
do you
well,
think I
Jupiter.
forget?
Who called a black woman?
You called the black woman a nigger on Bullet Scotty show. Why did you do that?
You call a black woman. You call a black woman.
You mean the white avatar with the white voice? That come on, acting all American, calling everybody the M-word. Yeah, I was defending a black woman against this white avatar with the white voice, and then she called me a nigger. And I said to her, who are you calling nigger? Nigger, thinking she was white. Go and bring the avatar, bring the recording, and play it in full. Play it in full, talk about context. Instead of making out lies. You will try.
You're a liar, Witness.
You're a
liar, Witness.
No,
you know what?
I know what you think of Jedi, Witness. I've heard you say it so many times, Witness.
Are you going to confirm yes or no what you said about that?
COINTELPRO, Witness.
Hold on, Wendy. Witness, are you going to confirm yes or no what you said about Jedi? We all heard that scream. Are you going to confirm? Are you going to confirm, Witness, what you said about Jedi? Are you
Stop using the word nigger online, Jupiter?
Witness. Okay, we've heard. But are you going to confirm what you called? Are you going to confirm now to us what you said about Jedi? Are you?
It's wrong to call people nigger.
Are you going to confirm what you said about Jedi? You're not even man enough. You're not even man enough. The only people who can bully.
It's not right.
You're not even man enough. You're not even man enough.
It's very
You're not even man enough for the two ladies. You're not man enough for the two ladies because you cannot even stand up. You cannot even stand up for yourself. You're not man enough for the two ladies.
It's very
disrespectful. You are not man enough. Are you going to confirm
freedom of speech?
Boy,
stop calling people niggas.
Are you going to be man enough? Are you going to be man enough, boy, to confirm what you said about
people niggas, Jupiter? It's very racist. It is an abuse of the freedom of speech.
No, he's not going to confirm it because he's a coward.
Freedom of speech.
He's a coward.
Boy, you're not even man enough for the two ladies.
It's also an abuse of freedom of speech. That's right. 1897, the British destroyed the Benin Kingdom.
Witness, why did you say? Witness, why did you say that Jedi is a COINTELPRO?
No, the reason that the army went in is because the actually slaughtered white people.
I can't hear a word you're saying. I cannot hear a word you're saying. I can't hear a word you're saying. I can't hear a word you're saying. I'm sorry, I cannot hear a single word you're saying.
You're a British man. You don't know nothing.
Black people,
you don't know anything. You're lying.
Stop laughing at black people. Stop supporting Tommy Robinson as well. No good can come from supporting Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson is a racist. Tommy Robinson's movement is a racist.
Don't like it. You've been proved wrong again.
Don't call black people niggas.
Don't
you
use
like
that
humiliation?
It's an abuse of freedom of speech. It's
You
an abuse
like
of freedom of speech.
humiliation.
Do you
What has
understand what the
Tommy
freedom of
Robinson got
speech
to do
is?
with anything?
It's not
What
freedom
has
of
he got
speech
to
does not mean that you go around
do?
racially abusing
Tommy
people.
Robinson has got
Freedom of
nothing to
speech
do
does not
with
mean that you go
Tommy
about
Robinson
ridiculing
has got
people because of
nothing
their
to do
culture
with the
or
name,
because
you
of their skin
fucking
color. No good can come from that. That is an abuse of freedom of speech.
Witness,
So
are
it's
you going to
important that you all
confirm that you
understand
said
using that
Jedi
is an
is a
abuse of freedom of
COINTELPRO?
speech. Wendy, please
Witness,
stop using
confirm
that
it,
word
witness.
online. It's important, Wendy, that
Confirm
you
it,
understand
witness.
Can you give
freedom
us
of
a
speech does
Confirm
not
it,
mean
witness.
that you go around calling black people niggas. Remember that.
Preston,
Freedom of speech does
confirm
not
it.
mean going
Jedi
around
is a
calling people
COINTELPRO,
niggas.
is what you
You
said.
understand? It's good that you
Yeah,
understand.
Jedi
You
is a
understand that.
COINTELPRO.
And you are a
That's what
racist
you
who likes
said.
to racially abuse
Can you
black
give,
That's
people
what
online.
you
Oh,
said.
pirates, yes, they rob
can you give the audience the background
Yeah,
to the Constitution of Benin
that's
Witness?
what you said about your black
Redemption
brother.
song.
I
That's
see the
what you
background.
said about your black brother. He's a
My
COINTELPRO.
hands were made strong.
Yeah?
by the hand of the
Hands of
Almighty.
the
Can you give us the background that led to the invasion of Benin Witness? Can you give us the background?
Why are you all laughing? So when Jedi arrives on this show, when Jedi comes here at some point, hang on.
Oh, misguided
So when
woman.
Jedi comes here at some point, you all gonna laugh then, are you? Yeah, when Jedi arrives at some point, you're all gonna laugh then, are you? Yeah? You're all gonna laugh then about what Witness said about him, yeah?
He's going to chuck you
Yeah?
out, cunt.
Have no fear or a
You're a fake. You're a
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Mr. Tallyman,
How long will
they
Oh,
like
shut
man
up, you fucking
While
Indian.
we stand aside and look, some say it's just a part of it. We've got
So when Jedi comes here, you're all gonna laugh and make fun of it then, are you?
help to sing
Because as soon as I see him on here, I'm gonna say what Witness said about him. And then let's see you all laugh then. Let's see you all laugh then, shall we? Should we all laugh? Should we see how you laugh then? Yeah?
Redemption song.
Shall we see how you laugh
emancipate
then?
yourself from
Yeah?
slavery.
Oh, but then Witness Jedi doesn't like to come on the same panel as Witness, does he?
No fear for atomic
Yeah.
energy.
Yeah, you keep singing.
Can't stop the
You can
time.
keep singing. I'm not going to
How
forget
long
what
shall
Witness
they
said.
kill our prophets?
Yeah?
I actually don't mind that song because white people don't want to be slaves ever again either. So big up for him. Rule Britannia.
Britannia, Britannia, away.
Oh, never
So
there you go. We all agree slavery is wrong. So what's your point? The point is the Witness lied about Benin. The Battle of Benin, and it's called the Battle of Benin. White blood got shed first. You know that, Witness. White blood got shed first. There's actually a statue commemorating it. You know that. You know that. So stop lying.
You all sit here with someone who called one of your black brothers a COINTELPRO. That's nice, isn't it? Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
The black race has ever produced. That makes sense? Yeah. And they founded this empire somewhere. Right, now that's why I say not ordinary trees, yes? Now, what's interesting about the entire building complex, they were then able to start
Oh,
living
you
fat.
fucking hate the truth, don't you? You play your video.
And what we're seeing here is 12 buildings spread out over 3 square miles. So you
See how you laugh when Jedi arrive.
Sitting here defending Ralph, saying that none of the statues
are less tall than the
I was
trees.
going out to go and tell all the white people that
That
actually.
makes sense? Yeah, but you're assuming these are ordinary trees, aren't you? Now, why would you be assuming that? We're feeling that. Okay. Yes. Now we're getting some idea of scale here. All right. Now this is the capital city of the Southern African kingdoms, and eventually it grows into an empire. The city is called Great Zimbabwe, and then when we look at the other sites, we see typical styles of decorative walling used in the Munu-Mutapan sites. Check pattern, dentelle pattern, chevron pattern. In other words, you can then teach an architecture class just using these walls. Right, that's one of the doorways into the Great Zimbabwe complex. Right, now, are we enjoying that? Now, can you see the trees compared to the gentleman? Right, now that's why I say not ordinary trees, yes? Now, what's interesting about the entire building complex is that no mortar and no lime have been used to join the bricks. In other words, this is what's called dry stone walling. And then you can see the chevron patterns along here. That makes sense? Now, notice the chevron starts here and goes through, it ends at one particular point. Now, why does it do that? Right, inside the complex. Now, it's a shame that there's nobody in the picture giving us some idea of scale, but I can correct that. Right, that's what it's believed to have looked like. Now, my man on the left with the boxer shorts, yeah? Yeah. That's not authentic dress, yeah? I bought this picture from Mambo Press, and whereas the rest of it is happening, what my man's wearing is not happening. Yeah, when you read the accounts of what people were wearing, they would have worn what's called untailored clothes. Untailored basically means toga. You know the kind of toga thing that you see the Ashantis wearing? They would have been wearing that too. And they would have had ones where you had gold stitching being stitched through the cloth. Does that make sense? And then they would be held with rosette patterns, which would be these floral patterns. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, the person that drew this hadn't read that, because had they read that, they would have made my man a bit more stush for the occasion. Right, now, you enjoying that? Right then, now one of the rulers of Great Zimbabwe conquered a large chunk of Southern Africa and then built the Empire of Monomotapa. Now, Africans say Munu-Mutapa, Europeans say Monomotapa. So this is what's here. Let's read it. Le Grand Roi Monomotapa, the great king of Monomotapa, with his crown, with his scepter, with his cape. That makes sense? Now that's how they would have been stepping. Now, what empire did they build? Let me show you something. Monomotapa. Monomotapa. Can you see all this? Right, now, if we look at this objectively, that's somewhere between, what, a quarter to a third of Africa. Yeah? In other words, about the same size of territory as what the Emperor of the World, Emperor Taharqa, had going on. Now, what's really interesting about this map is this here, Zimbabwe. See that? That's Zimbabwe. Making quite clear that was the old capital. Now, the Empire of Monomotapa is Zimbabwe, which was its center, Mozambique, South Africa at least as far as Johannesburg, Botswana, and a bit of Angola. In other words, it was massive, one of the largest political units the black race has ever produced. Does that make sense? Yeah. And they founded this empire somewhere around the year 1100, and they held it intact right up until 1629. 1629 is when it was all over, when the empire was then destroyed by Portuguese slave raiders. Right, now,
did we lose the sound, or is it me?
Internet. I thought it was my internet cutting out.
City of Cardiff.
Yeah, Shakara.
Now, doesn't that look like something out of Milton Keynes? Doesn't look like Milton Keynes? I grew up in Milton Keynes. Trust me, that looks like Milton Keynes. Meaning, again, modernism. Even though this...
Sorry, I stopped it in case a conversation wanted to go on, but if you don't want to watch more, then we'll watch more, innit?
No, it's beautiful, man. Keep playing it. It's good stuff.
The medieval world. Right then, now. Right now, the whole point, people ask me, Robin, why is any of this stuff relevant? Now, can you see that if that's the alternative, we need to get with our history? Now, a lot of people want to blame black youngsters for gun crime and other things. Remember, black youngsters are only a reflection of black elders. So if there's gun crime, black elders can't say it's not their fault. It is their fault. Yes? Now, it's not just youngsters where there's a problem where we need to be getting with our history. Check some before and afters. Right. Now, the before and afters, this is what happens when people don't know their history. And if you don't know your history, if you don't think your history is relevant, then you'll end up doing all sorts of negative things to yourself to try and look like some other group of people. Whereas you don't need to be doing that.
That's right.
Now, just to bring the history relevance, problem 24 in the Rhine Papyrus, by which the problem is solved by means of an unknown quantity, aha. This is the earliest example of algebraic procedure. Right, did we know then that black people invented algebra? There's the proof. And therefore, if people knew their history, if people knew that their history was relevant, then they wouldn't want to be trying to aspire to be somebody else.
That's right. That's right.
Right. The calibration of the Karnak water clock. Right, let me explain this. Right, what's going on here? There's a water clock where if you look at the inside of it, we've got it divided up into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 months, right? And then at certain points of the month, the days get longer and shorter. Does that make sense? And therefore, the calibration of the holes is different. So each hole is 1 hour. So you get it? So when you fill it, there's your first hour, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th. You follow me? And then by the time it runs out, 12 hours. So we've got 12 hours of the night is what this actually represents. Now, the idea of the hour, that's an African concept. We invented that. The concept of time is an African concept. We invented that. So we've got the concept of numbers and algebra. We've now got the concept of time. And then when you put the two concepts together, you can then start mapping the heavens. And mapping the heavens gives you the notion of the year. Now, this is important because this is on the, what they call it, ceiling of a monument called the Temple of Dendera. And on the Temple of Dendera, let's look at some details we see here. Here we see what's clearly Sagittarius. See that? See this? Leo. See that? What else can we see? 2 fishes. Pisces. Yes? And then we can then go on pointing out this or that, yeah? Now, what's the really interesting one? This one right here. Yes? Cancer. But it's not a crab, it's a dung beetle. Because, of course, Europe is what turned it into a crab because they don't have dung beetles. The fact that that's a dung beetle, proof, yes? Africans came up with this. And this concept here, the 12 signs of the zodiac becomes the 12 months of the year. And then later religions will turn it into the 12 tablets of Gilgamesh, which is what the Sumerians were running with. The 12 labors of Heracles is what the Greeks were running with. You follow me? And then certain religions then turn into 12 tribes of this, 12 disciples of that. Are we feeling this? Yes. Right, now we have, you know the whole thing about us above, so below? Right, let me explain this. When Christopher Columbus was running up his mouth about having discovered the Americas. A Turkish admiral called Piri Reis realized then, as most of the Islamic world did, Columbus is a fraud. And my man didn't just say Columbus is a fraud, he proved Columbus is a fraud. And the way he did it is that he assembled maps that go all the way back to the Alexandrian period of Egypt. And then once he assembled those maps, he then published the composite map. Does that make sense? Now, can you see that's the coast of Africa? Where's this? That's Brazil, surely. Where's this? Mexico. These islands here, where are they? The Caribbean. So here we see South America, Brazil and so on, has already been mapped. Are we feeling this? Mexico and those places have already been mapped. Now you'll see that the map tears at this point, right? And then the research went to a cartographer at the University of New Hampshire. The cartographer's name was Professor Charles Hapgood. And then Hapgood and his students, they worked on this map to work out where was the geodetic center of the map. That makes sense? Because the map's torn. So you have to use what's there to work out where the center of the map would be. That makes sense? Have a guess where the center of the map is. It is Africa. It's the Egyptian-Nubian border. Oh dear. That means that whoever was responsible for mapping this, they were standing on the Egyptian-Nubian border. Yes? Right, now we talked about the mapping of the heavens. We talked about the mapping of Earth. Now we're going to talk about the mapping of inside a person. Right. There's a scholar called Naim Akbar, and he's one of our best psychologists. And he studied ancient Egyptian concepts and realized that the Egyptians had not just worked out advanced ideas in psychology. Their ideas were so advanced that modern psychology is not caught up with where they were at. That makes sense? Yeah. Right, let me explain it. Here we've got some Egyptian concepts of the soul. Now, let me introduce the discussion. If I was to deal with what makes a human being, most of us would say, well, if you cut your arm off, you're still you. If you cut your second arm off, you're still you. Cut your legs off, you're still you. So there comes a point where it's not you. And where it's not you is when you lose your personality. That's what most people would think. Meaning that a human being is part physical, part personality. Or to use the Descartesian sense, part mind, part body. Now, when Descartes said that, everyone said, yeah, wicked idea. Not realizing that this was about to be dug up. And when this was dug up, they found out that the Egyptians divided people into Ka, Ba, Kaibit, Ab, Kat, Sahu, Ku. That makes sense? Yeah. So
hey, sorry to interrupt, Shaka. When was this?
Once you know that the Ka is the person's spirit, that's one aspect of a person.
Sorry, Shaka. What century was this? Do you know? Or does anyone know?
Sorry, what do you mean by what century?
So when was this? When was these documents? This system, Shakara? When was this?
So this is there's no one century. The concepts that he's dealing with here are found like throughout ancient Egyptian civilization.
So ancient, so yeah, 2,000 years. Yeah.
So we're talking about So but they developed upon throughout the civilization, basically. So yeah, it's not a single year.
Person. Ba, that's the person's personality. That's the second aspect of a person. Kaibit, this is the person's shadow. That's the third aspect of a person. Ab, that's the person's heart. That's the seat of consciousness. I mean, from a point conscience, because that's what gets heavy when you do something wrong. Then you've got the Kat, that's your physical body. That's what stays right here and is recycled with all the elements like everything else. Then you've got the Sahu, which is in the heavens, your double. And then you've got your Ku, which is the heart of the double. Does that make sense? Now, can you see those blowing mind and body out of the water? Now, this is the point. Once we accept that a human being is all of these elements, therefore, spirituality has a scientific purpose. And that scientific purpose is to unify these different selves into a coherent one. Now we have a working definition of mental illness. Mental illness is where these are not coordinated. Does that make sense? Now, who came up with this idea? Us, thousands of years ago. And we can use it if we know our history. Right, Sheikh Anta Diop says, the African history proceeded without interruption. The first Nubian dynasties were prolonged by the Egyptian dynasties until the occupation of Egypt by the Indo-Europeans starting in the 5th century BC. Nubia remained the sole source of culture and civilization until about the 6th century AD. And then Ghana seized the torch from the 6th century until 1240, when its capital was destroyed by Sundiata Keita. This heralded the launching of the Mandingo Empire of Mali. Next came the Empire of Gao, Songhai, the Empire of Yatenga in today's Burkina Faso, and the kingdoms of Jolof and Kayo, Senegal, destroyed by Faidherbe under Napoleon III. In listing this chronology, we wanted to show that there was no interruption in African history. It is evident that, starting from Nubia and Egypt, we had followed a continental geographical direction such as Nubia, Gulf of Benin, which is what we did, Nubia, Congo, Nubia, Mozambique, which would take us to Mutapa, which is what we did. The course of African history would still have appeared to be uninterrupted. This is the perspective in which the African past should be viewed. People want more? There it is.
Tender mind, right? That was how many felt the year we had in about an hour.
7,000.
It was serious stuff. Well worth it. I'm just gonna say, open up the floor for any questions or comments. We're a family, but some of us haven't met yet. So if that's the case, we introduce ourselves, say who we are to our family, and what we'll do is take a few questions at a time, and then we'll get Brother Robin to respond to the questions if necessary. So that's it, Robin. This is the floor open. Could you introduce yourself before you? Also, room 2 has got a question for you as well.
My name is Ruben.
So wait, you don't want to ask a question and answer as well, yeah?
I think it's brilliant to know that our ancestors were that brilliant, because we all come out of Africa.
What does Tendai Mari mean again, Shakara?
Be thankful unto the Creator.
Thanks.
Tendai is thanks, and Mwadi is the supreme one.
Who is Robin Walker a historian?
Yes.
I'm enjoying it, man. I'm like, this is the best video I've seen for a while, bro. Keep going, don't stop, man.
For Ghana. Actually, Robert, I'm interested in the Terracotta Army that was brought to the museum from China. I just want to know, how old are they? How old is they? They're said to be 1000 BC. Thank you.
Still taking questions, brothers. Yes. Greetings, I'm Ras Bende.
I heard a young person was querying something, and I would like to query it as well. If you could just explain, Brother Robin.
100 BC. Now, when we
Is that all right?
Right, I think we got it. Okay, when we're dealing with African world history, we're dealing with the oldest history of any people on the planet Earth.
All right.
That monument there is called the Great Sphinx of Giza. Originally, scholars used to think it was 2500 BC. 4,500 years old. We now know that it's actually 2,500 years older than that, meaning that goes back at least as far as 5,000 BC. Does it go back any further? There are some scholars that will even tell you 10,500 BC. Now, when we're getting with African history, we're getting with two places. We're getting with a place here called Tar Seti. Tar Seti, the land of Set, the deity of the south. We're also dealing with Egypt. We're dealing with civilizations that were born on the Nile River. And the most important stopping off points for the Nile River, there's Kustul. That's an important stopping off point. That was the old capital of the land of Set, Tar Seti. Now we're going to deal with Western Thebes and Karnak, important cultural centers in Egypt. Then we have the capital city of ancient Egypt, to give it the Greek version of the name, Memphis. And then moving even further north, Giza. That's where the energy is going to go. Right, so New York Times, March the 1st, 1979, on its front page and page 16, Nubian monarchy called oldest. Let's read it. Evidence of the oldest recognizable monarchy in human history, preceding the rise of the earliest Egyptian kings by several generations, has been discovered in artifacts from ancient Nubia in Africa. We then read on. The discovery is expected to stimulate a new appraisal of the origins of civilization in Africa, raising the question of to what extent later Egyptian culture may have derived its advanced political structure from the Nubians. We jump to here. Dr. Williams said the dating is based on correlations of artistic styles in the Nubian pottery with similar styles in pre-dynastic Egyptian pottery, which is relatively well dated. He said some of the Nubian artifacts bore disconnected symbols resembling those of Egyptian hieroglyphics that were not readable. They were on their way to literacy, Dr. Williams said. Now, what he's talking about here, they found on the Nubian artifacts, the Tar Seti artifacts, disconnected symbols resembling Egyptian hieroglyphics. But then there's an untruth mixed in. They've said the artifacts were not readable. No, he couldn't read them. And the reason why he couldn't read them is that they were written in ancient Nubian. He could read them had they been Egyptian, but because it's in Nubian, he's trying to read these words and they're coming out as gobbledygook. And that's only gobbledygook because he couldn't read it. That's not the same as saying that they couldn't be read, just not by him. We read on. A detailed monograph on the discoveries is in preparation, but there's no deadline and publication is expected to be a few years away. And guess what? They delivered. Reprinted from Archaeology Magazine, Volume 33, Number 5, copyright 1980. 1 year later, this article appeared, The Lost Pharaohs of Nubia, by Bruce Williams. Let's read it. A newly discovered ancient kingdom is always a matter of intense interest, but when it precedes the earliest known monarchy, the unification of Egypt in the 4th millennium BC, then history itself is reborn. The place is ancient Nubia at Kustul, where the investigations of archaeological materials recovered during the great 1960s rescue effort has recently unveiled a birthplace of pharaonic civilization several generations before the rise of the first historic Egyptian dynasty. Right, let's do some analysis of this. We've been told that history used to begin with the unification of Egypt. That's where the upper and lower lands of Egypt were brought together and unified. According to this article, that took place in the 4th millennium BC. That makes sense? And then obviously Nubia is before that. We're feeling this. Yeah. However, 4th millennium BC, 3000 and something BC. That's based on their calculations. My calculations say it happened in the 6th millennium BC, which is 5,000 and something BC. Or to be exact, first king of Egypt, 5,660 BC, Pharaoh Nahmeh. Therefore, this took place 5,900 BC. That makes sense? Yeah. So there's the beginnings of African history. Recorded African history, 5,900 BC. We get a line of 9 pharaohs of Nubia. And then when we get to the 10th pharaoh of Nubia, we get the rise of the first pharaoh of Egypt, 5,660 BC to 5,598 BC. He reigned for 62 years.
And his name was?
This particular person, okay, you can use what some people do. There's a tradition of writing African history using Greek names because the earliest documents are in Greek. In which case he becomes Pharaoh Menes. African name Pharaoh Mena or Pharaoh Nahmeh. And the reason why we've got 2 names is that there's a Horus name and there's a Set name. These are 2 of the ancient deities of ancient Egypt. Does that make sense? So I prefer to use Pharaoh Mena, first king of the first dynasty of ancient Egypt. Now, in a fair world, this face should be the most recognized face in human history. Everyone should know who this person is. Now, what do we know about this face? The portrait statue was dug up in 1920 odd by Sir Flinders Petrie, Englishman. Sir Flinders Petrie brought the statue, this portrait statue, brought it to London, where it is now housed in the University College London, the Petrie Museum of Egyptian Archaeology, which is on Mallet Street. And when you go inside Mallet Street, you ask for the Petrie Museum of Egyptian Archaeology, ask for catalogue number UC15989. That's what they'll show you, which means that they've known this stuff since the 20s. And therefore, what they presented as Egyptology has essentially been a joke. And they've been laughing at us because they know they have this portrait. One more thing about this portrait, also ancestor of Mr. Michael Tyson. Everyone's thinking, who's Michael Tyson? Right. Pharaoh Binethris, pharaoh of the 2nd Egyptian dynasty. Now, people are thinking, Robin, what's a dynasty? A line of kings belonging to the same royal family. So, Mena plus 8 members of his family, a time period of nearly 300 years. That's dynasty 1. Does that make sense? Yeah. Right? This guy, Pharaoh Binethris, plus 11 members of his family, they ruled as dynasty 2. And then the dynasty 2 period is the beginning.
Sorry for the interruption. We pause our regular scheduled programming to announce that Father Rahim is in the back and would like to come on. So we ask Veli Vision, Adija Palmer, the teacher, World Boss, please allow Father Rahim onto the
Wait a minute.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
We should now.
Rahim is called Father Rahim. What is Veli? I thought it was Father Veli. He's the father, and James is the unholy son.
Well, in my house, there are many mansions.
Well, this is really interesting. Yeah. First time you're actually saying I actually quite like. But I would ask you this question. So are you telling us that the hierarchical system and the whole system and the blueprint actually comes from Africa? We can now blame all of what you've been blaming on the West on Africa? Brilliant. Thank God for that.
Of where the Egyptians start to build grand monuments. And the beginnings of the monument building is the last pharaoh of this guy's family. His name is Pharaoh Karsekemui. Then we move to Dynasty 3, where we have Pharaoh Zosa and 5 members of his family ruling as Dynasty 3. Then we have Pharaoh Khufu and 7 members of his family ruling as Dynasty 4. Then we have Pharaoh Sahura and 9 members of his family, Dynasty 5. And then we have Pharaoh Pepi and 6 members of his family, Dynasty 6. That takes us from Dynasty 1 to Dynasty 6. This is what scholars call the Old Kingdom period. Now, I've just done it. I've just talked about it in less than 5 minutes. We've actually traversed 1,472 years of Black history. That makes sense?
Yes.
A line of 55 glorious rulers. Now, during this period, you may say, what was going on in the rest of the world? We can be absolutely specific what was going on in the rest of the world.
Okay.
Jack, squat, diddly, nada, nisht, nil, qua. We can be absolutely specific. Now we need to get with this idea of, imagine a dynasty starting in the year 500 AD and still being in power now. That's the achievement that we're talking about, right? Now during this period, the pyramids go up. During this period, we get the building of the Sphinx. During this period, we're getting the development of the calendar that we have today, 365 and a quarter day calendar. During this period, we get the first hieroglyphic texts, the first religious texts inscribed in pyramid in the Pharaoh of Dynasty 5, Pharaoh U.
I repeat, Venivision, message to Venivision. Father Rahim is in the back and would like to join the panel. We now resume our regular speech program.
Called the pyramid texts. During this period, we have the world's first philosopher, Ptah Hotep. So in other words, during this period, this was the most amazing period in world history. Now, we can talk about details and so on, but I'm going to keep it real simple. Check him out. I'll just let that sink in. Right, so this is then the beginnings of Black history. At this point, there are only two civilizations on Earth. Tarseti, the land of Set, and Kemet, the land of Egypt. That makes sense? Yeah. There are no civilizations anywhere else. Right, the next great period begins with this guy, Pharaoh Mentuhotep II. Mentuhotep II is responsible for the second unification of Egypt that created what's called the Middle Kingdom. He's one of the pharaohs of the 11th dynasty. And what happens is he banishes his rivals, pulls together the two lands, and was then the next pharaoh to wear the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. Now, the Middle Kingdom is really interesting because it's during the Middle Kingdom that modern ideology, as we understand modern ideology today, was born. The idea that a government has a responsibility to look after its people, to feed its people, to clothe its people, to build, for example, we get buildings of apartments of 3,000 rooms. We get the draining of swamps, irrigation, all the things that a modern government does. They were dealing with it then. Now, his time period, where we get the birth of the Middle Kingdom, is 3,448 BC. Right after the Middle Kingdom, the next great period is called the New Kingdom period. And this New Kingdom period begins with this great woman. Anyone know who this is? Queen Ahmose Nefertari. And Ahmose Nefertari, now you can see that people need to be seeing the portrait. Yes, people need to be seeing this. People need to be feeling this. Now, her period begins in the year 1709 BC. Now, we're interested in what was the Middle Kingdom saying? What was the New Kingdom saying? This is what they were saying. Enjoy that. You enjoying that? Okay, now we're going to take a slightly different angle. And now what about that for a photograph? And it's actually one of my brethren that took that, Alan Mitchell. And I told him, get images where there's people in the photograph, so that way we know how big the monuments are. Okay, this is called the Temple of, wait for it, Amen in Karnak. Now, did I just say Amen? Right, so those of you who end your prayers forever and ever, Amen. You better know who you're praying to. Oh, whoa. Right then, the Temple of Amen in Karnak. This temple, with its 134 columns spread out over 56,000 square feet, largest enclosed space in Egyptian architecture. And essentially, modern architecture as we understand it today was born right there. Elsewhere in the same structure. We're looking up now, take the photograph. Now, can you see that gives us some idea of scale? Elsewhere in the same structure, this is called the Festival Hall of Thutmose III. Different pharaohs contributed their own bits to it. And again, the monuments are still standing. This is called the chapel to the deity Osiris. Osiris, for those people that don't know, is a deity associated with the moon. And if you know anything about the moon, it dies at the end of a 28-day cycle and then is reborn after 3 days. Does that make sense? And so Osiris became associated with the deity of resurrection. And the idea that the god dies and then is resurrected 3 days later, it's like the moon disappearing and coming back 3 days later. And you can see how everyone's grabbed that idea and they've not stopped running. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to get a close-up of that image, and this is what we've got. You enjoying that? Now, look at that for how exquisite the detail is. Now, why this is really, really interesting is that this was built something like 3,500 BC. This particular part was built by Pharaoh Senusret I. And as you can see, yeah, I'm feeling that. Right now, here we have a line of sphinxes. And the sphinxes show Ares the ram. Ares the ram is sacred to the deity Amen. So we're starting off here, which is Karnak. We're going to follow the line of rams. And as we follow the line of rams, this is where we end up. It's a bit like we're starting off here, which is Karnak. We're following the road. We've got this double line of rams till we end up here. Now, essentially, we're moving 2 miles across the city of Karnak / Thebes. This city originally had a population of 1 million people. And then what you would have would be mansions along the edge of the city with 50 to 60 rooms. Yes? In other words, Cushites was living large. Now we're going to go to the other end of the complex, and here we are now. This is in Luxor. In other words, we've moved 2 miles away, and we're still part of this temple complex. Now, why this is really, really interesting is that this is one of the largest examples of temple building built anywhere on Earth by any group of people. Okay, now we're going to move into next year, and we're going to deal with some more civilizations in Africa. We're going to deal with what W.E.B. Du Bois calls Ethiopia, 650 BC.
To those, I don't know any of the watching the panel, if you haven't been to Karnak in Luxor in Egypt, I've been there many times because my ex think he has a house there. And if you have to go there to believe the scale, the photographs don't do it justice. If you stand exactly where he is, it's ridiculous how large it is. So don't go to like city places like Sharm el Sheikh. If you go to Egypt, just go to Luxor if anywhere else, man. It's amazing, Karnak. So.
Yeah, all the way to Lux as one.
Yeah, it's beautiful there. Yeah, it's. I mean, and when you actually stand underneath it, you realize just how amazing it is. Just the sheer scale of it. It's stunning. Yeah.
Another name for that same civilization is what we would today call Kush. We're going to deal with Benin, which is basically the southern half of modern-day Nigeria. We're going to deal with Munumutapa, which exists from about 1000 to about 1800, this massive empire here. So this is where the action is going to go next. Okay, Kush. You can see also on the Nile River, we've got places like Aswan, Dhaka, Kurusku, Semna, Kerma, Dongola, Kawa. The first capital city was at a site called Napata. Another important city was Nuri. Another important city was Musarrat. Another important city was Meroe. And I'm going to show you some of the artifacts that are part of this civilization. In 1832, a guy called G.A. Hoskins traveled across Sudan. And when he got there, he saw these pyramids and he sketched them. And he published them in 1832. Now, you see that there's some people in the picture giving us some idea of scale. And what's really interesting about the Sudanese pyramids is that there are 223 pyramids in Sudan. Now, there's 19 in Egypt. Therefore, there are more than twice as many pyramids in Sudan as there are in Egypt. Now, this is the site Nuri, the first of the capitals of Kush. Now, ruling from Nuri, we get a very great king called Pharaoh Taharko. Some people pronounce it Taharka. Now, the same person's in the Bible where it's spelled Tirharka, same person. Now, this particular person reigned between the years 690 BC and 664 BC. He's actually the most powerful black ruler in history. Unlike all previous rulers who called themselves Pharaoh of the Two Lands or Pharaoh of Kush, he crowned himself the Emperor of the world. He crowned himself the Emperor of the world. Now, that sounds a big boast. Now, what's the substance behind this boast? Right, this is taken from Professor Youssef Ben-Jochannan. His book is called Africa, Mother of Western Civilization. Now, the details are wrong, but the sentiment is spot on. And this is where you can tell that Dr. Ben-Jochannan has done more reading than everybody else. You can tell. Now, the empire of the Ethiopians wasn't this territory. Where the empire begins, it begins in Sudan. It includes Egypt. It went all the way to Carthage, all the way to Morocco, all the way to Spain. That makes sense? And then on this side, yes, it certainly went into Syria. So in other words, Pharaoh Taharko ruled 1/3 of Africa. Never been done before. Yes? Not only that, he ruled as far as Spain, he ruled here, making it quite clear that when he crowns himself as Emperor of the world, you'd better believe it, because who else is stepping like that? Now, we then have to deal with Carthage, because the Kushites set that civilization up. Now, what's really interesting about Carthage, now can you see that looks a little bit like Rome? Only one problem, it's older. So let's correct the facts. Rome looks a little bit like that. Right, now Carthage was founded in the year 814 BC. And it was founded by people coming in from the Middle East, black people coming in from the Middle East. But when Taharka builds his empire, massive Kushite influence goes into there. So the deity Amen is worshipped there too. The deity Imhotep, who in this territory is called Eshmun. Right, same deity, Eshmun, Imhotep, the same person, was worshipped there. Massive numbers of Egyptian and Cushitic amulets and so on have been dug up on that site. Now, Carthage, for us dealing with our history, this is the greatest city in the ancient world. All products, be they animal, mineral, vegetable, all products from all over the world pass through Carthage. Carthaginian shipping was on all known seas. That makes sense? So we need to get with the fact being that even as late as the Carthaginian people, black people were still living fat. Then there's the greatest Carthaginian of them all. You enjoying that? Right, now I did some special research on this, so let me share some of this. There's some controversy in white circles over whether or not this is genuinely Hannibal, right? Right, so if anyone challenges you on this, this is what you're supposed to say. The documents tell us one fact about Hannibal. He rode the sole surviving Indian elephant. So that's what we're looking for. What kind of elephant is this? It's an Indian elephant. African elephants have a different shaped back. The African elephant's back curves in. The ears are much, much bigger. There's an apron hanging underneath the legs. That makes sense? That is an Indian elephant. Now, once we know by Polybius and Livy that my man rode the sole surviving Indian elephant, it's that. Yeah? And if that's one side of the coin, then who's this? There it is. Right, now Carthage now becomes another center of civilization spreading culture. And it spreads culture to a civilization next door called Numidia. Now, Numidia, most people don't even know that civilization existed. Monument still standing. That's a sketch of a monument, but still there. Monument still standing. Now, we're going to return to Kush because we need to get with some mundane artifacts like this, tweezers. Now, why am I showing you tweezers? You didn't come out here to hear about tweezers, now did you? Right, what material is that? Right, now have you got golden tweezers? Right, there it is. Now, the fact that you can have something as mundane as tweezers made out of gold, can you see that's kicking? Yes. Right now, in the 1820s, a guy called Giuseppe Fellini discovered the pyramid of Queen Mother Amarna-Shekheto. That's what the pyramid looked like when he got there. That's what the pyramid looks like now. In other words, what happened? They destroyed it. Now, having destroyed it, which is incidentally a model for what we should be doing to their monuments in Rome, right? This is what they found. You ready for this? We sitting down? No, people have to tell me that, right?
Yeah, nice little bit of
Right, this is called the Treasures of Queen Mother Amarna-Shekheto. Now, what you're looking at here is gold, gesso, and glass worked together. Right then, now, the Kushites, they came up with a new writing script, and the new writing script is called Meroitic. So just as we got writing in ancient Tarseti, just as we've got writing in Egypt, just as we've got writing in Carthage, just as we've got writing in Numidia, you've now got a new writing script in Kush. Right then, just to show you some more monuments, this is still standing in Sudan, and it's at a site called Musarrat es-Sufra. And this is what Musarrat es-Sufra looked like when the Europeans first got there and visited it in 1832. Now, that doesn't look very impressive, does it? Doesn't it look mash up to you? Yeah. Right. They surveyed the site, and check this out. Ready? This is the plan that they drew. Now, why this is important here is, can you see that we've got a temple complex here, a temple complex here, a temple complex there, a temple complex here, and a whole series of ramps and connections and so on. Now, can you see that's on the same scale as Karnak? Except this is not Egypt now, this is Sudan. Showing same ideas, people living large, people living fat. Now, just to reinforce the point, A. Hakem, this is General History of Africa, Volume 2, says, recent excavations at Meroe and Musarrat es-Sufra reveal temples with walls and statues covered with gold leaf. Could you imagine that? That means your walls are blinging. Not the people, the walls. Yes? Right then, this is another one of the Kushite structures. This is the palace of, another one of the queens. This is a queen's palace, and it's called the Palace of Wad Bed Naga. Now, let's look at the plan. How would you get into that room? Where's the doorway?
Underground.
Oh, no, there's no doorway. There's no doorway, so how do you get into that? Someone said underground. The other way of looking at it is overground. This is a multi-story building. And you can tell just from looking at the plans, how would you get into these rooms? The only way you can do is by stairs. That makes sense? So clearly then, this is a multi-story structure. The Palace of Wad Ben Naga. Right, then we have more pyramids. This is at a site called Jebel Barkal. And then here we see Kush's last great monument. And this is called the Kiosk. Now I'm going to show you one of the last dated artifacts from Kush, which brings the story to 300 AD. Now what's this? This is gold, gilt, and glass. And glass, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Right then, the action now is going to go to the Nigeria region. And this is what we're going to talk about now. We're going to talk about Nok. We're going to talk about Yoruba, particularly this place here, Ile Ife. And the real place where the energy is going to go is Benin. Yes? So this is where the argument is going next. Okay. In the year 1928, there was tin mining operations taking place in Nigeria that was led by the British. These tin mining operations resulted in certain places being dug up. And as places were being dug up, artifacts were being found. And in subsequent diggings found out that there was a civilization whose very beginnings goes back to, wait for it, 4,290 BC. Yes? Now, by the time we get to the period 1000 BC, we're starting to see brilliant art coming out like this. Now, this bust, we need to examine it because there's some very, very important points here. You'll notice here that the eyes almost like triangular, yeah? The mouth here is almost like a cube turned round. You can see similar geometric shapes here. Now, the idea of reducing the shape of a person to actual shapes, geometric shapes. Now, this is what would ordinarily be called modernism, because this is where the cubists got the idea from that you could reduce a human being's shape into geometrical shapes. But this is modernism 1000 BC. You understand? Yeah. Meaning that modernist thought, abstract thought, Africans were dealing with this 1000
I think Shaka willed it.
BC. And then the Europeans called.
Yeah, Shaka played it all over again.
It's called the pull up. No, I didn't play everything that's before this part here. I didn't play before, innit? And because
no, we saw this earlier.
Yeah, because then they spoke about
again. So this is I know. Listen to what I said. I said everything before this point. I hadn't played. I started at the point where you started talking about West Africa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why I went back to the beginning because
are they saying the Yorubas came from Egypt then?
And people still wanted to watch it. That's not the claim that he's making, though.
So why is he pointing to Egypt though with his arrows?
When he said when did he say he's pointing to Egypt? What he said was he was dealing with the Nile Valley, and then he said he's going to go on to talking about the Nigeria region, and he named it the empires and the civilizations, and now he's talking about them.
So have they got a connection with Egypt?
There are some who believe so. At this stage, I can tell you, Robin Walker was skeptical about that link, but more information has come to light since that would suggest that not that the whole entire Yoruba people came to
where so what do you not say then?
Let me finish. Right?
Okay, sorry.
But more that there is a migration from the east and they meet up with people that are already in the west, and those people create what is now called
So who are those people already in the west?
So that we don't know exactly what their names were, but they developed civilizations that are now today referred to as the Nok civilization, and the Igbo civilization, and then you have Wagadu.
So who are the Nok?
One second, and then you also have what people refer to as the so-called pygmy.
Okay, so what do you not say? The Nok and these people are.
What does this have to do with what he said? I'm confused because
so the point I'm trying to get to then. So what are the DNA markers of these the Nok people?
What does this have to do with the
Because he's not pull up no DNA to prove anything or to show some sort of thing. He's just showing different type of people, but he's not showing that any genealogy evidence.
The presentation was not about genealogy. The presentation was about
it's misleading though.
What's misleading? What's misleading?
He's just putting up loads of things.
Yeah, but what's misleading though?
He's not telling you who these actual people were, that the lineage of the people, who the descendants of the people.
Was not about lineage. It was about civilizations in Africa. So he's dealing with the monumental civilizations, what they built. You know what I'm saying? And the society.
So what the point I'm going to get to then? If a lot of people are coming into the west coast of Africa, who are these people that are already in West Africa? Would they obviously be of Angolan or the San people?
Again, I'm not sure where you're going with this, but that's not. He wasn't talking about genealogy. That's not what he's referring to. Nothing about what was just said.
The genealogy has to match. Otherwise, out of the civilizations, otherwise you're jumping and you're nicking other people's civilizations. And it's yours.
It's yours, exactly.
I don't understand where that.
Shaka's
jumping. Shaka, you're going so back into ancient time that you're actually talking about the ancestors of all of us, not just black people.
What's that got? So what? Wait. So wait, if these are the ancestors of all of us, why is genealogy an issue? Why is that even an issue?
Because they're Samaria.
Everybody's ancestors. Then it shouldn't be an issue for him to be talking about.
But it's not everybody's ancestors. We can't say that.
Well, that's what your friend just said. So I don't know why. You know what I'm saying? What the problem is?
No, the reason why I said that because this Samaria was older.
Exactly.
And Turkey.
Hold on. Sorry to interrupt.
Let's say you're correct, but let's say you're correct.
Shakara, 1 second. First
and they're Kushetics.
This isn't about genealogy or linealogy. It is about structures, and the civilizations are in the structures in different civilizations. So it's not about genetics. He's not a scientist. He's a historian.
Raheem, we get that. But
he's not
trying to claim that all of the people were black.
He mentioned the civilization and then mentioned Sumeria afterwards. So these structures are older than Sumeria.
By the way, so tell me this then, Raheem. Have you noticed, Raheem? If you notice,
because the oldest recorded history is Sumerian. The oldest recorded writing.
Turn round and you, as soon as you said Sumeria, turn round and said after this comes Sumeria. Literally, if you said
Raheem, right? True. Yeah, but Raheem, have you noticed they've missed out South Africa?
Exactly.
It wasn't about
and they missed out the Zimbabwe kingdom. Raheem, all I'm saying, Raheem, 2 seconds, Raheem.
And yet you're talking. You didn't mention that. You didn't mention Zimbabwe. Yet you're not talking about that. You didn't.
But Raheem, the point I'm showing you, look where he started from, Egypt. Of all places to start from, for African civilization, where did he start?
Does it really matter where he started?
But Zimbabwe was discussed, Raheem.
It was a mishmash.
Sorry.
Yeah, Zimbabwe was discussed.
In the ancient times.
But it didn't mention every single state in Africa.
There is Zimbabwe. Now, based on that, they were then able to start living.
Adam's calendar is in South Africa. It's the old stonework.
Here, 12 buildings spread out over 3 square miles. So
that's what he's talking about. South Africa.
Walling going on here.
Well, why is he putting it last? That should be the first place to start with, I would say.
Less tall than the trees. Most people are thinking, oh, that's not very tall.
We're all here.
Yeah, but you're assuming these are all very trees, right? Now, why would you be assuming that? We're feeling that.
Yeah, so we've demonstrated that he did actually talk about Zimbabwe. What next? I'm sure there's many things. In terms of African history, and history in general, there's like any number of things that he didn't speak about in his presentation, because he spoke for about an hour. So I don't know what the problem is. Like, heads are just finding stuff.
Just to be clear, I mean, in history and archaeology, civilization is defined by having a crop record and buildings, right? So even though there would be people before they would not have been elevated into civilization, i.e. have planted enough crops in the same place to plant it.
Well, put it this way: if you're dealing with the discipline of history, when they say civilizations, they're talking about the establishment of cities.
Usually over crops, right?
Right.
So
So prior to cities, you have cultures. So they make a distinction between cultures and cities. That's the designation there.
So Egypt is right, because the civilizations, using the textbook term, would have come through Egypt, then the New Kingdom, then all that's he's going through the history across Africa in civilization order, not tribal order, right? Yeah, the tribes would have been there before, but they wouldn't have had civilizations, right?
Hold on there. So where did they learn the information to do all of this? Is it from outside of Africa?
Yeah, Polynesia, bro. Polynesia.
Aliens came down as well. The aliens.
Yeah, the aliens came down.
Think about it. If there's places in Turkey that's older and Sumerian them places, it seems like there's a joint effort somewhere.
For anybody who wants to know about what the historian in this video has to say about the civilizations in Sumer. You can get his book and read chapter number.
No, because there's no point. It's already mixed.
Yeah? Chapter number 20 is Sumer and Elam. Yeah, and it deals with Mesopotamia. Chronology, you know what I'm saying, and where historians are going when they're trying to make Sumeria older than Kemet and Tarseti or Nubia, where they're going with that. Bearing in mind that Tarseti is actually older than Kemet, then that is also reckoned.
Has Nubia got any writings? Has it got any writings to tell us all the stories that you're telling us? I mean, the King's List that you gave us, where's the writings for that?
The writings for the King's List.
Yeah, Nubia.
I gave you.
You said that there was kings, yeah. Where did they get that information from?
The British Museum.
That's one source, but
what artifact?
So the oldest artifact from Tarseti is they call it the crystal incense burn. Yeah. But as well, the people of Kemet themselves attest to the fact that they came from the south, in various different.
I know, but where's the written record?
No, but Nubia is not Nubia, or prior to Kemet, let's say, is not known for its written records.
But you said that they created everything.
I didn't say that they create. I didn't say they created everything. I said that the Tarseti existed prior to Kemet.
Yeah, true.
That's what I said. Yeah, that Tarseti existed prior to Kemet.
Very well be true, but but apart from the stone artifacts stating that there was a civilization there, how do you know in what order the kings were, etc., etc.? Where's the written recording?
What in Kemet? Or
no,
in
the first one in Nubia.
I've just said the kings. The king's list of Tarseti is not. There's no like one king. Not that I'm aware of anyway. One king's list. That doesn't exist. Based upon
you know the order, and one of them had 11 generations and all that. How
but
do
that
you know?
wasn't in that was not in Tarseti. That was in Kemet. That's the dynasties in Kemet, not Tarseti. Yeah, and so the records are various, but there's a whole chapter in the book.
What the video was claiming.
For anybody who's interested, there's a whole chapter on this subject, because the Egyptian chronology has been an issue for historians for quite some time, and so Robin Walker has done the groundbreaking research in terms of, or should I say, the most updated research on the Egyptian chronology.
So are West Africans Egyptians?
So he dates the what's it called? The Pharaoh Nama, to 5,600 and something BC.
So are the West Africans Egyptians that's migrated into West Africa?
There are some,
but no.
And
which ones?
Well, they wouldn't be a distinct group. There's no distinct group of East Africans. What's it called? There's no distinct group. First of all, we have to establish the fact that the people of Kemet were not a distinct group. Yeah, like they weren't one group of people. All right, that Kemet was a civilization that was built by a number of different groups of people. So the Nile Valley, in fact, Nile Valley civilization in general, is an amalgamation of different so-called.
So which ones went to the West Coast then?
There's no one set of people that went to the West Coast.
So which ones got to the West Coast of Africa?
There is evidence of. Sorry, again, there is no one. Like you're not listening.
Which ones went to West Africa by culture-wise?
As far as so-called tribes and ethnicities, and again, we're talking about BC.
Which ones?
But even so, whereas there is some places you can glean that people migrated from this place and migrated from that place, like the name of their of an ethnicity is not common.
Well, the Igbos say they came from them regions. That's the easy peasy. The other tribe was in hold on 2 seconds. I'm giving you the answers.
But you're not giving me the answers.
I am giving you the answers.
Just play the video again. This is some trolling nonsense.
No, but all right then. If the Igbos didn't, I'm just saying that I'm saying they say admit it.
again,
admit it. There's other people that have proof, like the Bantus.
None of these
Bantu. So you're telling me the Igbos don't say they came from Israel and the land of Canaan? You don't know African history, mate.
Let us say, sorry, can we
you not know your history? African American people have to tell you.
Someone in the audience has said that the
Don't shoot the messenger.
The incense burner came from Kemet, and the original info was wrong, as Bruce Williams has admitted. They said that Bruce Williams admitted the info was wrong on that.
But I mean, Shaka, correct me if I'm wrong.
Pan-Africans are Bruce Willis diehard.
But Shaka, correct me if I'm wrong. This is a history of the empires and the civilizations as opposed to the tribes, right? These are the major. Yeah, exactly. So you can't correlate them to the genetic tribes, right? Which I think is what
I'm saying, and I'm trying to say to you that when the people them migrated from the Nile Valley to West Africa, they would not have been called Igbos. Yeah, there's no one tribe who went from one place to another and maintained themselves as an individual.
The people from Mali.
There is also evidence that the Yoruba went from Egypt to.
No, but this is what I'm trying to say, though. It's not.
This is what Shaka does. He tries to cover up people's information now.
Can we not? Sorry,
Marcus. This is not Marcus. Some other people say these things.
It's very important. Yeah, we understand. We're not talking about a group of people that migrated.
We're trying to tell you about the group.
Came to West Africa and then became known as Igbos. We're talking about groups of people that migrated and met other people and then formed distinct groups of people.
No, they started digging. They started digging and finding people's stuff. They started digging everywhere.
No, that's not true. The genetic record shows no crossing over. The first empire is Ghana, right? So the Western African people, there would have been people who made it across the Sahara, right? And over the north. But there's no genetic connection. The first empire was Ghana.
As he says in the presentation, there's evidence. Well, there's evidence of civilization before this, but in specific to the Nok civilization, we're talking about evidence of civilization there 4,000 and something BC.
And that's Kemet first, basically. Kemet's as old as it gets, and then you only get a big Ghana.
So it goes back to this question now. So who were those people met on the west coast of Africa?
Provide us with the hieroglyphs that tell us they were Igbo. Give us the markers. Shakara was asked to provide markers, so give us the markers that say it was the Igbo.
What's the other people called?
So I can give you
the Lemba tribe.
I can give you a historical account, of oral history, of the Akan from an Akan, called Ayekwama. I've read this before on the G Block, but you know what I'm saying. And this brother who is a literary expert, he's a novelist and a literary expert in history. He says the following: my mother's family was descended matrilineally from the founders of the three villages in the fancy rural hinterland near Cape Coast. Since Akan Queen mothers determined the choice of rulers, my elder brother Ai and I were expected, when our ruling uncles died, to succeed them as heads of the three villages. Ordinary Akan stories are known as Anansisem, after the spider who figures in many of them as folk anti-hero. And if you're listening carefully, you would have heard the word Anansi. This is where it's coming from. Family histories are esoteric. It's distinguished from ordinary exoteric stories by a different name. They are called abokosem. And so a working phrase would be narratives of the past. Literally, Abba, it has happened, or it is gone, asem, matter narrative. It is still a matter of some surprise to me that no research group in the literature departments of the universities of Legon, Kumasi, Cape Coast, and Abidjan have undertaken to collect, analyze, and translate the whole cycle of Akan epic traditions. It's a version of the Akan Chronicle was published by Reverend Gadiel Akwa, a fancy convert to the European religion Christianity in 1939. The following is an excerpt from Akwa's rendering of the narrative of Akan migration from ancient Ghana to present day Ghana. Yeah. And so he says it all in Tree. I'll read the English now. Yeah. Ancient esoteric tradition assures us that long ago, the people of Ghana had a home in North Africa, in far off Sudan, site of a very great black nation. It was because they rejected
shame.
It was because they rejected Islam that the Fancy ancestors broke with the other people of Ghana. They pulled up roots, traveling by stages, waging hard battles till they reached this place. Some traveled east, reaching Benin. They came by sea all the way to this Ghana. It is some of their descendants who speak.
They nick someone else's land.
That makes a lot of sense.
It is
Ghana.
It is
exactly, and they're claiming their history now.
It is some of their descendants who speak Adangme, Ga, Ewe. Others traveled west and came to Techima. These migrants were Akan ancestors, the Fancy, Asante, and Akim, Wassa, Asin, Kwahu, Akwapem, Agona, Denchira, Akwamu. They all speak one language in 10 dialects. Yeah.
Wow.
So one. That's
you know
one.
what you said there, Shaka. You know what you said there, Shaka, makes a lot of sense. If you look at the genetic marker, Shaka, the resistance to Islam shows up in the Ghanan genetic difference by having no R1B. So those original Africans that formed from the A1 line, that formed the Ghana Empire, would be the ones that resisted and moved away from Islam. So that would show up exactly the markers. That history makes complete sense.
So what about the Suda?
So yeah, Ralph, you understand that most of the Islam parts will be the houses.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they would have come much after. But the original push would have been, I guess, Ghana would have been the first cluster of what you'd call civilization. But I think what Turok is trying to say, who are these original people? They would have been 100,000 years out of the A10 line.
Yeah.
And there wouldn't have been very many people there. Right? The civilization coming their way, the creative civilization would have come from Kemet, right?
So if anything, they could be actually Native American people that's come over there.
Oh, not that again.
No, because when you think about it, they've come in. They come in little instances. Then this is the thing. Now you have to look at the time frame when these people are migrating into the west coast of Africa. The Mayans and the Incas.
We know that time frame. We know that time frame is about 150,000 years, right?
Yeah.
Prior to.
But the thing is, if there was a
There are
group
not
of
many people there at all, right?
After Islam,
exactly.
Islam created, it was only 1,500 years ago. Islam is the youngest of all the religions.
Oh yeah, that's
so it's a long time after. This is what I mean by when you do a video like this and you don't give dates and you don't give a timeline and you don't prove actual direct links, you're jumping from one to the other and trying to make a story and fitting people in the wrong time slot.
But the whole thing wasn't about
go and buy his book and it'll give you
about the different civilizations within Africa
carpetbaggers
that show like literally like the beauty of structure and how
you lot have just created a whole argument that doesn't exist.
I said just play the video. I said play the video. They're trolling, but you wanted to debate.
Oh no, sorry, witness. Where I stopped it.
I'm not actually trolling, witness. I'm actually interested in these kind of things. But the fact of the matter is that you can't have a video where you're claiming that the Africans had all the star signs and everything else, when everybody knows that Sumeria had that first.
Yeah, no, because I think a lot of the people in the west coast of Africa actually came out the Middle East.
But that's a misconception completely. This video was a really good video. It's not claiming it was the only place, because we know that Harappa and Mohenjo-daro in Pakistan and India are 3000 BC, roughly the same time as Sumerians. The people left the Fertile Crescent from Sumeria, and this is the African version of the story. There's an Asian version of the story. And this African version is not claiming it was the only one that had these great cities.
Well,
they also exist in the East.
Belly, if you're listening, Belly, James Jones wants to come on.
By the way, just this is I've put out the call to DJ H Soul earlier. If you want to come through, my brother, feel free to do so. But according to what you're dealing with in the chat at the moment, I just want to say this, play this. Forgive myself indulgence.
No, every minute, give people a chance, man.
And yeah, I will definitely, as I have been.
share up the link, and if you are so moved, hit up the PayPal in the description. The idea of Sarku recognizes that a full understanding of reality acknowledges that spirit is the basis of all known and knowable phenomena and perceptions. Nice. As a part of this ongoing dialogue, in the late 90s, I introduced the concept of Sarku Shetty /Gel. Novel was 1997, as a further refinement and deeper extension of the Black psychology's African essence. Sarku means the understanding, the illuminator, the eye, and the soul of the being. When I was of the being, that which inspires.
I think your mic's a bit dodgy, Shaka.
The soul of the being, that which inspires, and I'm able to correct myself here. When I was delivering this presentation on content over everything, I said that Sarku is consciousness or spirit, yeah, or soul. Rates these concepts. That was because I was still in the mind of Naim Akbar, who makes that that translation. Really, Sarku relates to a ritual whereby praise songs and praise poetry are bestowed upon the soul of a person. Yeah, it's a ritual.
Hey Shaka, you got some really bad echo or something.
Of a person. Yeah, it's a ritual, and so a ritual of illumination. Yeah, so really, Sarku means understanding, illumination, the eye and the soul of the being, that which inspires. Okay. So we're just correcting ourselves from what we have previously said. All right, not on the wrong. All right. The concept of gel.
Yeah, there's no issue there. Self-correction is a part of the process, and we give thanks for the capacity to self-correct. All right. So I don't know why that's an issue. For you. But
before you play this video, Shaka, what is this?
Feel free to come through the J Hate Soul, and we exercise whatever grievance that you have.
And it's called the Palace of One Bed Naga.
If I may address something, by the way, in terms of the star chart, which was mentioned before, and it said that Egypt had the oldest, it's actually true. Egypt's star chart was made in 1534, whereas Mesopotamia's star chart was compiled between 1531 to 1155 BC. So,
and by the way, that would be 1534 according to what is called the short chronology. The longer chronology in terms of Kemetu history would actually date that about 2,000 years prior to.
Does anybody know why the Sumerians were called the Blackheads? What was that all about?
Well, that's the other thing. Saying with Sumeria was first or not, it has no relevance.
Is it because they didn't know how to cure acne?
I don't know.
Yeah. But quickly, while I've got the mic, yeah. Why before you start playing this video, I'm not sure at what point I tuned in, yeah. But the Rat Pig said to Witness that he was wrong about the origins of the Benin War. Am I saying that right? Or the conflict?
Yeah, the 1897 Benin expedition when the British destroyed the kingdom. Yeah, she was saying it wasn't the British, it was Sierra Leoneans who did it.
Well, he would need to provide some evidence for that, wouldn't he?
No, I can provide the documentary. No.
I'm glad you know what gender you are.
Stop telling me what I said that you're a liar on. I said you're a liar because white people got killed first. And it was Sierra Leone people that got killed that were also in the army. It was the British army that got attacked first, and they then attacked Benin. And it was all a mistake that made them get attacked in the first place. So stop lying. It wasn't like
a long way of saying yes, it was the British who did it. You just felt like saying that you got attacked first. Come on,
nonsense.
No, he said the British just invaded and burnt it for no reason, just to take over. That's not exactly what.
Yeah, happened. But can Devon Dudley provide?
Sorry, can I clarify something?
I said Devon Dudley,
brother Witness. Or should I say, my brother Ellery? Are you there?
Yes, I am still here.
What date did you say this event took place again?
The year 1897.
Okay, so this was over a decade after the Berlin Conference in 1884 and 1885, where Britain was one of the European nations that sat around a table for the express purpose of carving up the African continent between European nations. So the intention for their presence in Benin at that time was already well known. So the idea that they were attacked first,
not necessarily, because they recognised that over a
ridiculous.
And they had contracts.
Just want to make clear. We just want to make
other parts of Africa.
We just want to make it clear. We just want to make it clear. I'm going to finish it.
Africa has a much bigger.
Want to make it clear.
Continent.
Just want to make it
It
clear.
doesn't mean that part of that.
You just hear Shaka, just don't speak over each other.
Just want to make it exactly. We just want to make it clear, that the idea that these people attacked the British as though the British,
transcripts for that 1888 conference.
As though the British were on their own land and some people came and just attacked them.
Can you bring the transcripts that prove
by this point, the Anglo-Zulu wars were already well old. The Anglo-Ashanti wars were also in.
What's that got to do with anything? You're making a
hold on, but hey, Shaka, hold on. I think it's fair, that at some point you bring a transcript, but only after Mick Foley has brought the transcripts that they're discussing about the.
Why does my man keep bringing WWF names into this, man?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know nothing about them things after the Rock, fam.
If anyone,
Mick Foley, man, he didn't
if anyone's providing evidence, can it be the Big Show? Can the Big Show provide evidence?
I'm going to get the evidence. I'm going to find the video title for you.
Do you know what her source is, Shakara? It's a YouTube channel called History Debunked. It's an old white man who spends most of his
I will go and get the from, and I will bring it to you.
Hey, Shaka, I have a question for you. Before you play the new video, can you just give me, because I like psychology, just tell me what that stuff is before you play it. Just not that you break it down. You know, the bit about the African psychology, that caught my eye. So
so he was talking about basically what is often referred to as the 7, 8, or 9 parts of the soul in ancient Kemet, and this was an ideal of the self. They had various different parts of the self. So what he's saying is that as far as the Kemetu philosophy, the mental health was balance, and alignment in these aspects of the self, you know what I'm saying? So
that's very familiar with other psychologies that are pre-modern psychology. So do you know the Native American version of that?
I'm not wholly
familiar. The Native American one believes you're all born in 4 animals. Like the animal in the north is the eagle that can see everything but can't touch anything. And the animal in the south is the mouse that can't see anything but feels it. And you're born to try to equalize all your 4 animals. So lots of older psychology theories had equalization built in, right? Like you have different compartments and you're meant to balance these compartments, right? So I've not heard of this one. So
and so the ideas are developed on by Brother Naim Akbar. Now the reality is that there's still a lot of linguistic work that needs to be done in terms of actually defining what these 9 parts are. Sorry, what these various different parts are. Everybody's clear that there's various different parts, but their exact meanings are still debated. So Naim Akbar has done some research and given them some functionality, and that has also been developed on by a brother called Wade Nobles. So it's about no one's claiming to have the exactitude of everything that the ancient Kemetu people met, but they're saying, well, this is a roundabout. These are the variations of what.
Extracting the brain through the nose is a far more impressive feat when it concerns, I don't know, any sort of neural sciences. Just my opinion,
James.
I'm just saying, but that is more impressive. I don't know.
There's something in there that I'm not quite understanding, but I give it.
I'm just saying that the practical, the hard science component of what we credit the ancient Kemetans for discovering, and practicing, is far more impressive, in my opinion, than
there's evidence of open heart surgery as well.
That's
However,
that deserves my respect. That commands my respect.
But that's because you don't rate psychology very highly. Do you know what I'm saying? But the argument that was being given is that this is actually a model for mental health. And so which is also
no, but I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, like balancing my rat and eagle has never helped me in my life. Just
that's because you don't understand what the rat and eagle.
Yeah, and you know what, James? It shows. But we can get you there, James.
I can't lie, you know. Hey, you know me, yeah. I don't like to credit Ralph for too much, but that was a good one. I can't.
No. I'm not gonna lie. I felt like I opened myself up.
Pretend someone else.
You gave the layup there. You gave the layup.
I did.
That's the alley. You know what I'm saying? No, but
James, I was going to ask you. I was watching a video where there was an atheist who was debating with Bob the Christian, and the atheist was being asked about where he got his morality from. Now, this particular atheist claimed that we all have morality, intricate morality within us.
Intrinsic,
which is already in us. And when asked, how did that intrinsic morality end up inside us? He said, evolution. Do you believe that?
There's only three models of morality, right? One is an absolute one that comes from faith. The other is relativistic that comes from, and the third, which is quite modern for about 30 years, is this evolutionary one, right? But you know the problem with the evolutionary model is? The problem with that one says that, hey, let's say, for example, one of the evolutionary morality models says, I want to minimize pain or harm. But if I were to, for example, get rid of pain using some magical medicine, you would still have the moral choice of being able to hurt someone. So the evolutionary explanation is very weak, right?
Well, I don't understand that. Maybe
fucking hell, James, your Ralph impression was amazing because I could have sworn that witness asked James the question.
Did he? Oh, sorry, James. Sorry. Go on, James.
I thought you were referring to a previous impression.
I did.
Just while we're here, white power. How's that? White power. Anyway, sorry.
Hey, white powder, man.
Yes, which is also something you promote when on your Tommy rallies. But yeah, no, basically, sorry, I didn't understand your thing, Ralph. Sorry, actually.
No, but where do you get your morality from, though, James? Is it the evolutionary way, or is it some other
to
way?
be honest, I struggle with determinism. I imagine if I'd accept determinism, and then I also concede that there is such thing as morality, i.e., good and evil, and I possess some kind of understanding of it, then I would obviously have to concede that is an evolutionary function if I agree with the deterministic framework. But I mean, regardless, there's always going to be an evolutionary implication, right? Like, you know, if I don't accept there's a God, if I don't accept there's this sort of moral standard that exists completely independent of the universe. So for me personally, I don't know, man. I guess I vacillate between being like
I don't think morality does exist independent of the universe. I think that's
no, but that is arguably the sort of Abrahamic concept of objective morality. That's the reason that they insist upon this argument of is it subjective or objective? Because if it's objective, apparently a magical puppeteer in the sky provides them with the objectivity they require to succeed in the argument. Yeah, but how do I, like, personally? I would say I fluctuate between, or it's a amalgamation of like kind of consequentialist morality. So I do believe that we can derive right or wrong, and there can be good and bad outcomes, which would, you know, be right and wrong. And then I also accept that there are frameworks like deontological frameworks, so like rules, axioms that exist that I can refer to, that are consistent with my understanding of like right and wrong. So like when people say the Judeo-Christian moral framework, a lot of those are compatible with my understanding of right and wrong. Therefore, I can lean and refer to them. But when we trace the root, like if you said, but why is that bad? But why is that bad? Why is that bad? Eventually, we may get to an axiom that came out of like, or let's say honor or something like that comes out of a system that isn't necessarily, like, it becomes a bit circular in that sense, is the point. So now you just refer to the system itself and say, all right, because I've agreed with this and because this has shaped my worldview, and then couple that with.
I actually think it's far more morality.
James, you've already, the exact things you've done, the best researchers ever made that breakthrough in the mid-late 90s. They surveyed all moral foundations, absolute, relative, across, and we know there's only 5 or /6 moral dimensions across all of them. So that's already been sorted.
I'm of the opinion.
Someone's got fever. I didn't hear what I didn't really understand what Ralph said.
So one of the things, so you know, the question you exactly just when you ran around those sentences there, are they objective? Are they relative? Are they absolute? Do they vary between culture? We now know from the groundbreaking work in the mid to late 90s that's been verified across cultures, across things, that all moral questions can be reduced to 5/6 dimensions.
Okay.
So we know that framework that you alluded to in your sentences. We know what that framework is. Then I can map the Bible onto the framework. I can map, well, that's why I'm very interested in this African model of psychology. You can map it onto the framework. I can map Islam onto the framework. I can map atheism onto the framework. I can map evolutionary biology into the framework. It's called moral foundation theory. So that's why I'm very interested to hear Shaka's video, because I want to see if I can map it.
But just, you know, before we just move on, sorry, Witness, if that was long-winded. I hope I did answer it, yeah? But did you, where do you fall in that argument? Do you believe there is such thing as an objective moral standard?
Well, with me, I mean, I'm truthful. Where I get my morality, it comes from more than one place. First place I get it from is from my mother and my brothers, how I was raised. The second place I get it from is from my Christian past. Even though I no longer go to church, subconsciously my Christian past still affects my morality. And the third thing that affects my morality is some secular laws. So in this country, when they have a law saying people have the freedom to practice their religion, that affects my morality. And I go, yeah. So it's not one thing. It's three things: from my family, from Christianity, even though I'm no longer going to the church, and some secular laws. So that's
that moron, Sabor, when he was discussing with you, he implied that the absence of what he refers to as an objective standard implies nihilism.
Yeah. So you know what you should do? You should come down to Speaker's Corner and challenge him.
But that's hey, look, but hold on, just quickly, yeah.
James.
Hold on, just quickly, yeah. Just
brother, we know we're sure about your brotherness.
Can we just tie this into the question of the day, yeah? But Witness, they're gonna kill me.
Why would they kill you? You don't know what you look like.
But yeah, no, yes, that's a good point, man. I'm gonna try and catch him on SC Dawa though. That's my first.
But hang on, did Sabur say that the absence of an absolute morality implies nihilism?
Yeah, bro, his jumps, his
he was putting a table from liberalism to atheism to nihilism.
But that's not correct.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and the final one was nihilism. Yeah.
It always reaches nihilism because it's essentially he's trying to reduce opposition arguments to absurdity. That's his. No,
style. I think he's referencing Nietzsche. He's referencing Nietzsche, but I don't think he understands Nietzsche properly. It just means if people become morally relativistic, he's extrapolating that therefore they become immoral.
But these are the first people that as soon as you ask them what the fuck they're doing in the West, will claim cultural relativity and therefore by proxy moral. But Elido, that's what they'll do when you say especially when you talk about a Muslim country. Like if you talk about any kind of heinous act, you know, that's practiced in some, you know, that's in some culture somewhere, right, is responsible for it. They'll be like, well, you can't say that there's some good things and there's some bad things. So they're all ultimately cultural relativists.
Well, but they were, in terms of morality, they were until we actually now know how morality works, because we now know that we can map it onto a proper scientific model, and that happened.
I'm not a good scientist. You lose me with that. Like when you say we can map it, when people are when people reduce
100%
this concept, let's say so you got an atheist, yeah. So let's say when you say these 5 dimensions.
Oh wait, sorry. Before you move, I just want to mention after I spoke to Sabor, 2 weeks later, I spoke to Bob, who's a Christian. There's a video of me and him, and he was basically alluding to the same thing about liberalism, atheism, going down the road to a lack of morality or questionable morality.
Yeah, but they're representing Nietzsche incorrect. When they're representing they're doing two things. They're being a bit disingenuous. They're referencing Nietzsche's work, and then they're saying, therefore, if you don't agree with the Christian or Muslim absolute morality, you become immoral by extrapolation. But all of this is moot because we now have a proper scientific, unbreakable model of morality that's really easy to understand, and it's unbreakable, and it's been tested across cultures, languages, societies.
But just
against the
what are the
Bible.
5 dimensions, just really quickly, briefly, like so we
I mean, if I could share my screen, I could fucking show you in 5 minutes flat if you want.
Shaq is sharing this. Can't you just explain it real quick?
Yeah, so basically, if you look at, so what we do is we use statistical factor computing, and we keep asking lots and lots of questions. So all moral questions until you get statistical convergence, and we find that there's only 5 or 6. We'll forget the 5 versus 6 for a second. There's only let's call it 5 or let's call it 6 dimensions, and we say that all differentiated morality falls into the first dimension, which is called the care harm principle. Will I hurt the baby? Will I look after the baby? The second foundation dimension is the equality, fairness, justice one. The other 3 are loyalty or betrayal, in-group preference, and the other one's authority. Now, if I take those dimensions and I asked you 10 moral questions, 100 moral questions, then asked a Chinese person the question, then asked a religious person the question, asked a Muslim a question, Christian, we have sample sizes of 23,000. So there are no moral questions that cannot collapse onto these dimensions. And then all a human being is a set of sliding values across these dimensions.
Yeah.
And now that's verified across the Bible, verified across Hillary versus Bernie Sanders, violated between American culture, Korean culture, and they all show statistical convergence.
Hold on, you know that's super interesting, and I would love to see a study like that. I just would
not
like
a study. It's fucking mind blowing. I've got a whole fucking presentation and shit on it for videos. I'll show it to you. I'll share it to you sometime.
Listen, if you're gonna spend another day on this channel, you might as well spend a day doing a presentation on that, bro. Because that is interesting. Not only that, but I want to see the differences in those categories. I want to see once the mapping, once all of them are mapped. I want to see I want to see how the
bro. Can I just swap my screen for a second? It'll take you 2 minutes if you want. I'll show you in 2 minutes.
Go on.
I need do you mind, Shaka, just for 2 seconds?
Yeah, just to let you fucking fuckers and doubters know, I've put both of the pieces of evidence in Veli's community section. You can do a little bit of homework for yourself rather than fucking.
Anyway, James, do you think from your Christian past,
you can't prove it, and Shakara
any old iron, any old iron, when I'm cleaning windows.
Mr. Caliman, Cali banana. They like, come man, me wanna go home.
Oh, good Lord, that goes down. So I'll race through this quickly because I gotta go make a drink, right? Then, can you see it? Is it coming through?
Yeah, I can hear it.
All right, so theoretically, you've always had the classical traditional analysis of moral, which is called the rest model. You know, you've got a person has to have a moral situation, they make a judgment, blah, blah, blah. And this has been, until the last 40 years, the rest component model of morality. But then Jonathan Haidt at Yale did the groundbreaking work where he looked at this, can I get an objective morality model across? So read the book, The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt. It's like a pop book over his actual data. And here's how it works. These are the dimensions of morality. There's the individual dimension for the individual self, and then there's the group dimension. So let's run through it. The care harm principle, fairness, cheating, liberty, freedom, loyalty or betrayal to my group, authority, subversion to my group, sanctity for my group. If I then run through this foundation steps, you can take one yourself. And what it shows you, for example, here's the difference between Korea and the United States. Here's the difference between who's this Hillary Clinton.
Can you go back one slide?
Sure. So let's look at Korea versus the US. Korea has a much higher in-group preference that you'd expect for the Koreans versus the Americans, but the Americans have much higher scores on care harm principle and fairness compared to Asians. If I do that for, say, Bernie versus...
Essentially, that implies more liberal, yeah? Basically.
Correct, absolutely. Yeah, more liberal open. Exactly. Liberalism is the first. You can do it to individuals. You can actually do it against the Bible.
Can we see... but can we see thing? Can we do...
all liberals.
No, hold on. All right, first of all, that Bible thing, that was dope. Can you do that one more time? I want to.
Yeah, so if you take this, if I take the Bible and I take all, for example, I did this for a presentation on nationalism. I said, let me try to find different Bible examples that they show both dimensions. So I picked Bible verses I know.
But where's the score? Where's the actual score for it?
Now, so no, I'm just saying this is not a score. This is an example of how a moral statement of the Bible is mapped to a moral foundation. So I can do the same to the Quran.
But that'll be dope, though. Can you actually map
what will blow your brain, James, is this curve. So given the statistical factor has sample size as large as 23,000, do you see the difference between lefties and righties? Let's look at Lister. Lister is very left, so he always goes all about the care harm principle, tax to get the 1%, fairness, justice, but he has no authority and preference. He disrespects the poppy. He won't listen to authority. He doesn't care about the flag. Look at ethno-nationalists. They also have care harm principles of fairness, but they care a lot about in-group reference, i.e. they're ethno-nationalists. They care a lot about purity, anti-miscegenation. Think of all the things you think are ethno or not, you would say. And they care about authority of their state.
Ultimately,
so you can see left-right dimensions.
That shows, yeah.
So this has been replicated across culture, across nations, replicated across individuals, replicated double-blind trials across, I think, 150 countries.
And I know it's a bit. I know it's like self-evident a bit, like by the appellation, but doesn't that prove that conservatives are far more balanced than liberals?
It shows that it showed this, and this is this. You'll see this. You can try it within your own tribe, within your friends. You'll notice that let's take liberals who are very liberal and not. Let's say, take Jupiter. She's always on about care harm and this fairness treating, but she's never going to talk about authority. She's never going to talk about sanctity or purity or degradation. Look at Mark Collette on the other side. Mark Collette. He's always going to talk about his people, his purity, no racism.
No, but that loyalty goes both ways because them lot are all snitches.
No, not about snitches. The question is, that's funny, but the question is, no one person has just one thing. Everyone has these dimensions, and you have a slider on each.
But can we get the religious? Can we get the scores?
Go on, get back to your own country.
Can we get back?
Jew. Yeah.
Can we get back to the
fucking lying career?
Back to the video, man. Sorry, Shaka. Just go through.
Can we get
James? If you want, James, I'll send you the stuff. If you give me some way to email it to you or something, I'll send it.
Yeah, but have you got any? Just put like is in that slides? Was there anything about was there any comparative scores of religions and atheism or religions amongst themselves compared to themselves?
Yeah, because religious. So if you look at, let's say, Christians, Bob the Builder or Sabur, for example, they would be high conservatives, right? So their authority comes from God. The in-group preference is the Ummah or the Corpus Christi, and purity degradation would be violating the rules of the Deen or the rules of the Bible.
That would have been, you could have made a really good case for why it wouldn't be beneficial to vote Labour for a Muslim, or how they're
absolutely. That's why I say Muslims are naturally right wing, right? Of course they are. They're fundamentally conservative, right? They couldn't be a good Muslim without being conservative.
You could use the evidence to make a clear case.
Would you say the conservative favour the more the religions?
So I think the more religious you are, the more likely you are to slide right, and the more liberal you are and irreligious, or you're going to care about like your freedom to do what I want to do, be what I want to be, and not care about your group. So think of Jupiter versus Sabur, or Jupiter versus Bob the Builder.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't both sides of the political spectrum in this country at one point on the right, and slowly Labour has slid to the left more than
that's a brilliant question.
Centre right. Conservatives have always been right, far right, and they've kind of slipped now, and you've got the progression into the left, centre left. Well, they've gone left, and conservatism is now left, centre left.
Yeah, brilliant question, brilliant observation. Is society generally
97 with New Labour? Tony Blair.
Yeah, exactly. But that's a good point as well. And just generally, you'll notice that with progressive liberalism, it's sort of eroding conservative values, and it's trying to push everything left by default. And it's only conservative explicit power, be it religious conservatism, economic conservatism, or cultural conservatism, is trying to stop this osmosis or this drift to the left. So if you want to preserve your culture, preserve your people, preserve your heritage, you can't do so and be liberal.
So James,
you must be conservative.
Sorry. So James, when are you going to finally admit to us that your Christian past, even though you've turned your back on it, subconsciously, some of it still affects your morality?
Of course it does. I've never ever denied that. I literally, earlier, I don't know if you, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it was like too voluble earlier, but I literally said like the deontological sort of portion of my morality, or that like I must in it. I must sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Like anyway, the point being is, of course, like there's the consequence element, but there's some things that are that you consider to be intrinsically, like for example, justice, honor, things of that nature, right? That are derived from or are a consequence. Actually, that's quite circular, isn't it? But yeah, but they are derived from my Judeo-Christian.
Are you trying to say in different English, James? Are you trying to say I want to be able to be virtuous without being judged on the consequence of my actions?
No,
So
I'm
I want
saying
to have an inner virtue.
in philosophy, in deontic logic and philosophy, there is an argument between consequentialists and I guess deontologists. And what my argument is, I don't see why I can't accept both. I can't see that even my understanding of consequences are sometimes influenced by the understanding of honor, which is just based upon an axiom, which for whatever reason was instantiated.
You're right. You can be a stoicist. You can have an inner virtue without it ever being tested, and still have virtues that are external.
But to answer witness directly, that definitely comes from a Judeo-Christian, not only just from my own personal, my family's morality, but also from the societies. And like when you said laws, witness, a lot of these laws are a result of the Judeo-Christian moral value system. So obviously, as a result, then if I think something that is illegal is wrong, that by proxy is you know what I mean? That is influenced by.
That's interesting. So the next thing we would like to know is if Shakara morality is also slightly affected by his Christian past, or is it 100% African spirituality? Or maybe it's a mixture for him.
Ooh, it's a good one. Yo, Shaka, where you at, bro?
Shaka is going to do something sensible, make a cup of tea.
Is that Terry?
James, you should look into that stuff with all your arguments you have online, because you're in argument mode a lot. Have a look at that shit and then see how it changes the way you argue against people.
Read that book.
Like I can run circles around people like this, etc., just using that.
No, I'm gonna. To be honest, though, to be fair, Veli and Raf is saying it, but Raf is saying that him and Veli debunk. I don't know. Like, I would like to know what they're talking about. So feel free to.
Yeah, that's a good one. The Father, because you're the unholy spirit. The Father is a Jamaican, and in Jamaica they have loads of Christian churches. So maybe his morality is still subconsciously directed by his Christian past.
No, it has to be. I don't think anyone can say like religion has influenced most sort of facets of psychology, and there's no way that anyone can deny that. Like even like what's that? No atheist in a foxhole thing. That rings true even when like introspecting and stuff. Like even the concept or how we imagine ourselves, or how we conceptualize ourselves, or how we like our internal dialogue is influenced by Greek philosophy as well as Abrahamic faiths. This, talking to yourself before you're on your fucking Via Dolorosa or whatever. Like all of this is inspired by, in my opinion.
But you had the interesting question about, Sabur or anyone else said, or the person I think Witness said was debating or something, saying it's evolutionary. There's a lot of people would argue, for example, especially atheists would argue that those 6 dimensions evolved out of an evolutionary need, and that's how we evolved them. If you're a person of faith, you say, no, these are God's given rules. But in all cases, they still map onto the dimensions. So I think Renegade Ralph says, I'm off to go disprove the work done at Yale that's been cross-correlated, multiple tests, N is greater than 23,000 samples, Renegade Ralph. Good luck with that. But you'll find that all of those moral models now, your traditional philosophical approach to ethics is completely irrelevant. It can just be put under statistical fact analysis. I don't need a classical Stoics ethics approach to morality. I can just use the model. The model always works.
All of it is made redundant when you sort of accept that you have a particular, or how it's commonly referred to as a subjective moral system. Like the issue lies in this idea of your morality, A, being superior, or B, being objective. And to be honest, those two can be used interchangeable in these sort of theistic, atheistic debates. That's the crux of the argument from the theist perspective. It's mine is superior because of his objectivity. And if you can see that,
because it's absolute, because more objectivity is so much as because of its absolutism. So it's non-negotiable. It's not. You would say subjective could be a word subjective, but it's absolute as opposed to relative. So that's why you see why Bob and Sabur will get it wrong. What they do is Nietzsche is the one who spotted first in the genealogy of morals that Christianity eventually would die because liberalism is going to cause Christianity to compromise its moral values, leading to moral relativism, and he predicted the world would become nihilistic. So Sabur and Bob are claiming the strong claim from Nietzsche, which is not verifiable, that therefore, because I have relativistic morals, think of a good liberal, for example, or someone like yourself, James, that somehow that they would trend to nihilism. and that's not provable.
I can't remember what the dilemma's called. It's a U something. It begins with an EU. It's one of those Greek philosophers or character in Greek philosophy. But the concept of trivial or arbitrary morality as a result of believing that it's sort of at God's whim, like God himself is good. Therefore, if God sort of volte faces on something you consider to be good, you must accept that. Then whatever he's changed to, like for example, if God says murder is good, then murder is good now because God said it. Or morals are independent of God. So
you know the difference is there. As a Christian, for example, someone of faith, the difference there is because those faiths, the Abrahamic faiths, are eschatological. The judgment happens in the afterlife. Whereas these moral foundation theories are judging you.
Yeah, but it's irrelevant. Yeah, the eschatology is irrelevant because what we're saying is, if God says it's good, then He would judge you by that standard, by the standard of whatever I say, follow me. But if that's the case, then yours is relative.
You're judged in the afterlife. You're not judged in this life. You're judged in the afterlife.
No, but you're judged in the afterlife based upon your actions in this life. That's
judgment only occurs in the afterlife.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is, I'm saying that's irrelevant, right? To the point of God, the standard being objective. Hold on. The standard being objective of God. Therefore, we can point to an action and say God is either good or bad, or whatever God does is good. He's a beneficent God, which is what you believe, right? It's
no, that's not the correct approach. Is because it's
beneficent.
No, because it's eschatological, you judge in the afterlife, and because God has valued freedom, He's given you the freedom to be moral or immoral.
Oh, we're not even going to do this. We're not even going to argue determinism here. But what I'm saying is omnibeneficent God implies God is all good. All of God's actions are good, correct?
Yes.
You still there?
No, but what I'm saying, I still don't understand what your point is. You're not judged.
You're talking about relative.
Your moral or immoral actions are not God's actions; they're your actions.
Yeah, but I'm saying that it's morality, in your opinion, is arbitrary then, because God has the power to change His mind, and He can change His mind, and anything God does is considered good. Therefore, what your standard of morality is arbitrary. It could change tomorrow.
No, not at all. I don't think I agree with that.
Yes. Well, it's either one of two things, right? It's either morality is completely independent of God. Therefore, whatever God said was good is completely rigid, right? Or whatever God does, God is omnibeneficent, which is a tenet of your belief. But
because the classical model of morality says there's a moral actor in a moral situation, and then after a moral action, there's a judgment. So if you believe in the Abrahamic faiths, the last two stages were performed in the afterlife.
If God said, you're out of ideas. By the time by the time you see the fire or whatever, you're out of ideas. Yeah. If God says kill your child,
I like the phrase. I don't agree with it, but I like the idea.
No, but listen, if God says kill your child, what is the best decision to make there? What is this decision that's going to be judged favorably? What is the decision? The decision, most likely, I assume, is to attempt to kill your child. But that completely contradicts any sort of previous mosaic.
No, but remember, unless there's divine intervention, the judgment happens in the afterlife. You're not going to be judged during life.
The point is, if the mosaic divine intervention don't kill, but now God is saying, you know what, you can kill. Is it good now to kill, or should you still not kill? If it is good to kill, then it's arbitrary. Then the morality is arbitrary. It can change tomorrow.
But only if there was such divine revelation. But there isn't. So it's only a hypothetical.
That's specious reasoning. Now you're just saying because of some magic X. That's just I'm saying it's not consistent with.
Let's have a longer one about James sometime, but it's going to get. I don't want to hijack Shaka's video, man, because I'm enjoying the African stuff. But no, that's not quite the argument. But I'm not sure I want to hijack. I just think because I'm enjoying the African shit.
What I'm saying is they can't make that argument. It will ultimately be inconsistent if you accept concepts like omnibeneficence. It will have to become inconsistent, in my opinion.
I think this is an argument for scripture, at some point. But let's park that one for now. I don't want to hijack the video, man. I'm enjoying the African architecture.
Is he still there, or has he gone off to eat or sleep? Or I don't know if he's still there, Shakara.
Yeah, he heard religion and checked out.
But sometimes, James, look at that diagram, and then when you have your little arguments with people, just try to frame their arguments in that and see how quickly they trip around. It's good fun, man.
Yeah. Yeah, Shaka, I witness asked you a question, you know.
Oh yeah. If you're still there,
What's that?
I was curious. Your morality, is part of it shaped from your Christian past?
It's a good question. I don't know if my morality is. I can't claim no influence from like my Christian family, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Even my dad and them kind of things there. But I don't know if my morality necessarily comes from my Christian past, or if there are aspects of my morality that are just in Christianity, if that makes sense. Just I'm saying, like, if I come from a Jamaican family, like Jamaica is as much I say as much, but it's influenced by, you know, African cultures as it is Christianity. So I don't know if I can say that, but I can't claim to there's no influence. But I don't know if my entire morality is influenced by my Christian part.
Okay.
That makes sense. It's a convoluted answer, but I hope it makes sense. Yeah.
Well, we learned it all today, didn't we? We learned a lot today. Thanks for the videos. It's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff, a lot of information. Have you got any more? Are you going to play another one right now?
Oh no! I was actually, because I've seen presentations on the connections between West Africa and the Nile Valley. So yeah, but heads were. I only played that. I only played that entire video because you lot said to play it. But yeah, I just brought this up just in case anybody was interested.
No, you can always go back. Don't really bother. We've already dealt with it. James, Ralph, and yourself already answered that question. So.
All right, so I'll play a bit of this. We'll see.
Here you see the representation of Amen.
Here you see the representation of Amen as he has the two plums that is typical of Amen.
Again, because
the sun disk and snake.
But Amen Ra may not even really be the pronunciation.
But Amen Ra may not even really be the pronunciation.
Is a classifier
in the word Ra is a classifier determinative.
We will,
but.
Save that discussion for later, so you can see this representation.
Save that discussion for later. So you can see this representation of the Cushite.
At this
point. Princes, this is during the Maradic kingdom.
But again,
at this point,
I don't know if you can see.
And
this,
so, but again, I don't know if you can see this. It is these cowrie shells
of
at the bottom
that is
the necklace
in this piece of jewelry.
That is represented in this piece of jewelry.
I'm building up to something here.
And so I'm building up to something here.
Again, another from the area of
Queen, another from the area
in the Maradic
Queen Amenemhat in the Maradic period from 35 BC to 20 BC. This is a gold fused with glass ring.
And you see necklaces that is typical of ancient Kemet.
Those necklaces that is typical of ancient Kemet, which you find all across East Africa and Southern Africa.
These
notice again. These cowrie shells.
The cowrie shells are very important.
The cowrie shells are very important.
Cowrie shells,
because
you find cowrie shells all over West Africa, but they don't originate in West Africa. They were used as currency in things. You'll find it all up in, for example, Yoruba tradition. They're used even in divination. So you have cowrie shell divination and things. We even put cowrie shells on our, and this may be just a diasporic thing, but in terms of, you know, our divination tools here. But cowries do not originate in West Africa. They come from East Africa and the Indian Ocean and the islands and from those areas. So taking this citation here, the presence of cowries in Africa could be traced back as early as the 8th century. They came from the Maldive Islands in the Indian Ocean to West Africa through North Africa to the Middle Niger in the 11th century, spreading southwards to the Guinea Forest and then to the Niger Delta. there were two types of cowries in circulation at the time. Capri annulus, a larger species which was preferred in the West, while the East was more inclined to the smaller pieces called Cypri monete. Both are species of sea snails, a marine gastro mollusk in the Cypridae family called Monetaria moneta. In Nigeria, cowries are called different things in different languages. The Igbos call the large cowries Mwefe or Akpokpo, which costs 1/3 of the smaller ones called Ayole. The Yorubas call it Owoye, Owoye. The Fulanis call it Sedere, and Bini, they call it Bosye or Igbo. And so, and this is actually inaccurate in terms of when they come into Africa, because as we just saw, this is from 35 BC. These are cowries here. And, you know, this is around 10 BC. You can see the cowries. But earlier, you saw them even in the ancient Egyptian motifs. So cowries have been in use in ancient Kemet for artwork and even monetary. So this is where we get this stuff from, and we'll deal with this in a second. And so I cite these two citations because I'm gonna do a whole presentation on how cowrie shells also, because this may be part 3, can tell you about the migrations of people coming from the Nile Valley into West Africa. And so in this one here, this one text, The Introduction to Anthropology, 1926, it says cowries served as a medium of exchange in Dahomey. These have been introduced from the East Coast. The shellfish which they are made not being found on the West Coast in terms of Africa. So these aren't West African. So every time you wear some cowrie shells, they come from the Indian Ocean. They come from India, those places, Madagascar, Mozambique, you know, saying those areas. That's where they come from. And so this is the stuff that was being imported. They were trading, using this as currency. The ancient Egyptians was using this as currency in India, even China, and of course into places like Punt and things of this nature. So anyway, although Egypt has provided almost the earliest evidence of cultural use of this money, cowrie shells never played any prominent part in the lower Nile Valley. The Indians who traded with Egypt used cowries for money. The Chinese who also traded with Egypt at a very remote period used tortoise, probably cowrie shells, for money. This system dates as far back as the 28th century BC. So we're talking about 28th century. This is 2800 BCE in terms of cowrie shell use. And so the vast majority of these cowries come from ancient Egypt and the Sudan into West Africa. And then later on, when Europeans come into, because now the Europeans are dealing with Egypt and the Middle East, who also have adopted cowrie shells. And so, and yes, the brother Unk Benu, he says there's a golden cowrie shell necklace in Tutankhamun's jewelry exhibited in the Cairo Museum. Exactly. And so this is a sign in terms of these the trade that was going on. And so when I deal with the cowrie shell lecture, this is going to be a totally separate one. I'm going to re-emphasize this in that lecture. So I want to give you some of this. The ancient when you look into Yoruba and Igbo and the Ashantis, when they count in cowries, they don't count in the same way that they use in their native language. They count in the way that the ancient Egyptians count. They're using Egyptian counting methods when it comes to cowries, using the sexagesimal system. And so we'll get into that at another time. But I just wanted to emphasize this, that when you see that on the cowries or whatnot, these shells and representations, this is one of those necklaces that you would see. This is a real necklace, not just in the artwork itself. And these are supposed to be representative of the cowrie shells that you see in those other areas. These are different type of shells. Sometimes they'll use cowries, and sometimes they'll use these kind of bulb things. So this is one of the from the Kendasi, also from Meroe, the Meroitic period in the Nile Valley. So when you go to West Africa and you go into places like Yoruba land and Benin, what do you see here? This is not from ancient Kemet. This is in Yoruba land. This is in Benin. This is Amen. You see the same ram's head, and with the necklace, the representation of the necklace that you see in East Africa. That's because these ancient a guild of blacksmiths migrated from Egypt and Meroe into West Africa, and they brought these skills into Nigeria, in Benin, and into Ghana. So remember that the rams, those associations with Amen in Ghana is not native to that area. That's due to migrations. And so the guild really took off. The guild really took off in Nigeria and places like Benin. And so we see these other representations. Here's a pendant from the 17th and 19th century through the 17th through 19th century of the Edo people. Again, Amen, ram head, with the collar that you see that we saw in Meroe and which we find in ancient Kemet. And so it's important to note that you do not independently create and think of these ideas. You know, that's like me saying, like, if I saw the Khoisan, you know, bush, you know, person in Namibia, right? These are hunter-gatherers in Namibia, and I see one of them walking with a Transformer shirt with an Autobots logo on the front, and saying that they created that independently of the United States and the Autobot, you know, Transformer franchise and stuff to this nature. That's not how this works. You don't independently create motifs like this. You had to have interacted. If I see a Khoisan hunter-gatherer walking with a Transformer Autobot shirt, we know for a fact that somehow somebody from the United States or Europe interacted and gave that person the shirt. And so in this instance, it's the same thing. These people in Nigeria and Benin and Ghana, they did not create this off of their own imagination. People from Egypt, people from Sudan moved there. And as these guilds, this is where you get in these stories of we came from Egypt, we came from Sudan. This is these artifacts that and there's no Egyptology in the 17th century in Nigeria and things of this nature. They're just getting to deciphering hieroglyphs around this period and doing digs and stuff to this nature. I'm not even sure they even decipher Meroitic at this time yet. And so this is those pieces of evidence. Again, here's another one. You know, a metal collection shape, U-shape, worn by This is in I forgot which museum this is in right now. But this is a plaquehead again. When you notice that when they come over into West Africa, they change the style a bit. And so this is a so that one that this is just a flatter, you know, this is the same image that we saw earlier. And so, you know, they're imitating those bells at the end of the collar here. And so, you know, this is the introduction of the cowrie shells into West Africa for currency and stuff to this nature, and brought into the artwork and things of this nature. They stylize a lot of stuff. But this here is from Lagos, dating to the early 16th century. Hieroglyphs is not deciphered yet. There is no Egyptologist. There's no Egyptologist. There is definitely not no Christians and Muslims trying to inform and put into the head of people of modern day Nigeria and Benin, etc., and put in their heads that they are some great people and connected to the ancient Egyptians. That's not how this works. And so this is those things and those conversations that, like, this is one of the reasons why I can't take these folks serious when they're talking about there's no connection, and that you people aren't descendants of these people. These people came here, lived, married with all these folks in these areas, and their descendants are the ones who were snatched up in the transatlantic slave trade and was brought to the Caribbean, brought to the United States, brought to Brazil, etc. And so we can't take these folks serious who ain't willing to do the studies and things and to that nature. And so even and this I will expand on in the other presentation, but I just wanted to show this side, showing that even Ogun comes from this area. And so Yoruba Ogun, the Orisha of blacksmiths, the god of war and the god of iron and all of this. The Yoruba did not invent metallurgy. They got metallurgy from the Sudan. They got it from Egypt. And when those blacksmiths walked over into what is modern day Nigeria and Benin, they were creating those bronze and statues and created a guild there. They were doing the terracotta and things of that nature. And so you have Gun, copper objects in Egyptian, Ginu, Ogunu, metal pots and vases. And so there was a guild in Egypt and in Sudan, which traveled all the way into the Middle East and all of this other kind of stuff. And so the Fangun, Vunu the blacksmiths, Ham Jabakuno, the evil spirit who built the iron furnaces, and Hassa Makeri, blacksmith, Fangan, iron, Arabic, Cain, smiths, Hebrew, Cain, Cain. So when you talk about Cain and Abel and the Cain and Abel, so Cain is a blacksmith. He created tools for farming. And when you read the story of Cain or Cain, it is about the interactions and the conflicts between Cain, the blacksmith, the metallurgy, the civilization, the building traditions, and Abel or Habel, the pastoralists, the nomads. And so what they were saying in Genesis concerning Cain and Abel is that Cain killed their tradition of nomadic herdsmanship. They wanted to live the life of nomadism, but those civilizations made it hard for them to continue walking around and feeding their herds, because they would always be in conflict because their cattle would eat the crops of the farmers. So it's farmers against pastoralists. And in Egypt, the story is reversed. So the pastoralists, represented by Set, is they kill Osiris, who is the personification of farming, which is why he's green and black, dealing with vegetation in the soil, etc., etc. And so those traditions traveled, those blacksmiths traveled, and you get this Ogun tradition in Yoruba land and all of this other kind of stuff. So you can always tell, as I mentioned in the last one, like when the oral traditions that were recorded for the migrations from Egypt coming from North Africa into West Africa into Senegal, they brought with them words and technologies dealing with metallurgy. And so in the Egyptian, they have jis, knife, mjis, knife.
Ethiopian school has
the Nile Valley is important for us because that is the anchor. In the same way that ancient Greece is the foundation and unifying force for the Indo-European speakers, in modern Europe.
in terms of written history,
where the people have written about their lives, they have left us their language and technologies in sciences, that is the foundation so that we can see what is actually authentically African and then what was imported. Because you can study a lot of West Africa today, but you'll find that it has been infused heavily with a lot of European and Arab and Berber culture and ideas and things of this nature. So how do you know what is authentically African in terms of their ideas versus what has been imported? And so this is why you compare with ancient Egypt, because it allows for you to see in the older traditions what is common between the West African, for example, cultures and languages, and then what you see in ancient Kemet. So if you see them in both societies in terms of words, in terms of artifacts, in terms of ritual, spiritual ideas, philosophy, etc., now we can figure out what is authentically us, and then we can use that as a unifying force to create the United States of Africa. So this is the general context, for these studies of ancient Kemet, because we can study it in detail because they've left us an abundance of records, which West Africans have not. And so you only have records in the within the last 300 to 400 years, and they're all for the most part by Europeans. Valuable nonetheless. They are records of the Europeans, not from the Africans themselves, and this is problematic. So when we talk about relationships between West Africa and the Nile Valley, or just relationships in general, I have broken it down to 4 types or 4 levels of relationships. And so the first one being the archaic level. And so we should know by now that all of the evidence in various scientific fields of inquiry demonstrate that Homo sapiens sapiens, modern human beings, originate from Africa. And so they originated in Africa, and then some 50 to 30,000 or 30 to 50,000 years ago, left Africa either through the Nile Valley or either through like Ethiopia going into Yemen, and ultimately populated the rest of the earth. And so, of course, everyone didn't leave Africa. Many of us stayed in Africa and populated Africa. And so there's a biological level of relationship that goes back to the beginning with African people in general. So that's one level of relationship. The next one has to deal with what I call the Saharan level of relationship that's relevant to our current discussion right now. And what I say here is that many of the West and Northeast Africans are related through common ancestors who lived in the Green Sahara and migrated to different locations, southwest and east, due to the desiccation of the Sahara beginning around 6,000 to 3,500 BCE. So you're going to find some commonalities between West Africans and East Africans, primarily because of the Green Sahara and the migrating into the Sahara, and then the back migrations out of the Sahara once it started drying up again. And so those early interchanges and cultural ideas have survived in the places in which these Africans have migrated. So you'll find commonalities because of that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that those commonalities which you notice are the result of, for example, ancient Egyptians coming to West Africa. So you got to be able to distinguish what is truly ancestral to all those related people versus what is actually the result of migrations in more modern times. The third level is what I call the linguistic level. So it is somewhat related to even or is characteristic, just like what you see on the Saharan level. But this has to deal with the commonality of a common language family. And so when you're dealing with languages that belong to a common language family, you will find certain continuities in behavior and in language, because some of these things were inherited from the pre-dialectical ancestor mother language, which gave birth to the daughter languages, which we observe today. So as many of you know, I subscribe to the Negro-Egyptian language family created by Dr. Theophile Obenga and enhanced by our good brothers Jean-Claude Mboli. And so I have changed, at least for my documentation, the name Negro-Egyptian, which I explain in Aluja Volume 2, to Chiena Intu. And so I won't get into the details of that. So if you see me say Negro-Egyptian or Chiena Intu, they interchange, they're the same. So, and then this last level, which I call the Bronze Iron Age migratory level. That means that after the Sahara migrations and after the old school archaic migrations where people kind of settled into their respective regions, there was still some migrations going on in the late Bronze Age and Iron Age. And we are able to detect those things. And this is, you know, it is these migrations which are going to be relevant to the topic in which we are talking about today. So hopefully this is clear for us moving forward. So in our discussions in kind of our online previous discussions, you know, we talk about oral traditions and that there are some people in you know, just across Africa to be exact, that have oral traditions which argue that they derive, or a good significant amount of their population derive from ancient Egypt or the Sudan in general, what we're calling the Sudan in modern times, but more specifically just the Nile River Valley. And so I'm going to cite a few of these oral traditions to get us started, because if we're going to, you know, examine claims, we need to know exactly the details of the claims and the motivations behind the migrations. So I will start off with this one commentary, by our good brother Aikwe Arma. He wrote an article some time ago titled "Who Were the Ancient Egyptians?" And in the beginning of the article, he is giving his testimony for how he's from Ghana. And so how he got interested in the study of ancient Egypt. So, many of y'all should know that he is a fiction novelist, but he uses ancient Kemet a lot as his backdrop for the stories. And so you may be familiar with 2000 Seasons and The Healers as a few of these books. And he has a recent one that came out. I forgot the name of that. So somebody, if y'all know the title of his latest one, please put it in the chat and I'll shout it out. But in this article, this is what he states concerning, how he came into the study of ancient Kemet. So he says, now I had grown to adulthood. Inside our larger history, I was undertaking life journeys of my own. And though I had imagined other paths, I was moving into the future as a writer. The more I learned about our history, meaning of the people of Ghana, the clearer it seemed to me that if I wanted to write, I would have to study it more seriously. Since all available evidence indicated that the narrative of our social history was at the center of the art of our poets, storytellers, and spokespersons. I followed the trail of the evidence backward in time. It led me to the oral traditions. The oral traditions took me back to traditions of migration. Those traditions beginning with acknowledgments of places reached by groups traveling under pressures too extreme to adapt to, referred to an earlier place of departure. Sometimes the reference was simply to the Great River or the Great Water. More frequently, the traditions of migration mention Misri, Msiri, or Luti. Those are just other names for the area known as Egypt, though in ancient times it went by other indigenous names. Tamari, the beloved land, Tawi, two lands, and more often Kemet, the black nation. So he's saying that when he started studying his own history, when he was developing himself as a writer, he came across these oral traditions talking about groups leaving from ancient Egypt, which in their oral tradition was known as Misiri or Msiri. And so we're going to keep this going for a quick second. So now I'm going to talk about an individual by the name of Felix Dubois.
So I'm gonna be by the way, that point, same book I was reading from earlier, same author. But I'm gonna be going for like half an hour, so I don't want to keep playing it unless anybody wants to talk. Yeah, so I'll be back in a bit. So yeah.
Sorry, what was that you said?
Let's actually say again.
Did you? I missed what you said. Sorry.
Yeah, so I stopped it because I'm going to be going for like half an hour, so I don't want to just keep playing it in case anybody
well, no, I mean, I'll be gone as well. I mean, unless Ralph wants to talk to Jupiter. I'll leave now anyway. So.
I'll keep it paused, but I'll be like I said, it's in case anybody wants to have actually.
I mean, Jupiter can teach the people how the Benin Kingdom was destroyed by the Sierra Leoneans and not the British, so she can do that. I'm off. I don't want to hear her revisionist history.
Yeah, but if not, man, we'll just jump.
Revisionist history. We've just fucking through a load of it. Piss taker.
Having a laugh. You having a laugh. You having a gander.
What's going on, man?
I thought it was on EastEnders for a second there. You having a laugh? Call Barani, governor. Give it a rest, mate.
Yeah, man. What's poppin', man? What's going on? How's the history lesson going?
History lesson is brilliant, but Shakaraz had to pause it. So I'm going to leave because I don't really want to hear Jupiter talk about her revisionist history of how the British didn't do anything during colonization. It was all the Africans that colonized other Africans. The British weren't involved. I can't hear that history. It's just stupid. I'm done with it. Sorry.
Nobody's ever said that. That shows how deaf you are. Now,
Sorry, Vinny. I was dropping the video because it was part of a conversation that was happening earlier, but I'm going to be like away from the computer for like half an hour. So just in case there was a conversation that I didn't want to keep playing it, innit?
Cool, brother.
Yeah, man.
So we got another young man in the building. Big up Mr. IC3.
Good evening. Good evening. Been an interesting day. Things are changing, it seems, on G Block. Getting a bit more fiery.
Yeah, what you saying? The Asians want to try and kill me now, yeah? All the Asians want to kill Valley. All the Asians want to kill Valley.
Oh man. You got. It's nice that we got a Chinese representative. Yeah.
CCP in the building, yeah?
Yeah. All good, all good.
Yeah, so what did you take from that little history lesson, little bits and pieces there?
Oh, it's very good, very interesting. The mind just boggles really, and but I always think back to imagine all the records, how much information is still not known. That's in private collections and in museum archives, and especially in the banking archives, because all these expeditions and all these wars, they all cost money. So when it comes to money, people like to know, who are lending out, like to know what was spent on what, how many tanks did you buy, or how many bows and arrows were used. It all has costs, and they have those accountants and the accountants that have the kind of cold, precise history on many world affairs, and the actuaries. But they guard that kind of information very tightly. So, it's very difficult to get hold of. But there's a lot more history to come out that can tie lots of things together. Yeah, so it's just wonderful.
What about the actual history that's there that you know about at the moment? What the stuff that was being brought up today? I didn't get to see everything.
No, I didn't get to see everything. I saw a little bit of Shakawar's video just now. I just come in about 15 minutes ago, but I was listening a bit earlier on. So they was talking about the DNA and all the haplogroups and stuff like that. So I was listening.
Is there anything that anyone disagreed with that was brought up, or
anything?
Think like it was not real or false or needed to be questioned or anything like that? Is there anything that seemed that was disagreed with, or?
But I was just listening to all sides really, because I'm not really sure. I'm not really a history expert and so on. But I did read somewhere or saw something a long time ago that they said that before Egypt was this Atlantis, but Atlantis was most likely based on the western shores of Africa. And that there's still evidence of the place where it was, but there was a flood.
Have you been listening to Schiffer's channel?
It's channel no. I was doing some research on Atlantis before, about last year. So yeah, I heard.
You know what? Yeah.
Yeah.
I noticed that there's a little bit of a disease with some of the I don't know, diasporan or African descent people whose parents may not have directly come from the mainland. It's like man will try to link themselves to anything but Africa. I'll be anything and everything but Africa.
Yes, I know. Yeah, it's tricky because that division between Africa, the Caribbean, and all those divisions are laid out really in the British system, and I suppose in the French system. So I suppose in the carving up of Africa, everybody created a kind of map for themselves of the place they were carving up.
Laid out in the British system, yeah. How do you mean?
Well, just in the definition of IC3 and the census codes, because when you look at the census codes, which I post every now and then, on the definition of black people, there's 14 categories. So they carved up Africa or black people into 14 categories. So there's a reason there's 14 and not 17 or not 25 or not 300. So they're not telling you, but all you can do is just look at the information, look at the codes, and try and work out through history why they chose to put the ones that they did in, why they chose to recognize certain parts of Africa and make it codified, and decided not to codify other parts. So yeah, that's what I mean. You saw the information I put, but there's the 14 categories, the 14 ethnicity codes. So yeah, there must be a reason why they chose Angolan, Congolese, Caribbean, North American, Nigerian.
But what is it specifically in the system that's putting the different blacks against each other? That's what it is that you're trying to say about in the system. What is it in the system that's putting the people specifically against each other?
Well, I wouldn't see it. I don't know if they'd be putting the people directly against each other. It's just that they are trying to. They carved up the place for management purposes. So if it's like if they build a line or draw a line on the map for the movement of resources, it may go through half a neighborhood, and then that neighborhood becomes changed. Those people in that neighborhood becomes changed once the neighborhood has something going right the way through the middle of it. And then one side might be benefiting and the other side not. And then that fence, which they didn't create, can then start causing tensions. So what they say, good fences make good neighbors. But if somebody just decides to build a fence, you're two neighbors and you have your fence, and then somebody comes from outside, imposes on the whole property, and knocks down the fences that you put up between yourselves, and put their own one in. It just brings up a whole heap of trouble, because the fences, good. When they say good fences make good neighbors, is that you come to agreement maybe over time amongst yourselves that, hey, look, we keep falling out over these things. Let's draw the line somewhere. So those two people have decided where the line should be. But if they get a third party come in and overrule those two people and overrule the agreements that they've made over time, then you just get chaos. So yeah, just like the partition of India. When they start to draw those lines, that's what happens. But sometimes it could be a tactic where to create confusion in order to divide and conquer. or it could be a tactic where they just need to build roads and places for efficient management. But might is right.
Sometimes it seems like, how do we know all these plans here, but we don't know how to get out of the plan or to make the plans work to our benefit? How come it seems that we know like all the plans that's in place, but we don't know how to make the plans work for us?
Hey, there you go.
How we get we got a peek of the blueprint, yeah, but it's still not. Everyone knows the blueprint. All the street scholars will tell you that there's a plan and this plan and that plan and so on. So.
Yeah.
But no one will tell you how to make this said plan work to their favor.
That's right. So I think it's part of human nature that people find it easier to whinge and complain and to like children, it's like children in the playground, aren't they? Then they have to have the teacher come along. So it's more, but once you start trying to find a solution to something, you have to be a lot more quiet and you have to be more careful with your words, and then you have to plan a bit. But to complaining and at each other is a lot easier, because I'm sure you know that when there's serious discussions at your workplace about money, people get scared to make decisions. When you go to these big meetings, because they're scared to have their name associated with the wrong decision. So they do everything they can to try and avoid making a decision. And if they do have to make a decision, they try and bring as many people in it as possible. When you go to these board meetings, you see that because once your name goes down and it goes in the minutes, and if that project goes wrong, people start losing their heads, they lose their jobs. So you see that, because when you have to make a decision, it's a suggestion for a solution, and if that solution doesn't work, it's going to cost you. It might cost you your job. They say it because then people start mocking you. Sorry.
So let me try and see if I can decode. Yeah, it seems like people are scared to come up with a solution just in case it fails.
Yep.
And they get the blame for not having the right solution or whatever.
Correct.
Down a blind path.
That's right. And not only that.
But wait, though.
Go on.
Wait, though. Yeah, like success or whatever. There's a long road of failures at the end of success, isn't it? So you have to you have to fail out before you become successful. You don't just come out of your mum's belly and start walking, talking, riding, feeding, and whatever. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
So, steps there. But I hear what though? Yeah, I'm about to go through the tunnel. Yeah, who's on the panel? Jupiter, Ralph, Shafra's gone for a bit. Still there? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm here. Don't you worry about that. I'm here.
All right, yeah. Chime in, man. Let us know what do you think of the video then, Jupiter? What was it? A good video? Was it bullshit? What?
The one that went through all the different civilizations, I found it interesting because you see the buildings and that, and I do believe that I looked it up to do with Nubia. They do say that there was a civilization there that they believe a recent discovery that they believe was there. But to go to the extremes of saying that the kings are in this order and everything else, they didn't find enough stuff for all that for the older tradition. But he's saying no, that was the other one. So I don't know. I just think some of it, I think a lot of it was truth and a lot of it was mixing up other people's culture and pretending that it's black people's culture, which isn't very fair. I don't think it's fair on Africans, to be honest, because.
So do you think that there's ancient African culture that didn't come from like African people? I was gonna cut out.
No, I think that ancient African culture comes from Africans, and you don't need to be nicking Egyptian culture to make yourself feel good. I mean, the city of Benin, for example, is something to be proud of. You don't need to go looking at ancient Egypt. And at the end of the day, you know, I don't understand why you didn't bring in South Africa and the Adams calendar and all of the history there that they've now brought out and said about. I don't know why that hasn't been spoken about.
What did you say? Adam's calendar?
Yeah, Adam's calendar in South Africa.
What's that?
Well, Michael Tellinger has gone to Africa and done a load of discoveries over there, and he believes that that's where actually the oldest stone calendar can be found to do
Okay.
telling the time and everything.
Oh, right. Because I noticed in the National Portrait Gallery Museum, that's around the side from the National Gallery. It's a smaller museum. They've got a picture in there of one of the British explorers, and he's holding a globe he's got a globe on the table, and he's standing, and one of his hands is on this globe. But when you look at the globe, the map is upside down. So obviously, at some point, somebody chose to turn the map up the way we see it today.
Oh yeah, so, definitely. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's
you've
true.
seen that. Yes. So when I saw it, well, that's strange because that's about 15th, 16th century. So South Africa would have been actually North Africa, and then Europe would have been in the south.
Yeah, true.
So I don't know why they changed the map. Turned it upside down.
I don't know why they turn it upside down. But I do know that Africa's a lot bigger than what it seems on the map, and Britain's a lot smaller. But they had to do it that way just to get it around the circumference and make it all fit in properly. But actually, Africa's huge.
Yes.
Much bigger than what you believe it is.
Yes, and yeah, so that map in the museum, the upside down one was more accurate. It was actually the guy was actually holding a globe. If the map has been turned upside down, it makes you think about what is north, east, south, and west. Because obviously, if the map is upside down, that means the west, what we understand to be the west, would have been the east back in the 15th century.
Yeah, and so when they're talking in older manuscripts, you have to remember all that as well.
Yeah, that's right. So if they say somebody's going to come out the east or somebody's going to come out the west, you know, what were they actually? And north, people coming from the north, you know, that would have been coming from the Cape of now South Africa. That would have been the people coming from the north.
Yeah,
and
there's look. I'm not denying that there's been some history that's been hidden from us. That's evident. I think everybody is aware of that now.
Yeah,
but I think some of what's doing is just ridiculous. You can't claim everything. You can't claim that you created everything, because some things have been created as the time goes on and after people have split up and gathered apart and gone their different ways. And do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, certainly Africa is a lot more civilized than what people in the mainstream, I say mainstream because I was always aware, than it was. Yeah, you know, they've made it look like
one question.
Yeah.
See, when you were saying about Egyptian history, ain't that African history as well, though?
I wouldn't consider it African. I would no, I wouldn't, because it's so mixed up that it's not just Africa and Africans involved. I would say that was like a modern day Britain, to be truthful. Very much a melting pot.
No, but sorry, my daughter's laughing. But it's obviously because it's in Africa, and obviously like when when Robin Walker was going through some of the Egyptian civilizations, and that was like before they had any invasions. So that was before the Greeks, Romans, or Arabs had invaded.
But what you need to understand, Billy, is there's always been like albino people and a complete range of shades of colour within the black community. So to have the colorism now. Hold on, let me just finish. To have the colorism now that we've got in the West is just quite disgusting to actual traditional Africans. You know, if you go back to
whether they was like multiple colors or whatever, that's still that doesn't mean that it wasn't African history though.
Only when the Africans were ruling, because there was different time periods, and the population there, the genes have changed many times over. The ones that have been in charge. Let me put it that way. So at some point, yeah, probably it was African, because we all go back to Africa. But if you all go back far enough, like all the stuff at the beginning of that video applies to everyone. It applies to all of us, because you're going so far back in history. It's a time when we haven't even divided properly.
No, but it was the video was about ancient African history, but it was about at that time it was there still had been people that had left Africa, was starting to form the other nations outside of Africa as well. So you know that like I don't see how you can't say. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't see how you can't say that the ancient Egyptian history, especially the first dynasties before they got invaded and whatever.
Why? Because it lines up. Because it lines up with the history of the Sumerians, right? And if you read the Sumerian version, which is the oldest recorded history, okay, in cuneiform, if you read it, it basically tells you what their beliefs were, and they talk of two brothers. And from if you align that with the history and the anthropology and other stuff, it appears there's some truth to their story. I'm not saying it's all completely straight, but that it appears there's some truth to their story, and therefore Egypt was one brother and Sumeria was the other brother. So their father must have been a civilization from before that. And we also know that Abraham came out of Sumeria. So all of it sort of connects. All of the religions and everything connects, and it goes back to those two sources that go back to the father. But we don't know where the father came from.
I reckon it was Atlantis. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not. I mean, I'm not denying that Africa has had a huge influence on the world. Of course it has, because we all come from there. That's been proved with genetics. But the further back you go, to prove you were the first, all you're doing is proving that the further back you go, the more likely it is that it's everybody's culture, not just one group's. Because the divisions happened after. If you go back to the source, then you're going back to the source of us all. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, it makes sense, I suppose.
Yeah, there's only so far back that you can go where it actually becomes what we would see today as African, dark-skinned people only. And even in Africa, they say that the Berbers originate from Africa. They say Berbers originate there, and they're white. There's people what would be deemed today as white.
They're white now, but that's at the time they're talking about. They wouldn't be that.
I don't think that's genetically true, Billy. Don't think that's. I think you'll find that when it comes to genetics, they've proved otherwise. And you see the Khoisan.
There would have been something like, but it's like there still would have been like African looking. You know what I'm saying? Like black. Like even if you can light skin, black or whatever, they still.
Well, not necessarily, because we don't know for definite what the Neanderthals. I mean, we do know that they believe the Neanderthals are the main ones that are the ancient ancestors of white people, right? So that's how far back you got to go, right? The Denisovians are the ancient people of the what we would term African people, black people today. There's the Anthropodians and the others, and they all interrelated.
But some people say that. Okay.
No, carry on. It just got out.
Oh yeah. Some people believe that the white race sprung from another part of the planet and not Africa.
No, at the moment, the main scientific theory has disproven that. Although I will say to you, I'm open to that changing, because they're finding bones all over the place now, aren't they? So
yeah,
and you can only go with what the science tells us at the present time. In 20 years' time, we might have more explanations and more for it, and then it all changes again. And this is why I get a little bit annoyed with people who come forward and they go, look at Columbus, he was taking credit for everything, but he was only going with the knowledge they had at the time. As far as he was concerned, he was the first person who found it, which is a bit arrogant, but at the time it wouldn't have been arrogant, because to him, most people weren't traveling that far. To him, it was like a faraway land. And when you get there and find people not living in housing or whatever, they're living like hunter-gatherers, basically. You would have, it is a big way to look at the world, but you can kind of understand the mindset of him thinking he discovered like an old-fashioned world, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and then some of them they discovered quite advanced kingdoms over there, but in some of the places they visited in South Africa, but with being sent by the king or queen, his mindset would be that when he discovers a new place, that he would name it after their god, or name it, as a gift.
What are we talking about?
Like Columbus. Yeah, and people, the early discoverers. Sorry?
Yeah.
Those early discoverers.
Discoverers of what?
Well, they say they're discoverers of new lands and some new peoples and new civilizations. So, but they would have to, because the
can't
queen
discover something when there's people already there, though.
Of course, but they'd have to put it in that context. They'd have to.
Yeah.
He has to, because he's spending all that money. The queen's giving him that money to go over there. Then when he goes over there, he's got to try and bless the place and give it as a gift back to his queen. The queen, the people that sent him, he's got to say, well, I've discovered this and I've conquered the people there, and I've blessed it, under the church as well. Stick a cross in there as well, and then he can go back and tell the queen that he's discovered this place and bring some gifts, to say that, well, your investment was not a waste of time. Thank you for investing in me and giving me all these ships to go and discover a place. I've discovered a place and conquered it.
What people have to realise is just how big our world is. To us, we imagine it being small. But actually, do you know there's places on Earth that haven't actually been sort of like discovered properly yet?
Oh, we've got the whole sea, haven't you? Yeah. There's so much under the sea. Oh
yeah, because of the crust keeps moving and civilization has gone under and things like that.
And, sunken cities.
Yeah, and the vast amount of time that we live, no one's ever going to be absolutely sure what came first. But all we can do is say that at the moment, with the land masses, we can prove that we all go back to Africa at one point, which makes sense because you would live on the biggest land mass, wouldn't you? You would. And at some point, if there was meant to be floods all over the world, and yet Africa is the biggest land mass, that was even though there's higher mountains than the level of above sea level of Africa. You've got to ask yourself, why is it such a big land mass if it's meant to be so low down?
Yeah, they've had
trying to say.
Yeah, they've had major floods and movements of major lakes that existed across, much where the Sahara is now. There was lots of waterways and so on there, but they disappeared over time.
Yeah,
they say.
So that's why we have to go. We have to take into account a huge account of the genetics, and the genetics lead us back to Africa, all of us. Every woman alive today. Every woman alive today, no matter what colour they are, has got a gene in them that traces back to the matriarchal Eve. Every single one of them. That's a fact. You can look that up. So that means that we are all connected in one way or another.
And so, with that knowledge that we're all connected in one way or another, what would be your view of the future? That everybody seems that we're all connected in one way or another. Therefore, would you devalue the differences that exist now?
No, because everybody's separated up and they've got their own ways of doing things, and it's like you and your brothers. You get raised in the same household, but when you grow up, you all take different paths. You can't suddenly say, "Well, we're all brothers. We've all got to live exactly the same." That would be silly. For example, your wife might be different to your brother's wife, where they come from, or I don't know. You might want to live in a different piece of the world to where your brother lived. It'd be silly to say they've got to be exactly the same. But what they do need to understand is that they're all equal. All these people that keep thinking they're superior get on my